Recording in progress.
Future is electric. So what? Soul will remain forever.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the second day of this Espíritu de Montjuïc Classic events. Peter Otto bringing you live coverage for the first time of all of the major events in 2025. John Hindhaugh alongside Andrew Marriott in the booth with a slightly overcast Barcelona Circuit de Catalunya this morning. Air temperature and track temperature both sitting at a rather chilly 10 Celsius. Race control have declared the track as wet, and the pit lane has opened for our first race of the day, which is our first look at the Heritage Touring Cup. Talk about that in just a moment. Tricky conditions though here, Andrew, and good morning to you.
Yeah, certainly it's going to warm up, of course, but down here in Spain, it's been pretty chilly the last week. Yeah, we're going to start with the Heritage Touring Cup. That's the first of 9 races we have today. An absolutely packed program going all the way through to 6 o'clock tonight, UK time. So we have some categories we saw yesterday. Some of them race again, some of them don't. After the Heritage Touring Cup, we've got the 2.0 L Cup, or basically the old Porsche 911 race, which has been super competitive over many years, with Britain's Ollie Bryant as the star runner, and I think he is in pole position. After that, we're going to have great Group C, Super Group C race yesterday. Going to see them again. Then the Classic Endurance Racing in the afternoon, followed by Endurance Racing Legends. The Gentleman Challenge we see again, and we're going to finish off with Classic Endurance Racing. Sum all that up, some great historic touring cars, some great sports cars, and just some fantastic racing we had yesterday.
So the cars rolling out now for this race for the Heritage Touring Cup. This basically is a battle between the blue oval and the blue and white propeller, with an alpha, the odd alpha thrown in, and it is just the single alpha, I think. Looking down through the entry, certainly that's what qualified earlier on yesterday.
Yeah, John, a couple of escorts in there as well, but it's very much recreating the battles of the best part of 50 years ago, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. 1973, 74, 75. The oldest car in the race, I think, is the Alfa Romeo 1750 GT AM from 71. The newest car, I think it's an 85 car. I was looking at the entry list. No, 83. There's a BMW 635 CSI from 1983. So stretching quite a large part of classic touring car history, if you will. I raced at RS31 Capri many years ago. It was an awful lot of fun. We got some 2.6s as well. These conditions are going to be very, very tricky indeed, Andrew, with this surface being chilly and now damp as well. And none of these cars with traction control or ABS. The traction control and the ABS is your right foot and what you feel through your backside.
Yeah, an interesting front row of the grid. We've got 2 sons of the founders of Richard Mille watches, very popular watch brand that sponsors Ferrari and so on. And on the pole, Maxime Ganat, whose father was the partner of Richard Mille and still is when they started that upmarket watch company. Classic BMW colours there, the stripes that we know so well. Other cars still coming round.
It is my absolutely 100% I die on this hill belief that if you put BMW M stripes on a car, it will not make it look worse. It doesn't matter what colour the car is, or the motorcycle for that matter, whether it's the dark coloured versions or the light. Now, I'll tell you how cold it is this morning. We've got some blanking on the cooling on the front of the car for the Castrol number 34. That is the Olivier Brettemeyer driven car.
Yeah, Brett Myers, they run a race and rally team. They operate quite a lot of rally cars. They've got the old racer tape out. But of course, these Cologne Capris, it was a very important program for Ford back in the day. People like the late Jerry Birrell, of course, was racing one successfully, Jochen Mass, people like that. And they came up against very serious opposition with the BMWs. The 138 car in the Valvoline colours.
Yeah, that's the Franz Wunderlich car.
Yep. And he's qualified in 4th, German driver. So front row, 2 Frenchmen, regulars in Peter Auto in a number of different cars. Maxime Ganat and Armand Emile.
There are a couple of co-drivers in this. The top 3 are driving on their own. Gunnar Miel and Breitmeier.
Yeah.
Breitmeier, excuse me. Franz Wunderlich is driving with Patrick Simon. Sebastian Glazer in the 174 BMW 3-litre C. It is a BMW 3-litre CSL benefit. They are by far the most numerate, backed up by a variety of 2.6 and 3.1 Capris of varying eras. Nick and Lucas Halusa are driving together in the 16. Olivier Breitmeier is driving on his own in the 34. Maurizio Bianco on a 3.1 RS Capri Cologne. We should just mention, we've got the 2 Trabers, the Traber family outing as well, Christian and Nick Traber, and a 635, that's the 81 car. And the Bush family outing as well.
Yeah, well, they're twins at pair. In the number 6 car, Jean-Louis Riant will have Nick Padmore with him, the Padster. Riant, who has supported Nick's career for many years, but basically got him first to drive a classic Formula 1 car. So I think Padster will go well, but it's slightly different class in Group A as opposed to TC2.
The all-white number 127 is an RS 1600 from 1976 in the hands of Pantelis Christophou.
Few Hardy fans already arriving for this early start here.
Just before 9 o'clock in the morning. And weather forecast is that it should clear a little bit this afternoon. And once that sun comes out, the track warms up really quickly. We went from 14 to 24 in about 15 minutes yesterday. My worry is we're seeing a few spots of rain on the camera, on the grid, and that may well mean that the rain is starting to fall again, as it did overnight.
Yeah, and yesterday, because in the morning when we first came, the track was still drying up from a heavy rain shower. 1 minute to go, and
this is a 1-hour race, Andrew.
Indeed.
Pit stop race.
Eggenberger, famous preparer in the past.
Oh yeah.
BMWs.
635, that number 6, absolutely gorgeous. Declan Brennan, I know, was watching it from the States yesterday. 635 CSI would get his heart pumping, probably a little bit earlier. At RSL_studio, if you want to say hello. And thank you to everybody for the kind comments from yesterday. We'll do our best to keep an eye on what's going on the socials, but there's quite a lot going on the track that we need to keep our eyes on as well.
And I think we got BMW straight 6 versus Capri V6.
V6, yeah, absolutely.
So, and we should mention that we're running on the full Spanish Grand Prix track, except that there's one difference, Tom.
Well, we're using the track without the chicane, which is actually the preferred way of using this track now. Pretty much all the series that come here, including the motorcycles, don't use the chicane. So waiting for the green flag. There it is, and they start to move away on what will be the formation lap.
Not good for Maurizio Bianco in the number 3. He's in the pits. Maurizio, who races some lovely Ferraris, seen him over the years at Goodwood.
Now, yesterday, when they qualified, the track temperature was 15.8. It was dry, and it was 11.5 degrees in the air.
Yeah.
Very different conditions, and I just wonder if some of the lesser cars, lesser powered cars, like that RS 1600, the white number 127 that we're looking at on the grid, slightly less power under the wheels, will that make it a little more controllable? I think we're going to see a lot of sideways movement here. I mean, a Ford Capri that'll get sideways just looking at it, standing still, to be honest. Away goes the Alpha.
Yeah.
Beautiful 1750 twin cam, the GT. That's Monica revived recently with the Giulietta, of course. That was the top of the range there. The little 1971 car is the number 84, starting in 30th position for the Ricci pairing. That's Jean-Frank and Mauro.
Just trying to see if there's any spray coming off, John. The track is obviously wet, as it is declared, but I don't see too much. I think we'll see a dry line coming pretty soon in this race.
If it doesn't start raining in, there's one
yeah.
or two people have got their wipers on, which we're isolated from the weather. The TV production area at just behind pit in. Yeah, there is a little bit of spray coming up as they're dropping down to the lower part of the circuit there at turn number 7. Safety car leading them round. Now, who did you say that was in the pit lane?
That is Maurizio Bianco.
Right, okay.
And we have got, there is a reigning champion in this, Sebastian Glazer. Last year he drove with a chap called Michael Kammerman, but Glazer's on his own for this season. And Armand Meal finished second in the championship last year.
Sebastian Glazer is shown in the pits as well in the 174, so that's a Ford Capri. Yeah. I think that was Glazer actually, because that was a CSL.
Yeah. Oh, it was, yeah.
And Bianco must be further back down the pit lane. 77, the green Capri. Bringing up the rear is Konrad Ulrich, and that's 1973. That's a 2.6, the standard body. The Cologne Capris tended to have the wide body kits. Cologne, of course, they're the place where they were built.
Indeed, yes. Just to correct myself, Bianco, I said he raced a Ferrari. It's Konrad Ulrich who raced a Ferrari. Bianco, a lot of success in the Chevron B19. That's been a regular in this Peter Auto. Peter Auto's got very loyal clients, if we can call them that.
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
That looks quite wet there, doesn't it?
I think different parts of the circuit, Andrew, are drying at different rates.
I think you're absolutely spot on with that.
Weather report for the rest of the day. We hope things will get better. 1 hour on the clock. This will be a pit stop race, even if you are driving on your own. A lot of fun to be had. Good morning, wherever you are. I accept that there's quite a lot of other motorsport coming on, but of course on YouTube you may have rewound to the start of today. So day 2 of the Espíritu de Montjuïc, the event that is really trying to recapture the atmosphere of those races on that circuit just outside of Barcelona. And we are green for a 1 hour race. It's a nice clean start. BMW pulling out immediately from the second lots of spray from the second row, coming down what will be the outside. I think that might have been Frans Wunderlich. Yes, it is. It's Wunderlich who comes round the outside. Does he get to the lead? Not quite, but he's going to drop into second behind Maxime Guenat. Maxime drove very well every time we saw him yesterday. It's a bit tippy-toe at the back, and one or two people, I think rather sensibly, leaving bigger gaps towards the end of the field. A little red and white Escort coming through there. I think that's Peter Vogler in the RS 1600 from 1974. He's dropped further back at the start. The Alpha right there as well, the sort of mustard-coloured car. Further up the field, the number 21, the white Escort going through is Jean-Luc Blanchemont. How appropriate.
Wheel to wheel and the lead change.
Right round the outside at turn 5.
Goes Wunderlich.
Klaus Wunderlich. And we have a yellow flag behind the leaders. Somebody's had a little oopsie at turn 5. You will see people offline here. They'll be searching for grip. And there's a dark coloured BMW in the it's a 635. Well, there's 2 cars off there because there's another car off slightly further back behind him. That is the number 6 that has gone off,
and that's in a very dangerous spot right there.
Yeah, that is Jean-Luc Rion.
And already saw a course car coming.
Yeah, safety car out.
Yeah, safety car out very quickly indeed.
I think that's very sensible. Jean-Luc Rian, then, who started in 13th position.
And that's the Padster. Padmore was going to drive with him. So
that lovely 635 CSI, which looks fairly but for the road, but for the paint job, looks fairly road standard. It won't be underneath.
There's a colour scheme. They've got the gold and red comes from British Touring Car Championship, the Saloon Car Championship, I should say. The Holman Blackman colours, I think. If my memory serves me right. It was a long time ago.
So that is the. I was looking at that car earlier. What number is that? It's the 60s. That Arnaud Mille. Yes, it is. So Armand Mille in the RS31 Cologne.
Yeah, and he was the runner-up in the championship last year, so he's obviously quick and nice car.
Now, the safety car has all-wheel drive and plenty of power.
Well, that's what you want today, isn't it?
Absolutely. All them paddling around. So everybody slows down behind the safety car so that we can get a nice big 2.5 minute gap to get one of our snatch vehicles out onto the circuit. Are these cars evolving? And that's another BMW. This time the 150 car.
Yeah, that's another of the Meals. That's Gian. Must be your daughter.
Correct. That's one of the Group A BMW 635 from 1983 in the Texaco colours.
Yeah. And the other car that stopped at turn 5 was the 49, John.
Was it?
Yeah.
Right. Now that is the Dominique Gunat and Guillaume Mar car, and that's another 3-litre CSL, a 75 vintage car. So Dominique Gunat and Guillaume Mar. Guillaume Mar drove really well yesterday.
He did, yeah.
And that will be a disappointment there. You know, they started in a gaggle of 6 or 7 BMWs from the early 20s down over. It was 2 Capris, then 5 or 6 BMWs, then 3 more Fords, Capris and Escorts, then a BMW, then a Capri, then a BMW, then an Escort, then a BMW, and then 6 or 7 Escorts and Capris lumped together, and then another half a dozen or 7 BMWs, then the Alpha, and then 2 Capris at the back. So everybody's slowing down. Now, good or bad, I'm not sure. I'll see if we can work out what happened with the 150. Big sideways moment for the green and white Capri, which was right in behind the 150.
Yeah, that's Wunderlich, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And everybody.
Oh, that's in behind the leader, actually. That's the 138 that he was behind.
Yeah.
Frans Wunderlich is leading in the BMW 138.
Yeah.
So was that Maxime Gunat then in the number 50 into the pit lane for the Escort? This is the white car we were looking at earlier on, which is Pentales Christophe. I thought this car might go well, but maybe we've got a little bit of water in the system. It did look much wetter when they got up to speed. I was going to say, driving slowly, good, you might not fall off. Driving slowly, bad, you lose any temperature you might have got in your tyres.
When we saw that start, you could see how much spray there was in the air from that. So, yeah, this track is still pretty wet. So, I guess we'll be going back to racing in a moment.
Depends if they've grabbed that BMW out of the gravel for Jean-Louis Briand, number 6 car. One of the Group A, another one of the Group. So both of the Group A cars have bitten the dust then.
Yeah.
Early on.
However, our timing screen now says Rion is running, but
okay. And also says Gian is running as well. So
I think Rion. So they've just given him a lap time, which would suggest.
I don't think he's lost a lap then.
No, lucky boy. So
well, let me have a look on the tracker. Yeah, I would concur. The tracker concurs. Just coming over the top of the hill at 9.
Yeah.
And Gian is going through 10. There's another car that's slow at the back. It's Maurizio Bianco in the white Capri number 3.
19th, 20th, and 21st, John. 3 Vogelets. All related to Charles Vogelet, who I said yesterday was one of Joe Siffert's business partners, I believe, and raced in the Porsche 908. And I've got 3, I think there's 2 sons and a grandson there, effectively. Yves Carlo, I definitely know is a son, and Peter. Well, family affair.
A number of family affairs here, in fairness.
Absolutely, yeah.
This is if family weekend out for quite a lot of these of quite a lot of these drivers, whether it's dad and lad or dad and daughter,
Yeah.
or daughter and brother, or sisters and brothers.
And then we got the watch business partners and their sons as
Yeah.
well. And,
it's a good family
Did you
atmosphere. Good paddock.
we mentioned Richard Beale quite a bit, and obviously he is a sponsor of Ferrari, but he is also very much involved in the management of the historic for the FIA. I think he's the chair of the commission. Is he not the chair of the sports car?
He was chair of the endurance commission for a while.
Yeah,
I'm not sure whether he still is. He may well be. But
anyway, it's a hugely successful French watch family as opposed to Swiss. Are you a watchman, John?
I am a bit. Yeah. You wouldn't think it from what I'm wearing today.
No, well, that's a tool.
I've got my G-Shock on so that we can talk to time and things like that. Don't have to worry about changing time zones.
Yeah.
I have more watches than I really need, to be honest, but they take up less room than cars and motorbikes.
And they tend to go up in value, a nice watch too.
A bit like, I suppose, a bit like cars. There are some watches that, if you're gonna, particularly if you're involved in motorsport. White and green. I think that was a Capri. It stopped at the top of the hill at 9.
That's a BMW 2002 Ti rather than a 635 we just saw.
Yeah, car stopped though at the top of 9. Safety car's supposed to be coming in this time around.
He spun it round and...
oh, it's the 150 again.
Yeah.
All right, so that's Gian. Meal. If you're involved in motorsport, you tend to like mechanical watches.
Yeah.
And so I've got quite a few automatic watches. Our good friend Chami Calera and Omologato, I've purchased a couple of his watches as well, which are exceedingly good value. But I've got an Omega Speedmaster, which is the only watch that's ever been to the moon. A couple of very nice Tag Heuers that I've been bought for special occasions. And, another spin for Gian.
Yeah, and she spun off in a different race yesterday, didn't she? So
now, is that damage to the front now on that car, the front left?
No, I'm an Ebel man. They used to sponsor McLaren a long time. I saw John Watson wearing a very slim one. I've got one of those. I got a chunky one.
She's spinning the rear wheels here, trying to get it out. It's very, very wet. Straighten the wheels.
Try reverse.
No, it was reverse.
Oh, that's
but she needs to straighten the wheels, the front wheels.
Digging a hole now.
Yeah.
Or digging 2 holes, actually. That's it. Just got away from it.
Lazy spin. She almost kept it on the island. Needs not to have any steering lock on. That's causing... effectively putting a brake on the front end. No radio there. I don't think the safety car will come in. No, it has stayed out.
They're going to have to pull her out of there. I mean, she just needs a little push.
I'm sure if she straightens the wheel, there'll be less holding her back. There's just a tiny little, just shows how wet it is.
Yeah. So really, Heritage Touring Cup hasn't got properly underway yet. We had one racing lap. 50 minutes remaining.
And Gian's out now. The problem, she's got a tiny little bit of damage on the right rear of that very lovely group here, BMW. Yeah, and there was a snatch vehicle there, one of the Nissans. So let's have a look at the right rear. I think she's just tapped the bumper and it's slightly deranged right across the back, that chrome
both sides.
Bumper. Yeah. So she is just heading down towards turn 10 now. The safety car is coming into turn 5.
We talked about brothers and families, but we have got 2 Conrad Ulrichs in this race, and they're driving together. We've got Conrad C. Ulrich and Conrad M. Ulrich. Conrad M. Ulrich, as I've seen racing a GT40 in the past, and Conrad C. has got a very nice Ferrari 250. Which I've seen him racing at Goodwood.
And they are father and son, brothers?
I think they must be father and son.
Right, okay.
I mean, I don't know this, but that would seem to make sense.
Well,
I suppose if it's in America, one would be Conrad Jr.
Yeah, or the second.
The second even, yeah.
Well, Gian has made it back round onto the front straight. The safety car coming down now to turn 10 with... 28 cars behind it of the 32, 33 that we started. We've had already 12 minutes of the hour. Safety car in this lap, we've been told again. Now, here's the Capri at the back. I think we had a wee spin as well for Maurizio Bianco or possibly Conrad C in the 77, because there's a couple of Capris at the back that seem to have dropped down there. Might have been the number 50. So that car was further back. Oh no, that car is the second place car. My apologies. That is the Maxime Gunat car.
Yeah.
Definitely a car with a bit of green was sat at the side of the road. That's the Liquid Molly car, the 50 in second place.
Yeah,
That just proves how long Liquid Molly's been involved in motorsport.
Yeah.
People think it's a relative newcomer. I do like the yellow and green RS as well, RS Capri. That is, I'll check that, but I think that's Thomas Studer in that coloured car. Green flag and green lights. Frans Wunderlich in the 1975 3-litre CSL puts his foot down, gets the response from the BMW engine, and the number 138 turns into the first corner, being pursued by Maxime Gunat. Up into third for Arnaud Mille in the number 60, and another yellow flag as we've got one of the escorts going for a little spin.
They'll get back on track.
It's another one of the RS 1600s, but that has been removed immediately. So BMW from now 2 Capris as Arnaud Mille has gone through, Armand Mille, excuse me, has gone through into second place, going past one of the Breitmeyers. In fact, the 2 Breitmeyers are together now. 22 in fourth is Emile. Olivier is in the number 34, both in CSLs, the younger car ahead of the older car, 75 from 73. Lovely piece of opportunist driving by Armand Mille to get up into third.
Yeah, he's been a winner in this category in previous Peter Auto events. So he knows how to pedal one of these, but I think the track's still very slippery, isn't it?
Yeah, and getting the power down here, you're going to be feeling for grip with your feet. That multicoloured striped car then, now in third place for Armand Mille. Looks an absolute picture. All of these cars running their period liveries. Oh, there's an opportunity down the inside for Emile Breitmeyer. Takes that opportunity, and the one, oh sorry, no, that was the lead. That was the lead. So Frans Wunderlich feeling the need to be a bit defensive and going down the inside at turn 10. I wonder if Maxime Gunat had actually nipped by without us seeing. It is still the Capri of Armand Mille in third place. Now the red and white BMW a little bit further back. That, I think, is the David Hart car, with Niklas Haluza in a similar car, the 16, a little bit further back.
David Hart from Holland races in many of the distant categories. You're going to see him in a marvellous Ferrari later. Amara's 512 Ferrari, which he's been a winner in, so I look forward to that.
Pit window will open in 10 minutes time. 10 minutes time for the pit window. Now, this is interesting. One or two of the drivers are looking for damp patches. Jean Mille is back into the pit lane after a couple of spins. Maybe just something awry with the car. Frans Wunderlich has put in his fastest and the fastest lap of the race in TC2, 2 minutes 15.1. They qualified quite a bit quicker than that, but that was in dry conditions. The best time. Oh, now, have they gone out on dry tyres? 58s they were doing. A little bit of gaffer tape had been put on Jean's car, but they look very much like wetter weather tyres, or were they drier weather tyres? New set of tyres maybe to go on at the pit stop. Quite a lot of these cars will have centre lock single lug nut wheels, as they were designed for touring cars. A lot of these cars, Andrew, in P would have won in the European Touring Car Championship.
Absolutely, that's what this is recreating that. And there's a most fantastic photograph that's been on quite a lot of calendars and stuff of a BMW in the air, a 635 in the air at the Nürburgring.
Yeah.
It was taken by a chap called John Dunbar, whose son is still photographing, is a photographer in Formula One.
Now, Jean's car had semi-slicks on.
Yeah.
They were much more either an intermediate or a dry weather tyre, and there's full wets going on to Jean's car.
Yeah.
No wonder she was struggling with that car, and no wonder she couldn't get it off the grass. And I just wonder how many people decided to live with the tyres they had on or have the time to change when the track was declared wet. They will perhaps have come away from their paddock area. So Wunderlich now by 2.2 seconds. He is the class and the overall leader. Jean Rion, who was facing the wrong direction in that number 6 car, he's pulled his way all the way up to 19th in that very pretty white and striped number 6, slow-moving Escort.
Yeah, well,
has just been off the track at turn 9. And back on again. So the yellow flag is removed.
Yeah, our leader has raced quite a lot of different machinery. He's got an Aston Martin DBR9 as well.
It looks like we've lost Philippe Shemama as well.
Shemama.
Yeah, Shemama is off in the 80 CSL.
Yeah, his brother Yves is probably a better known at racing. Has won a lot of races with the Toj in Peter Auto.
Showing missing in the 3rd sector, so that's from just before turn 10 to the start-finish line.
Yeah.
That was the Escort going wide, but finding some grip in the motorcycle runoff and the penalty loop. Beautiful driving by the man in front, Frans Wunderlich, as we've got someone off at turn 5.
Yeah.
And that is the one of the BMW's proper Batmobile, that one.
That was Ivan Mar. Talked about him yesterday, part of the Equipe Europe outfit. And some damage there, look. But
he was sitting in 8th position, Andrew, before he went off at 5.
Treacherous conditions.
And another BMW, and this time with damage. That's just coming over the top of the hill at 9. And there's rear spoiler damage on that car, and that is the green, white and red, which makes that the number 16 of Nicholas Halusa.
Yeah.
Excuse me, that was, well, that's in turn 5. Oh no, sorry, turn 9. Yeah.
Goes wide.
Yeah.
No, that's not
No, that's live. That's coming through 10.
Oh yeah.
Here comes the recovering number 51, which spun at turn 5 right into the gravel and has taken a bit of the bodywork off that car. Oh, and there's bits flying off it. Oh, I see. It's his front splitter. He's run over his own front splitter and the wheel arch liners. Just got it wrong going into 5, loses it. And that front air dam has folded back underneath.
And he's gone off exactly where somebody'd been off earlier. You saw the wheel tracks. Yeah, scraped it down the tyre wall.
I don't think he hit the tyre wall. I think what he did was just went deep into the gravel, and then further round the track was where the 16 Halusa car went off.
That was a much bigger hit.
Yeah. He's gonna have to bring that BMW in. That's Ivan Mar.
The single seaters have seen some horrible accidents with front wings getting stuck.
Yeah, oh well, absolutely. If you were watching yesterday, you'll remember a very nasty looking shunt that we only saw the end of with Sohail Ayari in the Peugeot 905. With thanks for Marco Baronsward, who found me some footage from the grandstand.
All right.
Looked like what we thought, which was a brake issue, because he went in at unabated speed. Ayari actually did a really good job, turned hard right going into turn 1 and ran across the inside part of the grass so that he didn't run into the people in front of him, but then was heading straight to the scene of the accident. That car pretty badly damaged on the left front. Sohail got out the car on his own. Hopefully we'll see him later on today. I fear the 905 will not be back, the SO car.
Wunderlich pulling away, John, now. Got a 6.7 second lead over Maxime Bernard. Miel third, Breitmeyer, David Hart from Holland up to 5th place. In fact, splitting the Breitmeyers.
Well, and Emil Breitmeyer in that 22 BMW. Good news for Halusa. That car is back to the pits. They've taken off the centre section of the rear wing sure how much that'll be required today, although I suppose you want all the downforce you can get in the wet weather conditions. They were known to run without those in certain circuits. Oh, that's a break. Oh, I thought that was a massively late braking from the Capri there, the second of the Capris. And that's the number 4 car, is it?
That's the number 4 car.
So that car, where's that car come from then?
I think it must be a lap down.
Yeah, I agree with that, Andrew.
That Halusa car is not a colour scheme I recognise from all those years ago.
Oh, the one in the pit lane?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Wunderlich just put in the fastest lap, but it's drying up a little bit.
Oh, I think that was Maurizio Bianchi actually in the 3 car coming back through the field. It's got proper Alpina stripes on it, that Haluma car.
Yeah, green.
The Alpina stripes down the side.
Italian colours, but an unusual shade of green.
And red.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going back into the race, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
And it does, in fact, have BMW Italia on the shade band. So I presume that was racing. Still 1 or 2 cars without appendages on. Looks like the 49 car might have lost something on the front as well.
And the point, John, about the European Touring Car Championship should make them. There were factory teams, and particularly BMW, Ford. It's a huge battle. There were factory teams, highly paid, factory drivers and so on. Here's a lovely Alpha. I sort of call it a mustard.
Yeah, I'm saying mustard for that.
Yeah.
1750 twin cam, slightly canted over to get it under the bonnet without having to put a bonnet bulge in, because that would spoil the lines.
He's moved that car up. He started quite well down, didn't he? He's moved it up into the top 20 nicely.
16th he is now, started down in 30th. Now he's had some assistance. I noticed this earlier, but this is about the 3rd or 4th lap since it started. People are starting to look for the wetter parts of the track now. So I wonder if there might be a change of tyres at the pit stop.
Yeah, well, the pit stop is 1 minute plus the Vector,
The Vector is down to the driver combination, isn't it?
Yeah. And could you get a set of 4 tyres on in a... Well, the centre locking, you should be able to get...
I think you'd be close to it.
Yeah.
You're not going to lose that much time.
They're the 2 Halusa brothers, Nicholas and Lucas together. I can't tell you which is which. They both race a lot.
That's like when we have
they spend quite a lot of time in London, family businesses.
Right, now let's get another look at that green and white Capri drifting through the long right-hander at turn 4, and it never looks like it's going to turn in. It's the number 50 car, my apologies. So that is the second place car. That's the second place car of Maxime Guinat.
Yeah, it's BMW beating Ford at the moment.
2 Ford, 2nd and 3rd. Arnaud Mille in the multicoloured car. But it is the 138, the Valvoline car, that leads, going past a nice L plate. Fairly standard looking 2.6, 2600 RS.
Quite a lot of these Capri RS 3100s do race in the UK. We see them regularly, particularly at Silverstone, at the what used to be called the festival. It's now called something else. Oh,
Silverstone Classic.
It's now called the festival. It used to be called they keep changing the name, but it's a great event, whatever.
Really accessible, actually. I thoroughly enjoyed it when I did it.
Yeah.
Saw lots of people I knew.
Well,
well, that's a replay from earlier.
That's how hard it hit the wall.
That's the Halusa car going in.
Yeah. Well, then we just saw him in the pits. They didn't seem to be too unhappy about it.
Well, they gaffer taped up the left front wing. They took off the centre part of the rear wing, the centre section. Do you know what? They might be looking for damp patches, but that's getting really greasy on the racing line now. We had quite a lot of racing yesterday and finished off with a 2-hour race. And on the racing line, that'll be a lot of rubber down there. This is outstanding driving from Frans Wunderlich.
I love the strakes on the front wings, the top of the front wings. You'll notice them.
Right,
nice big arches there.
On the number 10 Escorts, which is into the pit lane for Peter Vogler. This is an RS 1600 from 1974.
The pit window is open.
Yeah.
David Hart has just come into the pits as well. Was running in 7th.
Almost half distance.
Yeah.
Peter Franz Wunderlich, by the way, has got Patrick Simon listed against that car. Now,
we know
I didn't see Patrick yesterday doing the VLN coverage, but he might have been there. I have to say, I couldn't watch it all because I was busy doing this. And thank you to Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer for their outstanding commentary, especially as it had to start a wee bit late due to some logistics issues.
Last year there was a split, wasn't it, in the group that ran the is that all sort of healed now, or are they still?
Well,
or you got the winner?
The series is, as it always was, being run by VLN.
Yeah.
That was the original series. It continues the series. The new series, I think, only run one race, and it hasn't been seen since.
Interesting.
That's about all I think I want to say about that.
A big political situation, was it?
Debris on the track on the front straight, by the way, and that's quite a big bit. It looked like a brake duct had come adrift from somewhere.
Yeah. Our only British driver, I'd say Padmore expect to climb into the car, which is now up to 11th, but the other British driver in this race, Nicholas Hyatt, son of well-known racer Ross Hyatt, who we'll see later. Ross has got a hell of a salvage story, which I'll tell you about later. But Nick Hyatt is in.
Leader coming down to the first corner. The Valvoline and Gitan sponsorship on that car.
And another cigarette company, they're
Belga.
Yeah, I mean, there was a big cigarette war in
spent
Belgium.
a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, the Belga colours are... I had the slot car model of that.
Yeah.
Meantime, the 51 dark blue continues to run in 7th position. Ivan Ma with those aero splitters on the top of the front wing. The idea was to keep the air attached over the top of the car. It's come back into fashion, actually. If you look at stock cars running in the NASCAR series, you'll see they quite often have them on the roof to stop the cars flipping over and keep the air attached.
Well, they have a flap that comes out.
They have a number of them at different angles.
Yeah,
but one of the things I noticed on the super speedways, the super speedway cars have gone back to having those little aero streaks at various points on the car. Oh, big slide again for our leader coming down towards... It's sliding on turning now, not just on power.
Yeah, twitch.
And that was because he got onto the exit curb there of turn 9.
A fantastic shot.
Count the trumpets.
I love,
That's a BMW straight 6 inlet trumpets. Fantastic.
Well, that was Nick Hyatt's car I just mentioned.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. So,
when does the leader jump into the pit lane?
I mean, Franz is doing a fantastic job here because he's pulled away 16 seconds now from that. Wonderman Wunderlich.
Into the pit lane now, Andrew. He's listening to you.
Yeah.
Now let's see if he gets out and the tall figure of Patrick Simon gets in.
Interesting to see also what they do with tyres.
Patrick Simon is such a character.
Yeah.
I did some work with him many years ago for the last ever Audi TT race, TT Cup race. And after on the same weekend as that, we had an Audi Legends race in the same cars.
Yeah.
And of all of the Le Mans winners and DTM champions and all of that, some of who came out of retirement, it was in some ways no surprise that Frank Stippler beat the lot of them.
Yes.
Took it quite seriously, drove very, very smoothly at the front of the field and won the lot.
Padmore should be getting in there. Yeah,
that's been a good drive back for that car. Got close to the top 10, Jean-Luc Brion, after spinning that car at turn 5 very early on. I mean, that looks, other than the paint, that looks pretty standard.
Yeah, that's in Group A trim, so
correct.
It's not as quick.
showroom, the showroom categories it used to be called.
Yeah.
So the green and white number 77 Capri is Conrad C. Ulrich with the Broadspeed shade band.
Yeah, Ralph Broad, terrific guy, ran very a lot of Fords.
Another CSL with problems. This time it is the almost all green number 88.
But with a sort of Italian key line around it.
That's Philippe Mama.
Well, there's a 51.
Well, that car's been off as well,
yeah,
but
lots of
that
gravel,
went off at turn 5.
We've got BMWs everywhere, John.
That's just over the top of the hill at turn 9, I reckon, on the run down to turn 10. He's
given the thumbs up.
He's fine, but the car probably needs a tow. Look at those great old arches. The 51, remember, was the one that ran over its own splitter.
Yes, I think that scrutineer just diving in there to have a check.
They'll be wanting to make sure that the oil coolers are intact and that it's not going to be dropping any oil on a wet track, I would have thought. Side exhausts on that car.
A sticker for the Heritage Cup. That's what we're watching. Heritage Touring Cup, one of the regular series within Peter Auto.
Love those box arches that you got at these times. Yeah, it was a pretty good save, actually, that he didn't hit the wall. That was Ivan Maher. That looks like a longer than standard pit stop. We've got yellow flags out for that BMW number 88. Just over a minute. So if you haven't done your pit stop now, you need to get in. And Hervé Ordioni in third position needs to get in the pits here. Where is the 64 car? If he's not in the pit, he's coming around to turn 11 now. This is going to be pretty tight.
Yeah, I think
actually, he's got about a minute to get in.
Bit of a miscalculation, I think, from the team with that. There's a 47 car, another Escort.
Yeah, that's the Eric Sechot 1972 RS 1600 in the green and silver. Still waiting to see. I mean, if there's a full course yellow now, this is going to be super close. We're down to just 30 seconds. Waiting to see the 64 car drop into the pit lane. Just coming round to turn 14 now. This is very, very tight for the car that is effectively leading the race at the moment, having not made it stop. Hervé Ordioni has to come into the pits and is in the pits with 16 seconds in hand.
I'd be proud of that. If I was on the watches, I think.
That would have had me right.
But as you say, they only needed to go to yellow and he was in trouble. But anyway, he's made it. Maxime Ganard is currently leading. Oh, 51.
That number 47 Escort, as we've got, that's turn number 4 going up the hill, and that's the 51 car that's just come out. See, that car's just come out of the pits.
Yeah, and that's the 34. This is live, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, it is. That's the
34 was the Oliver Breitmeyer, but he only lost 2 or 3 seconds in that incident.
Yeah.
But the 51 is
and that's treaded tyres on that car.
He's out of it.
But that was turn number 4 heading up the hill, and that was Ivan Maher who brought it in. I'm not sure whether there was a driver change there, but that's the second time that car's been in the gravel.
Ivan Maher.
So that is a retirement there. Looks like we're not going to move that car at the top of turn number 9. That's the 88 car. Oh no, that's a big swapper for if it is still Ivan in the car.
I'm pretty sure it is, John.
Yeah. Full course yellow. That's the only way we're going to get this all cleared up. We've still got 24 minutes to go. That was a brilliant save by Olivier Breitmeyer.
So about 3 people have been off there.
That's turn 5 downhill.
Yeah.
Tricky braking area.
Very tricky.
The 51 car, Ivan Maher, that we saw in the dark blue car in the gravel, that's the one that went off at the exit of turn 5 and ran over its own splitter. They were looking at that in the pits, if you remember. I hear you say, where is the Alpha? The Alpha is in 15th position and will climb another couple of places, I reckon, as we go full course yellow. So slow down. You don't have to pack up behind a safety car.
And indeed, this penalises once more the professional drivers that the gentleman
The
has put
faster
in.
drivers, yeah.
Padmore, I noticed Padmore made that car of his go quicker than the owner on his very first flying lap.
Got to be a bit careful with that if you want to get asked back.
Yeah, well, the very strong relationship between those two.
Yes, I'm sure.
Rion's been backing Nick for a long time. So this is kind of played into Maxime Ganard's hands.
Broad speed Capri, the 77 there in the hands of Conrad Ulrich.
And we should mark that David Hart handed over to son Ollie. So he's in the BMW now.
So that was a driver change from Conrad C to Conrad M in that 77 car.
Dad to son or son to dad, we think. We should explain that there's 300 odd drivers here, and catching up with all of them is not possible. But, you know,
now I'm not sure that Padmore's got into the.
He's shown in the car by the timing and scoring.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I don't think Patrick Simons got into the Franz Wunderlich car.
I'm sure he hasn't. Maybe
he was at the Nürburgring yesterday.
Yeah.
Sebastian Glazer driving the gold BMW number 174. It's a 1975 CSL. They got the nicknames. The CSL got the nickname of the Batmobile because of the wings and how their stance on the road.
I do look mega.
Yeah. CS for effectively club sport, lightweight.
Do you know, I didn't know that.
Oh, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right.
Oh,
yeah. See, you live and learn. So anyway, we're still under this yellow. And 20 minutes left, 2/3 of the way through now. Well, there's some interrupted race. Not surprising these conditions, though, John. I mean, it is, I think, horrible out there, really. And we didn't expect this, you know, late March in Spain.
Man, we've had some lovely weather back in the UK recently. Club sport. And the L was the Licht. Lichtbau, lightweight. Going back to the E9 coupe, we've got a few E9s here. That was the car that was the first BMW to have the 4-valve 6-cylinder inline engine. On the road-going car, the E23 7 Series, that became a standard equipment. And for the road-going car, a prototype anti-lock braking system way back then. In its most aggressive iteration, the CSL 3-litre could put out 800 horsepower.
Wow. So in its prime in the early 70s, this European Touring Car Championship, Capri's Dieter Glemser won the 71 championship. Jochen Mass, we all heard of, former Grand Prix driver and winner, won a winner at the Barcelona-Montjuïc race.
Yes.
72, he won the Twan Hazemans in the BMW in 73. And then in 75, basically the factory teams had gone away. Sigi Muller won that year in a BMW. And then in 77, Dieter Quester, well-known BMW, went on racing until he was 80. And the man who basically brought Red Bull into the sport.
88 BMW has been recovered. That's the Skimama green shaded car. There's still a couple of others that need attention.
Yeah, I mean the champions in this ETC going back to the early days. So in 1963 was Peter Knocker in a Jaguar Mark II. 64, Warwick Banks is still around. I saw Warwick the other day, won it in a Mini Cooper S. So quite how that worked. And then in 65, Jackie Hicks won it in a Mustang.
But you would get top drivers of their day jumping in and out of all sorts of cars at a meeting.
Yeah, I mean, when I was
Particularly if they were a factory driver,
yeah,
and you know, if they were driving something that had a Ford connection, then they'd jump in a Mustang.
Back in the 60s, you'd go to a non-championship Formula One race, Silverstone International Trophy meeting, for instance, and Jim Clark climb out of his Lotus 25 and get into a Lotus Cortina.
Yep.
And he was sensational. And so would Graham Hill, would be, they would all be, and then they'd go and drive in a sports
safety car.
Yeah.
We have upgraded to a safety car. I suspect they need a little more room. Got to pick up the right car at the moment. And it's Maxime Gunat who is the leader now after that pit stop cycle. So what happened to the leading car? That isn't one of the ones that's gone missing, is it?
This
the
is
Wunderlich. No, France is down in 7th position. I was looking at a ex Jim Clark Lotus Cortina only on Wednesday. It was in the same place that I went to get my car its MOT, and it's quite a rare one actually, because it isn't green. KPU 388C.
Kind of thinking it might be Alaman colours, but there's not.
No,
I can't see the gold.
No, plain red. No. Absolutely plain red. Absolutely immaculate. It's going up to Duns to be part of the anniversary celebrations at the Jim Clark.
Yes, big this year, I believe. Yeah. I've got it in the diary.
Yeah, super place to go if you get the opportunity to go to the borders. You buy your admission and you can go back as many times as you want in the year. Also, I highly recommend a walk round into the town square at Duns to the Jim Clark Cafe.
Yeah.
Now, that sounds like it's going to be awful and just trying to fleece you for some money. It is a proper little tea rooms. They do grand homemade cakes, sandwiches, and sort of light meals, and it's really modestly priced. It's fantastic.
I've got a bit of a Jim Clark Montjuïc connection here for me, because the longest chat I had with Jim Clark, and obviously I didn't know him very well, but was at Montjuïc Park in a Formula 2 race, which was a race meeting before he got killed. I did talk to him at Hockenheim actually the previous day, and took a photograph of him his last ever lap. But I had a very nice chat and got to know him a little bit better. Absolutely my number one hero, Jim Clark. Just did it so effortlessly and very.
Did they move the memorial when they changed the Hockenheim ring?
There's two memorials. One is an unofficial memorial, is where he died out in the woods.
Yeah. Because that part of the track has been rewilded, hasn't it?
Yes. A few years ago, 10 years ago, I went out there and looked at it.
Yeah, I remember the article.
And then there is an official memorial, which is next to the Bert Hawthorne Memorial.
Right.
Who was killed. And just on that, there's a little plug for a new book that I've contributed to. That I've handed you a copy.
Thank you.
There's a Bert Hawthorne. There's 6 drivers who are maybe going to make it big. Bert Hawthorne was one of them. I didn't write that particular chapter. But the book's called Forever Young, Performance Publishing. We're very pleased with the way it came out. But anyway, just let's move on to
use that. Go and have a look on your
when people talk
engine.
When people talk about their greatest favourite racing drivers, depending on your age, but I think people my age, old, Jim Clark often comes up as their favourite.
Of course.
And he's in there in the top 5. But it is so difficult to compare people.
Era to era.
Yeah.
No, I think you can only compare people within the era in which they competed against the same people, because the competition changes. We're going to go back to racing for hopefully the last 14 minutes or thereabouts. And it will be the Capri of Maxime Gunat, the RS 3100, RS for Rally Sport, if we're doing the acronyms.
Acronyms, yes.
Couldn't think of that word there. Mind out.
Got to think of a lot of words.
A lot of words at the moment. So the green and white machine leads, coming through into second. Armand Meal there, I think.
Oh, well, maybe Ollie Hart is right up there now.
Well, Armand Miel, was a Capri going through.
That's the one we haven't seen much of, Glazer, isn't it? Sebastian Glazer.
That's the gold BMW. And a big sideways slide.
He's going to save that. Let's play.
Now, did he actually take a position there?
No, I don't think it does.
That's the Belga car.
That's a Belga car, isn't it? So the Belga car is the Hart car. So that's a
yeah, well, that's now in second place.
Yeah.
So that was a battle for position. That car's come from absolutely nowhere.
I mean, we've seen Olivier Hart, have some great drives in the UK. Very good in a Cobra. Lots of different cars. A Ferrari that we're going to see later. He's a quick peddler, is Hart, and there he is, into the lead.
No, he's got one Capri ahead of him still, I think. Oh, no, yeah, okay. So what's happened to Maxime Gunat then? Has he dropped right back?
Yeah, he's dropped to fourth.
I'm now confused.
Yeah.
Because yeah, there he is.
Yeah.
The green and white car.
Here. Yeah, all happening out here. And those colours we saw in the British Saloon Car Championship with the gold and red, Hermatite.
Hermatite, correct.
It's a sealant.
Yeah, absolutely.
Used in the auto industry.
So we've now got the red, dark red and white BMW 3-litre CSL from 1975.
And that, of course, is the Warsteiner colours.
Yes, the gold car. Yeah. Well, they're another BMW manufacturer.
They sponsor the Arrows Formula 1 too.
A lot of German touring car sponsorship there, and going right through the ages into more contemporary DTM. Warsteiner, one of the great German brews.
Yeah, funny, but the German brewing business is quite fractionalized to different regions.
Yeah.
You don't have, Warsteiner sells one region very well and not another.
Bitburger down by the Nürburgring.
Yeah, exactly.
Bitte ein Bit.
Yeah.
And there is the German beer museum if you go slightly west from the Nürburgring. A nice place to go and try a few different German brews, some that you probably haven't seen or heard of outside of Germany. And there's a couple of nice little sandwich places. You can sit in the town square there.
Yeah, they have that wheat beer as well.
I love Weiss beer.
Yeah.
When I drank beer, that was
when I drank beer.
One of my weaknesses.
So the Breitmeyers are running together again, 5th and 6th. Let's see what else is going on. Well, Padmore was up into the top 10.
So Olivier Hart has not managed to pull away from the Glazer car in second, the Warsteiner gold car.
I've got gold on two of the cars here. In the front, we've got BMW 1-2, Capri 3-4, BMW 5-6, and then
and three of those BMWs are identical 3-litre CSLs from 1975.
Yeah, and Hervé Audioni in the Escort, he's in an excellent 7th place. Just got into the pits at the last minute, just before the window closed, and it's worked well for him.
So these two BMWs from 75 with the big box arches, would they have been Group 5 regulation cars? Or is that a bit early?
Yeah, no, I think so. They changed these rules so many times.
Yes, I know. I do like that very aggressive bodywork.
Yeah.
The standard car, one of the reasons you can see the wings underneath, you had to retain the standard wings underneath. It was only basically to move the track, the wheels width out, and there was regulations about how far out you could go.
You've seen the flames coming out
on the downshift. Yeah. He's brave, but he's blipping the throttle on the downshift. That's unburnt fuel coming out of the side exhaust on that Glazer 174.
Great for photographers if they can catch it.
Nowadays, you take about 10 shots in a second.
Exactly.
I remember when I first got my very first motor drive for my Canon. I think that might be over-fueling a little bit, that 174 car.
Yeah.
In second place. Armand Miel still in third place in the first of Capri's, then Maxime Gunat, then the two Breitmeyers, Emile from Olivier,
And John, the track hasn't really got much quicker, has it? You know,
Well, it hasn't
not,
dried.
No, it hasn't
It's
dried.
got greasy.
Early on, they were doing the there's BMW pointing in the wrong direction.
Right, that's not one of the leaders.
No,
that is the number 11 car that's down the field for Charles Firmenich. That's an 1972 CSL.
Yeah. So and now they're doing 2:12. So it's speeded up by about 3 seconds, but not much.
It's greasy though. You can see on the surface.
It really is.
And there's still just a little bit. I fancy that it's still probably just drizzling a bit. I'm seeing people going offline, trying to find a bit of water, trying to find a bit of grip. There's some very odd lines being taken as people are desperately trying to keep it on the black stuff. Two CRace battling actually quite hard now for third and fourth place between Maxime Gunat and Armand Demille. That Belga car looks fabulous,
doesn't it?
I mean, I know there's a lot of people who will think that early BMW M3s, E34s were probably, or E30s even, were the epitome of BMW touring cars. You look at these old E9s, they are absolutely fantastic. And again, if you had slot cars in the mid-70s, these are the cars that you had on your Scale Extric track or whatever, Carrera track. Carrera track was always a bit wider. You can get more sideways angle on. I had friends who had Carrera.
And then there was another one called Aurora.
Aurora, yes.
Aurora AFX.
And they sponsored the British F1 Championship for a while, didn't they?
They did, a deal that I personally did.
You never did.
Yeah.
Of course you did, Andrew. Of course you did.
And they were also personal sponsor of James Hunt. And
that is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Twin headlight on the number 7 in the pit lane. That's the Carlo Vogler 2600. Again, you know, take the race stickers off that and just put that on the street. Is there anything better than a good-looking Capri? I had a later model than that, which was a 2-litre S and just the 4-pot. I absolutely thrashed that car, put a lot of miles on it in a short time, and it would not give up. First time I'd owned a Ford, and I was doing a lot of miles. Then started working for Metro Radio in the Northeast, buzzing around all over the place. And I had my first car phone in that, which was in a briefcase, and you slotted quite a lot of it under the seat.
My first one was in a Granada. It was bolted in. It didn't, you know. Just going back to Aurora, because it amuses me. The company that owned Aurora in the UK was called Peter Pan Playthings of Peterborough. Peter Pan Playthings of Peterborough.
Perfectly sensible, I would have thought. So the leader coming round to lap one of the Broadspeed RS 1600 Escorts. There's still a decent gap there. It's about 2 seconds back to that gold Warsteiner. Second place, Sebastian Glazer car. Then it's a good 14 seconds back to the battling Capris. They're all in the same class, by the way. In fact, the top 8 are all in TC2. The Group A BMW 635, which was John Hindhaugh, who was looking the wrong way at one stage at turn 5, back up to 9th position. Now, John did a pretty good job himself in getting that car up, but Nick Padmore is pedalling that very quickly indeed.
Remember, they've only got nearly as much horsepower as the rivals being in Group A.
No, much more of a...
more of a street car.
Leader's just made a mistake there. Went off onto one of the runoff lanes at the first corner and actually did the penalty loop there. Has that cost him time? It's cost him about half a second, I reckon. No, that was the car in front of the leader. Hindhaugh panicked you for nothing, sorry.
So 4 minutes remaining here in this stop-start Heritage Touring Car Cup race.
We've had a decent little run here, haven't we?
We have, yeah.
I take that back. It was the leader.
Yeah.
It was the leader.
Big moment for him. Well, he's taken a shortcut there, hasn't he?
Is it a shortcut or is it a long cut? It's the penalty loop, so it's meant to be slightly longer. But nicely controlled by Olivier Hart. I do feel the Hart family should be running something that has a Hart engine at some stage, shouldn't they?
Yes. Hart being Brian Hart, great a great driver in his time and built Formula One engines on a low budget and did a wonderful job, particularly with the Tolman. But many other engines as well for Formula
Quite a
2.
good little half an hour, 40-minute documentary on Sky F1 recently about Ted Tolman,
Yes.
which I've got on the planner to watch when I have a moment or two. So coming down into the last moments of our first of 9 races today. If you're just joining us, hello. The good news is, if you are just joining us and want to know how these cars have got where they are, you can rewind and start from the beginning of the day. In which case, hello again. If you rewound, now you know how everybody got here. BMWs versus Ford. It's the 2 BMWs at the front of the field, but there's good battles going on. Armand Mille with right behind. That's one of the Brightmeyers, isn't it? It's at the 22 car. Emile Olivier is in the 34 car. As another group of cars go across the line. That little BMW 2002.
So Dad David Hart set this up well for son Ollie. Put it in the zone, and then Ollie's gone even quicker.
Ricard Lehman in that BMW 2002 Ti from 1971. And that's in the TC2 category, which in fact most of the leaders are. There's a little bit of an unfair struggle for them. Do my eyes deceive me, or am I seeing shadows? Have we got a bit of sunshine? And in which case, are we getting a bit of temperature? Air temperature's gone up by a whole degree, and the track temperature has followed.
No
11
doubt,
degrees.
Shadow from the bridge, isn't there? No question about that.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
Great slide.
They do move around a lot, these cars, particularly in these conditions, and that's what we like to see, of course.
Yeah, that's the second and third and best Capri. Second, third, and fourth.
Oh, yeah.
All 2 Fords.
Close, yeah.
And
the
that,
BMW twitching again.
That's Emile Breitmeyer, 1975 CSL, the same as the 2 cars up ahead. And another one that's spitting flame. There's the TI trundling around. So I think that's a decent run in that car, because that's got nowhere near the horsepower of the cars around it.
Now the 2 are closed right up after that bit of wild ride.
It's the battle for the lead.
Battle for the lead now.
And
the gold car again, fishtailing, putting on the power.
This might be the last lap. We've got half a minute.
Yeah.
So keep an eye on the starter stand here. It's one of the RS 1600s. That's the green and white number 47 car of Guy Fabrice Mestro, 9th in his category.
No flag out there.
One more lap. Got another 3.3 miles or 5.5 kilometres. And the lead being disputed for the moment. Olivier Hart's just managed to pull out 2 or 3 cars lengths, and the car's getting very, very slidey under braking, both of these BMWs. The Belga car is the leader, the red and white car.
But the gold car's spitting flames everywhere, if you notice, John. Really over-fueling that. In the Vorsteiner colours with Sebastian Glazer.
26 seconds these 2 are ahead of the rest of the field. As they're carving their way past a variety of the, I was going to say back markers. That's not fair, really, as they're coming through the midfield now. Sometimes some of them for the second time. This is not over yet, because that gold car it looks very, very strong from about here onwards, from turn 5 down the hill, 6 and 7.
He's right on it, driving aggressively here.
Off the racing line there, trying to find a bit of grip, and down at 7, he's closed right up. There's an opportunity here. Behind them, the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th is hotted up, but let's keep an eye on the leader. Goes to the left, goes to the right. The windscreen wiper flapping around on the gold car in 2nd place. Over the top of the brown, heading towards the braking area at turn 10. Green and white Capri is in 3rd. The striped Capri is in 4th, and the white BMW with the M Sport stripes is in 5th position. They're having their own scrap, but what about the leaders? They're through turn 10 now. Heading up to the last couple of corners. They're absolutely together at the front of the field.
More flames from the gold car. Tries to take a tighter line through there. That's not going to work.
One more opportunity at the bottom of the hill. Traffic may have played a part there. Big slide by both the cars. The Belgian car then trying to hold on through the final corner. It says sprint for the line after the 1 hour Heritage Touring Cup here at the Espíritu de Montjuïc meeting for Peter Auto, and it's BMW CSL's first and second by 0.2 of a second. The number 18 crew from the 174. Well, that was very exciting indeed at the end. It all came back together. And what a run for Olivier Hart, who did a cracking job there on being closed down by Sebastian Glazer. In the battle for third, fourth and fifth, it's Greenat coming to the line now from Arnaud Mille. Will, just hold on.
Emil Brettmeyer just ahead of his, I think, brother, Olivier.
No, Olivier's quite a long way back, 40 seconds. But the second, third and fourth were separated by just on a second. Third, fourth and fifth, excuse me. One of the class winners about to come through is Nick Padmore. Well, I was entertained at the end of that.
Yeah. But Glazer was all over them. You know, he was fishtailing, he was spitting flames, while Hart's car was driven in a more civilized fashion. He wasn't sliding around as much.
It was more tidy at the front, yeah.
It was a tidier drive. I think, John, that car's new to the Harts. I can't remember seeing them race. Maybe they've raced it before, but they'll be very pleased with that.
I've got a feeling that they were on dry weather tyres as well. I don't think they were on anything that looked like wet weather tyres. I'm just not seeing enough grooves on that, in which case it was an even better run. Just checking through race control messages here to see if anything's affecting the front of the field.
No, I just looked.
No, can't see anything.
18,
oh no! Hang on, no,
a big one.
Leading, so where you said he got an advantage, and I said you said it was a shortcut. I said surely it's a long cut because he went into the penalty loop. Well, that's been looked at now by race control. Now, what was that? The anti-penultimate lap.
He wasn't really in the loop though. He was on the no man's land.
On the green.
And that was a shorter route through. Whether it gave him an advantage, I doubt.
It's a torrid start for Jamil in the number 150 with a couple of free spins, but she was on dry weather tyres in the worst of the conditions. A run for the front of the field by the green and white number 50, Maxime Guinot, who did lead. Well, we saw the BMWs gradually coming back. Turn 5, one of the action areas.
Yeah, it certainly was.
Number 51 going off a couple of times there. That was the Ivan Mar car. First of all, took off the front a splitter, which the car picked up and brought back. Then, of course, the number 88 went around at the top of the hill. Philippe Skimama shedding bodywork as the 51 dark blue BMW came back. What colour would you like your 3-litre CSL? We have one for everybody. And finally, after the driver change, the 51, for the final time, they went off at turn 4 and didn't come back. A couple of off-track incidents, actually, for the leader.
We'd like to see that incident again.
I'm sure we will.
I'm
sure we will. Right at the end. No, this is the run to the line here.
Yeah.
So at the end, it was just on 0.2 of a second, call it a quarter of a second. So they don't need to have much of a 5-second time penalty. Yeah. There you go.
Track limits.
So Hart is relegated
to
second position. So that means
he won't know that yet.
No.
He might be wondering.
The Belga car then is moved down to second position. Sebastian Glazer in the gold 174 that he was driving on his own. Olivier Hart, he was the second driver in that car, took over from David.
Remember,
came from 24th position, that car, in fairness.
But Glazer has been the star of this series over the recent years. He was a reigning champion, albeit last year shared the car, and he was a champion in 23 as well. So, but he won't have battled like that with Olivier Hart in the past.
No.
Well, a lovely way to remember the glory days of the European Touring Car Championship, and some great BMWs and Capris there. And
what else
they
would
make a
have
great
been
noise as well.
What else would have been there in period? Because
Oh,
obviously,
in the heyday of those two, it was
Ford versus BMW.
A two-horse race. That was it. Yeah.
The Jaguars came in later on, didn't they?
Yeah. Well, Jaguar was right at the very beginning of the ETC, but it wasn't the big deal that it was right in period, and back then in 72, 74.
I always liked
and sort of 84.
I did like the two-door coupe with the wide arches.
Yeah.
And in fact, of course, in the Avengers TV series, originally John Steed had the wide arch, broad sprayed arched car without any of the race stickers on it, of course.
If you weren't watching yesterday, I can tell you this Peter Auto outfit run these meetings very slickly.
Oh, yes.
This finishes, you'll see the next group, which is the
2 Litre Cup
2.0L Porsche Cup with Ollie Bryant as a star man in this, and he is on the pole.
Ollie Bryant can drive anything quickly.
Yeah, he's had so much success. I was saying yesterday, he's got a great website. He's listed. He's 238 race wins, 772 races he's done, 181 pole positions. So that's 182 now. 184 fastest laps.
3 different classes here. Cars are all identical.
Yeah.
They are all Porsche short wheelbase 911s with the 4-cylinder, the flat 4 2-litre engine. Very closely controlled, this series. So a spec series, if you will. Yesterday I sort of described it as a classic Porsche Carrera Cup. Carrera Cup didn't start until 1990, so these cars are well predating that by decades. But if there had been a single make Porsche Championship around this time, this is what they would have run. We have elite gentlemen in terms of the classifications of the drivers. Now, you can drive solo as an elite, you can drive solo as a gentleman, and you can drive a gentleman and an elite. I don't think we've got any elite pairings. So that is the nomenclature that you'll see on the timing screen. And if you're not following along, you can. peterautoracing.alcamelsystems.com, and that will get you onto the index.
Now there's a bit of a handicap system in a way going with
yes.
It's a longer pit stop. So if you stop for a minute plus the vector, if you're a gentleman. If you've got one gentleman and one elite, you stop for 20 seconds longer. And if you've got 2 elites, or the elite is driving the whole distance, you then stop for 40 seconds. So just looking who the quickest gentleman here is Jürgen Rudolph, and Ollie Bryant is going to have to make 40 seconds up on him.
Right.
And also quick is Xavier Desraux, French driver. I think we've seen him at Le Mans.
Oh yeah,
in the past.
Yes, we have.
And he is on the front row alongside Ollie. And then we've got James Thorpe here, for the guy from Goodwood that we saw yesterday, and quite a few drivers we did see. Yes, we've got Tim Pappas in this, the property man from New York.
Black Swan Racing, which is why that's the 540.
Yeah,
that's always been his number.
Quite a lot of. We've got also from America Dean DeSanctis, who you'll know, who always drives along with David Hinton, who of course.
David Hinton's a character, isn't he?
Now runs an outfit called Heritage. Well, he's always run cars and prepared cars. So he also ran the Daytona 24-hour Classic and other similar events over in America. But that's now taken over by IMSA.
Yes, it has. Until recently, Chris Ward was running it, but he's been poached by Ford.
Another elite driver we look for is Sam Hancock.
God, Sam's quick at everything.
And he's got some great cars he's selling at the moment, some racing cars. And he is driving with James Turner. And James Turner, ex-BAR business and also with Aston Martin. He invented this series. So the guy who invented the series and came up with this idea is taking part in it. So that's good, isn't it?
Yeah. As I say, this is highly regulated. There are a number of people who build these cars. The engines have to be strictly controlled, although you spend quite a lot of money on the engines, in fairness. But there's a number of people who build the shells, and these cars, if you're not sliding these cars, you're not going quickly. They're quite short wheelbase, but as I said yesterday, the balance and the very fine line indeed between sliding and going quickly and sliding and going backwards. It's a knife edge. Got a bit of sunshine coming in from the north now.
Yeah. Another guy to watch for in this race is in the 27 car. That is the 3 times British Touring Car champion, Matt Neal, champion in 05, 06 and 11. And also Group N champion, a long career, 29 years in the BTCC, Matt. Also very much involved in the wheel business. So anyway.
Driving with Stephen Edwards in that number 27
car owner, I believe.
Well, a lot of car owners will draft somebody in.
Yeah, and so the Ollie Bryant car is actually owned by Kyle Tilley. And last year they won the championship together.
Kyle Tilley's at Mugello this weekend.
Mugello racing, so yeah. And then Ollie won this championship back in 22 as well.
See, Evgeny Kriv is in the number 11 car with Ramzan Orosbayev. Evgeny Kriv, we've seen it a decent number of times. Frederic de Egidio as well in the number 35 car. Here we go then, Andrew. This is a 2-litre cup race for Porsches.
1.5 hours of pure action, I would suggest.
Yes, indeed so, in these conditions. Perfect car for these conditions. Green flag, and we are racing. Ollie Bryant and Xavier Daru at the front of the field. Then Jürgen Rudolph, James Thorpe, David Sarney, Nelson Calais and Frederic de Egidio. And the top 10 made up by David Dangard and Philippe de Crena. What a great sight to see these cars.
Bryant got overtaken, but then this happened, and I think he'll get the penalty for that. Dero going out there.
Depends whether he drops back behind the leader, I think.
Yeah, because he might do that.
He might self-penalise.
Yeah, which is always good if they
I always think it's sensible to do that. And he's done exactly that.
He has.
He's let Ollie Bryant back through momentarily, at least, in the 139, the mostly red car.
Behind that.
How good do these little things look? Really great cars. So, having let the leader through, goes straight back into the lead. So that'll be looked at, I think. Did he gain advantage at that first corner? A lasting advantage is what they'll be looking for. Down the hill now to the lowest part of the circuit, right behind the pits. Turns 5, 6 and 7. 7 you start to climb again. That's where the leaders are now, and once again the side by side as Ollie Bryant tries to push around the outside in the 139. Third place now is James Thorpe in the lighter coloured car with the 2 stripes on the bonnet.
Sort of Broomloft colours.
Yes, sort of. I think it's more silver than white. Still side by side. Here's Bryant down the inside in the red and
sort of yellowy, goldy.
Yeah.
Beige. Cream. Almost.
Yeah, cream. Yeah, clotted cream.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. It's not quite rhubarb and custard, is it? But it's not far away. So back into the lead for Ollie Bryant, ahead of Daru. The bright yellow car going through. I think that was Jürgen Rudolph in the 757 from memory. No, in fact, that was that the James Thorpe car.
Fourth is Nelson Calais, who's a gentleman.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Nelson, but he's going well. That has to be said. Yeah, and so he's the best gentleman. James Thorpe, that's a gentleman. Who's James driving with?
99.
He's driving with somebody very well known, I think, James Thorpe. We got also Jerome.
He's driving with Phil Quaife.
Oh, well, Phil Quaife, yeah. Phil
Lead us
Quaife.
through turn 1, Andrew.
Yeah.
And we've got a problem behind the leaders at turn 10 and 11. And we've lost, I'm afraid, Frederick de Egidio, who was running at the sharp end of the field in the little number 35 car.
Yeah.
Now that car is dead stick on the exit of turn 10, heading towards the apex of turn 11. That will have to be recovered from there if he can't fire the 2-litre 4-cylinder engine.
We lost Vincent Kolb as well.
Oh no. He was supposed to be driving. 35's running again.
Yeah.
Excellent. And where's Kolb? 17 cars off as well. That's Dean DeSantis. That was at turn 1 in the runoff area.
Well, that'll be a disappointment for Dave Hinton. I think he was going to take the car over.
Let's see if they can get them back out again. They just look great. And the thing is, they're so small and narrow.
Yes.
You can get about 5 of them across the track if you need to.
Yeah, Brian
change the lead.
Yeah, Brian loses the lead, but it's all pretty tactical, I think, at this stage of the game.
Quite a lot of these cars wearing road registrations, and I'm told they make a good little road car.
Yeah.
I know someone who has one of these cars. In fact, kindly allowed me to have a go.
What kind of horsepower, John?
That's a good question.
Yeah,
Somewhere 120, 130,
yeah,
but they weigh nothing.
Yeah.
They weigh absolutely nothing. And as I say, it was a race car. It now does the school run, which I think which is great. So onto the start-finish line, our 2 leaders are pulling away. And
yeah, a couple of laps in the book then.
What are we lapping at? 2.5 minutes? Yeah, 2:25 in the damp, as you might imagine. This championship started in 2018. More than 100 drivers down through the last few years. Mandatory pit stop between 35 and 55 minutes, and the owner of the car has to drive at least half of the distance, which I quite like that. Andrew Smith and Ollie Bryant won in 22, Xavier Daru in 21 in terms of the championship, Richard Cook and Harvey Stanley in 20, Mark Sumter, your local Porsche dealer, just had a spin from the multicoloured number 77 Sam Hancock driven car. Now that's unusual. Sam down the inside. He was avoid. Oh no, he didn't avoid someone else.
Oh no.
That was a bit of a heavy impact there on the. That was Tim Pappas, wasn't it, in the 54? So the 2 leaders continue. Doing very nicely and disappearing down the road. They've now built up a nearly 4-second lead to Ramzan Oruzbayev. James Thorpe next up, another couple of seconds further back. And
77 has dumped it. Look,
that's Sam.
Yeah.
That's Well, now that's Sam Hancock's car. Was that Sam Hancock's helmet? I should have taken a better look.
He started it, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Sam.
Well, that was the accident. That I'm sure is as a result of the accident at turn 1. Sam in the 77, driving with James Turner, the man whose concept this was. Well, he's got to point in the right direction. That car running in the Porsche 70th anniversary colours. And Sam just lost it downhill into turn, if it is Sam. Let me have a look and see if that's his helmet. No, I don't think that is Sam's helmet. I will be...
Yeah, we are told which driver's in, but sometimes they don't always get it right because sometimes there's late changes and so on.
Correct.
So anyway, Dero, you were reading out the champions. Was he the champion in 2019 in the summer?
I think he was. Yeah,
he was.
Yes,
and
he
he's
was.
also was a champion in something called the Midget series, M-I-J-E-T.
Yeah, that's a
little
French thing.
Little French.
Yeah. A couple of good people have come through that, actually.
Yeah.
Down through the years.
So after this, they're going to be racing at the Spa Classic at Dijon, Imola.
Now, I said this was a flat 4, and it is, in fact, a flat 6, according to...
Oh, I thought it was a flat.
Yeah, I thought it was the earlier motor, but on their own website, it does say a flat 6. What I haven't been able to find is what sort of state of tune it's in. But I know that people pay a lot of money for their engines. Got to be. It's a pre-66 FIA homologation for the car.
Lots of smoke here off the 35 as it got. Yeah, not sure what was causing that.
It's coming back. That's Frederick de Egidio. He's recovering.
It's coming from the left front.
Is it?
Yeah. Maybe did he damage the car? Maybe it's bodywork rubbing. No, it's not doing it there.
Where is he on the track? Just coming down to the end of the lap.
And Bryant.
So this series attracting people from far and wide.
Yeah, it certainly is.
I suppose it's, I mean, as I say, it's a bit like the Carrera Cup of its day, if there had been a Carrera Cup. Race cars changing hands for somewhere around about £125,000, which is about half the price of a current Carrera Cup car. Although you can buy a current Carrera Cup car on the Porsche leasing scheme and then hand it back. There are quite a few teams that do that. Here's the leaders coming to turn 4 underneath the bridge. Repsol corner. Third place driver Ramzan Oduzbayev closing in on the leaders, and the top 3 now within 2 seconds.
Yeah, the person best known for preparing these cars is Tuttle Porsche.
Oh yes, yeah.
Francis and Richard Tuttle. Richard Tuttle has raced these cars a lot and ran in them as well. Bit of damage on the front of the 10. So I think you'll find quite a lot, certainly the British ones.
Nelson Caillet's car. That's the bright yellow machine. I mean, they're a lot of fun, these cars.
Yeah.
They really are. Oh, big sideways moment. Right, I was right. That wasn't Sam Hancock's helmet, because that's not Sam jumping out of the car. It's the multicoloured Porsche 70th anniversary coloured car, the number 77 that was involved. So Sam listed us starting that car, but that in that case, that must have been James Turner that started the car. I suppose if you've got to do at least half the race, you might as well start the race. Helps you work it out. And then you've got to get out. Still some 22, 23 minutes before the pit lane opens.
So in third place, Ramzan Oduzbayev. Raced a Maserati GT car in the past.
Jürgen Rudolph still in the 757. It's not in third position. He's running on his own, and he is in the gentleman class. So that's a really good run for him. Still holding on to a top 6 and 5th position, actually, at the moment.
Yeah.
From the leaders again, and going past That's Ramzan just being passed there.
Yeah, just looking on the Tuthill website, a lot of these cars are prepared. Certainly the second and third car, I think, are Tuthill cars. Presume the first one is prepared in France. Matt Neal not making any progress.
Well, again, is it Matt behind the wheel? That's what you've got to ask yourself. Which car was he in? He was in the 27 Stephen Edwards car, wasn't he?
Yeah, might be Stephen Edwards.
I think you'd put your owner in for the first half of the race and then basically jump out, slap your driver on the helmet, say nasty things about his family, and let him bring it home. Motivate him. Leaders then, as Ramzan Orozbayev has gone up into second place now in that teal blue and rainbow car. That reminds me of something, that car.
That's colours we've seen at Le Mans.
Yeah, was that not the Apple car? The Apple Porsche was that sort of colour, which was a prototype, of course. But that really reminds me of something, that number 11 car.
I think it's some French racing team. Looks attractive. So, Ollie Bryant, reigning champion, dropped now to third place. And Louis Kolb in fourth. Well, the Ramzan car, because he's got 20 seconds in hand because he's got one gentleman, so his pit stop will be 20 seconds shorter than Dayro or Bryant, which will play into his hands mightily. James Thorpe going very well. James getting lots of drives this weekend. When he gets to the office tomorrow, I'll be working back on the Goodwood members meeting. It's always, it's obviously not as big as the revival in September, but it's still a big and very attractive meeting. Don't have to dress up quite as much.
Yeah, never understood that part of it.
Just to point out, so some rally people might see that in the 65 car is Risto Virtanen. Now, Risto Virtanen was a very well-known co-driver, not the same guy.
Really?
The guy that raced in Formula 3, same name as the co-driver, but a different person.
Battle for second still raging between the green, number 11. The leader's the white and yellow car, by the way. That's Xavier Dahu.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job there.
Then it's Ramzan Orozbayev, and Ollie Bryant is in the third place car, which what are we calling that? Cream. The cream and dark red,
I decided it was rhubarb and cream.
It's more raspberry ripple, isn't it?
It's a raspberry, that's the raspberry ripple car from now on. With a number, a UK number plate, the old black and silver style. Not sure they're legal actually.
No, so they've actually moved where you can put the black and silver or the black and white plate on. They've moved it to newer cars than would have been allowed in period. Actually, it used to be 1971, but that's the regulations and the construction and use regs were changed.
Yeah.
So you can actually, I think you can take it up to 77 or 79, which doesn't look right to me because you wouldn't have been allowed that in period. And in fact, even in the late 60s and early 70s, quite a lot of people took off their black and white plates and put reflective ones on, make the car look nicer.
This leading trio moved about 12 seconds ahead of the rest. Neil Molan with us today. He's raced one of these together with one of. I just wonder about whether you need to conserve the tyres a little bit.
Yeah, good call.
It's an hour and a half race. Just wonder if Ollie Bryant's playing it a bit safe, but the guys that are in the pound seats at the moment is definitely. Well, he's got in the car yet. Our Cypriot friend. Who's sharing with Ramzan, who's just moved to the lead.
Okay.
So Ramazan's raced the Maserati MC, you know, the fabulous GT car in the past. But he's going well.
Any vehicle in the UK with a construction date prior to the 1st of January 1980 now, so I said the end of 79, you can display black and white or black and silver number plates off the track for the light blue number 68, and that is Jürgen Westphal.
Oh, be careful, careful.
Down.
So here's this leading trio. I don't know why I asked that question whether they're legal, because my turn has got those plates on.
Well, it used to be. I said 71 actually. It was It was 73.
Yeah.
Originally.
Straight on.
Yeah.
And
that's turn 1. That's the Soyela Yari line.
Yeah. That was Jürgen Westphal. Nothing to do with Jeff, the same name, raced in the States.
For Carbon.
Yeah.
In BMWs mainly. Had a very good run last weekend at Sebring. Well, that car has got out of the gravel. That's good news. That's 68, Jürgen Westphal. Do you get your Turner out and drive it much, Andrew?
I've driven it this week.
Have you?
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Well, on Thursday when it was sunny.
Do you know why I drove it? Because the garage I keep it in was having a new roof.
So you had to move it anyway.
And the bloke suggested he would have to climb on it to help bolt this new roof down.
Right.
It still won't be dry in there.
Right. So you decided.
Bloke that owns the garage owns thousands of them. Literally thousands all over London. This one guy who's got a massive classic car collection. It's called Roger Dudgeon or something like that. He buys up garages, and the garage that I'm in used to belong to a council house, which he subsequently sold. It didn't, and then Roger bought the one.
Got you.
Anyway, I put a new roof on it, and and I gave it a decent run the week before. It's got a license. It's got a sort of race BMC A series engine in it.
Nice.
Yeah, so it goes nicely. But you know, owning classic cars, John, you've got Porsches that don't go wrong, but you know, it's a constant worry.
Well, but the thing is, if anything does go wrong, for the most part, if you've got a decent toolkit in the back, you can sort it out. I used to carry, when I had my Sunbeam Alpine, my 1964 Sunbeam Alpine, 500 Sunbeam Alpine, I used to have a couple of litres of water in a plastic bottle, some oil, set of jump leads,
pair of pliers,
some AF spanners and sockets, and that would just a fan belt, and a set of plugs and a distributor set. And if you had that in the back, and I just had that in a little bag or a crate, it's quite a decent sized boot actually. That pretty much got me everywhere. And the only time it failed me, I was going to do a job at a Honda motorcycle dealer up in Carlisle, and I was driving up the road to Carlisle from the Midlands, and the fan belt snapped, and I thought, well, that's all right, I've got a fan belt, I can sort that out. Battle for the lead battle for second with Ollie Bryant and Xavier
coming back
because Ramzan Onisbayev's gone through into the lead in the that light green coloured car, and he's making off in the distance.
It's a big surprise, that actually.
14 minutes to the pit lane open. So I got my tools out and started to get, and I realised that in fact I wasn't going to be able to change the fan belt because what had happened is the alternator had seized, and that's why it's.
Yes.
So I don't
have an alternator.
No, I don't have an I didn't have an alternator, so I put the car on a trailer and got it trailered up to where I was going in Carlisle, and as luck would have it, right round the corner from the Honda dealer was a man who rebuilt my alternator for me whilst I was working, and I picked it up the next day.
Excellent. Pit window open, and a 5-second penalty for the car in second place.
Open in 14 minutes, the pit window still.
Open.
Yeah. 35 minutes to 55 minutes, and we're on 20 odd at the moment.
So, pit window open in 1400.
That 139 is the Xavier Dale car.
Got 5-second penalty.
Yeah, that Sunbeam Alpine was great. The 1750.
Rain on our camera lens.
And I've noticed a couple of people with windscreen wipers on. the nice thing about that car for me was it had overdrive on third
yeah.
and fourth, so you could keep up with modern traffic on the motorway.
I had a scimitar with an overdrive. I liked it, just a flick of a switch.
Yeah, sort of give you 2 extra gears.
Yeah. So the 24.
Hardly ever. I think I only drove it twice with the hard top on. The rest of the time, it had the rag top.
Classic car stories in the pit. The 25 Uwe Kolb, one of the quicker cars, and
yeah, driving with Patrick Kolb in the number 24. Just soaking up the pit time now. Checking
there's a fan at the back.
Yeah, oil and air-cooled engines in these 2-litre machines.
Nice little battle here, 75 and 68.
And that is the battle.
Oh, that's 75 is John Hindhaugh.
Yeah. And that actually, that's the 15th and 16th.
Yeah.
Jürgen is sitting in behind there.
So Ramzan, that's an Arabic name, isn't it? Obazbayev, I'm not sure where he's from.
Obazbayev?
Yeah, obviously his co-driver is from Cyprus, but was brought up in the UK.
Right, it's a 200 horsepower high compression engine. Yeah, absolutely. Most of the cars are 1965 or thereabouts. In fact, I'm just looking at the page for the one of the cars that's in this race, actually.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's running in the number 99 here, but that would be... no, that is the James Thorpe car, yeah. That is the car. So...
probably a Tuthill prepared car, I would think. So, Jürgen Rudolph is another... Ollie Bryant will have to give 40 seconds to in the pit stop. And he's running in 4th place. So he could be a podium finisher as well.
Jordan Racing Team prepare them.
Oh, did they prepare them as well? Yes, that's right. Andrew Jordan has been seen in these cars. Yeah. So James will be handing over to Phil Quaife. Had quite a career going in Formula 3 for a while. From the Gearbox family. I'm not sure he's involved with that anymore, actually.
Wow, hilarious fun, these cars.
Yeah.
Bizarrely, I thought 20 minutes ago we were going to get bright sunshine coming in from the hills to the north. There is the 99 car, the white car with the brown and orange stripe on the bonnet. So I've just been looking at the ad for on Maxted page.
Yeah, well, he was also involved. James Maxted page involved with Turner in starting this series.
So that car at the moment sits in 5th position. And well, James Turner was supposed to have started the 77, and I thought that was James getting out of that car when we saw that car in the pits.
Well, you said it wasn't Sam Hancock, but we didn't get a very good view of it.
Yeah. Sorry, no, it's James Thorpe with that car. James Thorpe, yes. I'm confusing my James. Sorry. He's driving with Phil Quaife, yes. Or it may well be Phil who started that car.
Yeah.
He will have to get out, if it is, he will have to get out before 45 minutes if it's Phil, because you've got to have the owner of the car doing.
Yeah, no,
I like that.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
That means you can't just do 10 minutes and throw it in to the hands of the pro. Right there is David Danglard as well in the number 15 car with the red, white and blue stripes, the tricolour stripes on the front of that car. It looks like the drizzle is getting a little heavier, bizarrely out of sunshiny skies. As the rain in Spain certainly wasn't falling on the plane early yesterday. It was tipping down here, and the early qualifying conditions were less than perfect, shall we say. Suboptimal There is the number 15 now, right with that little gaggle of cars. That's the battle for 6th, 5th to 4th. And just passing a slightly slower car with the old style numbers on. I like that. Dean DeSantis in the green number 17. But there's a couple of other cars that are catching them here. And if you do get embroiled in a bit of a battle, it can slow you down. You haven't got a huge amount of grunt to be able to pull these cars around corners. It's a momentum car. You've got to keep the car moving on the road, almost driving it like a rally car. Second place for Xavier Deroux in the white car with the yellow accoutrement, then what we're calling the raspberry ripple car. It's the Cornish ice cream, isn't it, with that sort of off-white in it. That's Ollie Bryant. Ramzan Orosbayev is up the road by 2 seconds now.
At one stage in the British Saloon Car Championship, did let these cars in for unfathomable reason. I remember Vic Elford racing.
Oh, really?
And a guy called Terry Hunter as well, yeah. Just for one season. Sure why.
Were they short of entries that year?
It must have been, hadn't they? Yeah.
Well, the British Saloon and Touring Car Championship went through some very bizarre rule sets.
Yeah, multi-classes.
The multi-class, one of the multi-class years, it was on purchase price. Do you remember that? When was it Moscovich who entered a whole the final round of the season? Moscovich entered some bog standard cars with cages in and gave them to journalists to try and pack the field so they could win the championship.
Yeah.
And I can't remember who it was who was telling me that he drove one of those and basically drove round with the radio on, all because it was absolutely bog standard road car. And it was all about getting points.
Yeah.
I think he got more points.
Yeah.
The more entries there were in the class.
Or if they didn't have more than 5, you didn't get full points. Something
Correct.
like that, yeah.
And it was all done on the purchase price of the car. And they were going for the outright, you could win the outright championship in one of these sub £1,000 or whatever it was cars. I'm just giving that as an example. But some very lateral thinking by the Moscovich importers, long since disappeared, that manufacturer.
I think it was based on a Fiat.
Yeah, they all were.
Yeah.
I think it was a 2-stroke to start with. Sort of.
Wow, the Wartburgs were definitely too.
There wasn't a Wartburg, you see, now you've said that. What's annoying me is I can't remember which journalist said that was driving one of the cars to help them win the championship.
It'll come to you. So, they're doing a really good job in this 11 car, aren't they? Ramzan is. So,
the stripes are sort of like swap shop colours, aren't they?
Yeah.
Big slide in turn 1. There's going to be a couple of cars off here. That's the 411 of Lucas Buescher.
And that's going to get stuck there, I think, because it's just got the lip of the concrete.
Spot on.
He's not coming out there.
This is going to be a safety car.
Yeah.
Well, pit lane is due to open in 4 minutes.
Right. There's a big Swiss cross on the back.
So David Nogada Esteville, I think, was the other car there, was it?
So he was leading this group. The blue.
That was Jürgen. It was Jürgen Westphal who clipped him.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't clip him.
Did he clip him? I don't think he did. No. Whatever. He spun and dug the rear end just over the lip. Look.
Jürgen Westphal in the light blue 68. David Nogada Areda Esteville was in the 13 car, which somehow managed not to get hit. 68 forward. I don't think there was a touch between those two.
I don't think so.
I mean, there was a mistake, undoubtedly, by the driver of the 68, the blue car, Jürgen Westphal. He missed his braking point, but he was trying to avoid the two cars ahead of him.
I wonder if he looked in the mirror and saw a car sideways behind him.
That would catch your attention, I think. David Danglard, by the way, in the number 15 car, which he's driving on his own, has just put the fastest lap of the race in. I think it might be drying up a bit. 2:21.694. Still some wet patches there.
That's not the fastest lap of the race. They're doing 2:18s at the front. But his fastest lap, I think.
It's the fastest lap of the gentleman class. My apologies.
Right. Well,
yeah, 3 different classes. Gentleman elite, and gentleman alone. Yeah, fastest of the gentlemen.
when safety cars come out.
I think that was I think it was inevitable.
Had to
And
be.
in 2 minutes and 10 seconds, the pit lane will open.
Yeah.
So you need to time this just right. Frank Stricher there in the beige 919. What an evocative colour that is. That is such a 1960s colour, that, isn't it? The beige and brown stripes.
I don't like it. It's boring.
So the leader, or the second place car, should I say, right up behind the 17th car. So there's going to be a split here, and there's going to be one or two people who will lose laps on the cars they are fighting. There's no wave by here.
Yeah.
So the leader has slowed down to pick up the safety car. The 919 is a lapped car.
Yeah.
Then you've got Xavier Deru in the white and yellow number 139. Then Ollie Bryant in the 60.
So
you need a classic Porsche safety car for this, don't you? Really?
You do, really, don't you? Next lap, they will probably come in, won't they?
Well, depending on how far you are back, there's 1 minute to go to
next time.
These guys definitely will be next time around.
Yeah.
I think there's some people at the back of the field.
Maybe able to dive in, yeah.
So if I, for example, if I am in the number 13
I just the snatch vehicles there already.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And the 411's gone. It's moving.
Yeah, moved it already.
Wow. So we might go green next time around. So do you come in? So David Nogada Esteville, who was involved in that accident, he didn't actually get hit. We are now half a minute. He's just coming at 13. I might be tempted to slow down and dive into the pits here.
Yeah.
And try and get in the pits first and get out ahead of the leaders. And therefore see what sneakiness he can do. Coming to 14 now, I think he's 10 seconds too early. Has he dived into the pits? Let's see if he comes around the corner. No, he's on the front straight. So the next two cars that can take advantage, the number 75, and that's Jan Hindhaugh. Oh no, David Nogada Esteville did dive into the pit lane. He might have timed that absolutely perfectly then. Let's see. Yes, he did. He absolutely did. He came in some 9 seconds after the pit lane opened. So he's the first car in. So watch out for that number 13. Now in the pit lane. So 75 has to come in. Jan Hindhaugh and Jürgen Westphal in the 68 might get in as well. Schuley has to come in. And I think...
is that going to impact on the overall lead at the front?
They're off.
Is quite way down.
As it stands, they are right on the end of the lead lap. So there's the little yellow number 13. First car into the pits. Timed that perfectly. Jan Hindhaugh has come into the pit lane. And the safety car will come in this time around. So they will lose a lap. But Jan Hindhaugh has done, what, a third to a half of his pit stop under yellow flags.
Yeah.
So he's going to make that time back when everybody else pits. He'll drop off the lead lap here, but he will get that back. 411's gone through. That's Lucas Bücher running in 22nd at the moment and 13th in the gentleman class. It looks like Jürgen Westphal stayed out. He's driving on his own, so probably doesn't have to worry about the time. Actually, he's David driving on his own as well. Yes, he is. David Gareda Esteville. Back to green flag racing, and it's straight back to racing. Ramzi Oruzabayev has the Ollie Bryant car right behind him. Has Bryant nipped through there? Must have been close on the line. No, he hasn't. There's the white car with the yellow. So, not sure what's happened there. Someone must have pitted. Oruzabayev's pitted. That's what's happened.
Wow.
Oruzabayev's pitted. Just popped up on the screen. He scored in the lead, and now in the pit lane with Nansen Kaye as well. Also, David Sarni, Philippe de Crane, all diving in. So Deru in the 139 and Ollie Bryant And Jürgen
There they are,
Rudolph are fighting in the pit, fighting on the track whilst the pit lane goes on. Driver change then for Orosbayev. Orosbayev out, and Yevgeny Kiriev jumps in. I think that's a pretty good run there.
Yeah, you can be pleased with that.
If that was indeed Ramzan Orosbayev. So the battle for the lead's down at the bottom of the hill.
So Kiriev is an interesting guy, who's born in Cyprus, but he went to Gordonstoun, that famous public school up in Scotland. And
much beloved of royalty.
He invests in various companies, and on his website there's a lot of them. But the one that caught my eyes, the Lucky Saint beer. He's an investor in that. So anyway, interesting guy, no doubt.
That's Nelson Kaye's bright yellow car in the pit lane. Just having a check on the tyre pressures there.
Just to say again, the two leaders now will both have to make 20-second longer pit stop than their rivals that are close to them, or in some cases 40 seconds longer. And that's there. Bonnie Bryant really starting to challenge now. Look, on the 139, he's really pushing Dayro. So it's one champion against another now.
And they're both elites. So
they're both elites.
Yeah, so they've both got the extra 40 seconds. What they're trying to do now is, whilst they've got clear track ahead of them, and they're both driving on their own. So whilst they've got clear track, these guys need not to be fighting, and they need to be going hammer and tongs
to try and pull away,
try and get some of that time back.
Yeah, Ollie's going down the inside, having a look.
Is he? Is he trying? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Is he just getting some air on the front of the car?
Could be, but he's
temperature's coming up a little bit. Track temperature now 16 Celsius. We've had, what, 15 minutes of sunshine, and it's gone up 6 Celsius. Air temperature still around about 12. It started at 10 Celsius.
So now in third place is Jürgen Rudolph, who is a gentleman. So he's got 40 seconds in hand over these two.
Yeah, so he's the net leader right now.
Yeah, and currently he is 4.7 seconds behind them.
And again, in the 757 car, he is driving on his own.
Yeah.
Ollie Bryant driving completely different lines to the leader, Xavier Dayro, as they go down to turn 5. Dayro loves to be very positive on the turn-in the pits. Philippe de Crane in the number 55 car. It's a silver and black. Oh, it's a spin. That is the light blue, number 68 of Jürgen Westphal. He's had an interesting day.
Yes. It's a bit dramatic for him. Matt Neal's moved up to 8th place, John, and Tim Pappas to 9th.
Not made their stops yet.
And the Kiriev car is obviously, we just saw in the pits with the driver change. Kiriev now in it in 15th place currently. So he'll get up to speed. It'll be interesting to see where he comes out, because he's got the 20 seconds on Dayro and Brian, not the 40.
David Sarney back out as well. He's driving on his own. That's another gentleman driver. David Danglard, by the way, is the second gentleman driver, and Philippe Koenig is the third as it stands at the moment. That was a very odd lose by Jürgen Westphal there. Completely the wrong line as he was coming up the hill, and then did it again later in the lap at turn number 10.
Well, the track's still slippery, isn't it?
Clearly.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's a very pretty blue colour, almost a Gulf blue. You still buy a Gulf, a colour called Gulf blue from Porsche.
I thought we might see some Gulf-coloured cars in this, but not. And see Ollie just keeping on watching brief now.
I think they're a bit too ubiquitous elsewhere.
Yeah,
Andrew.
They are. Yeah.
So maybe there's no very little advertising. Some of the preparation companies have some advertising. I think
Ollie's going for it now. He's going to go down the outside, I think, if he can. There he is.
Out to turn 3, slightly uphill here to turn 4. He'll be able to be very late on the brakes.
He can't turn in. No, he has to drop behind again.
What he'll try and do is get the run out and cut back.
And chops back on the inside.
Yeah, but he's on the wrong side for turn 5 again.
Yeah.
And Ollie now beginning to drift that car about a bit. They're now 7 seconds ahead of Jürgen Rudolph. He's got a 40-second pit lane advantage on them.
Yeah.
Both of these drivers elites driving on their own. Down through the kink at turn 6, absolutely flat even in these cars. 7, a little bit of a lift, balance the car. Like, Ollie's now starting to use the curbs again, so that he must feel that there's grip there and they're drying off. The curbs tend to hold a little bit of water. And right in front of these guys, there's a problem. Somebody's just gone off. And I think that was the number 24 car.
Well,
it's back on again.
Is that Dave Hinton there, just about to get into the car? I think in the black and white driver suit. Sanctus gets out.
I'm not sure these guys are doing themselves any favours here. They're lapping in the 16s.
Yeah, they're holding each other up a bit, aren't they? He's driving defensively. And I think they're going to try and go as long as they can, hoping for another yellow.
Yeah, I think they've got it. They want a full course yellow, not a safety car, of course.
Yeah.
Safety car and their...
We have both in this section.
Yes, indeed. A safety car would really hinder them at the moment. A little bit of trim just hanging off the back. That's one of those little rubber trims in between the bumper and the bodywork. Waiting for that number 17 dark green car to get refired. Brought into the pits by Dean DeSantis. Another fastest lap by Xavier Derrett. Right, they're now starting to put the hammer down. That's a 16.5. He's dropped a couple of tenths off the fastest lap of the race. 16.7 is the best that Ollie's done. He did a 17.1 last time around. So now it was So those two have got to keep on battling further back down the field.
Another great battle.
Yeah, this is James Thorpe and David Danglard, who are battling over 4th and 5th. Not in the same class, actually. James Thorpe is leading his class, the Gentleman Elite pair.
Yeah.
And that's the one with the two-tone stripe in the middle of the bonnet rather than the tricolor stripe on the bonnet. Both light-coloured cars.
Yeah, on our timing screen, it's shown as our class. I wonder if they give separate trophies for these different
Yeah.
They probably do.
Yeah.
They do.
Ever had a car with racing stripes, Andrew?
I've never had a car with stripes.
No.
Yeah.
Mate, even my Mustang that I had for a ridiculously short time was just a very nice blue colour, didn't have any stripes.
Yeah.
Light blue metallic, didn't have any stripes on it. And
that's two favourite cars. A tuned up Subaru Impreza.
Nice.
Did 170,000 miles on it.
Flat 4. Can't break them.
And Lotus Cortina, in my days at Motoring News, which had the engine tuned by BRM.
Ah, yeah.
They had a little tuning business going for a while, and then the guys that then went to set up Vegan Tune, George Robinson and John Sisson, were called.
So did that have BRM cam covers on it as well?
And the cam cover that came off it hangs on my office wall.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that red.
That aluminium cam cover.
That red. Clark car I was talking about earlier, that had the BRM cam covers on it as well.
Yeah, Mark II it was.
These guys
had it on even Formula Ford racing tyres.
Nice.
It was a flying machine.
Still this battle going on for the minors. In the overall, although James Thorpe is leading his class here, they're 15 seconds behind the leaders at the moment, these two.
James Thorpe's very experienced. We mentioned yesterday, driven a list of Flat Iron and done well.
They're pitting together.
James Thorpe's driven a lot of very good cars.
So David Danglard will jump James Thorpe's car in the pits because he's a gentleman, and the Gentleman Elite combination has a longer mandatory pit stop time.
20 seconds longer. So this adds a lot of intrigue, doesn't it?
Yeah, oh, yes.
Intrigue and
it means that when you put your... So, you know, it makes sense to put your elite driver in second because he's then got to make up the time
that
his inclusion has lost you.
Yeah.
That number 15 is absolutely different.
See, when Ollie Bryant's racing with Carl Tilley, I'm not sure if they're both considered pros. Tilley probably is, actually. They won the championship last year together.
Well, that must have been Gentleman Elite then, surely.
Well,
because there's no elite.
But Tilley's had class wins in major races. In LMP too. Yeah,
he's stopped racing in contemporary.
Yes, he has. Yeah.
Meanwhile, at the front of the field, the battle continues. That's the Teru.
Except, of course, he's racing a contemporary Ferrari this weekend.
Yeah,
but he doesn't normally.
I'm surprised he's gone back to that, actually.
GT3, yeah. I expect he does what Mr. Merriman asks.
Yeah, well, that's true enough. Remember
But,
the golden rule, Andrew, the man with the gold rules.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Carl's a great bloke, you know, raced in Britain, was struggling a little bit, went to America, made his fortune in a way, and now he's got operations, I think, in Wiltshire, is it, and in the States.
Christophe Florin in with the number 113 car. That's now in the pit lane, and he's driving that on his own.
Yeah, you can see that's been off with all the dirt on the wheels. Look, this battle continues here.
113 would be a good number for me to race. That used to be my dad's collar number when he was first a police officer. My grandfather, bizarrely, was 118 in the Sunderland Borough Police Force.
Yeah, I can't claim anything like that.
So the leaders have stayed out again.
Yeah.
There's about another 7 minutes before we close the pit lane. And it looks like we've got... now Philip Koenig, who is second in the gentleman class and running fourth overall at the minute, yet to make his stop, under investigation for overtaking the safety car.
I'm sure that will be a penalty for him.
Well, that's, if he has, it's a slam dunk.
Yeah.
He obviously didn't want to lose a lap, did he?
Fastest lap of the race now going to Ollie Bryant, 2:15.493 on the...
That's getting much quicker, isn't it? It must be trying out.
Now he's got the inside. I think he might make it stick this time, John.
Through turn number 3. Heading up the hill to turn... through turn number 4 and heading down the hill to turn 5.
Managed to turn in front of him. But nice, clean racing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Although Bryant might lose it, got the tail twitched out a little bit. Has got the lead, look.
Yeah, it's flat out through turn 6 and no opportunity for Daru to outbrake him. 7, you can't get past it 7. The next point is at the end of the straight. Oh, mistake by Ollie. He's actually dropped one of the tyres off the circuit there, the right rear. Now turns in at the top of the hill to 9. Tricky that, because you come across the top of the brow. Meantime, in the pit lane, more pit callers. That is Philip Koenig. Now he's got out of the car. Is that Koenig out of the car? Now, I don't have a co-driver for him, do I? I do. It's Philip and Stephen Koenig. Sorry. Yes, that's another one of the family. Bryant still leading, but only just as they go through turn 11 and 12 to 13 at the top of the hill in the amphitheatre section.
Now, that gap to Jürgen Rudolph is 13 seconds he's leading to.
Staying out. And with the track getting quicker, they need to stay out just in case it splashes again.
They do.
They are at the moment, they are lapping a good couple of seconds quicker than anybody else, and 4 seconds quicker than some of the cars behind them. I'm just trying to see where the next elite is actually. Are they the only two full elites? So they are battling against themselves.
Yeah.
But they also want to win the race overall.
They do. I'm just looking at the gentlemen who've got the 40 seconds. I think there's only 2 that were within 40 seconds of them. So I think Ollie Bryant's pretty well guaranteed if he doesn't drop it. A podium, but it's Jürgen Rudolph is the danger, isn't it? Because he's now 25 seconds behind that.
Well, he's in the pit now. He's taking his pit stop.
So maybe
So he's taking his pit stop now, which the 2 leaders have not yet done. Bryant dealing with traffic rather splendidly there. In fact, both of the leaders have gone through past the all-red car, which stayed out the way.
Obviously, the 2 elites have got the 40 seconds plus a minute.
Yeah.
Plus another 20-odd seconds vector. So we'll have to see how that pans out, John.
Well, they clearly got the hammer down now, Andrew, and what they're trying to do is build up and mitigate that longer stop as much as they can. There's plenty of time. Nobody, even if you change the driver, this is not about a 2-second pit stop with 27 people around the car. This is about making sure that everybody is bolted in and safe. Make sure the hands device the straps are over the hands device, etc., etc.
Probably check the tyre pressures.
Yeah, and maybe even bleed out of them. As it's getting drier, I would think quite a few people might be bleeding out some tyre pressure. Right, well, that's interesting. I wonder if Xavier Daru was coming anyway. I think he probably was, because we're 53 minutes. So this is the last lap that they could have got in, and it's now in the pit lane. It's not the battle of the pit crews, of course. It's the battle of the stopwatches to make sure that you get released at the right time.
And not go out too early.
Exactly. The temptation is to send them really quickly. So, oops, stood on my mic cable there. I think Richard Cook is leading of the cars that have stopped. Richard Cook in the number 72 is driving on his own, starting in 14th position. He's just done his best lap of the race, 2:18.5. Now he's racing Jürgen Rudolph as, he's just come into the pits for a second time, Richard. Right.
Another one to watch for will be the 54 car, because Jerome Bleekemolen has got into that. Very professional Dutch driver, huge amount of success behind him.
Driven with driven with Tim Pappas for years.
Yeah.
Phil Quaife has now put the fastest lap of the GT Gentleman Elite class in, and that is in fact the fastest lap of the race, a 2:14.337. So Phil Quaife now, who, as the leaders are in the pits, is 3 minutes behind the leaders. 3 minutes and 9 seconds, but he is lapping even quicker than the leaders were before they pitted. So Quaife now not out of this in terms of an overall podium, or even better. Second in the Gentleman Elite. He's trying to chase down Yevgeny Kirev, and he has only got 3 seconds to make up, and he did 3 seconds on the last lap. So he will take the lead of his class. I suspect that number 99 crew, Phil Quaife, having just jumped into the car that was started by his teammate James Thorpe. James did a really tidy job, actually. And they've qualified fourth. I suspect that better than just a class victory is on the mind of that team.
Yeah, Bleekemolen, of course, got a huge history in Porsches. Won the Porsche Super Cup a couple of times in 08 and 09. I think he had 9 years in the Super Cup. Started off in single seaters, of course, and raced at them all. He's got a terrific career.
Right, Jürgen out again. Jürgen Rudolph in the 757, driving on his own. Top gentleman when he came into the pits. Now, give me a second, and I'll make sure that Juan Pablo Orjula didn't get past him. No, he did not. That number 10 car, which he took over from Nelson Calle, is...
I wonder where...
Just crossing the line now.
I wonder where Eugenie Kirev is. We know where he is. I mean, he's running in 6th now.
Yeah, just ahead of Phil Quaife.
Yeah.
And Quaife is about to go past him, actually.
He is, yeah, because he's 3 seconds a lap quicker, 2.5 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah, Quaife is just...
Here they are coming out now.
Well, Jürgen Rudolph's gone through, Andrew.
Yeah.
So the 757, the gentleman driver, leads the race overall with 33.5 minutes to go. And they come out as they went in, the two leaders. That's exactly as it should be, with Phil Quaife, Ollie Bryant leading Xavier Daru. I think they're going to be something like 25-30 seconds away from the lead.
I think the really interesting thing is that Bryant and Daru are behind Phil Quaife.
Yeah.
Quaife is really quick in that car.
He was quicker than they were before they pitted.
Yeah, well, hasn't been in the car very long.
Quaife's just passed Evgeny for the lead in Elite.
And Curry is in front of them as well. So I think it's going to pan out, and just looking at it.
I tell you what, Juan Pablo Orjula's pedalling quickly. He's just done a 16.1. Now,
intriguing situation here is these additional penalties for these longer pit stops.
It's balance of performance, really, of the driver.
But it makes it really exciting and interesting.
It's a handicap.
Yeah, it's a handicap.
And they've got their sums pretty well sorted, haven't they?
Yeah.
So Jürgen Rudolph now is the hare. He's 5 seconds ahead of Juan Pablo Orjula at the head of the field, and that is the battle for the gentleman class. Another 1.5 seconds further back is David Danglard, and they are 11 seconds ahead of Phil Quaife. and about 20 seconds ahead of Ollie Bryant and Xavier Derou. So that's all of those numbers are going to come down very, very quickly indeed.
I think I'm going to go for Phil Quaife. Yeah.
Well, he's the closest to the lead. He's only 18 seconds off the lead.
Yeah. But now everyone's made a pit stop. This is now a race to the line.
Look at that. Huge slide at turn 10 at the end of the back straight. And that was our leader.
Yeah.
Oh, Jürgen. That's just cost him a huge amount of time. That last lap was a 19.6, and he's a good couple of seconds quicker than that normally.
Yeah, it could dent his confidence a bit as well.
Well, I wonder if they've just adjusted the tyre pressures a little bit too much for him there, because that was effectively his first flying lap. The track drying out. I was going to say, what do you reckon? With the track drier, does that benefit the gentleman drivers or does it benefit the pros? They used to say that the wet was the great leveler, but I'm not entirely certain about that.
And particularly in these cars.
Yes.
As well. Yeah. Well, the next couple of laps we'll get a better vision, won't we, of how it's going to pan out. I mean, last lap from Phil Quaife, another one in the 2:14s. So he's
14 seconds away from the lead.
Yeah, he's taking 3 seconds a lap out of Danglard, who's in third,
and there's still half an hour to go.
Yeah.
So we've got something in the region of 12 or 13 laps to go.
Yeah.
Christian Albrecht has just put the best gentleman class lap in. That's a 2:16.1. Jérôme Blankenmolen has just put the best gentleman and elite pairing lap in with a 2:15.6 or 7. So I know that's the car's best lap. A 2:14.3 is the best in class for that car. That was the number 68, which was the Jürgen Westphal David Verzilgebergen. Half an hour on the nosy to go now. 30 minutes in our second race of a busy Sunday. A bit of a dent on the front of the number 10 car. Juan Pablo Ordula. Oh, what? Hang on. Yes, that's right. The number 10 yellow car. Leader comes onto the front straight. Across the timing line now. Clicks off another lap. That's better. 2:16.226. Jürgen Rudolph has responded at the front of the field, Andrew, because he's just put that car's fastest lap of the race in. And in fact, that was the fastest gentleman lap until Juan Pablo Orgelia came through in second. Phil Quaife and Ollie Bryant both putting their class fastest laps in. They're separated by 3 seconds. Call it 4 seconds at the moment, and 13 and 16 seconds ahead.
And look at that group of cars there.
That's the start. Yeah, it's great, wasn't it?
Yeah, 30 odd. How many did we start? 24, didn't we? So we've had bigger fields in the championship in the past, but it's still a mighty number.
Yeah, I think we started a little more than that, actually, because Sam Hancock definitely started. Frederick de Egidio started, and Vincent Kolb started. So I think we started 26.
Yeah.
I don't know if Jose Ruben
we're seeing more highlights here. Various sliding away.
Well, it was very difficult. The Sam Hancock 77 car. I don't think that was Sam in it. In fact, I'm pretty certain it wasn't.
No, look at that crash helmet. I think you're right. Yeah.
I think that was his teammate, which is James Turner. It was very difficult conditions to start with, wet and drying. There's a few more spits and spots of rain. It is drier now. I think it's pretty much dry, but it still seems to be a bit greasy. Jürgen Westphal almost causing a big accident down at the first corner. The 411 jumping out the way.
Quaife is still the quickest guy out there, and he's a couple of seconds quicker than Rudolph.
And Ollie Bryant quicker that time around, 13.8.
Oh, 13.8, Ollie Bryant.
That is the outright fastest lap of the race.
Absolutely, yeah.
However, of the top 8, 7 of them put either their best laps or their class outright best laps in. The only person who didn't was Juan Pablo Aurelia, because he was in a bit of traffic. David Danglard, excuse me.
That's a result of the track drying, of course.
Of course it is.
I've got a double yellow at turn 10 and 11.
Oh, and there is the penalty for overtaking the safety car. Now, we said this was being looked at.
Yep.
And that is Stefan Koenig. It wasn't Stefan in the car at the time, was it? It was Philip who did that, Philip Koenig. So that's going to drop that car way out of contention. It had been running in the top 3 in the gentleman class before the pit stops. So Juan Pablo Orgella in that yellow-coloured Porsche, trying to chase down the leader. Jürgen Rudolph is in the dark green 757. And we've had a spinner as well, 919, Frank Stricker in the gentleman class, 10th. Had a wee spin at turn 10, but has pointed it back in the right direction.
I think that Quaife and Bryant, at their speed, are going to go past the 3 gentlemen at the top.
They should do.
We've just been doing some sums.
Yeah, they should do.
They should be about 10 minutes before the end. I think they'll catch them.
Full course yellow, a lengthy full course yellow. Now, not a safety car, but a full course yellow.
Yeah.
That makes things very different.
Yeah, that neutralises the situation.
Battle for the lead is actually on now. It's only about a second and a half.
Yeah.
Oh, this is outstanding stuff, isn't it? The dark green car leads down into turn 10. Now, what have they got ahead of them? There's a couple of cars, and that is the light blue number 68, David Zilbergen. And who's he battling with? That'll be Philip de Kruijne in the number 55. Oh, no, it's 68 and 65. Sorry, apologies. Scrub that. It's 15th and 16th. Jussi Ivaturi. Sounds Scandinavian, doesn't it? Jussi Ivaturi. Lead us into the final corner. And that number 68 car's just on the fastest lap of the Gentleman Elite combos. Pit signboards going out. No pits to car radio. This is properly old-fashioned way, old school. Under a second now here for the lead, Andrew, at turn 1.
Yeah, I'm sure Jürgen Rudolph likes this Porsche 911, but I bet he doesn't like it as much as the Porsche 910 chassis 5 that he owns, which finished 3rd in 1967 in the Sebring 12 Hours. Wonderful piece of kit. And we've seen that racing at Goodwood now, I remember it. And I'm thanks to historicracingnews.com, I just checked that out. Yeah, he's a real enthusiast for Porsche is Jürgen Rudolph, and what a good job he's done.
Yeah, I mean, leading the race now for a good 15 minutes or so. Not sure he's going to even hold on to the lead in the gentleman class, but he timed his pit stops and he's charged to the front absolutely perfectly. Ahead of them is a lapped car. This is the battle for the outright lead and the gentleman class lead.
And it's a terrific battle too, isn't it? I mean, you see why people like this 2.0L Cup. It's terrific racing. It has been for many years. Obviously, Ollie won it with Carl last year, but I mean, it was always close. The
little red car that's just been lapped was the 55, I think, of Philip de Kruijne. Yes, it was. Staying out the way. Meantime, Ollie Bryant, Xavier Derroux coming through first and second. Turn 8 problem. And cleared. Somebody just dropping a wheel off or something there. So everybody having to deal with the traffic now. Right with Phil Quaife. And Phil Quaife right with David Danglard, who's only 6 seconds behind the leaders. 23 minutes to go. It's not going to be enough time for the 2 gentlemen in front to hold on. But that battle for first, second and third in the gentlemen down to just 6 seconds as we've got side-by-side action going into the final corner. That number 99 is Phil Quaife, trying to get round David Danglard.
Don't know if you can get much of a toe in this shaped Porsche, but Ollie's in the right place if you can.
Down towards turn number 1. And
there's Ollie coming down the inside, look.
Watch out for that number 55. That is a lapped car, the little red car ahead of them. Here comes Ollie Bryant.
Look at this, what a move.
He's got 1, he's got 2.
He's got 3 with the back marker. Great move by Ollie Bryant.
That was all about getting out of the final corner quickest.
Yeah.
So Bryant up to 4th, and now just on 6 seconds away from the 2 leaders. Phil Quaife, I think, followed him through on David Danglars, but I'll confirm that in a moment or two.
Yeah, 22 minutes remaining.
Bryant is absolutely flying at the moment. It was car 11, by the way, that had a spin. That was Yevgeny Kirev, and that has dropped him well away from Phil Quaife. That was what the yellow flag was for. New fastest lap for gentlemen is a 2:15.8. Christian Albrecht in the 75 Porsche. That is a car that's he was driving on his own, wasn't it? No, that was the Jan Hindhaugh car, excuse me. So the question for me is, will Juan Pablo Ojula get past Jürgen Rudolph before Ollie Bryant catches them? That's has to be decided yet. Xavier Darout is looking at the back of David Danglars.
Ollie's going to catch him in a couple of laps, and Quaife as well.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're getting pit signals, telling them what the situation is. They'll know that Ollie Bryant is coming.
Phil Quaife cannot live with the pace of Ollie Bryant.
No, not now.
Now, bear in mind that Ollie Bryant is driving that car on his own as an elite. Phil Quaife is an elite driver, but he's driving with a gentleman in that number 15 car.
Yeah.
That was David... that number 99 car, James Thorpe. So you would not set up the car to be as edgy as if you've just got an elite driver. So you might just get a little more pace out of it. As the leaders are almost side by side down into the first corner. Also side by side further back. It's 139 of Xavier Darout, and he is has now moved past the number 15, the 139 rather. David Danglars has just gone past Xavier Darout. See if they can...
Yeah, well, Rudolph's doing regular sort of 2:16.5s. Ollie's down in the 13.5, so he's taking 2 seconds a lap out of him. I mean, he's going to be right there in next lap. So
if you're Juan Pablo Ojula, do you try and go for the lead now, or do you wait for the inevitable when Ollie Bryant turns up and say, thank you very much, I'm going to use you to get the lead?
That's absolutely what you try and do.
Yeah.
Easier said than done, though.
Here we are, the top three together. Make that top 4 now, as Phil Quaife is still in the background. Then the new 5th place driver is Xavier Darout in the white car with the yellow flash on the front. So this is all closing up nicely. As I said, whoever does the arithmetic about how long people have got to stand in the pits, they've actually done a really good job, because we're inside the last 19 minutes now, and the elites have not yet got past. They will
on the next lap.
Yeah.
Ollie lining him up now.
Yeah, very impressed with this. Very impressed with the drive of the two gentlemen.
What I wanted to see, will he go past both of them?
Well, he did last time, didn't he?
Yeah. So, I don't think he's going to, because look, the yellow car of
Juan Pablo Ojula.
Juan Pablo sort of went to the inside.
Now, also right in the mix there is another one of the lap traffic. That's the silver number 24 of Uwe Kolb. He stays well out the way. Almost a touch for the two gentlemen. Now, they are still having their own battle,
they're battling
of course.
for the lead, but actually now Ollie is into second.
So that's Jürgen Rudolph gets a little bit of a breather from the yellow car.
Now Ollie's going to go into the lead now.
But remember, those two are still battling for the gentleman class.
Yeah, and the podium.
Overall podium, yeah, absolutely.
Quaife is
Cliff's,
yeah, we're right with him.
Phil will be careful here because he
yeah,
doesn't want to affect the battle for that gentleman class.
Yeah, and well, Rudolph's defending well, isn't he?
Well, he didn't defend there. He trusted himself on the brakes into turn 5.
And now Ollie down the inside, and I'm sure he'll go past this time.
Well, that's down through the kink at 6. Is absolutely flat.
He's still not quite made it, look.
Well, you know, Ollie's an elite, but Jürgen Rudolph can press the throttle to the floor as well as he can, and he's
Ollie knows
on the brakes. He's got to be on the brakes.
Ollie knows he can pick his place.
Yeah.
Somewhere a bit safer.
Yeah. He's not going to, you know, just because he's elite, he doesn't have another 5, 10, 15, 20, 50 horsepower. Meantime, behind that, Juan Pablo Ordula is defending against Phil Quaife as the leader goes very wide out of turn number 10, but that gives him the inside line for 11. I don't see a problem with that. Moves back to the middle of the road. This is compressing the top 4, coming back together. Xavier Deru is coming back to this as well in the 139, the lighter colour car.
Yeah, this is the other full elite. Yeah, he could get up and could make the podium perhaps. Now it's a bit of smoke from the back of.
I think that was wheel spin. I think that was wheel spin from Ollie Bryant as he got right on the throttle, coming out of 13 to 14.
This is where I think he'll get him.
Well,
will he outbrake him down into?
He's not catching him. That gap in the air being made by Jürgen Rudolph in the 757. He's not helping Ollie as much as I thought it would be. I thought he spun the tyres up a little bit. Meantime, Phil Quaife have come through into 3rd overall. So the top 3 now are our 3 class leaders.
Yeah, and there was a puff of smoke from the leader off the brakes, I think, off the front tyres.
Here he goes,
right
through turn 3. That's an audacious manoeuvre. Nicely planned by Ollie Bryant as he takes the lead.
Yeah, knife through the Lurpak there.
But remember, that Jürgen Rudolph car still leads the gentleman class, and for all he's defending, it's not the car behind, it's the yellow car behind that he's got to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and you got Quaife in the mix as well, of course.
I tell you what, Jürgen Rudolph, absolutely impeccable driving.
Yeah.
Impeccable driving.
He really made Ollie work hard for that.
Yeah.
1/4 an hour to go. Out of the hour and a half. Been a cracking race. Unfortunately, not many interruptions either.
No, just a couple of full course yellows, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, we did have a safety car.
We had one.
One safety car. This is the 2nd of 9 races today at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya for our Espíritu de Montjuïc. Now, the bright yellow car is going to lose a position to Xavier Deru.
Rudolph went wide. A couple of puffs of smoke might have been locking up. And now he's got to defend from another pro.
Well, Xavier Deru is 2nd in the elite class.
Yeah.
And he is now nearly 3 seconds away from Ollie Bryant. And he wants to be a lot closer, and he's not been able to get through. He's almost off the track there as he turns in. That's the white car with the yellow flashes and the yellow shade band.
Yeah, let's see what he can do now down the main straight here.
He's pinched the exit of the corner. That might not help him. Oh, no, he's gone through. Wow, that was actually rather easier than I thought it would be. Meantime, Phil Quaife gaining on Jürgen Rudolph in 2nd. No, Deru didn't get through. Just a flash of yellow. I thought he'd dive down the inside. Still in 5th position.
Yeah, 4-way battle for 2nd place here. A 2 and a 2. Now what? Couldn't get through there.
How good is this?
Yeah.
How good is... And these all cars that are moving around. Ollie Bryant is driving away. This is manna from heaven for OB. Because everybody who could challenge him for the class win and the overall win is now behind what we know to be a very fast gentleman class driver in the shape of Jürgen Rudolph in that dark green 757.
Ollie Bryant hunting down his 239th victory in racing.
Wow.
Together with Father Graham, who's raced a lot. got a lovely Lola T70, which they're in the process of selling, but they're giving Jackie Oliver a go in it next week, because Jackie did drive that car in period. You know, a lot of these T70s we see racing are reproductions, but theirs is an original. Did get a new chassis, but a long time ago.
In period, as
Yeah,
they
in
say.
period, of course it was damaged. But yeah, but they're great in too. So they've got some nice cars over in America as well. They raced like big Camaros and things. They've got some great. They had a NASCAR. They raced Ollie and Graham, and
Juan Pablo Orjuela is doing a grand job in keeping the elite driver Xavi Derou behind him.
I mean, you know, obviously Bleak, you know, 3 times Super Cup champion. He's taking that car up to 8th now, and he's lapping, you know, pretty well the same pace as Ollie Bryant. So he might he's got Kiriev in front of him. So he might move up a couple of spots.
Bryant with a new fastest lap of the race, 2:13.2, a new fastest gentleman lap of the race for the 757 of Jürgen Rudolph at a 2:14.9. That is very quick indeed for a non-pro driver. Here comes Daru down the inside of Juan Pablo Orjuela. He'll get the inside line at turn 3 and he'll make it through.
Yeah. Now, what can Quaife do in these dying moments, dying 10 minutes of this terrific Porsche battle that we've seen?
Well, for class honours, he's only got to worry about Xavi Derou, who's now in 4th in the 139. For overall, he's got past Jürgen Rudolph, and he's now nearly 5 seconds ahead of Phil Quaife.
Yeah.
And as much as we know what Phil Quaife is good at, and that is driving a racing car, can't see him in equal machinery and in 10 minutes pulling back 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And he's got a car to pass still. And he hasn't been able to do that with Jürgen Rudolph just doing a brilliant job.
He's done a brilliant job, hasn't he? I said he owns this lovely Porsche 908 from the 60s, a top works car, but I don't know what I bet he's got some other nice cars as well, but he certainly knows how to drive a 911 well.
Well, you know what? He looks like he's going to win the gentleman class, but he's having so much fun. Bit of a battle on for second.
Well, you're still keeping Quaife behind him.
Well, no, this is incredible stuff. There is a battle starting to brew up for the second in the gentleman class. They're 5th and 6th at the moment. Juan Pablo Orjuela and David Danglard. At the moment, there is clear blue water between them. David some 11 seconds back. And I'm going to keep an eye on that and see if that starts to come down. And still, that 757 of Jürgen Rudolph refuses to yield. And do you know what I think's interesting? He's not driving defensively. He stayed on the racing line, Andrew.
Yeah.
Hitting his marks, turning in, getting on the throttle early. Let's see.
Yeah, Quaife just trying to look down the inside.
Well, Quaife's going to lose the position.
There is Rudolph, absolutely on the right line. He's able to turn in front of him.
That's Derou has just come back and gone past Phil Quaife. So Derou, remember, is trying to chase down Ollie Bryant 6 seconds up the road for the elite category. But here comes Phil Quaife again, the 2 lighter coloured cars. Quaife in the one with the bonnet stripes and Derou with the one with the yellow patch on the front of the car.
Yeah.
And neither of them have got past Jürgen Rudolph. Derou last time did a 13.6, that car's fastest lap.
Now that's whoa.
That's turn 5.
Yeah.
He might get it done through the kick at 6.
I think I'll get him at 6.
Quaife needs to follow him through if he can.
Yeah, but he's not going to.
Ooh. Now that is an opportunity that he went
Quaife really.
Well, Quaife got really sideways through 7. It didn't seem to slow him down. He got momentum up the hill. Can't go around the outside at turn 9, Phil. You can't go around the outside at turn 9, Phil. Phil, stop trying to go. Thank you. All 4 wheels back on the track. Now down towards turn 10. He clips across to the right. Here's the next yellow car coming along. Is that? Oh, that's Juan Pablo, isn't it? Juan Pablo.
Or Shayla.
Or Jvela, yeah. In the number 10. And still, they shall not pass for Jürgen Rudolph. Now, this time. No.
Don't drive it.
At 13. Down at the bottom of the hill. No.
Meanwhile, they're all holding each other. Bryant's checked out. He's 7 seconds down the road now.
Yeah, and that battle's helped him. He had the pace. Don't get me wrong, Andrew. He had the pace, but you know that he's been doing 13s, mid-13s for quite a while. So he's had the pace. He's done a couple of 14s and 15s in traffic, but that battle has eased the pressure on him in terms of the overall victory, at least.
Yeah, so the reigning champion out front. Deru, former winner in this series, going strongly, still in second place. Rudolph, absolutely the sensation of the gentleman section at the very least. And what about Phil Quay? Can he find a way by?
Yeah, not sure.
99. I wonder, Rudolph car, 757. I wonder what. Maybe he's an airline pilot.
Well, could be. Very much could be. He takes a very different line through 7 and 8 and just rolls the car up the hill.
Yeah.
And again, round the outside into turn 9, Phil Quay isn't going to get that. Not using all the road on the exit there, Jürgen.
No.
But he doesn't need to. He's taking a slightly shorter line. Quay will go to the right. Now, Jürgen likes to go long in turn 10 and take a wide apex and then square it up and get on the power early for 11, and that seems to work for him. He's by no means taking what you would say classic traditional lines, but he clearly knows that car very well, and he's able to make good lap times. Now, here we go at the top of the hill to 13.
Couple more laps left.
This will be amazing if he can stay on the overall podium.
Yeah.
It will mean that Phil Quay, the gentleman elite leader, will not get on the podium because Xavier Daru, now in second, is not making an inroads to Ollie Bryant, 7.4 seconds as they cross the line. So 2 minutes, might be 3 laps here, just depends when Ollie Bryant crosses the line. Might be 3 laps, Andrew. We're going to have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, it's going to be close, isn't it? Yeah.
Now, turn 3. This is where Jürgen has been passed on previous laps, but he takes a tighter line this time. Heads up towards turn 4. Doesn't go all the way to the left-hand side. Comes in from, what, 2/3 across, 3/4 of the way across the circuit. Very neat and tidy through 4. Loses a bit of pace there because he's not letting the car drift on the exit. He's already setting it up for 5. He's got the back end of that dark green car moving around.
Now,
always looks vulnerable down to 6, but
the rear
it's
end
flat.
stepped out a bit, but
6 is flat. You know, there's no braking point there. And then the left-hander at 7 and up the hill to 8.
Deru's pulled away from that warring couple.
Yeah, but he's not gaining ground on the leader.
No, he's not doing, no.
In fact, he's lost another 3/10 in that last sector. Good drive by Ollie Bryant. Let's not forget him leading the race in the 60 car. It's the car that he put on pole position. Had to deal with the additional stationary time in the pit lane because he was driving on his own as an elite, and he's managed to overcome that with some ease. What did we see? Passed him with 10 minutes to go, was it, or 12 minutes to go?
Well, I calculated he was going to catch him with 10 minutes to go. Actually caught them with 15 minutes.
Yes,
to go.
yeah. Wants to be a bit careful because they'll be looking at maybe giving him an extra 5 or 10 seconds, the elites. But he has driven very, very well. Not in the picture as far as the battles for second, or the second place and battle for third is going. Slightly more defensive this time by Jürgen Rudolph, still leading the gentleman class and not under any pressure at all now from Juan Pablo Orjuela, who's in the yellow car, which is 2 cars back from him. But Juan Pablo...
And now Quaid's going for it, look.
Round the outside of turn 3. He's not going to get that, is he? It's not.
No, he can't do it.
And now he's got to try and go around the outside of 4 or cut back on the inside.
He's trying to go around the outside. That's a brave move.
Well,
it's a longer way round as well. But what about coming out of here?
It puts him on the right side for turn 5.
But it didn't.
He's there. He's there. He's not close enough. There was a moment there. And the car that he's trying to overtake, Jürgen Rudolph, a little bit wide. What Rudolph's doing very well, he's not getting to the apex of the corners, but what he's doing is he's getting on the power very early, and he's rolling a lot of pace through. He's not sliding the car around, as Phil Quaife just was there through 7. And he gets up the hill really, really well through 7 and 8 towards 9. Juan Pablo Orjuela in the yellow number 10. That is the second place gentleman, and he has got 14 seconds on the number 15 car. And that car's David Danglard, starting in 9th position, David. So he's come through the field. Oh, 757's gone sideways, and presumably Quaife's gone through then, has he? Because I can't see
I
it.
can't see it in this picture.
Has he gone through?
Yes.
Yes, he has. So that must have been a mistake at 10 there.
Wow.
Whilst we were watching, where we were watching Orjuela.
He held him off so long. Quaif sliding the car through there.
And my guess is that Jürgen slightly outbraked himself going into 10 there.
50-year-old racing cars, giving us a great display. With
incredible.
Ollie Bryant still down in the 213s. Here, that was it, John.
Yeah.
He went
spot on.
He got too wide there.
He likes that wide line, but that time he just overdid it.
Yeah.
60-year-old race cars.
Yeah, 60-year-old.
Yeah, 1965.
Yeah.
First Porsche 911 on sale to the public in 1962. Most of these cars coming from mid-60s. You can take any short wheelbase shell and have it prepared. But as I said, they are very, very exacting about what you can and can't do.
Yeah.
And there is effectively a homologation document. Same with the engine. Quite a few
little puff of smoke out of back of Ollie's car.
Well,
he's heading towards the line now. How long? What have we got? The flag is waiting.
Yeah, time has elapsed. So it was 3 laps after we said this is the final lap then for Ollie Bryant in that Raspberry Ripple, Starburst, call it whatever you will, C-plate car. So that's a 1965 car as well, if that is. Oh, and trouble at turn 4. That's behind the leader. Let's see if we can work out what's happened there. That's the uphill right-hander.
We're watching Ollie now, just as I said, heading towards the 239th win of his racing career.
Does he keep adding them on over the weekend?
I think he'll do the website on Monday morning.
Right. Well, he's out in a couple of other races today.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, so
might get past the 240 mark. So one more corner. Ollie Bryant started on pole position, drives to the finish with something like a 8.5, 9-second lead. Obviously, nothing happened there at all in the race. No, that wasn't the case. Had to fight his way through. Because he's an elite, he got a longer pit stop, which is all part of the fun in the Porsche 2-litre short wheelbase cup.
It would have been a bit boring if he'd won by the best part of a minute, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So, in a couple of weeks' time, we'll be heading to Goodwood, where we expect to see him do very well again, but not in this car.
So, on the overall standings, Ollie Bryant beats Phil Quaife by 13 seconds in the end, but they're both winning their classes.
Yeah.
The elite for Ollie and the Gentleman Elite pair for Phil Quaife, because he jumped in the number 99 car that James Thorpe started.
Yeah.
In third place, second in the Elite, another solo driver, Xavier Deroux in the 139, the white car with the yellow on the front. And then the gentleman battle, 4th, 5th and 6th. Jürgen Rudolph, got to be one of the drives of the day, I reckon, in the dark green number 757. Wins by 4 seconds over Juan Pablo Orjuela in the number 10 car. And again, he was he was driving with Nelson Kaye. Nelson Kaye, of course, started that car. David Danglard was in third position in the number 15. Started in 9th, finishes in 6th, having had all those battles. Jerome Blankenmolen came through to 7th in the end in the car that he was sharing. And that, therefore, is the second place car in the Gentleman Elite category. And he finished ahead of Evgeny Kirev in the number 11 car that he was sharing with Ramzan Olusbayev. And Ramzan did a really good start to the race. And Tim Pappas, by the way, should be mentioned. He was the one who started the Jerome Blankenmolen car. So those are the top 3 in all of the classes. There were only 2 full elite entries. And exquisite display of driving by Ollie Bryant. I'm super impressed by Jürgen Rudolph. He clearly knows his car very, very well indeed. Had a spin at the end at turn 10 from Stefan Koenig, which was the last car on the lead lap, 6th in the gentleman class, the car that he shared with Philippe Koenig. So didn't affect his position, I don't think. No. Well, I described that as exquisite driving from Ollie Bryant. But
absolutely. Yeah.
Got to give a massive mention out to the gentleman winner in 4th place overall, Jürgen Rudolph.
I think we hear a lot more of him. Just Ollie also has a full-time job. I mean, he doesn't only race.
Yeah.
So he's a pro. With his father, they're in the property development business. So, and last year, earlier this year in January at the BRDC Awards, he was given the Earl Howe Trophy, which is best driver in historic racing last season. And there's been we've got lots of great historic racing drivers, but Ollie won that award. Just proud to collect that. But coming up, John, we got one of the real treats for me. One of the big races. I mean, this is one of the big races of the Peter Auto Series, but Group C racing. We saw them yesterday. We saw Creton Lendudis have problems with that marvelous Mercedes-Benz C11, and we'll see if even the Couturier and Ralph Kellers in the 962 can repeat their victory. James Thorpe, who we've just seen in this, has got to jump out of his Porsche, because he'll be driving a Nissan R90 CK.
Well, fortunately,
he
did the first part of the drive, didn't he?
He did, yeah. So he'll be prepared.
So he'll have had his feet up a little bit.
Yeah. And in the Group C, we've also got a former Grand Prix driver in Jan Magnussen, and he won his class with the young Brit Jack Fabi yesterday in the Tiger, the 1986 Tiger. So lots to come. Be interesting to see. It's not a huge field. It should be 16 or 17 cars. So here we are. Highlights then. There is Ollie Bryant in the Raspberry Ripple, we nicknamed it, heading towards the flag. There is the checker going down, and another win for Ollie Bryant, reigning champion, previous champion, the man to be in this. And they're Ollie just waving in the cockpit. He'll be very pleased with that. Fortunately, the clouds have lifted a little bit, so we're now on a virtually dry track. This race starting in the rain, and as we said before, very, very slick. This Peter Auto Organisation. Already we got the Group C cars coming out on their warm-up lap, and they have two separate qualifying sessions. So the result yesterday doesn't determine the grid for this race. It was a separate practice session, and it will be Couturier and Kelleners in the 962 will start on the pole ahead of James Thorpe and Phil Quaife. Then Lucas Haluso will be in another 962, and then Lecourt and Narak, the well-known French pairing, won in this category in the past. And then in fifth place will be Jack Fabi and Jan Magnussen. We'll have now shown in ninth is Mr. John B and Suhail Ayari in the Peugeot 905 Evo 1B, which crashed heavily yesterday. And as John was saying, he has seen some amateur footage of that accident, and it appeared there was a brake problem. Suhail Ayari, hugely successful in French racing. Mr. John B, the carbon fibre king from France, and likes to race and is amused to race under this pseudonym. But he's a pretty quick peddler, is Mr. John. So getting ready to line up now. And just a long shot there. And that camera's high up, I think. And this race, Group C's, it is a 45-minute race with a pit stop. And more cars still coming out of the pits. So marvellous Group C cars from the 1982, 1993 period. Last year, Richard Mines and Andrew Bentley won the championship. Richard Mines was down in 13th place and must have had some problems with the car in qualifying. He was the champion last year, and the Creton and Dudis, the Greek shipping magnate, in the 1990 Mercedes-Benz. He was a runner-up. And indeed, during the season last year, Olivier Gallant won also in another Nissan 90, the one in the Japanese specification. They called it the CX as opposed to CK. So cars lining up here. Be interesting to see if they do all take the start. Car number 7, I'm seeing a note, so driver change for Kutra Ivan to Ralph Kelleners. Now, I don't know whether that means that Kelleners is going to drive the whole race or not. They certainly shared yesterday. Ralph Kelleners, former factory Toyota driver at Le Mans. I think he was a factory driver for Porsche as well. And these days working for Data Massa. They nickname him Joey. Not quite sure why. 5 minutes to go then. Pit lane is closed. Car still working their way up onto the grid. And John Hindhaugh are going to have an interesting battle. We just seen it says driver change for Couturier to Kelleners, but they both drove yesterday, so I'm not quite sure what that is. And I
presume that's what it originally said.
Yeah, I don't think Kelleners wasn't on the original entry list either.
This is the Paul Sitting Porsche 962.
They're showing on Mr. John B and Sir Hay Ari. No, I wonder. Look. Well, you said yesterday Michael Schumacher's raced his car. Indeed, he did with Mauro Baldi, as we've just seen from there. Whether the Peugeot 905 Evo 1B has been repaired. It took quite a big hit. But remember, they have others.
Yeah.
You know, there's 4 of those cars, and Mr. John B has probably got the wherewithal to ask Europe to rush back to Paris and bring another one. We'll see. Well, I haven't seen it on the grid, John.
It's a fairly distinct car, isn't it, with the SO branding and the stripes?
Yeah, that rear wing all the way back. I mean, it was a thinly clothed Formula One car. That was for the new 3.5 litre.
Looks like we're not going to get Marco Fumagalli, who was supposed to be driving with the other Marco Bianchini in the Argo. That car's not on the grid.
There we see this car was driven in period by Frentzen and
3 minutes
and Pierluigi Martini.
So 13 cars.
Yeah.
As I say, that Argo GM19 from 1988.
Little British racing manufacturer. Argo. Trying to remember who ran that. I think they were in East Anglia somewhere. Oh, that's annoying me. It was Joe Marquardt, I think, designed the car.
Well, Lendidis didn't qualify. Didn't get a qualifying time in the second qualification session. It was a wet session, so one or two people perhaps deciding not to take the cars out and risk them during qualifying.
Yeah, Argo was Joe Marquardt and Nick Jordan, well-known mechanic, still around. Nick, you know, he worked there and was a big part of Argo. I think it was a breakaway group for someone else.
So the Blaupunkt car is on pole position.
Yeah.
It's the white-blue car with the Blaupunkt decals and the bright orange front splitter.
Yeah.
You cannot miss that car.
And we'll see who starts it, won't we? We're told Kellenus is starting the car. And I think Jack Fabi, in the C2 category, Fabi will start and then Johansson will come in.
The Momo number...
Here's the Momo.
Lucas Halusa listed against that car. He's driving on his own. Not a lot of room.
Sometimes he drives with his brother, one of his brothers.
As he was earlier today.
Yeah.
Not a lot of room in those 962s. You couldn't be that tall. Remember, one of the prerequisites when RML designed and built the Celine S7R, which we were watching one running around yesterday, was that Ray Mallock could sit in it and drive it.
Yeah,
he was 6'4".
Yeah, Peugeot's not there. No, I didn't think it would be, but. So if they'd been somewhere in France, I think they would have gone and got another one, but it's a long way from.
He's got other things to race today.
He's got other things to race, yeah, and he has got the most magnificent list of French racing cars. He has several Ligiers. I think we might see him out later in the Ligier that finished second at Le Mans between the two Golf Mirages many years in the 70s.
17?
Yeah, Cosworth powered JS2.
71, 73?
He's got a lot of Matras as well. He's got Formula One Matras, 2 or 3 of them. He's got sports car Matras. He's got Bentley. He's got a fantastic selection of cars.
When I hear the word Matra, I always think of a screaming multi-cylinder engine.
Wow, one of the greatest racing sounds. I mean, there have been polls, and I mentioned the Judd V10 yesterday. The Matra V12 is better than that.
Yeah.
It's right up there. Probably also with the 4-rotor Mazda, one of the noisiest racing cars I've ever heard.
Yeah. Kept everybody awake in 1991 en route to the first victory at the Grand Prix of Endurance at the Circuit de la Sarthe by a Japanese manufacturer.
I once did a live piece for when Sky, one of the years that Sky rarely did Le Mans, and I woke up a Japanese chap who's sleeping in front of the grandstand.
How?
Live. He was sleeping, and I woke him up and said, "How can you sleep through this?" He stood up and he ran in his sleeping bag away from me. It was absolutely hilarious. And I did a quick departure because I thought maybe he'd get a bit angry. But anyway.
So on the front row then, the Porsche and the Nissan, numbers 7 and 27. Ralph Kellners and James Thorpe are listed on the screen.
Yeah.
Phil Quaife has just finished the previous race, so I think that's probably right.
Yeah.
Row 2, you can't miss the Momo red and yellow Porsche, the number 30 car, Lucas Halusa driving that on his own. It's a 45-minute race with one pit stop. Then it's the Porsche 962 of Michel Lecourt and Raymond Narak. That is the number 82 car. Went reasonably well yesterday.
Yeah.
Then Jack Fabi and Jan Magnussen in the number 70
they'll have
Tiger.
they'll have a big battle with the spice of Morel, the 8 car. He's driving
on his own.
On his own. Yeah, but he's pretty quick in that car.
Yeah.
So
watch the cars coming up from the back as well. Richard Mines in the Nissan didn't put a time in qualifying. Crichton Lendudis in the Mercedes C11, the Silver Arrows. Ollie Gallant in the Nissan R90 CP. All of those cars out of position because they didn't put times in the wet qualifying session. Rolling start, 1 pit stop, Group C at Barcelona. Wow, we've just turned the clock back a few years. Seen who's at the back there, making sure everybody is there. Yes, the spice was there for Patrick Daubry and Christophe Gardet.
But Callan's went really well yesterday, didn't he?
Christian Wagner.
Oh, they go.
So waiting for the red lights to turn green on the gantry. Not quite into rows, might have been waved off if that had been a World Championship race.
Yeah.
And actually, it's the Mercedes is at the front. So I'm not sure why that car's up there. Did they take the grid from yesterday? The From Here car's right there as well.
Yeah, I didn't think they were going to. Why would they have a separate practice session?
And a separate qualifying session. But then again, yesterday we had some people who didn't seem to be in the right position from the qualifying session. So I take back everything that I've just said. However, the Blaupunkt car has come through into second place straight away. And that is the Ralph Kellner's driven car. Then one of the Nissans goes through. But it is Crichton Lendudis down through turn 5 with a healthy lead of 1.2 seconds as they head down towards through turn 6, which is easy flat in these cars, and climbing up through turn 7. So the number 30 car way back there on the timing and scoring. Lucas Alusa dropping down to 6th position.
That's the yellow car, isn't it? The From A car, I think.
Is that Alusa? Alusa's in the Momo car. Ahead of him is James Thorpe in the 27.
Yeah.
That is the...
He's got to adapt from driving that 911.
Oh, I know. I know. I mean, how do you even get your head around that? Nissan versus Porsche at the moment, and Michel Lecourt in the C1.
Flames spitting out of the Mercedes, driven by Crichton. Learned his trade 10 years ago as a racing driver. So he was a Greek shipping magnate in the Ferrari Challenge. Had 3 years of that. Well, he's 65 years old, but he's really quick still.
So still a bit of weaving going on to get heat into the tyres. It's still quite chilly, just 12 Celsius in the air, 14 on the track. Just a little bit of overcast at the moment. And that track temperature, therefore, just hovering around the 14, started at 10 this morning. At 10 Celsius this morning when we kicked off just before 9 o'clock. So the Mercedes-Benz leads from Ralph Kellner's in the Porsche 962. Good to say it. Sound for me to be able to say that. Then Olivier Gallant in the first of the Nissans. Then Michel Lecourt in the 82 Porsche. So who's that in front of the Momo car? Because that's the timing screen hasn't got that right at the moment. Because that isn't James Thorpe.
Is that Gallant? They're both in Nissans.
No, that's the From Here car.
Well, Gallant's the car that is in the Nissan colours.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and he's won races in this championship.
Yeah.
Before in that car last year, Gallant was more likely to see him racing Jaguars. We've seen him at the Le Mans Classic in lovely Jaguar cars of a later period in this, of course.
If you are just joining us, good afternoon. Welcome along to our live coverage of the Spirit of Montjuïc, the road circuits just on the outskirts of the city centre. Ran All kinds of races down there through the years.
A lot of motorbike races as well.
Lot of
Yeah,
motorbike races. Yeah. Quite dangerous circuits. And that area transformed for the Barcelona Olympics. The Olympic Stadium up there, they had the diving in an outside pool up there with the sun going down behind the iconic photograph, wasn't there?
Yeah, Kellener's really closing up now, John. Right on the back of the Mercedes, driven in period by Michael Schumacher.
And Mauro Baldi, this car.
Yeah, the chassis built by Dave Price Composites, so built in the UK, but of course it's and actually Dave Price managed the car as well at the time, late Dave Price. And
battle for the lead now.
Yeah, Kellener's looking really racy now, isn't he, in the Blaupunkt car?
Well, and these cars raced each other in period, didn't they? These are all, the top four cars are all 1990 vintage.
Yeah.
So these cars you would have seen racing in what was effectively the World Sports Car Championship at that point, and at Le Mans.
Yeah, Mercedes had the upper hand, didn't they?
Yeah.
But
Mercedes won Le Mans in 1989, and of course then had the problems with the flipping cars.
Later, yes, they did.
Which took them away from the sport. All kinds of dark memories of 1955, etc.
Yeah, and of course, the Peter Dumbreck one was the most. I mean, obviously, with no Webber going over. When Dumbreck went over, he went into an area where they just a few months before cut a load of trees down.
A few weeks.
Yeah.
It was done. I think it was done in between test day and the race, which was about 3 weeks apart in those days. Used to be on a Maybank holiday. Kellner's just slowing for a moment.
Well, slowing quite a lot, actually, John.
Out of turn 2 into 3.
Yeah.
Was that a missed gear? Might have been a missed gear.
Yeah, could have been.
These are cars that you can't miss gears with long before paddle shift.
Yeah, none of
no, there's something not right there.
No, that car's got a problem. I think he'll bring that into the pits.
It's not pulling out the corners. Yellow flags are out for an incident at turn 12, but that's not slowing that car down. Now let's see. He's dropped a good couple of seconds. It's raining. It's raining. Is that the problem?
Yeah, it could be.
Is that the problem? Okay.
Kellener's discretion, the better part of valor.
Georges Caban then in the march, leading the C1B class, has looped it at the top of the hill. I'm going to say it's raining. I wondered if it was getting a little bit darker. I did say it was over because I think it's raining.
No wipers going though.
Let's have a look. Yeah, it's raining.
Yeah, it is. Look, it's on the lens.
It is raining again here, and Kellener's has got his wipers going. Starting on slick racing tyres here. These cars, very, very difficult to contain the power. So Crichton Lendidis is pushing along here. Kellener's discretion, as Andrew said, being the better part of valor in that beautiful Blaupunkt number 7, is taking it relatively easily.
Yeah, you see a bit of precipitation coming off the back tyres now.
Well, it's rained and dried and rained and dried, and that is going to make the circuit so greasy.
And into the pits goes the Nissan Galant.
Well,
I think that's what I saw.
Have the teams got some wet weather tyres ready?
Dudis is in the pit as well.
Well, the
Cullen has stayed out.
Now, speeding in the pit lane, under investigation for Georges Caban in that march. He came in. I think what's happening here is they're coming in. This is not their not their mandatory stop. No. It's too early.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's got to be for tyres. So Kellen is feeling the conditions out there. Got to be the driver's choice, this.
Yeah.
Not even sure if these guys have got pits to car radio. May have.
I would have thought they would.
Oh yeah, you can see.
Taking it so easily.
You can see the lines on the road now, and it's getting.
It's quite a shower this, and on the commentary.
Oh, and the wind has picked up as well, quite significantly. Now 13 kilometres an hour.
Oh, he's just crawling, isn't he? He's just got
surviving here.
Yeah, on the slicks.
We've seen this before. Doesn't this take you back to this period at Le Mans where it could be teeming of rain on the far side of the circuit and bright sunshine in the pits?
Or the Spa 1000, of course.
Yeah.
Here he is.
Kellner's then, does he come to the pits? No.
Why not?
Is he?
Have they not got any wet?
Well, there you go. Through turn number 9.
I'm not sure who runs this particular car, but...
Well, he did a 2 minutes 10 last time around.
Yeah.
Should be doing the mid 130s.
The car's coming out.
But these are not timed pit stops.
No, as quick as they can get them on.
And that is the 21. That was the first car to come in.
Yeah.
That's the Georges Caban car.
That's a car that one of the first racing cars that Adrian Newey designed or helped
The
design.
number 21, okay.
Yeah, with Robin Hurd.
The March 85G from 1985, so a little bit older. Going through there, the 181 is Andreas Josephson in the Tiger.
Yeah.
And he's looking pretty confident there, actually. 181.
Well, it's tiptoeing stuff, isn't it, this?
Now, the 181 goes past the number 21 that had come out the pits, but now all of a sudden, and Lendoud is coming out. They're on wet tyres now.
Yeah, they're on wet tyres, and so is the Momo.
Correct. That's Lucas Halusa.
Yeah.
So they're the wet tyres, and here comes Kellner's into the pit lane.
I'd like to see this.
Now, the thing is here, he's got to be very careful crossing that red line because it's going to be very, very slippery indeed.
Yeah.
So Kellner's has pitted. It's too early to change the driver.
There's Galland. Lecourt is in the lead at the moment. Michel Lecourt
has not stopped yet.
In the 962, previous winner in this series in the past.
27 is the from A car. That's James Thorpe in the Nissan. That's a classic
that
colour.
hasn't stopped either.
No, that hasn't stopped either. You're right. From A, another classic livery. And what else have we got out there at the moment? The light green Michel Lecourt car, and it is literally like taking candy from a baby at the moment. Those who are on wets to not, it'll be 5, 6, 7, 10 seconds quicker, and everybody having to come into the pit lane now. The Spice comes in, Frank Morel, and Pierre-Luc Bosch will have to come in as well. Here's the lead. He's the lead going back to the number 31.
Nobody's dropped it though. That's good.
No, Kellner's has not emerged from the pits yet. So that wasn't the right strategy for Kellner's to stay out that one more lap. They must have thought it was going to just be a passing shower, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, of course, but we've got plenty of precipitation on our lens at the moment. And still tiptoeing. There's the Blaupunkt car back.
Right now out.
Yeah.
And again, we're being told on this timing screen that it's Kellner's. I haven't seen the helmet, but I'll have a look to confirm that. Because if it was his teammate, I can possibly understand even Vercouter just trying to stay out. Brand new set of wet weather tyres going on the 128. That's Pierre-Luc Bosch in the Spice. Yeah. Distinctive looking cars though, weren't they? Yeah. Particularly at the back end with that very angular rear, almost like a sponsor at the back of that car.
Yeah, had a lot of success, particularly in C2. Spice.
Now this is effectively the lead.
Yeah.
And this is the Momo Porsche against the Mercedes.
The yellow back of the silver arrow there. Very much a silver arrow, isn't it? And
both of these cars, we believe, on wet because they're stopped. And they're certainly driving like they are on wet. Here comes Halusa.
Down the inside.
Top of the hill, turn 13. Stay off the curbs, gentlemen. Down towards 14. This will not be anywhere near as quick as it would have been. Lendoud gets out of that corner really well, but you'll have to be pushing the throttle down as if it's got a raw egg underneath it, really, really gently. Otherwise, the massive torque, particularly from that Mercedes-Benz engine, will just spin up the rear wheels no matter what gear you're in. Big lift off early. He's not doing lift and course for fuel saving here. He's just...
Which they did in period.
Oh, well, they had to. Well, people forget that, of course. When people say, oh, Group C, classic era, it was a fuel formula.
that was it there. Probably something called soon. Wind tide at the moment, but interesting, Landudis, because twice the age of the man he's racing against. So Lucas
Really?
Halusa, I think, yeah, Halusa, I think, gone by now, out of our sight.
So Michael Lecourt hanging on to that car on slicks. He's catching the From Air Nissan for the actual lead. But of course, what they're banking on is that the rain stops.
Yeah.
And that they can pick up pace again.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they're lapping 2:16 and 2:22 last time around, Andrew, whilst the cars that have changed tyres, 2:01 and 2 minutes.
Yeah. So really, I know it's not going to dry out that quickly, John. If the rain's gone now, they're going to go. They're going to leapfrog.
And Lucas Halusa has gone past the Mercedes.
Yeah.
So in the effective race lead, let's call it that, they're 28, call it 30 seconds behind the leaders, but they're taking 10 to 15 seconds a lap out of the leaders. And I think that rain's getting a bit heavier. Oh, no, when I say that, I've just noticed Lucas has turned his windscreen wiper off, but there's a lot of spray.
A lot of spray. So in the Momo Lyrid car,
fantastic.
Giampiero Moretti was Mr. Momo. Great steering wheels.
Amongst other things.
Yeah, amongst other car accessories.
Yeah.
Raced a lot in the States.
First year.
You knew where that was, and they knew that's where the business was.
First year of the American Le Mans Series in 1999. The 333 SP Ferrari in Momo colours.
We had Olive Garden sponsoring there as well, didn't we?
Olive Garden sponsored the Raffinelli cars. Yeah. Both the prototypes. They had a Lola B2K, the one that sort of looked like it had a ocean liner front end with a little light built in, and they also raced Ferrari 550s as well. GTs.
Olive Garden, big chain of Italian restaurants all throughout America.
Yeah,
but a good sponsor they were. James Thorpe in the lead though.
The other half of that is the seafood restaurants are all part of that chain.
Yeah, I think
as well.
Yeah, I think there's 2 or 3 chains all owned by the same group. Yes. Yeah. And a Mexican.
Olive Garden always had a good salad bar, I seem to remember.
Yeah, and when I had a place in Florida, first night we always used to go to the local Olive Garden in Naples.
Yeah.
Usually have the same things.
You know, at least you know what
you were getting there.
Yeah,
and the salad was great, and they did a good job.
181 is the leader in the C2A class. That's Andres Josefsson.
Yeah.
And that car, now has that car been in the pitch? Yes. So the only 2 cars have not yet stopped are the 2 cars out front, and James Thorpe still holding off Michael Lecourt 3.5 seconds, but Lucas Halusa in the Momo car is hoving into view.
He's only 5 seconds behind,
at a rate of knots. He's actually only 2 seconds behind. In fact, he's got a second now.
Yeah.
He's already gone into second place, passing the Momo car. I think that's getting worse. I actually think that's getting worse.
Wow, look at the rooster tails coming out the back of that Nissan.
That's the Michael Lecourt car. So Halusa from so James Thorpe from Halusa from Landudis.
That's Galant. That's a Nissan. That's the Japanese spec version that raced mainly in Japan, which is called the got a different designation. CP, yes.
Yeah, R80 CP.
So it's a low downforce version. Well, it's a Lola built car. I mean, it might have a Japanese.
Oh yeah,
engine,
absolutely.
But with Japanese engine.
And of course, the tail of the Mark Blundell qualifying lap at Le Mans in that year, 1990.
I wound it up to over 1,000 horsepower, didn't they?
Yeah, and the wastegate stuck closed or open, whichever way it wasn't supposed to be.
Closed, I suppose.
And they told him to abort the lap, and Mark, I remember him telling the story. He tells it very well.
I think that's how he got his nickname Mega, isn't it?
Well, he hadn't had a decent clear lap because all of the sessions of qualifying in those days we didn't have a hyperpole. and he hadn't had a decent clear lap, and he had a clear lap, and the tyres were only good for about 3/4 of a lap,
Yeah.
because you were allowed qualified rubber in those days, and the wastegate stuck, so it wasn't bleeding off the turbo as it should have done, and he absolutely nailed it, and that was a qualifying record at the time, which stood for a very. In fact, it might still stand
I
actually.
think it probably
on that configuration of circuit.
Definitely.
And certainly, I think in terms of miles per hour, it's the fastest qualifying in terms of miles per hour.
And I think it was also the fastest top speed with the chicanes, or something like that. Patiently and waits, he who waits. But is the Momo car of Lucas Hindhaugh
leading the motor race.
This family, whose father is a huge enthusiast, we've got a lovely collection of cars, including the bread van Ferrari, which we'll see later.
So it was 1990.
Yeah.
That was a CK that he raced in.
Was he driving with Julian Bailey?
Cool.
I think
good question.
And I think
yes, he was certainly in the championship.
Yeah, Bailey crashed the car, I think, if I remember right.
So that was an overboosted car.
So it says there, you're looking at the website, 1100 horsepower.
Yeah, absolutely. It was the R90 CK01.
Yeah.
Was recently sold at Sotheby's. I think it was last year in the fabulous. It was the number 24 car, not the 23. But there was onboard footage of that as well.
What is fantastic, John, is they are racing these cars. They aren't.
Yeah, exactly right. If you remember, they had brake failure in '89, and that was the shortest Le Mans ever for them. But my goodness me, what a lap that was. If you go to motorsportmagazine.com, there's a great article on there about that of Mark Blundell. Runs a very successul management business.
Yeah, he was in the commentary business for a while, wasn't remember? I think he might have done.
I did a few personal appearances with him, and did some interviews with him for various of his sponsors. Looks after, among other people, actually, somebody we were talking about yesterday, looks after Jake Hill.
Yeah. And put quite a lot of money into Jake Hill. Just noticing they're showing the car with the Couturier in it.
Yeah.
But it said Cullen's.
And
did they change at the pit stop? I wonder.
Well, yes, because the pit window has opened. Yeah. So there's been a driver change there, one way or the other. So it either started with Ralph and they're finishing with Ivan.
Yeah.
Or Vicky Verky.
So,
we'll see by the time. He's now got wet weather tyres on. Hasn't lost a lap to the leaders, and he's coming back at the leaders in some style. That number 7 car, 1:57.6. So, well, you be the judge. Didn't see the pit stop. There's an opportunity here for this to change. Lucas Hindhaugh and Creighton Lendudis both having. Do you know what? I realised why they were staying out. Because they were staying out waiting for the mandatory pit stop window to open.
Yeah, that saved them.
So they've saved it because those 2 cars ahead pitted before the mandatory pit stop. So there you go. That's why whoever it was in there, whether it was Ralph or Ivan, stayed out. And now that number 7 Blaupunkt Porsche is within 7 seconds of the lead and within 3 seconds of Creighton Lendudis in the Mercedes in second. And that is the coming car at the moment. From A Nissan, number 27, getting a set of new Avon slicks. Excuse me, Avon wet weather tyres.
James Thorpe did a good job in that car, though.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We had 45 minutes on the clock when we started. There's 21 and a half now, so just over half distance.
The Thorpe will hand over to Phil Quaife, of course, who we just saw in the previous race going so quickly, but not quite beating Ollie Bryant. and having that great battle.
It's drying up, you know.
Do you think so, John? There's still a...
I don't think it'll be totally dry by the end.
But it's not that hot, is it not? We'll see, won't we? But intriguing
There's
situation, whatever.
Much less spray coming from all of the cars.
Halusa with a 15-second gap over Lundudis.
Oh, well, what's happened there? Because he's pitted again.
Yeah.
He's pitted again. And he's also into the pits, the Blaupunkt car has come into the pits again as well.
Yeah.
So what's happened here?
There's a Blaupunkt car.
That's the second pit stop. Right, Kellen is the driver that is out of the car. Well, that's very interesting.
And that's Kutra, who's, I said yesterday, he's very big in the financial world. He manages the sovereign fund of Luxembourg. And that's probably a lot of money. Billions and billions.
It's not Saudi, though, is it?
No, Luxembourg. no, it's not Saudi. No,
I'm saying
the largest sovereign fund in the world is Norway.
Is it really?
Yeah. They kept all their oil money.
Right. So who's that? That is even a helmet.
You see, he can read his name on it. That's the back of Joey.
Yeah.
He's got the data masso on the back of the.
Yeah, absolutely.
Development work with them.
So he came in and probably changed tyres.
Yeah.
And went back out again.
So he's done the extra pit stop, you see, hasn't he? And the two who haven't will be the Thorpe Nissan. Who are the two that tiptoed round? There's Thorpe and which one?
Thorpe and Lecourt.
Lecourt, yes, that's right.
Both of whom are out of the pits now.
Yeah.
27 leaving now is the James Thorpe car, but that will be Phil Quaife in that, won't it?
We used to see From A on these cars. I never knew what From A was.
Oh, it was
probably furniture or something. Japanese furniture.
The thing that I always remember was it was reversed on the right-hand side. And it is so. It says A Mroff on the other side. Actually, it's completely reversed, Andrews, on the search engine there. So is that Quaife in that car? Also STP on the rear wing as well. A couple of really nice old STP t-shirts that I refuse to throw out, even though I've had them for donkey's years.
Don't throw them away.
No, they're great. They're nice and soft, proper cotton. They're all distressed and faded, but they're super comfy. Not exactly something you need to be going out in. A little spin for the Christophe Gadet's Themo SMC.
There's that march in again. You can Google many things, but not what From A is.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm taking that.
Right, take that on. Take that while I call this for a little while. With
go on.
Halusa in the lead from Vercoutre and Lundudis. Then Gallant in the other Nissan. Great to see these Nissans racing. Obviously, there's so few of them compared to how many. Oh, we got a spinner there. But meanwhile, the race continues with Halusa. We're not seeing him on screen at the moment. And there's the 82 car. That's a Michel Lecourt. I don't recognise that as a period colour scheme, actually. That one. Was it another Japanese?
It's one of the Japanese championship cars.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, a lot of them raced over there. There's the.
And if you know, that was the 82 car we were looking at, yes?
Yeah.
If you notice as well, that has a very different rear wing.
Yeah.
As well, because they had a slightly different championship.
So the 21 car goes out. Caban got a large BRCC badge on it.
I saw that.
I'm sure
yeah.
Mr. Caban is not a member of the club. But here's the Momo car. Still having to be very, very careful in these tricky conditions. This big shower of rain coming through here. The rain in Spain falls mainly on the Circuit Catalunya, I think. And Halusa, though, doing a good job. 7 seconds between him and Dudis now, and Vercoutre, Gallant, Lecourt. And just looking at the Thorpe car coming out of the pits. And, who's that chap? power screen. Races. Anyway.
Well, I haven't found out what From Here was, but that car
Yes.
is
I recognise the colour scheme.
Is a one-off. That was the R91 CK Nova Engineering car, which competed in the All Japan Sports Prototype Championship.
But I certainly saw that sponsorship in period, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the one-off bit?
It had I think different bodywork.
Yeah.
As well. Nova Engineer, it was chassis 07 from Lola, did their own upgrades to the chassis and bought by Team Le Mans and modified into an R91 VP.
Well, there you go.
As well.
Jan Magnussen.
Still don't know what From Here is, though.
No. Maybe somebody out there will know. Jan Magnussen into the Tiger now and into the lead of the C2A category, basically the C2 category. So Jack Fabi doing a good job. The 25-year-old from Cheshire who won the Clio Cup when he was 16. And he's raced quite a lot of things, Jack Fabi, LMP3 and raced in the Prague. He's raced a lot in the Brit car as well. But anyway, obviously Jan Magnussen's picked him up as a co-driver. Jan, all those years of success in Corvettes after his career in Formula One with Jackie Stewart petered out, as we said before. He said after he was too young to really adapt to it. He got boosted up from paralysing everybody in Formula 3 into Formula 1 and just really didn't cut it. But he was a super guide, yeah, and a very entertaining guy. Dane from Roskilde, where there's a race circuit. Just looking the gap, is it closing? So Halusa. So most people have made 2 pit stops apart from the core and Thorpe. Yeah, so everybody, has made their mandatory stop now.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, and so it's Halusa from then Dudis and the Couturier, then Gallant, and they're really quite spread out. And James Thorpe car now is surprised. Well, some people are still on an out lap, so that could change. Halusa, for instance, is in the lead, but he's on an out lap. So let's see what happens with this. 13 minutes remaining of this second of the Group C races. So yesterday's race run by Couturier and Callinas with Lendunis second and Gallant third. And Halusa was fourth. But maybe Halusa can take the win today. Just tracking with Jan Magnussen at the moment. So Jan racing all sorts of historic cars at the moment. I think they've got a Cobra in development, which he did race at Silverstone last year. It was the first time out with it. I got the Turner. He races, won his class at Silverstone last year in that. And they bought his partner bought a second one. I think Jan's got a sort of racing cafe as well in Denmark. Yeah, or a racing hub where people go. Yes, John.
It was a Japanese car enthusiast magazine.
Ah, now did you find that on Google or did?
I don't use Google very often,
right, okay.
but I used a bit of AI.
Oh,
it was a Japanese car enthusiast magazine, who probably didn't put any money in, but were on the side of the car.
One of those deals.
Give a bit of visibility.
Yeah. Meanwhile, John at the front, Halusa and...
I never knew that before today, by the way.
Never knew that when we saw the car in period.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot of other things going on then.
Well,
more important
indeed so.
Yeah. So Halusa and Dudis are lapping in a similar time, 1:59 at the moment. And Couturier dropped that last lap might have been an out lap, yeah. And who else is quick out there? The quickest bloke out there actually is Phil Quaife.
I also found out whilst I was down that internet rabbit hole
that
some of the original testing of the Nissan R 90 that was done by RML.
Yes.
They went to Phillip Island, of all places.
Oh, I've been there. Terrific place.
I have never been there, and I want to go there. So they tested at Phillip Island because one of Nissan's higher up team managers spent a lot of time down there and thought it would suit what they needed to do. And the times that they were putting in the early testing in 1989 are still 6 seconds faster than the outright lap record in 2025.
I wonder if the Japanese man also went off to see the penguins. There are penguins there, I've seen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I was the podium presenter at the first Australian motorbike Grand Prix.
I'd love to go and see bikes there.
Yeah, and Wayne Gardner won a race, so everybody got very excited.
It's a bit of an outlier in terms of the rest of the season, as we saw in World Superbikes when they were out there recently. But I do like it, and watching V8 supercars down there would just be.
Yeah,
they do some GT racing there as well.
Yeah, and they come over the crest past the pits, and they see the Pacific Ocean in front.
Correct.
Of them. And it was a circuit that fell into complete disuse, and then Bob Barnard redeveloped it for a group. So it's a wonderful track to go, a nice part of the world too.
That's Melbourne, isn't it? That's down by Melbourne.
It is, yeah, it's south.
So there is the number 83 Nissan, and that is the more usual colourway rather of Olivier Grant. That's a CP.
Yeah. So Halusa and Dude is still doing similar lap times with 10 seconds to go. 10 minutes to go, I should say.
8.5 between them. Well, nearly 9, actually.
Quaife is 3 seconds quicker than them, but he's down in 6th.
I am very impressed that we've got all 13 cars that started.
Yeah.
All right, Frank Morel's car went into the pits a little while ago. So, but all 12 of the 13 cars still running, and nobody has stuck it off into the wall.
No. Very good.
That's very impressive.
Powerful. I mean, they're not running 1,000 horsepower.
Oh, hello. This is all getting a bit more interesting. Side by side on the start-finish line. Halusa has gone, and that was a bit of lappery going on for Michel Lecourt in the number 82.
This Japanese colour scheme, the blue and white, was Nippon Oil. This Seki is Nippon Oil.
Oh, good find.
Yeah. So we're really unravelling this Japanese Le Mans sponsors, aren't we?
Well, people, I mean, because of what we were seeing, I was going to say subjected to, but that's not.
Enjoying it.
But because of what we were seeing in Europe, it was easy to forget that all Japanese prototype championship.
Yeah, it was a very successful championship.
Yeah, I know.
Like Kenny Atchison raced.
Kenny Atchison was. I mean, that's how Kenny Atchison ended up as a Mercedes driver.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he'd done such a good job out there and been recommended.
Yeah.
For the team, and he. Great lad, Kenny Atchison. I saw him at Michael Cotton's funeral.
Yes.
Came straight over to have a chat.
And
never changed.
He's got a C9.
Yes, he has.
A C9.
Yes, he
has.
He
took it up the hill at Goodwood. And so I didn't.
As you do.
I didn't. The first time he's driven competitively, I wasn't really trying, but he did win the class.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
And the great thing for him is that when he was racing in period, his kids never saw him race.
No.
They were too young. And they were all there to see him. So that was because I think you know that he developed some fantastic business with his wife in the soap and cosmetic industry, which he sold for a lot of money. And but Kenny is one. I thought Kenny was going to. I knew Kenny in Formula 3 when he dominated Formula 3 with the RMC route.
Well, he was en route to Formula 1, wasn't he?
Well, he got onto Formula 1, but he was with Ram and
yeah.
But he says I wasn't quite good enough. I wasn't. He said, I think I was fast. He said I wasn't ruthless enough. I did a big interview with him recently.
Oh, really?
Kenny, yeah. For a magazine. Yeah, but Kenny's a great guy, and enjoying life. I spent quite a lot of time down in Australia.
Yeah,
but
never changed.
Lundudis has closed up, John. A 6-second gap, but only 6 minutes remaining. He's not going to make that up. So it's going to be a nice win, with the disappointment that Halusa had previously in BMW 635, as there's that Momo car. So I'm wondering who would have driven that Momo car in period. That Porsche. I think do a quick search on that. Just
the wiper is off on that car. I think that's one of the US cars, isn't it? We were speculating
yeah, I'm sure
about
it
this
is.
yesterday.
Yeah.
And Andrew Marriott concentrated a lot of his spend in the States.
Yeah, I mean,
big market. So Ivan Verkuter in 4th place, 2nd in class in the Blaupunkt Porsche. Yeah, I stumbled across some old footage. I was looking for something else online, and you know how you get distracted and go off on a tangent. It happens to me a lot. Just ask the responsible adult. And I found some old footage of the old Japan prototype racing. It is out there. It's pretty grainy, and some of it's not so good. But they had super fields, and a lot of Europeans would go across there because it was well paid.
Yeah, absolutely. But Moretti drove mainly with Maribaldi, but Lion Dyke, Didier Tays, of course.
Didier. Well, Didier drove the 333 SP in the early years of the American Le Mans Series, 99 and onwards. In the days when people like Elliott Ford Robinson was still going, won the first championship, of course. That 333 SP, the Momo car, open top Ferrari. My goodness.
Oh yeah, that's the car he drove with Papis and Didier Tays.
Yeah, I remember that. It's Petit Le Mans in '98.
Here's the Nissan oil car. Yellow flags flying.
Turn 7, and that's because we've had a spin.
Oh, there let's do this.
No,
it wasn't. Sorry.
No, it's Charlie Bush.
I saw the silver
in the March.
That's had a checkered race, hasn't it?
Yeah, this.
Here is Landudis coming by. Going to go by him now.
Yeah. They stayed out. That was another car that stayed out. That was just Oh, you almost saved that. Yeah. Almost saved it. The coming through turn 7 and on the transition up the hill, there's a change of camber there. Stayed out and tried to get to the stop. It hasn't worked for anybody, has it, really, that stayed out? It didn't work, did it? No. I mean, Phil Quaife actually is the fastest man on the track at the moment. Well, he's the best placed. He's out, but he's in 5th. It didn't work. Yeah, and he's in 5th and a minute 30, so 90 seconds behind. Yeah. Lost too much time tiptoeing through the puddles to make up on the pit stop, even though the cars ahead of him have made 2 pit stops to his 1. I mean, reasonable idea to think that might be the right way to go. No, well, actually, I thought it was a good idea. Yeah, it didn't work. What I don't quite understand is what happened with the Blaupunkt car, because it appears that Kellner's started the car, stayed out in the wet, waited until after the rain started falling to make the pit stop and go on the wets, charged back to just a few seconds, handful of seconds behind the 2 leading cars, and then came back in again. Yeah. It hasn't been a mega exciting race. It's been an intriguing race, hasn't it? With this rain shower, it would have been very different if we hadn't had. And obviously, that rain has gone away now, but we've still got the legacy of it here with a damp but drying track. I wonder if it was just a bit too wet, even on wets for Ivan. Yeah, and that's why when they came in, which was the right time to come in then. But you know, every dog has his day. They had their victory yesterday. True enough. And Alusa looks like he's going to win this. Didn't get on the podium yesterday. He's going to take the win, and he'll be very pleased with that. I think his dad's racing there this weekend, and two of his brothers, and the operation managed by Alex Ames. Oh, there's a name to conjure with. Yeah, a great Ford racer. Yeah.
It still does race and sometimes drives it, but that's his deal. It's looking after that stuff. He used to work for Nick Mason before that.
Knows his way around
decent cars.
classic cars. Yes, absolutely.
Knows where to go.
Knows who to pull in when something needs doing.
So just over a minute. One. This will be on to the last lap.
Yeah.
And Crichton, Mercedes closed right up, John.
He's done this a couple of times, but hasn't got any closer than a couple of seconds.
Now he's 2.7 seconds.
Sun's out again, though.
Yeah, and he's having a charge.
Sun's out and the track's warming up.
Yeah.
Warmest we've seen now, 15 degrees on the track. Still damp.
Yeah.
But as soon as the sun comes out here, the track temperature goes up.
Yeah, the air temperature is only 12, but it's not what you expect from a Spanish spring day. But nevertheless. Oh, that's called a whip pan.
I was showing nearly 20 Celsius on Thursday when I was coming back from the coast on my motorcycle.
Closing, best part, just couple of seconds there.
Needs another couple of laps, I reckon.
Yeah.
Unless there's a problem for Hindhaugh. He's not using all of the road here.
No,
this could be a grandstand finish.
Really could.
Hindhaugh is not using all of the road. Has he used up his wet tyres? Because Lindudis is coming quickly.
He's coming quickly.
Down to turn 10 now. Only a third of the lap to go. Round about a mile and a half. Lindudis goes deep,
going wide, wasn't he?
Deep into 10, but he's got momentum up the hill. This is not over. This is not over.
Well, this is a big surprise. Wow.
There's definitely a problem for Hindhaugh. He's not attacking the corners at all. And here comes the Mercedes. The Silver Arrow, more like a hunting shark at the moment, coming through the final corner.
He's going to hang on. Surely he's going to hang on. And yes, he is, John. Yes, he is. Wow.
Just on half a second, if the finish line had been halfway down the straight, that Mercedes would have won.
Oh.
My goodness, no clue what was going on there from Hindhaugh unless he was just teasing us.
I don't think he was.
Olivier Gallant goes through in the Nissan in third overall, second in class. The first two were the winners in their respective classes, by the way. Waiting for Ivan Verkuter to come through as third in the C3 class. Phil Quaife will be third in the C3A. Leading and shortly coming through to win C2A will be Jan Magnussen in the car.
2 wins for him,
Yeah, in the car that he was sharing with Jack Fabi. And Christophe Gadet winning in the Themo in C2B. Here's Lecoutre now. Lecoutre coming to the last couple of corners. And will finish off the race. Could have been a bit better for them, but as Andrew said, they had their moment in the sun yesterday, crossed the line and confirmed now as a finisher. Well, difficult conditions, Andrew, but dealt with, I think, pretty splendidly by the pros and the non-pros alike. And all of the cars, no Group C cars were harmed in the making of this 45-minute race.
Excellent. So coming up will be a category we haven't seen yet. It's going to be Classic Endurance Racing 1. And we're going to see some great cars in this. And I mentioned one earlier, which is the David and Olivier Hart Ferrari 512M, which I'm expecting will be the class of the field. But we'll see.
They only get one race this weekend.
Yeah, they do.
Huge grid. 45 cars with qualifying times and another 3 cars that didn't.
And we're going to, hopefully, we're going to see a Porsche 917 in this.
Which Porsche 917?
Is it there?
917s.
Well, Mr. John of B. On the original entry list was Philip Seifert, son of the great Joseph, who was killed at Brands Hatch. Of course, a terrific sports car driver in a 917, and also raced for BRM and so on. but I don't think he turned up. So we got lots of Lola T70s.
No, there it is. This is 917 kit.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. No, that's the IRE. That's the other one. That's the IRE Mr. John and B car.
Ah, right.
There was 2 entered, but 917 is not.
There you go, Michael Spire and Philippe.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, they
another 917.
Yeah, that's a drive. Yeah. So let's see if it comes out.
Number 1 car.
Yeah. So we'll see. But here we got, this was the start with the Mercedes C11 going into the lead immediately. Everybody through, and the track was dry at this point. There is the From A, the magazine-sponsored car. And here is the intrigue after the rain came down, and a couple of cars trying to stay out. Ivan Vercoutry sharing with Ralph Kelleners. But the man who really kept his head was Lucas Halusa, changing onto wet weather tyres. There was flames out the C2 cars. Kriton Lundudis in the Mercedes then did start to close up on the Halusa Momo car. There's the pit signal going back in. Here is the Kelleners Blaupunkt car for 962. And then had the odd spin of that March, had a few adventures during the race. And then right in the closing seconds, suddenly there was a big battle on, and the checkered flag flew with just half a second separated as the Greek almost caught the Austrian. Lucas Halusa is Austrian.
So I'm going to ask you a question now to which you may not know the answer. Is that Philippe Siffert and Michael Spire car, is that his dad's old STP, the Fulmer car?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, John. Joe Siffert was a great dealer in cars as well. I remember we went to the Temporada series in Argentina when he was racing in Formula 2, and he bought several cars and bought them back.
Let's see what colours.
Yeah, see what colours it is.
We've not seen these cars on track yet. Because if it is, I have the CV of that car.
Yeah.
If it is, I think it's 917 10 002.
Okay.
And it's got quite an interesting history.
Right, well, I look forward to that. So Philip Siffert has raced at Le Mans once, actually. But I don't remember that. Back in '95, his father did 10 years in Formula 1. He was a terrific guy, he had a little moustache, you know, and often raced with Pedro Rodriguez. I was privileged to know Joe Siffert. But the son is, in his 50s now. They're based in Freiburg, in Switzerland.
Peter Vogler, who's here this weekend, he's got 917-025, which is the old Nino Vaccarella and Dominic Martin car, which was the last chassis to effectively to get the Porsche seal of approval.
I'm getting excited about 917 because it was a real beast. It was very, very difficult to drive, and if you look at it, I don't know if you've ever seen one with the bodywork off, John, but you wouldn't like where your feet are.
I've sat in one, actually. I've sat in a Gulf one at the workshop of Gunnar Jeanette's dad, Kevin Jeanette. He's a pretty
he's got a lot, real expert.
And also the other thing that you realise is that the fiberglass bodywork around you is so thin you can see light through it.
And exactly as well.
And the other bit like an old Alpine A110.
And if you look down on it, and of course a lot of them were in Gulf colours or Martini colours, and it was obviously the pink pig version. You know, you could see the big fan, the cooling fan on the top of the
flat 12,
flat 12 engine there.
The other thing when you sit inside is you realise how inadequate the roll cage is, because when I sat in one and I did the thing, sliding the thing backwards and forwards like McQueen does at the start of the movie, and I sat in there, and it's all good. Driver on the right hand side, of course, as well, of that car. And I said to Kevin, as I was getting, as we were opening the door before I got out, and I said to Kevin, so you've got the roll cage out. When are you going to put the roll cage back in? He went, what do you mean? And I said, well, these little tubes are just there obviously to hand the bodywork on. He went, no, that is it.
Yeah.
And it's about the width of a shopping trolley tube.
Yeah.
And you think, how could that even have been legal back in those days? But it was, and that was it. It was built for one thing and one thing only, to go very fast at Le Mans. So the cars are rolling out then. For the first time we're seeing Classic Endurance Racing 1 for the Spirit of Montjuïc. Hello there. Good afternoon. Coming up to 1 o'clock here in Spain, and I'm sad to say that the weather is coming in again from the north. Almost always comes in, good or bad, over the mountains. So coming down from turn 14, the final corner, on towards pit in. But we have got a stunning array of more than 40 cars. 45 put in qualifying times. There were 3 other cars that didn't. And David Half with the fastest time in a 512M Ferrari from 1971.
Yeah,
that tells you all you need to know about what we've got here, including some Chevron B19s, which is a beautiful looking car. And there's a Di Tomaso Pantera Group 4 as well.
And you don't need to know it, but I can tell you a lot more about the Hart car. They've only had it a couple of years ago, bought it at Retromobile 2 years ago. This is not a famous car, in as much as it was actually a privateer car owned by Scuderia Brescia Corse and raced by, it was owned by a guy who raced under another of these nicknames we've been talking about. He raced under the name of Pam, but he was called Marsilio Passotti, and he had a professional driver called Carlo Facchetti, some people know. And this car, I mean, it did hill climbs and minor races. It didn't have any great success. It's having it now. But it then went to US, and well-known car collector who ran racing cars at Michael Harley Cluxton had it. Then a bloke called Ed Davis raced it in Florida and went through a few other people, and then came
When you
back.
say it's not a famous car, it's a Ferrari 512M.
But yeah, it wasn't a works car.
Yeah,
it was a privateer car that they
not
sold.
Not that many of them around.
There's very few of them around. But they gave it its debut at the Silverstone Classic or Festival, whatever they call it these days, last September, and it won with the Hearts at it. I think it's going to be the car to beat. Now, qualifying down there in 8th place is Philip Shamama in one of the various different Lola T70s, and Philip won the championship last year.
Yeah.
So this should be a terrific race.
How many T70s have we got?
Yeah,
well,
we got
all of them. And some T212s as well, which people forget about, the smaller Lolas, the little T210s and 212s. Really handy little cars, very nimble.
Yeah. Most of these T70s are continuity cars.
Okay.
As I said, the Bryants, they're not racing here, but they got one of the originals, and then there was official continuity cars, and then a bloke called Chris Fox, who had been with Lola, built some others, and other people have built them because they're not that difficult to build. But anyway, down in 31st place, number 27, is a Chevron B16. It's a guy that I've known for many years called John Sheldon, who survived the biggest ever crash there was at Le Mans, that was survivable, in the Aston Martin. Huge crash on the Mulsanne Straight.
Right.
Over 200 miles an hour, the thing crashed. And John Sheldon actually is a dentist, and John has been...
Bigger than Wim Percy's flip?
Bigger than Wim Percy's flip.
Wow.
Yes. But in the same sort of order. John's 78 years old now, and he's racing here today, which I think is pretty great. And it was 84 he crashed. It was a Nimrod Aston he crashed. But John has raced...
What year was that?
In 84.
Oh, 84?
Yeah. It crashed a Nimrod. And John lives in Portugal now. He did a couple of seasons in the BTCC. I mean, he came up to Formula 4. You know, he's always been a dentist, but he's always, raced in a very professional way. And he's a super guy. But I love the fact he's 78 and he's here racing. And it's not,
gives hope to us all.
Well, me.
Well, I've got a few years to go.
You won't catch up though.
Still got my license.
Yeah, I know you have. And you know. Well, there's a nice Chevron B19. Look, Derek Bennett built those cars in Bolton, and very effective they were too. I love the B16. I think it's a beautiful looking race car. That's a GT car. And we've got some, must have some B16s in here.
Yeah, we have.
We've got quite a lot. The B19, B21, they were all just iterations. There's a 22 Lola T70. Is that?
That's the Philip Shimama car.
Ulf Norinder car. Now, Ulf Norinder was a
navy blue. That's navy blue and gold. What a colour scheme.
Yeah, Ulf was a wild Swede. It was a sort of mate of Mike Hailwood's and used to throw thunder flashes around and things like that. And he was pretty quick as well. And sometimes put good other people in his cars. But he was a real character. We haven't mentioned that the fastest of the T70s here is the Emil Brettmeyer car. The team we mentioned that run a lot of rally cars as well.
1968.
Yeah, and then that
big spread of lap times here.
But, yeah, but you've got third fastest is a 2-litre car, which is the B19 of Charlie Hyatt, and his dad's in this race as well. And it's a great story. Great story. Oh, there's a lovely B8. Yeah, was it the B8 you raced?
Yeah, I raced the only B8 that ever went to Le Mans with the BMW engine.
Yeah, they came with a Cosworth FVC or a BMW.
Yeah,
and it was pretty
mounted
similar
behind the driver.
Yeah,
and they're great little cars. You can absolutely fling them around.
Yeah.
And that number 17 is Benjamin Hatton.
Yeah,
that's a 1969 car. The one that Till has, and he was very kind to let me share with him at a Silverstone Classic event. Had a pretty decent season in I think it was 69 when it went to Le Mans. It was the JCB coloured car, the bright yellow with JCB sponsorship on, and we raced it with number 24 on the side. And I think it had come 4th or 5th in the Nürburgring 1000k on the Nordschleife.
Yeah.
So I looked up that race and it was wet.
Yeah.
And I can understand why that car was such a good weapon in the wet around the Nordschleife, around the North Loop.
That's a lime green sort of UDT lace door type.
David Hinton's car.
David Hinton's car.
That's a T70 Mark III.
Yeah. And wonder if we'll see Ross Hyatt, the dad of Charlie. That's the 170. Extraordinary story. Ross Hyatt salvaged £32 million worth of silver bars, which sank off the Maldives. And he managed to salvage that. And then the Dutch government claimed that it was theirs and he had to give it back. And in the end, it all went to court and Ross got a sizable wage. Well, he won the court case, in fact. But Ross Hyatt had been racing for very many years, lots of Ferraris, driven at Le Mans back to 89, 90 with Robbie Sterling, and raced Tigers and Spices and so on. And he was an all-round good guy. What's that being pushed to as a 911 though? Some description.
Yes. So
but what a look at the field. Look, right back to
Well, that car is out of position. I think that might have been the Kurt Lima 888 car.
Yeah.
That's been pushed away. That's that's quite a rare car, that actually. 2.3 ST.
Yeah.
From 1969.
So on the other Lola T70, it's going to be up near the sharp end. It's going to be our man Meal. We mentioned the Meal family a lot in this broadcast over the last 2 days. But he goes really well in that.
It was the 888.
But we've got a guy that you'll know, John, in another T70 in 6th place, Jim Norman, who we remember winning his class in Daytona in a new. They had a new category briefly, didn't they? And the car was in the old swirly purple and green colours of the 917.
The hippie Porsche.
The hippie Porsche. Remember what it was? It was a Cayman, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was the first Cayman to race. But Jim did.
It was indeed the 888 with the ST plate on it.
Yeah.
That is a beautiful car. The hippie Porsche was, of course, a chassis 043.
Yeah.
Which was a run in 1971 by the JWA. John Wyatt.
And it was sponsored by Martini. And there was a little Martini on it.
Yes. That was Count Martini allowed it on that.
Yeah.
Wouldn't allow it on the Pink Pig.
No.
Which was also a Martini.
Yeah. And I wonder if how many people listening to us know about the Pink Pig. But people, I think, have described the car as a bit of a pig, haven't they? And the design of the
it was
car.
it was because of the different bodywork.
Yes.
And it was wide, and
Yes.
it was given the nickname of the pink
Yeah.
pig, by people at the factory.
Yeah.
And and not in a very pleasant way.
No.
And ultimately, what happened was that between practice and qualifying, what is now the famous colour scheme with the cuts of meat on it, and the dotted lines and the names of the cuts of the meat in German was added before the race.
Yeah, yes.
It didn't qualify like that. And of course, that was revived, and it never won. The car never won.
No, it didn't win, but everybody loves it.
However, it did win as a GT car.
Yeah.
Lawrence Vantor took the victory in it, and he has a pink bicycle that he had done to commemorate it, and he collects an awful lot of pink memorabilia. Right, let's get back to the front of the field here.
And just to say, not a weekend to remember for Michael Birch. Remember, his Lotus 15 was about to win a race yesterday and stopped on the last lap. Well, his number 62 car has gone into the pits.
Oh no!
Yeah, what was Michael driving here?
62.
Yeah. Anyway, there were so many cars, aren't there? Oh yeah, but here he is. Look, in a B19.
Yeah.
So
Chevron B19, 2 litre.
So I'm not sure. Maybe it wasn't allowed to start. Anyway, we're looking for the 917s, aren't we?
Yeah. Classes here. Over 2 litres, under 2 litres, and GT basically. That's how it kind of works.
4 or 5 GT cars. The quickest is the Kurt Leimer 911.
That's it. Again, it was wet.
Yeah.
It was absolutely Porsche weather. The little red and white 2 litre car right in the mix there.
There you are.
That's
the Ferrari is obviously red. People say it's scarlet red. It isn't. Scarlet's a very orangey shade of red.
I do like the bright yellow Breitmeyer, Breitmeyer STP Lola. Let's have a look at the back of the field to see.
The car there in the Joe Bonnier colours. Bonnier did a lot of things in Lolas.
There was a Brumos coloured Porsche further back as well.
I love seeing these old colour schemes. It's so emotive.
Brumos have never changed.
Yeah, but for me,
we'll tell the story of Brumos.
Yes.
And why it's called Brumos during the race here. Coming to the green flag for 1 hour, one mandatory pit stop. For the first time this weekend, we look at the Classic Endurance Racing 1. Peter Otto and the Spirit of Montjuïc here at Circuit of Catalunya with weather approaching. And we are green flag and bang! Like it's been shot out of a steam catapult. Away goes David Hart in the Ferrari, the beautiful 512M, 5 litre 12 cylinders, when that meant something, but he's gone wide and through goes the Lola, side by side. Fantastic driving by Emil Breitmeyer in the T70, the yellow number 124.
Further back, cars going through the corner, 3 wide. There's the Golf colours of the 917.
Right, that's the car that Philippe Siffer and Michael Spire are driving. So that's not the car that was his dad's old Can-Am car, which is what I was hoping for.
Oh, right.
And the STP colours.
Yeah.
But not sure about the provenance of that particular chassis. Still the Ferrari leading with the Lola in behind it. If you've ever watched the movie Le Mans, Lolas were doubling for Porsche 917s and Ferraris.
And that's because the 917 cost a lot more. The Lolas didn't. And,
they destroyed a lot of Lolas.
One of the Lolas racing here was one of the cars that carried the bodywork and got repaired. Ultimately, it was sort of crashed remotely. I seem to remember. Well, they crashed quite a few of them.
That remote crash was miles ahead of its time.
Yeah.
They had a driver sitting, the operator sitting on a gantry, and with a full set of pedals and steering wheel, and basically it was the world's biggest RC car.
Yeah.
But if you look carefully, you can see that the bodywork doesn't quite fit over the top of the Lola chassis. In fact, you can see
through a sign, didn't it?
Yeah, and actually you can see the yellow bodywork of the Lola underneath what's supposed to be a Ferrari going off at Is it Indianapolis that it goes off at? I think it is.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
I believe, yes, it is.
And then there's another one that bangs down. The other thing that they did was that one of them that bangs down the arm core, it broke the servo to the throttle pedal, and the throttle jammed open. So whilst it's in the arm core, the rear wheels are still spinning, but they could only afford to do it once. So it had to stay in the movie. Bit of a squirrely moment for our leader, David Hart, in that sanguineous red. I do like that darker red colour that the Maseratis and the Ferraris used to have before they went to post-box red. Latterly, there was sponsorship reasons for that for Ferrari, of course. Jim Norman in the Lola T70 with a white and blue car in 4th position at the moment, but it's Ferrari, Lola, Chevron. That's your top 5, separated already by 10 seconds in this 1 hour race.
Yeah. Charlie Hyatt in the Chevron, prepared by the new Pegasus Classic Engineering. Trevor Foster's new firm we talked about. Trevor Zytek, the man who's behind, Formula One engineer and all sorts. Trevor, terrific guy. Ran the Zytek team.
White and blue number 61 car.
Classic colours, 19.
That's a shame, because that's one of the open top under 2 litre cars. That's Rolf Sigrist in the B19 that we were looking at on the grid. And that car's already in the pits. We've also got in the pits Kurt Limer's Porsche 911. The 888 has not started. Philippe Guillac in the Lola T70 122. And Mr. John B. Porsche, the number 69, didn't start. So we've only got the 1917.
Yeah.
And also in the pit lane, Stuart Wiltshire in his T70 Mark 38. That number 18 car also in the pit lane right now.
Yeah.
The 14 Ferrari leading with what looks to be an air intake on the top of the windscreen header rail. But in fact, it isn't. It's a periscope to look backwards, because you couldn't see anything through the rear view mirrors, and the mirrors on the side of the cars weren't very useful either.
Yeah. Still dark clouds behind there, John, aren't there?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't get another shower. 170 had a spin and rejoined.
That was the Ross Hyatt Lola T70, the
Ross
69 car.
And David Hart,
he's God,
factory builder. Been racing a long time, David, David does such a good job. Got some lovely cars, but I think they're pleased to say that they've only had this Ferrari just a couple of years.
Yeah.
And at that Silverstone meeting, there was another similar 512 in the race, which was driven by Gary Pearson, and it broke.
Gary Pearson, driven a lot of classic prototypes down through the years.
Well, it was C2 of them in the same race. It's terrific, you know.
That I really like that yellow colour scheme with the STP.
Yeah.
And is it Tag Heuer is on it as well? Yes, it is. That's yellow colour for the Emil Breitmeyer machine.
So Charlie Hyatt leading the under 2 litre class, and then Frederick Egidio, yeah, in a Porsche Carrera. He's well up there. He's having a terrific run, isn't he? In that, up in 6th place. Watch out too for the car in 7th place, number 15. That's John Emberson driving that at the moment, Chevron B19, but he will hand that over to Nigel Greensill. And as we know, Nigel's will row that along quickly. I just wondered if I saw a Lola with a puncture just then.
Okay.
Quickly, well, it was just flashed on the screen.
Well, keep an eye on
that. One thing we haven't got in here, John, that we sometimes have is Ocellas. The Italian Osella 2 litres. They used to race nicely against the Chevrons and Lolas. But there was a terrific battle between the Chevron B19 and Lola T212 and similars. There's a 25. Look, that's Uwe Kolb. We know he goes well in a Porsche.
Yeah, it's good. The little B8 coming around the outside with the. I think that's a BMW engine car under 2 litres. 1.8. Non-turbocharged, of course.
Some of those early Lola T70s, of course, were fitted by Surtees or 4 Surtees with Aston Martin engines. Never really worked. And My mate David Hobson's involved in that programme. But the T70 was Eric Broadley's design after the G40, GT40. You know, he was involved in the early days with the Lola that became the GT40.
The Mark IV, yeah.
The Mark IV, which had the Cortina rear lights at the back.
Yeah,
remember?
Absolutely right.
So he then developed this Lola T70 first as a Spider. And they still race a lot of the open top ones, and then they built a lot of these GTs, and they were very effective. Won the Daytona 24 hours. Penske had won the Lola 24 hours with a T70, and never did well at Le Mans.
Specialised mouldings it was that made the
bodies,
the bodywork,
yeah,
and that was a very impressive job that they did with it. Raced with a variety of engines, but
yeah.
Eric Broadley, and I was fortunate to interview Eric a couple of times.
Yeah, quiet,
very quiet man. Yeah. But you listened when he was talking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Di Tommaso coming up behind one of the prototype cars, and two V8s together on the circuit there.
Well, the De Tomaso, Ralph Kellen has raced in the series last year in that De Tomaso, and was a runner-up in the series. Had a lot. I think there's 13 T70s in this, but look at this Ferrari. Wow, isn't it fabulous? The former Scuderia Brescia course. Brescia, of course, being famous Mille town. And the organisation owned by the man who raced under the name of Pam. John's just having a little look at some different Lolas. Yeah,
I'm trying to find that yellow, to find out if I can find out the chassis number of that car, to find out what the provenance of it is. The number 100.
Yeah,
moving around. That's the
Charlie. He's up to fourth place.
Fourth place now, Charlie Hyatt.
The Canon sponsored car. Charlie's a
Chevron B19.
Yeah, Charlie's a management consultant.
Meantime, David Hart pulling out 7 seconds on the field.
Yeah, and son Ollie's going to be a bit quicker as well, I think. And what a glorious noise it makes as well. I don't know if noise is the right word. Sound.
Symphony.
Just look at so sits down so low, doesn't it?
You look at that though. I was fortunate enough to be at Qatar for the prologue and the FIA WEC opening round, and then again at Sebring. And look at the front end of that Ferrari, and that's particularly the shape of the bodywork in front of the wheels.
Yeah.
You look at the new Heart of Racing Valkyrie, the Aston Martin, with that slightly longer overhang, puts me absolutely in mind of the cars from this era. And it's also got quite a high tail at the back as well. And I look at that and go, I've seen cars this shape before. And this is what it put me in mind of immediately. And that car, of course, developed from a very expensive road car concept and then track day concept that came from the road car. Adrian Newey recently involved in the early stages of that car. Incredible. And also you look at even if you look at the Lola T70s and the cars that were racing in the World Endurance Championship now, you don't have to squint very much before you can see some of the designs that we've got there. The Porsche 963, well, absolutely, look at that, and that could be a 956 or even a 962, and absolutely incredible. There goes the Brumos car with wipers going.
Yeah.
Now
that's telling, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, is that car running the 59 number of Brumos? That's the question. I don't think it is, actually.
Chance to talk about the Brumos.
Right. So why is Brumos called Brumos? You know this story, surely.
Yes, but I've forgotten.
Right. So back in the day, before we all were on the internet, things used to get fired backwards and forwards by telex.
Yes, I had one.
I'm sure you did. And Brumos Motors was a car dealer, still is a car dealer in
huge Porsche dealer.
Porsche, Audi,
and they've got a museum there and everything.
New museum built a few years ago at a specific facility rather than being just tucked out in a private shed out the back of the dealership. Actually, she had to be invited to go and see, and then you were asked to sign the wall. I went there a couple of times with people. Very impressive. Bob Snodgrass, God rest his soul, showed me around there a few times.
He was their owner.
Hurley Haywood also as well, absolutely instrumental in all of that. So when the race team, when it changed ownership and the race team was formed, this is many years ago, the telex address was BRU MOS for Brumos Motors. And so they decided to have for whatever, sorry, Bruton Motors or whatever it was, sorry, and so that became Brumos, and that is where it comes from. It was the old telex address for the previous owners, and when Dan and Bob Snodgrass took it on, they kept the telex address and just changed the whole company name to the shortened address from what it was.
And of course went on to have huge success at Daytona with Porsches and so
absolutely.
on.
Yeah.
So Hart pulling away a little bit. Back to Emil Brettmeyer, closed up on him on that last lap a tiny bit. Armand Meal in third place. Charlie Hyatt leading the under 2 litre with the Chevron B19, the Pegasus prepared car. Then Jim Norman doing a great job from Florida, 66 years old. And then we got Stuart Wright, who I've seen racing an ATS Formula One car, the original ATS. And then we got in 7th place is John Emberson, who's going to hand over to Nigel Grimson. And then we got Philip Shamama. Obviously, Shamama, I think they're Swiss, but they spent most of their life operating in Chicago with a very good business they ran there. And then we got Rory Jack, another British driver, who is the second. He's the third of the under 2 litre cars.
Yeah, so it was Hubert Brundage. A Brundage Motors.
That's how it came.
It was a Volkswagen imported in 1953.
I can tell you for sure I didn't know that story. So there's another one to put in there.
So it was Hubert Brundage who started the business as a VW importer, and the telex system was shortened to BRU MOS. And in 1959, it was Brumos Porsche as a Porsche dealership.
All this comes with the iconic colour scheme of white with the
red, white, and blue.
The red, blue.
The America's racing team, they used to call themselves.
And
rightly so.
Here we're just watching Armand Meal in his T70. Car number 35. The black clouds ready maybe to loosen up and dump the rain on us again. We've got some good racing going on all down the field, as you can see here. There's a Chevron B8, followed by T70 with a big Chevy engine. It's a breeze blast up, really. There's a Porsche 906. That's a rare beast. Very successful there.
Number on the side.
Yeah.
Is the number fallen off? That car. The other part of that Brumos story, which
it's a Porsche. It's a Porsche 910. That's a Jürgen Rudolph, who we saw going so well before. That's
great traffic going through here. The other part of the Brumos story is the number 59. Peter Gregg was a naval aviator and quite often flew onto the USS Forrestal aircraft carrier, which was based in Jacksonville, and it had the number 59 on its deck and on the hull, and the number in its navy font caught Peter's eye, and therefore that became the race number in that font as well.
That story I had heard, yes.
And the red and blue stripes obviously laid from the red, white and blue of the USA.
On screen now, this Lola in the colours of Joe Bonnier. Joe Bonnier was a privateer Formula One driver, very good friend of Jackie Stewart, but was very good at sports car racing.
That's the Stephen Jobstill and Andy Willis car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that'll be a 210.
That'll be a Hall and Hall prepared car, because Andy Willis is basically the racing manager of Hall and Hall. Great a company that recreates a lot of BRMs. Recently built a new V16.
How beautiful is that Ferrari? And by the way, the only thing that's wrong with current Ferrari Formula One cars, not the only thing, one of the things is bring back gold wheels.
Yes. Well, no, but I say bring back the blue wheels.
Oh, well, now you're talking.
What, Cambridge blue wheels? They don't know.
Big sideways slide. It's getting slippy out there.
When Surtees won the World Championship for Ferrari, that was the year they had the Cambridge blue wheels. But yeah, I like the gold ones as well.
I thought that the 499p, the current top prototype, should have had gold wheels.
Yeah.
They went for they've gone for a nice darker red with the yellow accent.
They changed the Ferrari colours. I write a series of articles about colour schemes, and I've just did a lot of research on Ferrari, mainly Formula One, and how the colour has changed. And the main colour is never scarlet. It's not scarlet.
No. It never was.
But if you want to buy a Ferrari now, you've got many colours. There's 15 different shades of red you can buy a Ferrari in. And I think the famous one is called Corso Rosso,
yes,
which is what the Formula One cars have tended to be, but they've made the colour darker this year.
Yeah,
in Formula One
which
cars.
I think looks better.
And it's Corso. The colour is a name of a city. It might be Corso Torino. So anyway, there's that lovely Porsche.
The number 36 Porsche, very nimble car.
Complete with a number plate.
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, they were road legal.
Yeah.
Those cars.
Well, and of course, it used to. We know that Peter Auto do the recreation of the Tour Auto.
Yeah.
But racing cars went all around France, like Johnny. I think it's Beltoise with the journalist Johnny Reeves did it in a Matra, the MS 670, the Le Mans car. You can imagine that screaming through French villages.
Mid-engined, of course, again, this 910.
Yeah.
Very nimble, very low centre of gravity. And, in an era when people were just beginning to understand about aerodynamics, it had a very small frontal area.
Yeah.
So it cut through the air.
We haven't really seen that 970 Philip Seifert with taking it very gently. And
that's the gold-coloured car.
Who can blame him, really?
Yeah, Philip Seifert. Was 30th position, though, so they've pulled up there. They were right at the back of the field. Got a best of a 2:14 at the moment, but they'll be enjoying that.
Yeah, and while we've been talking, Charlie Hyatt has gone into the lead.
Yes,
in the Canon Chevron. Well, that's what a timing screen is. Yeah, we're talking too much.
No, it hasn't been on the screen. So
let's just
there's the Ferrari.
There's a Ferrari.
Heading down towards turn 10.
I can't believe that's the timing screen is right. Where's it showing the Ferrari?
Well, the Ferrari's had a drop. It did a 2:06 last time around. So David's made a small mistake.
Yeah,
and Charlie did a 58.5 last time around, which is the overall fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, there he is.
First car under the 2 minutes. And that little Canon red and white car, under 2 litres, the Chevron B19 from 1971.
Yeah. What you call a gentleman driver. Charlie Hyatt, second generation, dad's in the race as well. But what a terrific job he's doing in that. So that means that 6 seconds, yes. Carving through the field. Look, he's really motoring along in that car. It will be beautifully prepared by Trevor Foster. But this is obviously a sponsorship that I think Richard Lloyd got originally. Yeah.
Fantastic. There were only actually 30, not even that. There weren't that many B19s built.
No, the B21 was very similar. It was just an upgrade. They've got more of those as well. But I don't know which this car was in period. So Brian Redmond sometimes used to drive. There's a dart. You're just showing me the dart car on there, which was a very successful one. Anyway, David Hart had a problem. We didn't see it on screen. has dropped 7 seconds behind Charlie Hyatt in the under 2 litre leading, and let's see what next time around, see if Hart can catch up on Hyatt. I assume.
Well,
the car's very twitchy though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's wet.
Is it raining again, John? Any windscreen wipers?
I think it's stopped raining.
No, look, it's wet there.
Ah, yes.
It's wet there. That's what's happened. And that little nimble 2 litre car is probably better in those conditions.
So I think that might be Ed Swart's Canon Chevron B19.
It is. Ed Swart, one of the very best friends of Jim Clark, actually. Super nice man. There is.
Joined at Hazelman's, drove that car, funny enough.
Yeah.
Made its debut at Paul Ricard in 1971.
Yep.
Canon cameras entered.
Yeah.
Also raced at the Salzburg Ring, Silverstone.
And I'm just reading here, Jody Scheckter, they took the car to South Africa.
Correct.
A lot of these cars used to go down for the Springot Series. Jody Scheckter raced it.
Yeah, indeed so.
Jody has sold off.
Theo Kinsbergen had it in Dutch National Sports Car Series as well. And then it came back to the UK, and Huntingdon, actually, home of Lola, bizarrely for a Chevron, and sold to Peter Wright. Peter was the aerodynamicist who worked on the Lotus 78. He actually worked at Specialised Mouldings on the same trading estate as Lola.
Terrific. He's written a book, Peter Wright, and he subsequently went on to be an FIA official.
Yes, he did, yes.
He might still be, actually, Peter. Very much an unsung hero in those early days of mega downforce cars.
Oh, wow. You keep talking.
Yeah,
I'm reading very quickly.
You've seen a Chevron that had a saloon car body put on it for super saloons. So in the lead then is Charlie Hyatt. He's lapping he's under 2 minutes. And in fact, Charlie Hyatt, in these tricky, slippy, difficult conditions, is the only guy that is under 2 minutes. He's the fastest man out there. So he deserves to be in the front. A green crash helmet didn't really go that well with the Canon colours of this ex-Ed Swart car, as John has discovered. Running a camera there, I notice, and well, driving absolutely beautiful, using all the track, but not too much. And last lap, but your heart still going, still dropping back actually. So we've got Breitmeyer. We've got lots of loaders after that. We've got Breitmeyer, Beale, Wright, and Norman in, and then we got still the B19 of John Emberson. Window shortly. Pit window is just open, John.
Yeah. So I reckon that Chevron is B19 7110A.
Ah, well there you are.
Which did get converted into a super saloon, saloon's Skoda.
What a horrible, nasty thing to do.
And then got converted back. Colin Bennett, who I knew very well, had done some work on that car. It raced a lot with Croft actually.
Yeah.
Because it was North Yorks and Newcastle owned in the northeast of England, and the BRSC Northern Special Saloon.
What's happened to Hyatt? Hyatt's dropping back.
He's pitted. No, he's just done the fastest lap of the race, bizarrely, of his race.
Yeah.
So
it's showing Breitmeyer in the lead. Oh no,
no.
The timing right.
No, that's fine.
Interestingly, I mentioned that Green so he's going to climb into the Chevron of John Emberson, but he can't do that yet because he has to do 30 minutes only.
Correct.
So
can't do any more than half the race.
Yeah. Correct. So they'll do another couple of laps. So then I think you'll see that car flying. So anyway, Charlie Hyatt, who is in the lead from Breitmeyer, and it's actually showing on the timing and scoring now 26 seconds as the lead. And David Hart is in the pit. Armand Meal is in the pit. Franco Minas in his quick Chevron B16 is in the pit. So we got the first pit stops, which has moved Louis Kolb up to 6th place. But
not yet.
Hyatt, certainly, no. So Hyatt's driving on his own, so he'll come in
when he feels it's right.
Yeah.
what he needs to do is keep an eye on the traffic, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Because if he's going to hit a really big gaggle of traffic in that little number 100 chevron, then that's the time to peel off into the pit lane rather than lose time. He's actually got a decent amount of ground ahead of him. Next car.
No, Charlie Hyatt has had success recently in France. Last November was a 24-hour race, club race at Ricard, and he drove with his brother and with his father in a Tiger SC83, and they entered themselves as Equipe Roastbeef Hyatt, and they won the race outright.
Very good.
So, but I mean, big events like Goodwood and Silverstone, Charlie Hyatt has not been, he hasn't been a name, shall we say that?
He's just about to catch David Hinton and Philip Skimama, who are 7th and 8th, and put a lap on them, both in Lola T70s. He's on the same straight as them now as the pit stops continue.
And there's the 16. Looking all around that car.
Tyre change as well on that car. That is the Lola T212 from 1971. Sergei Kriknov driving that car into the pit lane, and he'll drive it out again because he's driving on his own.
Stuart Wright has gone up to second place at the moment. He's a long way behind Hyatt.
Right, here's Charlie Hyatt coming.
And actually, the Emberson Chevron has gone up to third, and he still can't come in because there's 31 minutes remaining. So he'll do one more lap. And I'm sure that Nikki Greensaw will be on the stopwatches there because she sort of helps run that outfit very efficient. She'll be making sure they don't make a mistake there. John.
So here's an important part of the race, because our leader is potentially, if he stays out, about to put a lap on the Ferrari. That car's just come out of the pit lane, so there's a pit stop between them, but there's almost a full lap between them as well. Heading down towards turn 5 now, as into the pit lane. Through turn 1 and 2 goes the bright red number 5
That's
car.
That's the other Bright Meyer there. There's Oliver Bright, another 19.
So how extraordinary is this? I accept that there's a pit stop between them, but Charlie Hyatt, having taken the lead, and the Ferrari having taken its pit stop, is now being caught on its outlap, having dropped one lap because of the pit stop. David Hard behind the wheel, and is about to be overtaken down towards turn 10. They can see them in the same shot now. And I think the Lola's already gone a lap down. That is one of the 2 Lola T70s they were catching, and just waiting for them to come across the line. Now,
here's our leader.
When does he pit? That is the question. It's down to him now. It's in his own hands. He has the pace. The RSR's into the pit lane as well. That is Alain Pierre Thibault.
It's still got Le Mans stickers on the side.
Nice. Nice. So waiting for the Ferrari to appear down the front straight. You see the periscope first.
You do.
and Charlie Hyatt's just dived into the pits before he got to the back of that car. Here he comes now in that red and white 100. He's driving on his own. So this is all about the stopwatch at this point.
Here's something you haven't seen before, that Corvette.
Number 114. Mark Godefroy in the C3. And that is running in the second place in GT1.
In Dutch colours.
Hasn't stopped yet, that car. This is just...
And there's that ex-Joe Bonnier car.
And that's a legitimate overtake, because you're out of the pits at that point.
He goes off, though.
That is not a smart thing to do.
That's a Lola T70 Spider. He's really twitching.
How did he hold onto that? Coming out of the pits, the number 50 car.
That other Lola there, the T70 Spider with the Team Surtees colours. Had a lot of success with that car, did Team Surtees. With the white arrow. Sometimes they ran blue with the white arrows. Sometimes, usually red. There's a Brahma beer sponsored car. It's crawling. He's got a problem.
I think that was Andy Willis coming out the pit lane there, taking up from Stefan Jobstel. And now we've got a problem for no.
Oh, no, he's found a gear or something.
Yeah.
That's Romain Balestre.
Right,
So, now here we are.
So this
We're
is
just
the
trying
leader.
to see if
pit stop.
I think that's
stopwatch.
Yeah.
Actually using a stopwatch, not a phone. Good. I like to say that.
I think that's Trevor.
Well, I don't need to tell you that the air temperature is dropping. It's down to 9 degrees.
It's a replay of that.
As it has been today, because the pit crews are all wrapped up with big coats on and woolly hats. And it's raining in the distance, but that's not the direction from which the weather normally comes.
Such tricky conditions today.
Really has been. Really has been. So waiting for the Chevron B19 to refire. Charlie sitting there impassively.
Hyatt dived into pits. All this has taken the Siffert Porsche 917 all the way up to 5th place, but it'll drop back, of course. And Emberson is in the pits now. We're handing over to Nigel.
Jason? No, hang on, who's out? I think Armand Mille is about to come round in the 35 car. Now, where is that car? Because that car is the leading car of the cars that have stopped, except Charlie Hyatt's just got out. So Hyatt has just gone out the pit lane. So has he got it out without losing the lead?
I think he has, John.
I think he has.
There he is. Well, I can't see it. I don't see him yet. But
the 35 Lola T70 is the car that we need to look. That's the bright yellow car.
That's Armand Mille,
who's just done that car and that class's fastest lap of the race with a 51.0, and is in second place, but he's half a minute back. So confirmed then that Charlie Hyatt in the Chevron, the 2-litre car, has got out without losing the lead. So great strategy there. Pit lane prep going on.
And is
also in the pit lane.
Yeah,
that is the number 3, Jason Stewart Wright Lola T70.
Confirm that Ollie Hart is in the family Ferrari now, taking over from Dad.
Right.
And immediately put in a very quick time, actually. But quickest, well.
Yeah, the problem is, well, I'll wait till he comes around next time around.
The fastest lap of the whole race has just been done by Armand Mille.
Yeah, correct.
At a 1:51.
Yeah.
So I think we've got a race on our hands. So Mille should close up on Hyatt.
Yeah,
and I'll see what Hart does as well.
And David Hinton as well in the green.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Could be at Le Mans in 1971. Where's Steve McQueen?
Yeah. Gulf Blue and Etruscan Orange.
Yes.
Gulf Oil Company.
Great sponsors.
Fractured now, of course, around the world.
It is, isn't it?
Depending on territory.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Joe Siffett says on the back, look.
Yeah, they have their own watch brand, if I'm not mistaken. Chronograph.
So this will settle down in a minute, and we'll really see what's going to happen in the last 25 minutes of what's been what a fantastic field of cars.
Another fastest lap of the race by Armand Mille in the T70, number 38. That car is absolute, number 35, excuse me.
We haven't seen what Hyatt's doing on a fly yet. There he is.
Yeah, waiting for his first flying lap. His best of 1:54.5. Fast times coming in right through the field now, Andrew. And I think that little splash that we had has now passed through. Charlie Hyatt's in traffic at the moment as he's heading down towards turn 7. The number 35 car is 26.5 seconds back. So coming as the leader goes over the top of the hill at turn 9, the second place car in a huge traffic jam is just at turn 5. That gives you an idea of what that is. And I'm just trying to work out as well how far Ollie Hart now in the Ferrari is 1 minute and 20 seconds behind the leader and has just put that car's fastest lap in the race. That's a 1:55.6.
Yeah, but it's not as quick as Mille. Mille is doing a great job.
Mille's the fastest car on the track by a margin at the moment. By a handful of seconds. And by a handful of seconds, I actually mean a handful, 4
Yeah.
or 5 seconds. Waiting to see
Wait
Charlie
up.
Hyatt come through. Here he comes onto the start-finish straight now and heads towards the timing line.
And wait to see what sort of pace Nigel Greensill has got. He's second in the under 2 litre category in that B19. And
there's Charlie
he's
going
done,
through now. And that is an out lap, so that was 4 minutes 23.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, he's pitted.
He's pitted again. God, have a problem. Either he's got a loose. Oh no.
A loose wheel?
Yeah, something like that, maybe.
Leader's back in the pits.
Yeah, that's
come back
devastating
into the pits. Charlie
him.
Hyatt. This is going to leave Armand Meal with a commanding lead over the rest of the field. Oh my goodness!
Wow, we've had some turn up for the books, haven't we? All through this race meeting.
Well,
massive changes and swings of.
I have no clue what's going on there.
Well, there he is.
He's out the car.
Yeah, it's over. It's over.
Oh my goodness me! The Canon-sponsored car with the.
Yeah, you can see the body language. You can see the body language. Look.
Yeah, the white stripe with the made to look like film negatives.
Yeah.
How galling! That was a superb drive.
Yeah.
The car
out there by his dad. That's Ross Hyatt with him.
So now what we've got to look at is who potentially could cast Armand Meal, and we were going to have a really good battle.
What about Ollie Hart?
Well, Ollie Hart is a minute away from the leader. Nigel Greensill, a minute and a half.
And Meal's going so well. Breitmeyer,
a
couple of seconds slower than Meal.
At the moment.
T70s, so.
But it's 45 seconds the lead.
Yeah.
Oh, Charlie. Times like this, I wish we could quickly just get down to him and have a word with him and see what's going on there. 35, Armand Meal now is the black and silver Lola T70.
John, it definitely wasn't a loose wheel or something like that.
No.
Might be the gearbox, something, transmission maybe. But
that was the outlap.
Yeah.
How annoying.
So
we were going to have a real grandstand finish.
Yeah, we were. The Greensill up to 4th. And, of course, now leading that under 2 litre category. And he did a 152 last time around. I think Ollie Hart did a 158, so he's taking it a bit gently at the moment. Not back into the full. Good drive from DeSantis and Hinton, you know. They're up in the top 10.
Yeah, half a minute away.
Pleased with that.
Yeah. I'd say Ollie Hart is only 15 seconds away.
Here we are
from
again.
Seconds.
We're not seeing anything.
There's no damage to that car that I can see. All the wheels seem to be pointing in the right direction, and the car is being pushed away. There's another set of tyres ready there, but I think that was probably just a precaution.
Yeah.
I didn't see any problems with the rear Avons on that car. Well, I'm gutted for 2 reasons. One of them is obviously because Charlie had driven so well, and it's always good to see David having a go at Goliath. Yeah. But I'm gutted very selfishly for myself and for everyone else, because we were going to be treated there to Armand Meal chasing down that car in the last 20 minutes or so of the race.
Yeah, I'm gutted for Charlie, because it would have been his biggest win, I think, of his career as well, if he'd hung on, of course, with the charging Meal. And
well, he was going to absolutely boss the 2 litre class. Up to 2 litre class.
Greensill's still winding that Chevron up, gone faster than that car's gone previously. Well, actually, he's done a couple of 152s in a row.
Well, and that is now the leading sub-2 litre car.
Yeah, absolutely is. And who is second in that class now is
Frederic Rouvier.
Yeah, in another B19.
And third, Franco Minus in another B9. B16.
B16 GT version.
Yeah.
And Kellen has taken the lead in the GT category.
Yes, he's just gone past
in a De Tomaso,
Yeah, De Egidio.
Of course, the De Tomaso company has been revived.
Has it?
Yes, and they had at the last Le Mans Classic, they had a big display.
Yeah.
So, and there were some new cars there that I've not seen before. I've got a picture on my phone actually, and very much involved was Ralph Cullen. But he's, of course, here racing a period. Pantera. Big forward engine.
Yeah, big V8. And that'll be a Group 5 car as well, is it?
Yeah.
Or is it a Group 4?
Well, pass on that. So let's what sort of lap time Ollie Hart? Is that?
That's Group 4.
Yeah.
It's 1975 car.
And we got a yellow somewhere. We don't.
Turn 5.
Turn 5. I wonder what's.
Well, that's the downhill. Somebody could have easily gone off, and it's the car number 906. That's
meanwhile, we got here's the 10 come in, and that was the car that was up in the top 10. Franco Miners, we just mentioned. I think third in. What are they looking at? Well, they're going to look at the engine, and guys needs a screwdriver.
David Nogueira Esteville in the 906, number 906, had a brief off. Oh no, actually he might still be there. He hasn't cleared the next sector yet. So yeah, off to the side of the road. Silver 906 off to the side of the road, but he is next to a cutout. That's actually on the run down to turn number 5.
Do you know what, John? Greenshaw's the fastest man out there now. Just did a 151.9. Well, Neil, of course, has been quicker than that, but currently Greenshaw is the quickest man.
Also, we've got the Ross Hyatt 170 car has stopped. That's another Lola T70. I'll try and find out where that is. I think that might be at a similar area. That might be around about turn 4 as well. Now, has the 906 got going again? Because I'm now not showing it as stopped. Running slowly or stopped? No, maybe I was wrong. I think we might be heading for some kind of race interruption here. What are they working on that chevron in the pit? That's the number 10 Franco Miners car.
I was saying that had a BMW engine in it, but doesn't seem to be doing anything actually.
That's not good.
So massive lead, Armand Meal. 51 seconds.
Well, that's gone up 6 seconds since the last time we mentioned it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So who's closing down on Hugh? Jason Stewart, right? Is he gaining on Jim Norman? Is he ever? That's for 4th position in the over 2 litre class, and for 5th overall. That's number 3 Lola T70 working its magic on the 61 car, and he's got Frederic Rouvier right behind him in the under 2 litre car, and he's going quicker still.
Yeah.
With a 1:58.4 last time around. So that's 7 seconds quicker than Jim Norman and 2 seconds quicker than Jason Stewart. Right, so that's a battle, an inter-class battle there, as well as the battle for Pro Tour 1.
And John, I'm thinking that there's a problem with the Hart Ferrari, but you know, it's off its own pace. You know, it's 3 seconds slower than it was earlier on when Father David was driving it, and Ollie's usually a bit quicker than David. So I think that must have some sort of problem. And in fact, Greensill is closing up on it. So Greensill's going for a podium anyway.
Yeah, Greensill taking 4 seconds out of it last time around, and he's only 15 seconds behind. But Greensill leading his class in the sub 2 litre category, but going for an overall podium spot there.
Ah, look at that shot there. Golf Porsche 917, fantastic.
Michael Speyer driving that car now, 10th in its class, 25th overall.
Well, nice, just wonderful that they're racing it. Yeah, absolutely wonderful.
And is that an original car?
I think it is. Oh yes, I don't think there's any recreations of the 917s. Not that I. Well, that wasn't a great job, was it?
Again, look at the front end of that car. Look at the nose. Then go and look at the Heart of Racing Valkyrie. Look at the back. This is one of the Kurtek, the K cars. Kurtek meaning short tail.
Yeah.
LH Langheck,
long tail. Yeah.
Different rear bodywork sections depending on what racetracks you were at and the maximum speed, how much downforce you need. Rather than changing the rear wing angle, they took the whole rear bodywork off and through on another one, not
Well,
during the race necessarily, because you'd set them up slightly differently.
We haven't seen him. Greensell really is on a flyer.
150
fastest lap of the race thus far.
of anybody.
Yeah, anybody in a 2-litre Chevron B19. And, you know, he's no spring chicken, Nigel, you know. I think he's coming up to 60 or 60 years old. He races all over the world. He races every weekend, sometimes twice a weekend. He's going to America, going to the Middle East. John.
I keep meeting him in America.
Yeah.
At various things. We've got a penalty.
For?
This is for the number 8 car, Daniel Rustan, the Chevron B21. That's going to take him out of 6th position in the sub 2-litre category.
Yeah.
30 seconds for crossing the pit exit white line.
It's
part of the briefing document as well as the driver briefing.
The schoolboy error, that.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Really, really is. Easy when you're coming out the pits to be slightly too excitable. I understand that. But
yeah.
Now, in the pit lane, this is the number 35. This is the Arnaud Mille car.
Oh, no.
New set of boots going on. So that's slick tyres. Slick tyres.
Well, I suppose he's got 56 seconds.
Yeah,
we can get it done.
With 12 minutes. It's a left rear puncture.
It's got a puncture.
Left rear puncture.
He's not wanting to come off either.
Well, they're leaving the car on the ground to try and crack the centre
I think they just have, I think.
And then they'll put it up on their quick lift.
History. Sorry.
Oh, my goodness me. Just
Emil Breitmeyer.
Just nobody. So that's a treaded tyre going back on. They are treaded tyres for this era of cars.
Yeah.
Quick lift jack under the back. Get the spinner back on.
Yeah.
So
we didn't have slicks until 70.
No, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So Emil Breitmeyer has gone through to lead. Ollie Hart through to second in the Ferrari. And Nigel Greensell now on the overall podium and closing in on second place.
Yeah, in John Emberson's car.
New leader, Emil Breitmeyer, in the yellow Lola, number 124 with the STP sponsorship.
Still saying, I'm sure the Hart machine is not operating the way it should be. You know, he's doing 157s. That car's capable of a lot more than that.
Well, Greensell's going to be right on that car.
Yeah.
In fact, he's right on that car for second. Having a good old look to see if they've caught something.
Yeah.
Or if they can see anything. What bad luck.
Yeah, it was going. Well,
that's 2 leaders.
I know.
2 leaders we've had who've had the race in their pockets. There's no one wanting to win this.
And yesterday we had the long race, you know, with the Lotus 15 was going to win and stopped on the last lap.
Yeah.
Right out of fuel.
Classic endurance racing.
Yeah.
One at the Espíritu de Montjuïc. This is the Patrick Peter Auto extravaganza, and we're going to have live video from all of the big races this year.
The cameraman, try and find us the battle for second place. We should see a switch any moment.
Nigel's right with them now.
Yeah.
They are, let me see where they are. The 14 car is in traffic, just coming out of turn 13 now, down towards the final corner, the battle for second position, and they are absolutely together.
Yeah.
Ollie Hart coming out of the final corner now, down the front straight. And where is Greensell?
Well, we're looking at our leader at the moment, that yellow T70.
And Greensell's gone through.
Has it? Yeah.
Greensell has gone through as they cross the line. And already taken half a tenth rather. So they must have been side by side there. That might not be over down into turn 1. I'm going to wait to see confirmation of that. Round about 20 seconds, 25 seconds actually behind this lead yellow car is that battle for second.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, with 9 minutes remaining and the lap speed that Nigel Greensell has, he's had to drop in behind Ollie Hart again. So the bigger engine car has taken him back at the end of the front straight, but now he's gone through again. He's gone through again as they came through turn 4, heading down towards turn number 5 now. And he's got Patrick Kolb right ahead of him in one of the GT cars.
Here we are. Yeah, we picked him up. Look.
And it will be already ahead.
Yeah.
There is the Greensell car already ahead, the little red open top car, the new second place Chevron B19, 26.3 seconds, and he was taking 5 seconds out of the leader before he had to fight his way past that Ferrari. 10 minutes to go, make that 8.5. So what's that, 4 laps? Maybe. It's not going to be enough. It's going to be close, but it's not going to be
but
enough.
as we've just seen, anything could happen. The leader had a puncture. You know what? Anything could happen to Breitmeyer.
So this is third place car now. The Brescia Corsa car. The lesser known privateer teams, but as Andrew was saying, it's not a particularly famous car in terms of its works history because it didn't have any, but I mean, how many 512Ms are there?
Well, not many.
And it's racing, and it's real. Fantastic stuff.
So, Breitmeyer, Greensill, Hart, Meal, and then good drive in the B19 from Rouvier. Then Jason Stewart Wright, Jim Norman up there. So we got American-based drivers in 7th and 8th.
Greensill slowing. Greensill slowing. He's just been passed by another car in the front straight.
Really?
That was a 54.4. So let's keep an eye on that number 15 ahead of this machine. Is he coming back towards it? Breitmeyer with a 53. That's a much better time for the number 124. That car going to turn 7 now. The chasing car of Greensill going through turn 4.
7 minutes left.
I don't think Greensill could get to the lead, but can he hold on here? He's got a lot of traffic between himself and the leader, and that's the issue.
With a race like this, with the best part 40-odd cars in it.
Wait. There's more drama.
Gone.
It's not 25 seconds. It's 19 because the leader blew the pit stop time.
Did he?
Yes, he did. 6 seconds time. So now that's a lot closer. Yeah. If Greensill can get some clear air, this is not over. This really isn't over. My goodness me.
So
Breitmeyer.
That makes a lap, 18 seconds.
Yeah.
And I think Greensill's closing up still, isn't he? Yeah, just took a second or so off him that last lap. So, yeah, still everything to play for. And I suppose...
if Greensill can get a decent run...
might get 3 more laps in.
Yeah, he needs 3 laps. Yeah. He needs it. He's right behind the other Breitmeyer at the moment in the B19. Yeah. He's behind Olivier.
Firing the pit front brakes of the Corvette. That's put out. Here's the Ferrari.
Was that the C3?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Godfrey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right across the line for the leader. Across the line for 4 seconds. 4 seconds exactly taken out of the lead. That last lap, 158.8, 154.8.
I would think that Greensill will know now from the pit board.
It'll be push.
Yeah.
So Greensill in second place.
Pushing it like anything anyway. And, well, it's dropped back to 150s, 154, but that's a function of traffic.
Yeah, but he's still 4 seconds faster than the leader.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, John.
Yeah, that's the key thing.
That's the key.
So leader at turn 7 and the chaser now at turn 5. It was turn 9 and turn 4 last lap around. That's what it means. The bright orange BOC, British Oxygen Company car, carving its way through the traffic. The problem he's got is some of the big bangers are between him and his quarry at the moment. But Greensill will not give up. Now down to 14 seconds in real terms with that 6-second penalty for the leader. Breitmeyer, not exactly. No, that was a 58 last time around. A 58 last time for Breitmeyer. 58.8, 54.8. So, and a huge amount of traffic for the leader now. Obviously, Greensill's got to come through that as well at some stage. Greensill picking his way past the number 22. That's the Lola T70 of Phillips Gamama.
Yeah,
he's got through.
Yeah, we talked about Ollie Bryant's number of wins. 148, apparently, Greensill's claiming.
157.4 by the leader. And 4 minutes left. There'll be 2, possibly 3 more laps here.
Traffic could come into play as well.
Well, Breitmeyer might have to play this carefully and not do the extra lap.
Yeah.
He might have to slow off enough so that there's only this one and the next one. What about the time for Greensill? Oh, it was a slow lap of 58.9.
Must have got caught
Too
in
much
traffic.
traffic.
Yeah.
Too much traffic. But he's got a little bit of a gap coming if he can get by the... Now, is that the Arno Lola that's right ahead of him?
There's the Tate Tomato of
that was the
Joey
car, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So he's just gone back Jürgen Rudolph. in 15.
It's raining, John. Look at the rain.
It's raining. Oh my goodness. Now,
what happens now?
well, is that why the lap times have started going out?
Must be. Look at it. It's coming down heavily.
Oh, it's coming down in stair rods at the moment.
Yeah. There's the leader.
Yeah.
These are really attractive. The leader's slowing, look. The leader is slowing, and it's all over the place.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficult car to hold on to. The question will be, as he has to pick his way through traffic here, is other people slowing right down and making mistakes?
Yeah.
You don't want to get caught up in someone else's accident. So this, I think this will help him actually, because there's only 2.5 minutes to go now.
Yeah, so you think
so he'll be going on to the last lap this time because of the slower lap time. I tell you what, he's not that far ahead, you know. And remember the 6 seconds to come off his lead.
Well, it's not getting past this group. It goes past the 55 now. Laps him. That's Francois Rivaz in another Chevron B19. But he's being held up badly.
Coming on to the start-finish straight now.
He hasn't got past that 55. He's going to come past the start-finish line now.
Double yellow at turn 12. It's where Greenstill's just come through, but he's not stopped. I think this is the last lap. I'm looking at the time now. Maybe not.
Oh,
little
cars flying.
V8, number 17 V8 going off. That's Benjamin Hatton. Oh no, I think there's going to be 2 laps to go.
Well, Greenstill's 19 seconds behind, then the 6, so he's 13 seconds.
This is doable. This is doable.
Just about on. Just about on.
Greenstill with a bit of clear air as well. Now he's going to catch traffic, but how quickly can he deal with it? I don't think this is the last lap.
There's 1 minute 33 remaining, John.
Right.
I think it will be. It just depends where they are on the track now.
There was about 2 minutes and 15 on the clock when
that was just
the leader went through.
Very close.
And it was 2 minutes 15 the last lap. So Breitmeyer here needs to manage this and make sure there's not another lap. He's got to slow up enough that there's not another lap, but he has got to keep an eye on his mirrors. But 1, 2, 3, 4 cars. 4 cars between the leader and second place.
Is he savvy enough to know that, though?
It's now 12 seconds.
Yeah.
The lead is only 12 seconds with the penalty applied. 12 seconds only. Clear air. The good news for Breitmeyer is there's clear air in front of him now as he heads up towards turn number 9. And where is Greenstill is the question. It's at 7. He's at 7. It's coming.
The load is twitching all over the place.
Oh my goodness. This is going to be tight.
Spinner right in the middle. That's the Chevron gone round. He's going to get going again, though.
That's not going to affect the leaders, I don't think. No.
I think that was
That was at. I think Greenstill had already got through. 16 seconds. So this is now the last lap. This is definitely the last lap.
I think Breitmeyer's going to hang on. Emil.
This is, well, what drama right at the end. Now down to 11 seconds, the actual lead, but I think that'll be enough, even with the penalty applied. Emil Breitmeyer, with 6 seconds to add to his time, comes on to the start-finish straight. Any second now. Well, he's not there yet. There's the checkered flag.
He was in the ball of spray, crossing the ball of spray to take the victory.
I don't think he's crossed the line yet.
Oh, there he goes. There he goes.
Just gone across the line.
Right, let's see what the gap is. So Greenstill is coming.
Greenstill in the last corner now, and here he comes. It's got to be more than 6 seconds.
Yeah.
And he goes across the line now. Let's see what the time comes up at. There he goes, and it is 17.
Yeah.
Minus 6 is 11.
Ah.
Oh wow! What a finish! What a finish!
And the rain coming down even harder now.
It's bucketing down.
The Hart car will hang on for 3rd place. He hasn't crossed the line yet. Neither has Meal.
Yeah, Greenstill didn't take, only took a second or so, second and a half on that final lap because there was so much traffic. My goodness me, if that had lasted another 2 laps, that could have been a different story. Breitmeyer winning it then in the number 124 car that was qualified in 2nd place. A solo drive for Emil Breitmeyer in the Lola T70 Mark 38. What a brilliant race that was. Nigel Greenstill winning the Proto under 2 litre category. inheriting the lead of that, of course, when we lost the runaway leader, the number 100, Charlie Hyatt car, another B19. Imagine if we'd had those two at the front having a battle for the lead. Ollie Hart coming home in third. So the first two winning their classes. Ollie Hart second in the over 2 litre class in the Ferrari that he was sharing with his dad. Armand Mille losing third place towards the end there. But we'll take third overall, that is. We'll take third in class. Frederic Rouvier is second in the sub 2 litre class. And third in the sub 2 litre class is Alola T210,
Yeah,
breaking the chevron stranglehold, brought home by Andy Willis. That was the number 50, the 5-0 car. Andy was sharing with Stefan Jobstel, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And of course, the GTs, Ralph Kellener's by only 6 seconds in the end from Frederic de Egidio. And third, Patrick Kolb in the number 25 Porsche. Are you entertained?
Certainly, 100%. Historic car racing, can't beat it, can you?
Well,
there is the car coming in.
water.
Not sure he's won a race in this car before.
Oh.
No, I think it's fairly new to. They run a race and rally team. Actually, the Brightmeyers, and he's done quite a lot of rallying as Emil. But what a drive there! Lovely car control.
Well, and he was living on his wits, wasn't he?
He was
at the end. So
car 17 has been given a penalty. But
oh, really?
That doesn't really affect anything.
No, they were well down.
Yeah.
7th. That's Ben Hatton in the B8. That was the car, the little blue B8 that we saw going across the infield.
Yeah.
That'd have been for a shortcut.
So
wow. So unofficially, the results then: Lola T70 of Emil Breitmeyer winning class and overall from Nigel Greensall, second in the number 15 Chevron. That car winning its class.
They're making a great start, of course, was young Hyatt in the Cannon
Charlie
car.
Hyatt, yeah.
Charlie. And
well,
yeah, another race affected by rain.
And you know, we had two runaway leaders that had problems.
Winner. Yeah. Damage on the front of the 170. Yeah. Lots of 13 Lola T70s. I don't think I've ever seen that many in a race. Certainly were never that many in period.
That was the Ross Hyatt. It did finish, but many laps down. We did have, I reckon, 38 cars actually.
Yeah.
Probably not actually. Make that 33 cars that will be classified at the end of that. Tyre changes, pit stops, mistakes, and then rain. And any race where you are running Lola T70s, Chevrons, Ferrari 512, and a 917 Porsche in Gulf colours. Well, you know.
Magnificent.
You know, there's going to be no complaints from this commentary box. Right, we're going to take a little breath for a moment before the next cars come out, and it will be very short. What we got next, Andrew?
Classic Touring Car Challenge is going to be Lotus Cortinas versus Alfa Romeo. So we should have the Chiltons in this, and they go quickly in their Lotus Cortina.
And this is the first time we have seen these cars this weekend, so don't go too far away from your computer or however you are watching us here at the Circuit de Catalunya for this fantastic event from Peter Auto. Well, we're just dimming the lights and calming ourselves down for a moment or two after that extraordinary race that we have just witnessed in the prototypes. Absolutely incredible. Classic Endurance Racing 1. And next we move on to the Heritage Touring Cup. Waiting to see if this rain is going to... Sorry, the Classic Touring Challenge. Going to see if this weather is going to affect it, because it is getting very bad at the moment. We have 13 eligible vehicles for this. Fords, Alfa Romeo and Chevrolets. Interesting mix on the baker's dozen of cars that we have here. And in these conditions, this could be very, very interesting indeed. Pole position for Bram Bronsrup for his Mustang from 1965, number 76 car. Tom Chilton sharing with Matt Neal in a sort of BTCC tribute act in a Lotus Cortina from 1962. Rory Jack with an Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA from 65. Christian Dumoulin and Christian Van Riet in another Ford Mustang, another 289 from 65. Sean and Maxwell Lynn in a Ford Consul Cortina from 1965. That's number 13 car. Francois Rivaz and Alexander Furiani in the first of the Alphas, a Giulia Sprint GTA from 65. Oh, no, second one of those, sorry. Another Ford Lotus Cortina, or Lotus Cortina from 65. Andrew Haddon and Mark Drain. Simon Nobberly has a Mini Cooper. My money's on the Mini if it stays like this. Simon Nobberly is going to drive away from everybody, surely, in that. And he's in the sub 2 litre class as well. Now, how did they qualify? Was it wet or dry? It was wet in this. All right, okay, maybe the Mini is still going to be slightly outclassed in terms of its power to weight ratio. Xavier Gallant and Olivier Gallant in another Alfa Romeo, the number 180. These are all Sprint GTA Giulias. Conrad M and Conrad C Ulrich, similar car, and the Halu. So we've got 3 family outings, all in the Haluses. That's Andreas and Martin in another Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint, 184 and 16. Phil Mulacek and Fabien Sarali in a Mustang 289, and a C1 Corvette. Michel Grossfillier is the final qualifier. That said, we are under, at the moment, leaden skies and rain coming down like someone has just turned on a very powerful shower. Hearing from race control that this will be a safety car start, and waiting for the cars to come out of the pit lane. Yellow lights have just come on. We are due to get this underway at 14:15 for an hour. So we are a little bit behind time at the moment, but only a tiny bit. The clock, I think, may have started as they rolled out of the pit lane. Indeed, that is the case. So the clock has started as they roll out the pit lane. Headlights on. It is very, very murky out there. And I have to say, these are the conditions where you don't want to be the starting driver. Racing cars, for one thing, don't like the wet, and all racing cars get water in them. Now, it is a bit brighter down towards turn 3. I'm trying to be optimistic. My boyish optimism cutting through, hopefully. So, let's see if we can pick out some of the cars. The 180, a traditional red Alfa Romeo Giulia, one of the Sprint GTAs, of which there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in this race. And we've got 1, 2, 2 Lotus Cortinas, 3 Mustangs, a Consul Cortina, and a Chevy Corvette. So let's see if they are all lining up the way I expected them to. No, they are not. That is Bram Bontrup in the Mustang number 76 that leads them around. Behind him, that looks like Rory Jack in the Julia Sprint. I was expecting to see the number 6 Cortina, Lotus Cortina. That might be 2 cars further back. Or is that the Sean Lynn car? Oh, that is the Sean Lynn car, I think. The white car. The Consul Cortina. I don't think everybody's in the order that I was expecting them, but we've got cars running. The C1 is certainly not sitting at the back. 2 cars at the back. The white number 16, which is a Martin Haluza Sprint Julia GT, which he's sharing with Andreas. And the car right at the very back is, I think, the Xavier Gallant car, the 180. But I think the Mini should be somewhere around them, or maybe not. No, that should be a bit further up. We'll wait for the timing to catch up. Yeah, it is the 180 at the back. That is the Xavier Gallant and Ollie Gallant car. So plenty of family interest here. At the moment, no sign of the safety car coming in. Listen, GTR blessed with all-wheel drive and all mod cons in terms of dehumidifying, air conditioning, and the screen being cleared. So the race has now, I think the race has started. Yes, it has. The clock's counting down. I was just wondering whether, I think some of the drivers there might have been slightly confused and they were pulling onto grid slots there, and they've realised now that the race has actually commenced behind the safety car. We've had 5 minutes of the 1 hour, 1 pit stop required. It's the same as we've seen throughout the afternoon. And the safety car still running round, and we're just waiting to confirm exactly who is what and where, because again the qualifying slightly less. Now this is right up your street, Andrew. You'll have driven pretty much all of these at some stage in your driving career, have you?
Well, I've driven a Mustang, but not of that age. I've driven a modern Mustang. Did the MPG Marathon Economy run in a Mustang, believe it or not, and we won it because it was on improvement over its official MPG.
Right.
So that's my Mustang story. Yeah, Bram Bontrup in the Mustang is leading them around, I think.
Yes, it is.
Rory Jack, and I think it's his dad, regularly races these Alphas, always very quick. And then we've got another Mustang. Sean Lynn's in there.
I love the fact that we've got 3 families in Alpha Julia Sprint GTAs, the Gallants, the Ulrich and the Haluzas.
And the Jacks.
And the Jacks as well. Is Rory's listed on his own in this, though?
He is here, but he often races.
Right.
I think it's with his dad. Yeah. So 13 cars, but just what extraordinary weather we've had, John.
It came out of nowhere at the end of the last race, and I think we're moments from potential disaster when it did come in. Mustang, the Corvette C1 at the back, that's going to be a handful. My money's on that Mini coming through the field if it's like this for Simon Nobili. Front wheel drive, Cooper S.
Yeah, I don't know how good the guy is at the steering end. So, and I thought Tom Chilton's going to be driving with his brother, but actually he's driving Matt Neal.
Well, I'm not sure that car is out there, actually. Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, it's just not in its grid position at the moment.
We've got those We got lots of family. We got the two Conrad Ulrichs, father and son. So we got Halusa, father and son.
Yeah.
Andreas is another of the brothers. Doesn't
Yeah.
race as much as the other two.
Safety
And
car.
we got the Gallants. I don't know if they're brothers.
Xavier and
I don't know
Olivier.
if Xavier. Olivier I've spoken to
Right,
in the
we're
past.
going green at the end of this lap. We'll have around about 50 minutes to go. And Bram Bontrup will therefore have to deal with it. He's already got his foot down, actually.
Yeah.
Now he's got to be careful here not to pass the safety car before it gets into the pit lane proper. As he sweeps around, the green flag is out. Now, how close to hit was he to overlapping that pit lane? And it's a ragged start. A lot of people absolutely not expecting that. And further down the field, that's going to be big gaps. It was 3/4 of a second at the line for the Bram Bontrup machine, and then the Alpha in second. It's 1.1 seconds now. Where's your money here? Oh, big slide by the Alpha.
Oh.
Third place is another one of the Mustangs. That's Christophe Fondriet. Then the Ford Consul Cortina from Sean Lynn.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what that means. I mean, obviously we had the Ford Consul.
Well, originally,
that's not. Yeah,
there was a Ford Consul Cortina in the Mark 1.
Yeah, presumably that's not a Lotus engine, not twin cam engine in it. Though.
Well,
it must be a 1500.
Yeah, could have been. I suppose it could have been a GT.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen them race this car, but the Lynn's always buying new cars, aren't they? Different race cars. Sean's got a great. I think the Ferrari still racing. I think Sean's got one of those actually, but he doesn't race it.
I had the good fortune to drive down to Bathurst. In fact, round the Bathurst circuit and then down to Bathurst town in a car. Because of the regulations at the time, Australia never got the Lotus Cortina because of the regulations on local content. So Ford of Australia took the Cortina GT and tweaked it a little bit, and it became known as the Cortina 500, GT 500. And the car that I actually was in won the Bathurst 500, as it was in those days, outright.
Wow.
And it's an original car, and
lovely.
it's part of the collection at the National Motorsport Museum at Bathurst, right on the final corner. And the very lovely Brad, who runs that, who I've known for quite a long time, he decided it was a good idea to take that downtown, and we had a pretty rapid lap of the circuit behind some GT3 cars. It was all about momentum.
Yeah.
And we had a lot of fun in that.
That's Alpha.
Yeah.
Very nicely with
that's Rory Jack.
Rory Jack. One to watch for will be the number 79 car, Mark Drain. That's Lotus Cortina. That is going to have Andrew Haddon in it later. Andrew Haddon's a quick peddler. I've done a lot of quicker than Lotus Elan. And raced Cortinas a lot. He should go well. 15
minutes to the opening of the pit window. That comes in at 25 minutes elapsed, or if you prefer 30 minutes to go, either or. Simon Nobili has dropped to the back in the Mini, so maybe he's not quite as confident in the weather.
Yeah, I wonder what the story is on that lead car. It's got sort of Spanish. Is it a Spanish marking? No, it hasn't. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up with another car that has got Spanish markings on. But Van Vliet has just taken second place in the Merc. So we got Mustangs 1 and 2, Alpha third. So
that's tough conditions.
Yeah, that's horrible.
It's never mind about the sprint.
That's the car I'm talking about. It's got sort of Spanish colours on it.
The Alpha?
No, the Lotus Cortina.
All right, so the Mini isn't at the back now.
No.
I think we have possibly had a little glitch. I think the water's got into the timing system.
Yeah,
because
I think the front is right, isn't it?
Yeah, the Mini Cooper, Simon Nobili, is now up to 11th. Actually, he might just have made that up. Martin Halusa dropping back with Phil Mullerchek.
Yeah, Martin's the dad. Martin's the figurehead of the family.
Rory Jack really struggling to get any kind of power down. The two Mustangs, you would not have picked those cars to be the best in the wet. Big front engine American muscle. The number 20 car in second. The notchback, if you will, of the Mustang 289 from 1965. They've been some good cars. Imagine seeing those in the UK in the 1960s. Looked like nothing that we had here.
Yeah, Rory Jack is a sales manager for the outfit Sports Purpose. And I think they're the people, I think that's Turner as well, isn't it, that run the Porsche 2-litre race. I think they work together, those two. But here he is racing.
That's the leader.
Yeah, that's
in the two-tone, black and red car. Ford Motor Company and Coca-Cola on the side. I quite like the colourway because it shows.
Yeah.
I like the fact they've got Coca-Cola over the rear wheel because that was the Coke bottle styling, of course.
Yeah, the rain's still coming.
It's absolutely battering down, isn't it?
Down, yeah. And Mustang sliding around. This is a really difficult job. Now, I seem to remember that they had a sort of Mustang race at Goodwood recently, in the last couple of years. And there was loads of them.
Well, there was a lot in Payrade that raced as well.
Yeah, oh yeah, Wilmot, of course, raced them and teams like that.
So the 289 is the Windsor engine, named after the plant that it was built in. And that is 4.7 of the litres. So not a big block. Oh, lead us off in the gravel.
Well
completely lost it. Got to keep the foot in. Oh, just misses the end of the barriers. Comes back on.
Oh, bit of rally crossing there.
Wow, standing water as well.
Yeah.
I think he's held on the lead. I don't think Fontgrete has gone through. Mind, who knows? No, he hasn't. Incredible. Fontgrete, I think, lifted right off when he saw the leader going off because there was standing water.
Yeah. They did have a Mustang-only race at the members' meeting in Goodwood last year, actually. I've just checked it. And about 16 or 18 of them. Shame we didn't get a couple more here, but I think Andrew Jordan
won it, I think. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
There's lots of standing water here. It's going to be very difficult. So, went off the circuit, whether he can't see properly in that car, but had all four wheels all over the curb in the braking area going into the first corner.
How did he turn it? There it still seemed to have grip.
Grunt.
Grunt.
Torque is your friend. Everybody talks about power, but you drive torque, Andrew.
Yeah. Abraham Bontrop, Dutch driver, friend of the Hearts. And has won races in this Mustang before. In fact, in Holland.
I bet that is steaming up like nothing on earth inside.
Yeah.
Stay off the curbs, man. Stay off the curbs. What are you on the curbs? I'm not sure how well he can see.
60-year-old car, eh? Can you believe it?
Yeah, it's probably in better nick now than it was 60 years ago. The standard of preparation now in classic racing.
Oh, magnificent.
Huge amount of standing water running down the hill as well.
I'm wondering about that Ford Racing company on the side there.
Ford Motor
Company, rather. Yeah, it says.
It's in the right. It's in the right sort of
I just wonder, is it something that I think they must have raced the factory cars at some stage?
Yeah, I would have thought so. Second place, similar car of Christophe Fontgrete. 5 seconds between them or thereabouts. They are pulling away. The little Alpha, Rory Jack in
doing
third.
A nice job, Rory.
Yeah. Great slide from Christophe in second. Perfect amount of opposite lock. Didn't lift right off the throttle because that would have snapped the car around. Just bleeding gently off the accelerator pedal just to hold that slide. Got the left rear Avon tyre all the way up to the white line, but no further. That's gorgeous driving. And staying away from the standard racing line Two reasons for that. That'll be very slippery and full of rubber. And secondly, all the puddles are there. Rory splashing his way through turn 1 and 2 in the 1965 Julia Sprint. Third place up for him, fourth for Sean Lynn.
And John,
here's the Mini.
yeah.
Here comes the Mini.
Yeah.
So so Simon Nobley he's got his head round these conditions. And basically with the Mini, point it at the corner, turn the wheel where you want to go, and keep your foot flat down in these weather conditions. That's brilliant. He hasn't quite got the poke and the punch to get past some of the cars going up the hill, but he'll have great grip coming through the corners. Down the inside of Sean Lynn. That is a battle for position 4. Already gone past Alexandra Furiani. Right, what have you found out about those Works Mustangs?
Well, nothing actually, but they were called notchbacks, weren't they?
Notchbacks, yeah.
And,
he had a fastback and a notchback.
Yeah.
The Mini about to take another position.
Oh, yeah.
Flat out through turn 6. We'll get an advantage here. But can it hold it up the hill? Sean Lynn holds the racing line. Simon Nobley in that little front wheel drive 1275 Cooper S. Now gets the grip going up the hill. Oh, this is fantastic. Splashing through the water. There's some puddles actually that might be a little bit too deep for that Mini, because it runs very low at the ground.
Yeah. I mean, we've had some great Mini racing in the UK, but again, particularly at Goodwood Classic Battles. Nick Padmore are very good in the Mini, which is what his dad used to race.
Meanwhile, at the front of the field, the red and black Bram Bontrup car, now only 3.5 seconds away from Christophe Fonriet, who's mounting a little bit of a comeback. Rory Jack a further 15 seconds back. And then, we keep losing Simon Nobley from the timing screen. I suspect that is electrically related. He's got the side window slid open. He's having fun.
Yeah, my first car in Mini, WCH 852 it was, blue. I managed to somersault it.
Nice.
Into a tree.
Good.
In Derby.
Well done.
Yeah, I climbed out the back window and it was repaired actually. My mother wasn't very pleased, it was her car.
I had a Mini for a very short time, a classic Mini.
Yeah.
But I had another car that was very similar to the ethos of the original Mini, and I had a couple of them.
Yeah.
Actually, I had Talbot Sambas.
Yes.
Including an Ernie Larton tuned 1219cc homologation special, which actually were only built in left-hand drive, but Ernie had swapped one of them over to right-hand drive, and it won the Motoring News Road Rally Championship. And I bought it some years later, running on proper Mini lights, 3-stud Mini lights, and a low diff and a 4-speed rather than a 5-speed box, running on, because of the regs for road rally at that time, running on split 45 Webers. You were only allowed to have 2 carbs, and it had a special manifold that only used one side of each of the 45 Webers. Actually, there might have been Delautos.
There was an offshoot of Minis that raced. There was one that had 2 engines in it. Honestly, there was a 4-wheel drive, 1 engine in the back, 1 engine. I remember seeing it race up Mallory Park. And then there was those mini sprints with a fastback version.
Oh yes.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the name of the silly, that 2-engine Mini I know was black. Maybe was it called Rodem? I don't know. It was a long time ago, but it was an awesome beast. It was
2 cars, 2 Cortinas battling.
Yeah.
Not the different grills.
Yes.
That tells you which one is which. The 6 is Tom Chilton in a Lotus Cortina. The 13 behind that is Sean Lynn. The slightly different grill, that is the Consul Cortina, marketed as such in the UK. And they've got the Alpha between them now of Alexandra Furiani. Let's have a look at the lap times here. The 2 Mustangs doing 250s, 250.5, 250.7. And 255 for the Mini last time around, but I'm absolutely certain it's further up the field than that.
I'm sure it is. I think it's as we see it on the road, isn't it? Rather than the timing.
So I think that car is 4th
Yeah, I'd agree with you.
Alpha Julia, number 22. That's the Fidiani car. It's now got past one of the Cortinas. Such beautiful proportions on that Julia GTA. 2 leaders across the road, across the line. And heading down the road, lights in the background will be Rory Jack in the number 38. Excuse me, 33, Alfa Romeo. And he's just put his fastest lap of the race in, a 2:54.7. That's the fastest in the under 2 litre class. 2 classes here, under and over 2 litres. Simon Lobley, there we go, 2:54.0 in the under 2 litre class. So he's actually 7/10 of a second quicker that time around.
They're showing him fourth, aren't they, John?
It's so now popped back into fourth.
That's how he. That's a proper result. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's lapping quicker than the bigger engine car ahead of him. Not sure he's going to get back to the. Oh, he's dropped back again now.
Yeah. I don't think he has in reality.
No, it keeps popping back. I think he's somewhere in the region of 30 seconds away from the lead at the moment. I tell you what, lovely. This is great driving. Look, just look at the proportions on that Alpha. I mean, let's remind ourselves, this is a car that was launched in the mid-1960s. All of the GTA Julia Sprints here at 1965. The placement of the headlights, the proportions of the overhangs, that small overhang at the front, the big wheels, the sort of semi-fastback, but not overly fastback design. 2 doors that stretch all the way down the side. The way the wheels fill the wheel arches. And then nobody forgot about the rear end of that Alpha as well. It's beautifully designed.
Italian design at its finest,
Yeah.
Certainly so.
And then in the same race, you've got a Mustang there, which is, quite big and blocky, but it has that lovely Coke bottle kick over the rear wheels. Again, short overhang at the front, but a longer overhang at the back for the boot, for the trunk. Notchback design, I think suits this car.
Yeah.
I really do.
You can see from that shot, the rain is still absolutely
down.
Yeah.
I am impressed that these guys are keeping it on the island here.
Yeah.
Very impressed.
John, it's 7 degrees outside.
This is the coldest that it has been. We started this morning at a little before 9, and it was 10 degrees. 10 degrees on the track, 10 degrees in the air. This is the coldest that it has been in the air. 7 degrees Celsius now.
Must be global warming.
Climate change, I think we've got to call it now, Andrew.
I think so, yes.
Various areas of Spain, all joking aside, have had some terrible storms.
Yeah.
And Spain and the Iberian Peninsula, Jerez, which is not a million miles away from here, over in Portugal, meant to be having MotoGP and has been flooded out.
Yeah, that red Mustang, he's got to easily lap that guy.
And that's the Phil Mulacek, bright orange number 89 Mustang.
Yeah, well, that's got to be a thought-provoker for him to be lapped in a car that's the same. And he's obviously...
Pit window has just opened.
Yeah.
Pit window has just opened with 25.
Oh, the Alpha's full opposite lock.
Turn 1, there's plenty of room there.
Yeah.
That's good.
Get himself through there. What's that racer tape on the front?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, maybe had an incident in quali.
I can't imagine it's mismatched paint.
No.
It could be. Maybe they've just banged it out.
No, sideways,
slide out of turn
everywhere.
4. That's so controllable. So controllable. The wipers that fold into the middle and then out to the A-pillars. Well, he's negating the potential understeer by just Scandinavian flicking it in. He should be on the Kenya Safari Rally with that at the moment. This is brilliant car control from Rory Jack. And he's enjoying himself. He's not catching the leaders at the moment.
And we got that Corvette in the picture, that 69. We haven't seen much of that.
That's a C1 Corvette.
Yeah, it's very traditional American racing colours with the twin blue stripes down the middle. And also we saw the Xavier Gallant Alpha there, which I think he's going to hand over to, I presume it's his brother.
Olivier, the 180, which was right at the back, moving through the field, now up to 9th position. It's made up 4 spots. And that is the Xavier Gallant car. Meantime, the number 4 is just a little bit further back. That's the Ulrich family outing. Conrad C starting. Conrad M to take over at some stage in the near future. Race control have, excuse me, I misread the race control message. Pit window now open in 9
minutes. I got caught out by that.
It's actually about 7.5 now.
So 2 Mustangs in the lead, 4 seconds between the pair of them. Lots of Alphas in there. Tom Chilton, so long a part of the British Touring Car Championship, is in 4th place.
Tom got a seat. This is Matt Neal's race, isn't it? So it is the pre-TCC tribute act, isn't it?
Yeah.
In one of the Lotus Cortinas, the number 6 car.
I like that Corvette, that original. It's very purposeful looking, isn't it?
And very much of its time, let's remember. That's a car that's from a slightly earlier age.
Yes. What year
1960.
Yeah.
So it still has the 1950s, lots of chrome and fins.
I expect to see some blonde with a headscarf waving out of it, some Hollywood actress.
Tom Chilton's just put the fastest lap of the sub 2 litre cars in.
Well done. Well, the Mini, he has.
Yeah, and he's gone up to 4th position.
Yeah.
Has he got past the Mini there, or is that the Mini just? Is that the timing glitch again on the Mini? I'll wait till I say it with my own eyes.
We can't tell until we show you the pictures.
Yeah. The lead now out to 5.2 seconds. Nobody making a pit stop.
That was
it hasn't opened the pit lane.
The 16 car we were following is Martin Halusa's white.
Yeah.
Julia Sprint. Propping up the field.
Conrad C. Ulrich.
I've got a lot of stickers on the side of that car.
Yeah.
That means they've done the series for about 4 or 5 years.
Yes, and the quadrifoglio badge on the side as well.
I'm totally against that sort of stuff. Get a nice board and put all your old scrutineering decals and all that stuff on it.
And hang it in the garage.
Don't stick them all over the car. Let's see it.
Yeah,
but that's me.
Noticing the quadrifoglio enamel shield as well on the side of the Julius.
Yeah.
4-leaf clover. Was called the clover leaf in the UK. Now we use the Italian name for the Giulia sports model, the top Giulia sports model, and indeed the Stelvio quadrifoglio. Beautiful 2.9 V6 and with a transaxle ZF 8-speed on the back. So pit stops now.
You got the.
That's too early. That's too early for Alexander
Furiani. You're right. It's not open yet. It's got another.
So Mark Drain in the Lotus Cortina, number 79, and Alexander Furiani have both come in to a pit lane that isn't available for their mandatory stop. Well, Furiani is out, so they've done a driver change. I think they looked at the pit window open message that was on the screen and thought that they could come in.
Well, we made the mistake, so I suppose they can make the mistake.
Yeah, I also think that car's gone back out again. I think there'll be some words there to race control, because if I scroll back down the race control messages, I'm pretty certain we saw that race pit window open in 0 minutes, and it should have said 10 minutes, I believe. They did a pit window open in 15. What did they do? Let me get the official race control message up. I have a suspicion that might have... No, 15 and 9. 15, 9 and 6. I had to take that back. Okay. Another pit stop going on in a pit lane Oh, I'm sorry. It says pit lane close. Pit lane open.
Yeah.
It's my bad eyes.
Okay.
So that's perfect. Yes. They did come in at the right time. Pit lane closing in 3 minutes and 15 seconds. So we need Bram Bontrup to come in next time around, I would say.
Do you think he thinks it's handling a bit like a ship? Because he owns one.
Oh, does he?
He owns a tanker called Yeoman Bridge. And it plies around Scotland, apparently. It's some bulk carrier thing. But, you know, as they do. I mean, we've got quite a lot of ship owners in this racing world here.
Gap's come down to under 5 seconds at the front of the field.
Yeah. Well, I think Boltric's doing a great job with this. I say he's won races at Sandbolt with his car. But I'm not sure he's been in this series before.
It's a nice simple colour scheme. With
it is, isn't it? Yeah, well, the little
I always liked the American muscle car era when you had a black bonnet to stop the reflections in the heat.
Yeah. Lovely. The famous Mustang on the front. The galloping horse with the tail flowing behind it. They still use that exactly the same now.
Well,
don't they? Although I think the Mustang's become an electric car, hasn't it now?
There is an electric version, but thank goodness there is still a 5-litre V8, which is called a Dark Horse.
Yeah, they used to be imported. I know it's not, but now I believe you can actually buy them directly off Ford.
And the right-hand drive. And right-hand drive for the last couple of years as well.
When we did that MPG marathon about 6-7 years ago, that they just introduced it, and that we were in the factory. It was a factory car, you know. So,
fantastic. These cars, these are using the Windsor 289, while the new cars use the Coyote 5-litre engine, and for the race cars, those engines go to Malcolm Wilson. Actually, and he takes them out to, I think it's 5.4 for the GT3 cars.
Well, did you notice, John, the two Mustangs came in much closer, just 2 seconds apart?
Yes, absolutely. That come down from over 5.
Yeah. So
Mini out and Mini in and out for Simon Nobley. He's still running in the pits actually. I thought I saw the Mini coming out.
A couple of cars. Chilton hasn't stopped yet.
It's going to be tight then.
And neither's that Corvette. That old.
1 minute. 1 minute to the close of the pit lane. So anybody who hasn't stopped, Michel Grosfillier has not stopped.
I think Chilton has stopped now, but the Corvette hasn't. Maybe it's just enjoying himself so much he just keep going around.
Well, Max Lynn has been installed in the number 13.
Yep. We had a great drive for Max Lynn yesterday, didn't we?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Indeed. So the countdown continues. There's 25 seconds to go. That's to get into the pits. You don't have to be out of the pits at that time.
Interestingly, we didn't quite catch it, John, but painted on the side of the car was the name of a driver in period.
Right. The windscreen very badly steamed up on that Bram Bontrup car.
Now have a look. Can you see there's a name there?
Oh, yeah, in the script. That says Bram Bontrup.
It says right. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Now, how's he going to get that? I love the fact it's still got the chrome trim around the windows. Pillarless doors, of course.
Maybe you can wind the windows up and down.
Well, it looks like he's just cracked them open a little bit. Pillarless doors, which you never saw.
There's the Corvette.
Yeah,
and he's still going round. He hasn't stopped.
He's out of time. The pit window's closed now.
Yeah.
So he'll get a penalty for that. Pillarless doors you never saw on British cars of this era. You always had a frame around the window, but so when I saw American cars, particularly the coupes, where you could get all the windows all the way down, and when you opened the door, there was no door frame around the top of it. What is that all about? It was brilliant.
Maybe he stayed out because he's actually leading the race in the Corvette. Maybe he just wanted to do that. He doesn't care if he gets a penalty afterwards.
2 Fords back out again then. They are the leading pair of cars. Tom Chilton, did he get in time? Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He got in by about the skin of his teeth, 10 seconds before the pit window closed. So that was good timing. Couldn't have left it one more lap. Down to 23.5 minutes to go. Rory Jack back out on the circuit. Mini's back out as well. We'll see where that cycles back in. Simon Nobley is driving on his own in that Cooper S. Now, let's have a look at what's going on here. It's number 4, Conrad M. Ulrich, about to get lapped by the leader. He's just come out of the pits, as have the 2 leading Mustangs. And it is 70, still 76. And that's Bram Bontrup. It's Christian Dumoulin now behind the wheel of the number 20 Mustang in second place, taking over that car from Christophe Henriette.
Yeah, Grosflair in the Corvette raced in this series, and things like an Allard J2 he's driven and a few other similar cars. So he's got a Chevy Corvette C4 as well.
Oh, nice.
He must love Corvettes, this guy, and he's enjoying himself here. I mean, will he ever come into the pit?
You can see the pointless now. Might as well just
Yeah,
take the penalty.
Might well take the flag.
Yeah. You can still see the influences from the 1950s, even the 1940s in that car, can't you? As it's coming to the end of the decade, there's a certain flair and verve and post-war brio in the design of the C1 Corvette.
Yeah.
Lots of chrome, lots of lights, lots of things that were electrically powered, including the windows. And that started, of course.
When was that car introduced? I mean, this is a 60 version.
1953.
Yeah.
So that tells you everything you need to know. 53, 53 and a half, actually.
Yeah.
They did do 6-cylinder versions as well. Actually, that shape of car came in 1958.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. In an era of chrome and 4 headlights, the Corvette adapted to the look of the day. The 1958 model year and the 4 that followed had exposed 4 headlamp treatment and prominent grills.
Well, his actual lead, assuming, despite the fact that he hasn't made a pit stop, of course, is 23 seconds. So, we're assuming he's going to be penalised.
Yeah.
The 20 car has just been penalised, actually, 30 seconds of crossing the pit exit line. So that's a car that we just has got that penalty. I noticed in the 79 car, we thought Andrew Haddon was going to take over, but I see Mark Drain appears still to be driving it. And so that was a deal that obviously didn't get come off. And what's happened to Chilton?
He has handed... No, he's just coming out of the pits. The car's just coming out of the pits.
Now, yeah, okay.
So if you wanted in 1959, let's say, to buy that Corvette, there were just under 10,000 built with the quad headlights.
Yeah.
And that would have cost you $3,875.
Right.
Back in those days.
I wonder what that's worth now.
Yeah. And you would have had the choice of a... Well, actually, you would have had the 283 4.6 litre small block, as they called it, V8.
Yeah. How much was it? 3,000 what?
$3,800. And that was in a choice of tune from 250 horsepower up to 290 horsepower in that era. That would, that would have been, that was quite a powerful car in those days.
Yeah, yeah.
Corvette, of course, the great story about Corvettes is they got banned from racing.
Well, they were expensive, John, because in today's money, that's $40,000.
Is it?
Yeah, because there's an app on the phone where you can check.
Well, considering that the top of the line, well, a Corvette now, if you were to buy a Corvette
Mind you,
in the UK, you would pay 70 or 80,000 pounds.
yeah, I don't know what the exchange rate was back
Well,
then.
that's a
It
good
might have
point.
been 2 to 1.
4 to 1.
Yeah.
Back in those days, that's a fair point, well made. 21 Mini Cooper S, left-hand drive. Simon Nobley, I've got to try and work out where he is because I think his transponder's gone a bit too lally. So the Corvette of Michel Grosvilliers has finally come in.
And he'll still get the penalty.
I'm sure he will. Now, Christian Dumoulin is going to get a 20-second penalty for crossing the pit exit. White line. Oh. That car was right at the sharp end. So it's Bram Bontrup leading. Second place, Rory Jack in the Alpha Julia, number 33, 43.5 seconds back. Then Christian Dumoulin with a 20-second penalty, but he's 40 seconds ahead of the next car. Simon Nobley in the Mini next up, 43 seconds away from the leader. Not sure about that.
John, it wasn't $4 to the pound, but it was almost 3.
Was it?
Back then,
That wasn't a bad guess, eh?
Yeah, no. 281.
Long before my time.
Yeah.
I wasn't even a twinkle in my father's eye in those days, back in the late 1950s.
Yeah, well.
So coming down to a little bit of a battle here now with the Mini. Another broadside slide from the Alfa Giulia GT8. Now, which driver is that? That's the 33.
Yeah.
That's the second place car. That's Rory Jack. So does that mean that the Mini is actually in third now? Because that's the next car back. And Dumoulin is nowhere to be seen there.
And just going back to the Chilton card, it appears that Tom Chilton stayed in it.
Okay.
Maybe Matt Neal, who we know is here, took one look at the weather. Thought you stay in it, mate. Your car. I don't want to damage it.
It's a very good drive in this Mini by Simon Nobley.
Yeah, no idea of his pedigree. It's got the central exhaust look.
Car is still snaking around.
Yeah, it is.
It's the small rear lights, the small round rear lights, the sliding side windows, twin tanks for the Cooper S, 1275 cc on the venerable. That's the way to drive a Mini. Get the back end coming round. And don't steer into the skid and counter steer like you would with normal cars. You'd steer where you want to go. I think that car is in third position now because that's Christian Dumoulin behind him in the number 20. And Max Lynn is another 23 seconds.
Yeah,
that car's got 20 seconds to add as well.
Oh, yeah. So what Max Lynn is he doing? Yeah, he's doing reasonable times. Max, not as quick as on Boultrup. Used to this, his Mustang, his red Mustang.
Under a quarter of an hour to go, Andrew.
Yeah. That's got a UK plate on it. In a sort of squashed letter form.
In an American style, yes. Font. C plate.
All white.
Yeah.
Just Cortina there. The Mark Drain car, which he thought he was handing over, but didn't.
Where's he up to now? Sixth place? Yep, sixth for Mark. Terrible conditions here. But I think the rain has now stopped falling. Still got wipers on because there's a lot of spray out there. And yeah, the Lotus Cortina in a sort of with the cream stripe still there.
Yes,
but in a is that a very light sage green? The Mini back in.
Oh,
now
what's he wanting?
New
jacking
tyres
out the front. No tyres there, are there? Anywhere close?
No. Do they? Yeah, is he overheating, overcooling?
Oh,
he's got the windows open. Interesting. Well, that's a shame.
Yeah, that's a shame.
That car was second, I reckon, in the under 2 litre class. And
33 in the gravel. So the second place car, Rory Jackers, dumps it into the gravel.
So if the Mini had stayed out, it would have been leading the class. That car is not coming out of turn 5. It's turn 5, the downhill again.
Yeah, it's such a tricky spot down into there, isn't it? And I think
safety car.
Yeah,
safety car, not even a full course yellow. Yeah. Safety car. Oh no, they're having a look underneath that.
Drive shaft, perhaps up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Left-hand front drive shaft. Left-hand drive shaft, obviously at the front, straight out the gearbox, which is underneath the engine. That he's knocked the sump plug out.
Yeah. I think Rory was about to abandon ship. And this will take it.
It's going to take a wee while.
Yeah, it is.
Only 12 and a half to go.
A safety car.
Picking up. Might I just add to the compliments that we've been giving to Peter Auto in terms of their running of the meeting and how quick they've got things turned around. We mentioned the marshals, etc., for getting things cleaned up quickly.
Yeah.
However, Race Control have been right on the money today, particularly in getting the safety car to pick the leader up. And so in some of these multi-class races where they're mixed in with all kinds of faster and slower cars, getting the leader picked up correctly is a skill. And they've not had to do anybody being waved by the safety car.
They've absolutely
yesterday or today. I don't think there's been any unnecessary safety cars. They've all been because of safety considerations, which is absolutely where it should be. There was a slight delay of a safety car in the 2-hour race last night, and I'm pretty certain that that was being pragmatic behind the virtual safety car to allow everyone to get through their pit stop so that no one was massively disadvantaged or nobody got a great advantage either. And I sort of don't. I think at this level of racing, I think you've got to say that that's actually probably the best way to officiate.
Yeah.
Nobody missed out on a decent result for the fact that we just didn't take our pit stop last time around.
I think the Mini driver's Italian. I just saw an Italian flag on the side of that particular car as it is there in the pits. But,
well, this is going to close up the front of the field.
Well, yes.
With the two Mustangs. There's a minute and 44 between them at the moment. Then 8 seconds further back.
This Mustang behind is not the one that's in second place, is it? It's the lap one.
Oh, no, that's the lap one. But we've got Christian Dumoulin in the number 20 to catch up. But, of course, he's got a 20-second penalty. So this is going to put Maxwell Lynn in the Consul Cortina, which is leading the under 2 litre class. It's going to put it on the overall podium. It'll put it into second, actually. And Max Chilton will probably be in third, and Mark Drain probably in fourth.
Yeah.
But we've got to catch it up to the safety car
first. A bit
first.
of a mystery on the Maxwell Lynn car, what engine it's got in it. Because we're thinking it hasn't got a twin cabin, aren't we?
Okay. Let's have a look.
But, I mean, you could get a 1500cc Cortina engine. I don't really remember them racing that. They must have done.
Right. Yeah, 1498cc originally. They did build a Lotus Ford Consul Cortina, Mark. What?
Did they? Well, I think, they must have the twin cab.
So there you are.
That's what they called it,
That I did. I'll be honest, I did not know that. And just 64 produced in 1964. Special equipment, Lotus Ford Cortina, Consul Cortina. Entered production, the Lotus Cortina entered production in February 1963. 910 of your English pounds. The road cars were about 105 horsepower, but the racing versions were closer to 150. The cars 64 of them, as I say, were produced as Consul Cortina with the Lotus engine.
Yeah.
And back in, what was this?
Our driver's out of the Mini now,
right.
in the pits, and the Mustang comes past again, and it's lead. Well, I'll have to wait for the second Mustang to come through. But
I like the fact that back in those days, by the time you put on the special equipment specification, the £2.05 for the number plates and 2 guineas for a bonnet lock.
Yeah.
£1,111, no shillings and 5 pence.
They have a nice shot of our Mini driver.
Yeah.
It is very naturalistic driving suit because he's Italian, it's in Italian colours.
Of course he
was.
was.
That was good.
And
now he's unlapped himself.
Yeah, that is very important.
Yeah.
Because that is the sort of orangey mustard colour, number 89 of Fabien Saraldin. And he is now back on the lead lap with only 7 minutes to go.
Yeah.
But interestingly, Christian Dumoulin never caught up the leader. He caught up 1 minute, but he didn't get onto the rear bumper. Max Lynn is still in 3rd place, 8.5 seconds behind.
Yeah.
And that's 4 seconds, nearly 5 seconds on Tom Chilton. So that's a bit of an odd one.
Yeah, Max Lind, could have a big push. He might just catch Dumoulin.
Yeah. And, the moment that it stops raining, there's a dry line appearing.
Yeah.
The sun's come back out again. The air temperature's up to 8. The track temperature's 12.
Yeah.
Now, I suspect that car number 69 will take a full lap penalty for stopping out of the pit window.
There we are. We read that, didn't we, John?
Yeah. So that'll take that car down to the back of the field.
There it is again.
He was having too much fun.
Yeah.
Way too much
we
fun.
think he's a big Corvette enthusiast. Got 2 or 3 different ones.
Yeah, it was Michael Grossfillier in that car. He's driving on his own. I mean, that's the daft part about it. He was driving on his own. I wonder if he just misset his watch or the
He could
camera
have been.
on the
He
clock.
was having so much fun, he lost
track of time.
Yeah.
I lost track of time.
Yeah.
5.5 to go.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't going to win anything, so. Did he lead the race? I led the race, you can say.
54 seconds now as someone's gone off at turn number 4 at Repsol. The uphill right-hander, 180-degree hairpin. And that has been taken away, so somebody's been on the grass. Leader down in turn 1 in elegant isolation. Nobody between him and turn 6. And nobody behind him all the way back to turn 13.
Yeah.
It's like a test day.
It is a bit, isn't it? This, yeah. Well, 2 nice Salford together, though. That's a nice shot.
And I can tell you it was Andreas Halusa in the Giulietta. In the Giulia, number 16.
2 out on the track, 1 there.
Yeah.
Driver out.
That's the Rory Jack car.
So he got it out of where it was, and he was looking a bit disconsolate behind the car.
Yeah, he was on for a class win, that.
Yeah.
Again, I'm just going to say it. How lovely.
Maxwell Lynn up into 2nd place.
Yep. Following the demise of that Alpha. No. That should have been a Mustang, shouldn't it?
It should have been.
Oh, yeah. So what's happened there to Christian Dumoulin? The number 20 car.
He's shown that it's in 4th place. He's shown his last lap was 3 minutes, 12 seconds. So there he is.
He's moving, but he's behind behind the number 6 car now. That's Tom Chilton ahead of him.
Maybe out of the sight of our cameras, he dropped it somewhere.
That is the answer, I think. Still plenty of action to come this afternoon. Some big grades and some excitement for you as we race through to the evening time again.
Yeah, we're going to have the second race for the endurance racing legends. And then second race, the Gentleman's Challenge. And the other category of endurance racing legends. So lots of sports cars coming up, and classic endurance racing too. So I've got plenty of racing left, and 4 more races.
All live here?
All live, as you say. The 40-minute races, or 45-minute races, and the last one's an hour. So, yeah, lots of racing, but we will have seen every category now.
Yeah.
So we're going to have the people getting their second race in.
Now, if this has whetted your appetite, as
yeah.
we've got the 3 Cortinas, it's the console Cortina in the middle. That's the one with the slightly different grille that doesn't have the bright work on it.
And it's got the Lotus badge in the grille as well as at the sides. Oh!
Brilliant. Oh, this is fabulous. If this has whetted your appetite, then I encourage you to go to the Peter Auto website and look at the schedule for the season and come and join us at some of these races.
Well, Spa, I think the next race is Spa, isn't it? Such an easy drive.
4 hours off the end of the Euro tunnel from the UK. Come up from Germany. What is it? 90 clicks, not even that, from the Nürburgring. Coming up from that region, the Eifel region of Germany.
And I bet the weather. I wonder if the weather has been as changeable at Spa as it has been here in Spain, because Spa notorious for its changing weather conditions. But this has been horrendous today. Horrendous for the drivers.
Don't like the weather? Wait 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Good battle this for the 4th position overall, and the last step on the under 2 litre podium. And Tom Chilton has it. Maxwell Lynn has it, and Tom Lynn wants it. Actually, it's for 2nd and 3rd in that category. And we're hearing final lap now for the leader.
Okay. I don't quite understand that Drain is now showing up. Drain's shown in 2nd.
Must have got past Max somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, 56.7 last time for Max against a 53.9 for Mark Drains. That's 6 seconds right there.
Yeah.
So the galloping horse, the galloping pony on the grille, wasn't there, of course, on Steve McQueen's Highland Green Fastback for Bullet. The badge wasn't on the front of the grille.
Still one of the greatest films of all time.
Yeah, brilliant stuff.
Steve did quite a bit of the driving himself, the stunt driving.
Yeah, along with his mate Bud, who also planned the stunt, the motorcycle stunt in the Great Escape.
Yeah.
And actually, I think he did that. I think Bud was actually riding the bike when he did that. Here's the leader coming through then. Couple of corners to go. Driven solo. His brain will be fried after this. That is a study in concentration and control from Bram Bontrup. Very, very impressive as he heads down towards the last couple of corners. Through the right-hander at 13. It will be a welcome sight. Now through 14 onto the main straight. The checkered flag in his honour. That was hard work for. That was well won. 1 minute and 2 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Impeccable driving from Bram Bontrup, in that 4.7 litre Mustang.
Yeah.
Now, who's going to be second?
This is Drain, isn't it?
It is Drain.
Yeah, the all white one. No Lotus badges on the back. Yeah, so Bontrup, the ship owner, can win with the car in Holland, his native country, but has won here in Spain. As you watch, bit of a surprise here.
And this is the first of the sub 2 litre cars as well.
Yeah.
So this is a class winner, Andrew. Driving it very neatly and tidily.
Yeah.
Again, take off that number roundel, and you know that looks like a road car.
Yeah.
Nice little celebratory slide coming out the final corner to greet the checkered flag.
They'll be pleased with that. Done a lot of catering racing in the past, Mark Drain. And then we got Tom Chilton still trying hard. And
second in class, third overall, and Maxwell Lynn should
yeah.
be third in class and fourth overall.
But Drain will be delighted to have beaten these big names. Touring car aces. And
Lynn's come through.
Yeah.
Xavier Gallant next up in the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint. That's the 180 car, started right at the back, finishes fourth in class. And I'm waiting for the third place, second and third place over 2 litre cars. Christian Dumoulin gone through.
I am wondering, John, if Andrew hadn't got into the Mark Drain car. It doesn't show on our timing and scoring, but we know Haddon to be a quick peddler. Yeah, I don't want to put down Mark Drain, but it was a bit of a surprise that he came through. Maybe it was. Right. Maybe he was having a great day. Let's hope so.
Could be a rain expert.
Could be, yes.
Yeah. Just waiting to see if the penalty is going to be applied to the what car was it that we decided it was? It was the Dumoulin car.
Yeah, Dumoulin, yes, it was, wasn't it? And he dropped. He was in the hunt for much of the race.
Wait till everybody comes across the line. Well, not without incident.
Well, he didn't put a wheel wrong.
Not really, no. No. The car's barely got any dirt on it. Obviously, it's filthy from what's going up from the track, but it's not been off of the grass, has it? So, unofficial results then. Top of the shop and winning the over 2 litre class, Abraham Bontrup in the number 76 Ford Mustang. Second overall and winning the sub 2 litre category in a Ford Cortina Lotus 1965, the number 79 Mark Drain finished off the good work that was done by Andrew Haddon.
Well, we think. We're not sure. Other way round.
Right. Yes.
I think Haddon came in second, if he did.
Right. Tom Chilton in third, was shown at the wheel all the time. As the highlights showing you, if you're just joining us, just how awful the conditions were. And then Maxwell Lynn next up.
Yeah, well, we started under the safety car, didn't we? It was that bad.
As we rolled out of the pit lane, they started the clock, because we were just a few seconds behind time. An absolutely fabulous exercising car truck.
Yeah, I said he didn't put a wheel wrong. He did that.
Oh yes, he went off at turn one. Yeah, and he was looking, he didn't hit the wall there. Actually.
Yeah, I think he managed to get out of that very well indeed. Had lots of nice Alfa Romeos in this race. We had the old Corvette, the 1960 Corvette, that decided he didn't know when to stop and got a lap penalty for that. It won't make much difference to the results. We had a Mini looking as if it was going to be right up amongst the bigger cars, but then that faltered and the Italian driver stepped out of it. We had Alphas in the gravel, had windscreen wipers going, then it started to dry up towards the end of the race. We had the 13 Cortina of Maxwell Lynn going nicely and slipping and sliding around. But in the end, it was the Dutchman, Bram Bontrup, who came to the checkered flag to take victory here in Spain on a very rainy and difficult weather day. So,
and yet
he'll be pleased with that.
And yet the sun's back out again now.
Yeah, I know, it's just as shortly, isn't it?
Very wet track, but the cars are casting shadows just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, coming on to 3:30 in the afternoon, actually. Still plenty of racing to come.
Yep.
On what has been a busy day already. Our thoughts to the marshals and the camera operators.
Yeah, so we're going to head to Endurance Racing Legends and just find the result sheet from yesterday for that.
1 or 2? Legends 1 or 2, Andrew?
I think first we've got, two came first, didn't it? I think. Anyway, we'll see in a second.
It's Endurance Racing Legends 1.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yesterday, that race was won by Christian Albrecht.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
In the MG EX257, the Another
Oh, yeah,
David
that-
versus Goliath moment
Yeah,
from
of course.
Alfie Briggs in second.
Yep.
In the Zytek, Sean Lynn for the Audi R8. Then the Nasamax, the Renard Nasamax, Seb Glazer.
Yeah, he
Xavier
went well.
Micheron
Yeah.
in the Riley and Scott, the black number 4 car. Steve Brooks in 6 with the Celine S7R, although that car, oh no, that did finish. It was the Mike Hazelmans and Loris Hazelmans, Lotus Elise that caught fire at the end, but that was still categorised in 7. Ivan Vercuter and Alex Muller's Dome was in 8th, and ranking at the top 10, Philippe Collinson in a Lola B9810, and Mike Newton coming through in the MG EX264 from 2005 to make it the top 10.
Indeed, these are cars that were racing only 20 years ago. Seems like yesterday to me. I saw these cars.
Stop it. I've commentated on all of these cars.
Yeah.
There's nothing here that is older than 1997, I don't think. That would be the Lotus. And the newest car out there, 2006, the Porsche 996 RSR Twin Turbo, the last of the Turbo RSRs.
We talked about the slickness of Peter Auto, out on the track already, ready to go. And Tom Chilton.
Tiny little bit behind time, I think, aren't we?
Not much, are we?
Classic Endurance 16.
No, we're bang on.
Oh, no, they've got it back. Well done.
And Tom Chilton's got to step out of the Cortina straight into the Zytek because he's starting at the back of the field. We assume. I mean, that's what he's shown on the list here.
Oh, that's a good point. I'd never thought about people having to jump. He should have been starting 14th.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry, that was yesterday.
No, that was remember
yesterday.
2 separate qualifying sessions.
Yes.
So he obviously had problems in the second qualifying session.
Got you. Or he was doing something else.
Yeah.
Let me have a
So
look
we
at
got
that.
the teenager, Alfie Briggs, in the Zytek. We talked about Trevor Foster a little earlier. There's a car that he ran in period.
The Lotus qualified on pole. On time, 1:57. Not everybody went out. And it was Loris Hazelmans who put in the 1:57. 2:02 for Emmanuel Collard in the Ferrari. Steve Brooks in the Celine was a 2:02 as well.
Well, let's see what happens then in this. We got Sean Lynn in the Audi and Nicholas Halusa both in Audi A8s. We're assuming that both cars are being run by H and Dave Ward.
Howden Haynes, legend.
Yeah.
Dave Ward, legend. That's
so. Just to remind you,
Brackley-based team.
Just to remind you, if you weren't seeing this yesterday and wondering who is this Alfie Briggs, well, he's a teenager, good karting record up in Midlands, and 2 years ago he was racing Citroen Saxo. I think it's a junior series, isn't it, that Citroen Saxo series? And now he is in a Zytek Le Mans style car. He's a protege of Bob Berridge, and Berridge has given him the opportunity to drive a lot of the BBM cars they run and own, and he's doing an outstanding job of it, and doesn't seem phased at all. But what a move, Citroen Saxo to racing a Zytek. He's raced a BI, an MP2 car. He's all sorts of the Berridge stable.
Acura ARX as well, P2. What's the end game for him? That's the question you've got to ask, because yes, lovely driving these cars, and he's getting some downforce experience and such like. That's great. Is it sports cars where he wants to be? And you know, that's the question that needs to be asked. And then you've got to say, is this the experience that gets him where he wants to go?
Not many people move out of historic racing, do they? There are a few that make it, but not many. People tend to go in the other direction.
Is he doing anything else other than this? Has he continued?
No.
So he's not doing Ginetta Junior or British GT or anything like that?
No. Just doing this.
Interesting. Very interesting. There are one of the things about sports car racing is there's not a defined career path.
No.
You know,
and the other thing is, John, that the downforce and speed of these things has plateaued out. You know, so you know how much slower is a Zytek than a current LMP2 car, for instance. Quite similar. I mean,
well, but particularly with LMP2 because they've been wound back.
Yeah.
A full fat LMP2 car.
Yeah,
is,
well, they must have wound back best part 100 horsepower, haven't they?
Yeah, more than
Gibson
that
engine,
at one stage.
Yeah.
In the ELMS now, they've opened it back up again. So this season, the ELMS cars will have a wee bit more power.
Yeah.
Quite a lot more power, actually, than the last season of the cars in the WEC.
So the thing about this Zytek that is really interesting is that they built the chassis, although it sort of started as a Reynard, and the engine.
Yeah.
Because Zytek is now being sold, but is what we know now as Gibson, which is Bill Gibson, who has been in racing a very long time. He's a highly talented engineer and a very amusing guy, is Bill Gibson. And of course now still we don't have LMP2 regularly. Of course, in the WEC, but we still have it in America, where they're still very competitive.
And there'll be 17 of them at Le Mans this year.
And there'll be 17 of them at Le Mans, all with the Gibson engine.
Yeah.
So
Gibson were supposed to be supplying the engines for the next set of LMP2 regulations, but that whole project has been delayed and delayed. And I noticed last Wednesday that the tender document went out. And it's the end of April, I think you've got to get your tenders in, and you can tender for the whole. The point is you tender for the whole drivetrains. That's engine and gearbox.
And
I think it's going to go turbo.
Yeah,
actually.
Bill Gibson was absolutely the forefront of electric vehicles. I remember going to Zytek, Repton in Derby, and seeing 20 smart cars which had been changed
to electric,
but done officially for Mercedes by Zytek. They also did a very early completely electric truck before anybody else had thought of it.
They did a lot of work for Mercedes-Benz or Daimler-Benz, including I believe. I think I can probably say this now. I believe that they did the first hybrid system for Mercedes F1.
Did they? They did a hybrid Zytek. Remember Johnny Molam driving that?
Yeah.
Before.
Was that before or after the Panos hybrid?
Oh, well, what you mean Sparky?
Yeah.
No, it's after Sparky. And I've still got footage of Sparky testing on the runway at Le Mans, because Dave Price nicknamed it Sparky.
Well, and it had the lightning bolt on the side, of course.
Yeah, but there was quite a lot of sparks came out as well. They were a bit afraid of it, really. But that was all Bill Gibson. Yeah. So just a stunning, one of those understated guys. Don't hear too much about him.
Very funny,
but
very dry sense of humour.
But a brilliant English engineer.
John Manchester and the rest of the team.
Yeah,
up there,
they do a great job.
Great set of people.
Yeah,
I keep bumping into them at various places around the world as they're supporting various series, of course.
But when this car was being run in period, it was Trevor Foster running the team. I think it was at Jordan, wasn't he, as well? I think. So there's the 150 car.
Still a bonny-looking car, isn't it?
Lots of downforce on the front. Look, no markings on it. Not quite sure the history of this particular one. The Demblar Arvis team, John Nielsen had one early on.
Well, and they also had
Jota, of course, ran one.
Well, and Demblar Arvis then had a dome.
Yeah, and then
the S101 that's further back down the grid with Alex Mueller.
Yeah. But that Alex Mueller car is in the Jan Lammers
Racing for Holland, Czech Republic. Yeah, correct.
I mean, there's another wonderful character I met in motor racing, Jan Lammers. Started sleeping on the floor at the Rod Slottermarco skid school at Zandvoort when he was like 14 years old. Got himself all the way into Formula One with no money.
Brilliant. This is a 40-minute single pit stop race. And we're going to start behind the safety car. So what I think will happen here is that the 40 minutes will start to count down the very second we pull off the grid, to use a old Crystal Mears saying.
Now, we're seeing Hazelman's on the list. We're seeing it on the qualifying classification, but we're not seeing it.
Well,
here.
that was the car that burst into flames yesterday.
It was, yes, that's it. So that's why.
So it may be that car wasn't able to be repaired in time.
Who have we got with the second driver? Alex Muller is going to take over
So Alex Muller is listed in the
Coutre.
In the Le Coutre car.
Is that not starting either?
I thought I'd seen his name. Alex Muller, yes, it's listed in 6th position.
There it is, yeah.
So safety car rolls off, and indeed, yes, the race time has started. So there'll be a couple of laps, I would think, at least behind the safety car.
And
so it's the Dome. It's the Sidetech that leads out, the all-white car with the purple rear wing, and behind that is the 16, the Dyson coloured blue and white Thetford refrigeration, Thetford cooling car.
And sometimes Thetford toilets.
That's
what they did for if you buy a motorhome or a boat or something. That's what Rob Dyson's main business was.
Correct.
Toilets for lavatory systems for portable vehicles. And the other thing, of course, right up there at the front this time is Oliver Gallant, a guy who works in the perfume industry, in the Peynos Esperanti. They told Don Peynos you got to put the engine in the back. But he said no, horse is always at the front, didn't he?
Yeah.
And
tried to become the first front engine car to win since 1962.
And he won ALMS races against the Audi factory.
Oh, yes,
team.
he did.
Yeah, I remember being, it might have been Portland or somewhere. But this is a GT version, but it was a very similar chassis.
Well, it's the GT1, yeah, absolutely. It was, but the Reds, P&O's won at Washington DC, round RFK Stadium, around the car park.
I'm trying to remember.
Johnny, I think it was Johnny O'Connell was driving that car. He was one of the winners in that car. Can't remember who the other driver was now without looking it up. It was a very long time ago, and it was very hot. Martin Haven and a number of other people who were working in the pit lane that weekend were actually taken away and had to go on a drip and rehydrated. Very good party on the evening after that. I seem to remember just out of town. I missed my lift home and had to get a taxi to drop me somewhere near. I didn't have quite enough dollars. That was good fun.
Wondering who might come up through the field here.
Watch out for Emmanuel Collard in the Ferrari.
Yeah, and so it's Glazer's in the pits and Drain. Maybe he hadn't got into the car in time.
Yeah.
He's maybe going to start from the pits in the Courage 2004. So I think that's the most modern car at this race meeting, actually. Are there any 2005s? Yes, a Pilby.
So on the Alfie Briggs question, and I'm indebted to the answer from the collective, the collective wisdom from Adam Weller. Hello, Adam. Thank you. Alfie Briggs still has a toe in the modern motorsport. He's had a pretty solid Formula Regional Japan appearance last year, and
I didn't know about
some LMP3 seat time, their then current LMP3 seat time at the end of the year. Adam Weller, thank you very much.
Well done. I didn't know about that Japanese. I knew during an LMP3 car, but sometimes they sort of appear in this sort of race in the older ones.
So the clock is counting down behind the safety car, and when everybody's had the chance to work out where the puddles are and what the circumstances are around the circuit and the conditions.
Do you think 2 laps behind this?
I think 2 laps behind the GTR.
Enough, it's not as wet as it was
at
the start of the previous race. No,
and I presume everybody here is on wet tyres. This will dry out really quickly.
Yeah.
You might actually have to see them change when they change drivers and go on to slick tyres, because with 20-odd cars here, clearing water.
What a topsy-turvy weather day it's been. When we came on air yesterday lunchtime, rain there'd been a big rain shower and it was going away, and then we had dry for the rest of the day. But today it's just been all over the show.
Again, now it is starting to clear again, but the temperature on the ground, in the air rather, is 9 Celsius. But as soon as the sun comes out, track temperature, at least where it's been measured, is 17 Celsius. I mean, that's incredible. Yeah, safety car coming in this lap. Right, are we ready? Good afternoon. 3:45, near enough. Central European time, 2:45 in the UK. I expect there's a few people been joining us, maybe playing catch up.
Yeah.
On the
might have been watching something else, John. We don't know the result.
No, so don't tell us. We'll be catching up on that. Bit of IndyCar tonight as well from Thermal. We'll catch up on that as well later. So if you're catching up and you're coming through on the replay button, or maybe watching this at your leisure later on in the week, hopefully you haven't seen the result of this as well. And thank you for joining us, whether you're live or on catch-up. The Nissan GTR is in the pit lane. Field is under the control of the Invitation Class Zytec 04S from 2004. And Alfie Briggs nails it, and he's got nobody close enough to him there. I think anybody was really worrying too much, but Briggs goes through. Christian Albrecht leads the LMP 1B category.
So
Ollie Grant leads in the GT1A.
Yeah, but he's just been passed.
2 cars going by.
Yeah.
However,
who was that diving through? Was that Alex Muller?
Muller and Christian Albrecht, actually. Ollie Gallant still leads his class, though, of course.
Yeah.
So we've got a number of different classes here. We'll try and just keep an eye on them.
Manu Collard, 25 Le Mans appearances at Collard.
Already past the GT.
Yeah, the fabulous Ferrari 550, developed by ProDrive.
And we've had somebody off at the fourth corner.
Oh no, Celine, isn't it?
No, that's not the car that we were talking about yesterday. This is another one. This is the number 19 car.
This is Steve Brooks.
Yeah.
The adventurer. Done some fantastic things in his life for Steve Brooks, in helicopters and special vehicle he had up in the Arctic, I think, if I remember.
It's one of the early ones from 2001. A 7R. Wellingborough's original supercar. Conceived, designed, built, developed and raced and won by RML. And of course Mike Newton had one of those as well. He had a Mike Newton coloured car. And safety car is out. Safety car is out, so everybody's going to have to slow back down again. We'll have to redo the start. That Steve Brooks car is embedded in the gravel trap. That's a shame, just when we were getting going there. So Alfie Briggs will pick up the safety car. The Nissan will have driven through the pit lane. And is it sitting there? It is sitting at turn 2. Well, they did well. Hustled down. Now they'll be going a little bit quicker for these cars because you don't want to lose all the tyre temperature. These cars being considered classics does make me feel a bit old. They are 25, 26 years old though, let's be quite clear on that. Does that qualify as a classic? Well, it does for Patrick Bateman.
Well, yes.
And they're not getting, the thing is, what I like about this is the cars are getting used and raced.
Yeah.
Which is what racing cars should do.
Yeah. So just the Steve Brooks has just dumped it in the gravel. To confuse everybody, there's 2 Steve Brooks that race. This is the British Steve Boltby Brooks, and the other Steve Brooks that race is not his real name, and he's French. Right. But he's not racing. It's the Boltby Brooks here, the one that's flown the Spitfire around the world. Get that?
Not in one go, one presumes.
No, we only had a second pilot as well, actually. But even so,
How do you sort the logistics for that in terms of where you can put down and fuel up?
He covered over 150 countries, it says. He's got a good website, but he also did something, and it was called the silver. It had no paint on it. It was a polished aluminium.
How did he get across the big oceans then for refueling?
Who knows? With more time.
I want to know now.
No, what?
Andrew, you can't just drop that out on me.
Okay.
These are the questions that people are asking.
Well, yeah.
We're into yellow.
His trip was 27,000 miles in the plane. He flew it with a guy called Matt Jones. It was a 1943. It left Goodwood.
Of course it is.
And anyway, there must have been a plan. Some that must gone up through
Put it down on a ship.
Greenland. And,
I suppose so. Yeah.
That's what they did.
Giant circles.
Yeah, he runs something called the Boltby Flight Academy at Goodwood now. Anyway, he's a hell of a character, and he's very good in a sort of Lotus Formula One cars, sort of Lotus 97s and things like that. He's a great driver.
Perfect timing. Safety car's coming back in. Go and look him up then.
There he is, and he's going again. That's a nice thing. Look him up.
Right, that's the. Now, whose car is that? The Vodafone car.
Yeah, German, running Germany, I think. Anyway.
So coming to the line. So that's two Celine's.
Yeah, there's one in the
Conrad colours.
Which we think is the one that Ollie Gavin made his name in.
Do we think that was the first car? The one that won at Sebring?
Yeah, well, it was in those colours. And as you reminded me yesterday, all the rear bodywork was tattered. I was in the pits that day.
Oh, spinner, just as we go back green. Oh. That's the Riley and Scott, isn't it?
Yeah. That was off a couple of times yesterday.
Xavier Micheron, and that's going to be another safety car.
Oh, it's Xavier. Very experienced driver, runs the Ascot collection, sells cars like this. So that car's almost certainly for sale. Raced a Howmet turbine car. And it's a good peddler, but just dropped it there, sadly. And so look down the end of the straight, still a great ball of mist. And look at the rooster tails coming off these cars still. You know, just wondering if it's starting to rain again. So we haven't really got this one underway yet, and we've got less than half an hour remaining. We had 15 minutes of, in inverted commas, messing about. Some great cars. I want to see these cars in real action, you know.
Yes, totally agree.
Some great memories here from Le Mans, sports car races, Sebrings, Daytonas.
Yeah, it was a golden era, wasn't it?
Yeah, I've seen both those MGs. They're still in the Mike's colours. They changed them a bit. I think they're running together now. But the one car has obviously been sold, but he's kept it in Mike Newton's colours.
Yeah,
which is his video company.
Flight View
was
one of his
companies. And we got the safety car deployed now. And John just doing a little bit of research on that Celine in the Conrad colours.
Well, that's not the same one. That's the Vitaphone car.
Yeah.
That was sold relatively recently.
Yeah.
Running
what was he called that raced that Michael raced in Formula One a bit? Gone. Who was the main Vitaphone? Michael. Bursight come in a minute. Michael Bartels.
Yeah,
it's funny how the brain works.
Well, he was the Vitaphone thing.
Yeah, and the Maserati. He had a lot of success in those colours with a Maserati MC.
Right. We have more collective wisdom coming in.
Oh, yes.
Adam Weller again. He's absolutely on fire here. The Vodafone colour car was the Portuguese car from Le Mans 2002, which was Miguel Ramos.
Oh, yeah.
Pedro Chavez and Gavin Pickering.
Oh, Gavin Pickering. Yeah,
it was run by RML. It was run by RML.
Gavin Pickering raced a D-type a lot, didn't he? And, so he did.
Adam, you're knocking it out of the park today.
Yeah.
That's the big block 489 that I do remember, the 7-litre Ford engine. There's a story that needs to be told about that whole project at some stage in the relatively recent.
Well, I talked to, they had a race, they had a demonstration of these cars at Goodwood a couple of years ago. Some of these, the Salines and cars like that. And Ray was there, and I talked to him, and he told me the story how it took him about 3 years to get the money out of Steve Saline.
The car, the project, almost became partway through, almost became an Aston Martin.
I didn't know that one. Yeah.
Uli Betts. It was the first time I'd met Uli Betts, and it almost became an Aston Martin with an Aston Martin V12 in the middle of it, rather than the 7-litre V8.
Yeah.
And who's the guy who bought TVR? The IT magnate. He was involved for a while as well. Massive Aston Martin fan. That's gone out of my head as well. A lovely bloke. But anyway, I'll look at my notes. I've still got some of the proposals.
Oh, really? Yeah, nice to keep stuff like that.
We had a 1-to-1 drawing, line drawing, in the boardroom.
So the other, Brooks has come in to change tyres, wheels.
Everybody said
there's some Portuguese writing on that. You see? Yeah.
Everybody said it was too expensive for a GT1 car at the time. I think it was just under 300,000 euros.
I think, and our mate Molam, of course, raced Saline very successfully. Led all the Corvettes at Le Mans.
He also did a lot of testing with a Semco, racing for a Semco. Pit lanes open, by the way. What hampered that was they were running on Pirellis.
Yeah.
And
I think they tried some other tyres as well and designed. Everyone coming into the pits.
Yes, pit windows just open, so might as well do it while they can.
Yeah.
Johnny Molam in the wet, in the Saline, at Le Mans that year, was the fastest car in the class. Fastest car on the track. Not the fastest GT car, the fastest car on the track. Tommy Erdős was always good in the wet as well.
Yeah.
Tommy drove the RML Salines. And through dint of weird circumstances, one or two cars have stayed out, by the way. Well, at least one car stayed out, and that is the Porsche twin turbo of Stefan Reutemeyer. By dint of some weird circumstances, we actually got an overall win at Jarama in a European Le Mans Series race when the R8s hit trouble and each other. There was a huge accident down at the bottom of the hill going into turn 1. I commentated on that from Sky, interestingly enough. And yeah, I don't know why I wasn't at the track for that, but I wasn't. And we got the overall victory. Well, that's the Brooks Saline going back. Now, what's interesting about that is, if he hustles around, he's going to get his laps back.
Get his lap back, despite his mistake.
Yeah. He scored us 2 laps down at the moment, but with everybody in the pits and the safety car just going through sector 2, excuse me. There's the Viper, one of the cars, Viper GTS Coupe, one of the cars on which the Saline was benchmarked. And we looked at the relative performance of the Corvette and the Viper and added a reasonable margin for them getting better. And that was the benchmark.
Big rumbling V10 engine.
With a truck, originally with a truck gearbox, because you had to have a stick shift. That was one of the things with the Saline. The road car had a sequential box. The race car had to have a stick shift.
Really? I wonder how many road cars were made.
More than you think, actually.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Because the big thing that it ended up, one of our pre-production prototypes ended up in the movie Bruce Almighty.
Oh.
That was the car that he picked when he was God. He could have any car in the world, and he picked a Saline S7R.
Steve Saline was a pretty good runner in Formula Atlantic.
He's a decent peddler.
Yeah, a good peddler.
Mercurial character, I think that's fair to say.
That's what you should say. And obviously a lot of work with Mustangs.
Well, the Saline S7R was...
Riley and Scott is still, can you see, in the top right?
Yeah, it's out of the gravel, but it hasn't moved very far.
Yeah.
The S7R was the answer to the question of how do we make the Mustang go faster. If you remember, they had Tim the Toolman Taylor, the actor who played Tim the Toolman Taylor, raced in a Celine Mustang. And Celine, the advantage that Celine had and how the project came about, might as well talk about this, we're under safety car at the moment, was Celine were recognised as an automotive manufacturer, not just a tuner.
Yeah.
Ford basically sent them a Mustang in a special specification that had rubbish seats, steel wheels. So basically, it was not much more than a body and paint with some interior trim in it. And everything else that went onto it was Celine's own items. They completely retrimmed the inside, put different seats, different wheels, tuned the engine, put superchargers on them, etc., etc. They retained a Ford warranty, but there was enough change for them to be recognised as the Ryan Scott gets going again. They were recognised as a manufacturer by the US Department of Transport, but more importantly, for the purposes that we were looking to go racing it, by the ACO.
Yeah.
So when we realised that the Mustangs couldn't be developed any further, and we needed to do something else, we started with a clean sheet of paper and built a road car. And the road car and the racing car were developed and homologated for road and street, and racing at the same time. And that was very, very unusual, and it was a massive undertaking. It would have been a massive undertaking for anybody.
I was just thinking all the gravels.
Yeah, brake hard, please. And it's exactly the same thing that the Skunk Works team at Ford did for the Ford GT when they brought the Ford GT back to Le Mans. They basically, as we did, we looked at the regulations for the GT classes, and then we built a road car around what we felt would be the best use of those regulations. And homologated the road car and homologated the race car pretty much side by side. It was a huge undertaking for RML, and they absolutely knocked it out the park. Won with the car as well when they raced it, as well as design and development. Helped built the cars in Wellingborough. The engines came across from the States. They were taken out of the crates and immediately sent to Nicholson, who were the accepted experts for Ford V8s.
John Nicholson,
good lad. We did some of the carbon fibre in-house, but the midsection, the carbon fibre monocoque, was done by across at Norfolk, Norfolk Technologies. Same people who did the Audis and to start with
Bentleys.
The Bentleys, absolutely.
So looks like we're going to get going very soon. Everybody.
Great project to work on, by the way. One of my favourite things to do.
Only 17 minutes left. And RML still doing some great stuff.
Well, they've just done that 250 SWB recreation.
Yeah, that looks terrific. So, and how long have they been going? Was it 50 years? They had a bit of a celebration at the Silverstone meeting last year.
Also,
at the festival.
Michael, now running the company, who was my junior when I worked there, Michael Malik, son of Ray, and still in the same premises at a Park Farm industrial estate outside Wellingborough, which used to be the one of the factories there that they use, Unit 1 as it's called. That was the engine plant that Cosworth used to build the Escort and Sierra Cosworth engines. It was one of their off-site things. And
of course, Malik going back a long way as racing car constructors previously with Major Arthur Malik, the father, Ray's dad, called it U2 because they were quite cheap, so U2 could go and race.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ray still has a very nice one.
And they did
front engine car.
And they did a Formula Junior version without, obviously, took the cycle wings off it. And Ray races that most effectively in Formula Junior because there's always a front engine category. And it usually wins that. But
he's a very good racer. And Michael was a good racer as well.
Well, Ray was terrific in Formula Atlantic. But a bit too big in a way.
Tall, very tall. 6'4", 6'5", maybe. I mean, most recently, when I was there, we did the mid-engine Nissan Micra with the British touring car engine that which then became a V6 350 engine. The late great David Leslie and I tested that around the roads at the back of the factory. They did the Nissan Duke with the GTR running gear, and that, from being a project, they actually built, I think they built 9 or 10 of those and sold them.
They did the Dart thing, didn't they? The Nissan Dart.
They did the
what do they call it?
I'll come back to that because I was on a different track, but yes, they did the Zeod, the Nissan Zeod, which did a lap of a Le Mans with no emissions.
Yeah, that's right, they did. And they still do a lot of engineering work under the radar for major manufacturers.
They also did the kit to make the Aston Martin Vulcan, I think it was, road legal. And that was a great piece of engineering. Various other bits and pieces that nobody knows about down through the years, and re-engineering other people's projects when they didn't quite go right. There was a couple of things, even when I was just after I'd been there in the early 2000s, that they did. They did a lot of work on the 722 Mercedes that McLaren built, and did some suspension work on those cars, which we did get to talk about. I went and took some pictures for Race Car Engineering, and did some interviews for Sam Collins to write the interview, and they are still very, very clever engineers. And safety car in this lap, John.
Excellent.
And it's the epitome of the carbon fibre triangle in that part of the Midlands. If you go out to where Lola is, where the technical centre for Lola is, where they still have the wind tunnel, and say that's the point, and then go across beyond Milton Keynes and down a bit, you're taking all the F1 stuff and up over the top.
Williams obviously down in Grove. And
exactly right.
That wind tunnel's for sale, I believe, because Till set up in Silverstone, opposite in that whole group of new buildings. I saw his premises there the other day.
I didn't.
Right near Andre. Where
I know that they set up there, but I didn't know that they were selling the.
I don't know what they're doing out there. Yes, they are.
Let's go back to green, and it is the Penos that leads us across the line. The Esperante rumbles away, and there's a crash behind. I can see some bodywork in the middle of the circuit. Somebody's lost a wing there. Wasn't one of the leading cars. Through has gone the Penos, the two MGs, the Audi R8, at least the Halusa car, and everyone else is coming through. I'm sure I saw a rear wing in the air in the spray.
Halusa car just took another place as well. So Galant, that's a bit of a surprise though. But Galant,
where's the Zytek? Where is the Zytek?
Where's Alfie Briggs gone?
Has he come through in that white car? I think he has. So I think it was the Riley. No, the Riley Scott's in the pits.
Yeah, it's in the pits.
Okay, well maybe it was just a bit of debris.
Did Alfie Briggs take the restart? Yeah, he's down there in 7th.
Yeah, he's gone through. It's only the Riley and Scott that didn't go through. So at the front of the field, two cars of slightly different eras and certainly hugely different ethos, with the Penos Esperante with the Ford V8 up front, the driver almost sitting on the rear axle. It was a mid-front engine car. Really interesting. The drivers really struggled when it started to get sideways because there was no moment of polar inertia. You were sitting right far back in the car.
And the Thetford car challenging now, as driven in the past by James Weaver, Andy Warlock, Butch Lightsing, of course, and the Pill is at 20 there.
That's the Pill beam.
Which they
Bruno.
And they raced that in period.
Yeah, what a shame.
They raced that at Le Mans in period.
So now or never, yellow flag shown. If you're going to get through, we've only got 11.5 minutes to go. There's got to be a pass now. It's still local yellows at the moment, and out from underneath the rear wing of the Fistion car and across the line. It is a change of lead, but the Penos coming back down the inside. That's a great move by Christian Albrecht. He might make it 2 for 2 here, and he's got the lead as they go through into the first corner. Yellow flags coming further out. Oh, and the car's moved, so the Pilgrim has got moving. Well, that's a surprise. I thought it had hit the wall. That was at turn 8, so there was a couple or 3 corners to go. Coming up now towards Repsol, the uphill 180-degree right-hand, left-hander.
Yeah.
Right-hand, hairpin, excuse me.
Alfred Briggs has gone up a couple of places. He's on the move, but obviously something happened early on out of our sight. And but Albrecht, not a guy that I know much about, John. Usually you can check out these people, you'll know them, you know their histories, but Albrecht I don't. And we talked about this yesterday, and really couldn't
Good
find
peddler.
out. But certainly a good peddler. It's not an easy car to drive, is it? AER engine, of course.
2-litre turbocharged.
Yeah, but they are one motorsport outfit that isn't in the motorsport valley, because they're out in Essex, aren't they?
Yeah.
AER. And the Dyson family, Dyson were involved in that business for a while.
Yeah, absolutely.
Might still own part of it.
Built some great engines for various. They had a very lovely, I think it was 3.5 litre.
And do quite a lot of rally engine as well, don't they?
Oh, and the lead has gone off, but doesn't lose the lead. That was very fortunate there for Christian Albrecht, as he holds on to the lead, but by a reduced margin as he was coming through turn 10 now. Heads over the top of the brow at 13. Final corners coming up. He dives down the hill now, and the Audi and the Pano's having a scrap now. Oliver Gallant and Nicolas Haluza coming down to the start-finish line.
I saw that Audi, I thought it was Frank Bieler for a moment. Or McNish. It's wonderful to see these Audi RH racing again. They have raced quite a lot in the States.
Yeah.
With considerable sense. So with Wallace actually in one, because Wallace did race these cars in Pirius, and he won quite a lot of races in the States in an R8. Historic races. So
Bill Adam did as well. In fact, he helped with the setup of the champion cars as well. Yeah. So just a little mistake.
Albrecht went off, looked like
yes,
that.
That was at turn 10. Yeah, that was at turn 10. We mentioned that.
Yeah.
And that's cut his lead back a little bit, and through into second goes the Audi. That is Nicolas Haluza. Alfie Briggs now right there in the Zytek. That car is very, very quick indeed. It's running in the invitation class. What I don't know is where the specification differs
from the other Zytek. From
the Zytek 2004 04S, that's the other car that is being driven by Tom Chilton.
Yeah, it couldn't be something to do with tyres, that they're not running the official tyres or something like that, could it? I don't know, it's strange. It's not a question we should have asked, but here we are, looking great, and just bulletproof, those cars, run forever. 4.2
litre V8.
Well, then a
stratified fuel injection.
Strange rear bodywork treatment of the Briggs Zytek. But
is that maybe what's different?
Yeah. What would that? Why would it put in a? Anyway, it doesn't matter, does it really? Only matters who's engraving the trophies.
You were mentioning the Jota connection, weren't you?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's this car, but it was certainly one of the Zyteks.
Oh, Sam Hignett, right?
Yeah, and they still had some of the bodywork up on the wall as trophies.
Yeah.
And they sold it on to somebody to make some moulds and put it on the race car. Because when the car started racing in the classics.
The MG, just going through the picture, was a Lola MG. You'll see two little blimps on the front bodywork.
Yeah.
And the suspension bits going up and down in there.
Correct.
Yeah. But Haluza's on a bit of a mission, and so is Briggs.
Yeah.
And
there was a bit of hand signal there as Briggs went past, as Alfie went by, as much as to say, let's work together and get after this Lola.
The Paynos has dropped back to 5th now, having led.
That'll be a handful. That will be a handful.
Big Ford engine in it.
7 litre.
Yeah.
Big. That's the big block.
Yeah.
We were talking about the Windsor, which was just the 4.7. That's a turn. Oh, the leader spun. The leader has spun. It's turn 5's claimed another victim. The downhill left-hander. Oh, Albrecht is absolutely gutted now. Has he kept the 2-litre 4-cylinder turbo engine spinning up?
Yeah.
He might be able to get it restarted.
And Briggs is into the lead, of course, with Haluza second down.
So, yes, he has kept it running, so we will stay green. Not sure that they really wanted to have to fight back, but now we're going to see the pace of that car with Christian Albrecht behind the wheel, because he's got only 6 minutes Surely he can't make that ground back up. That's a terrible, terrible end to this race.
Alex Muller up to third in the Dome, the ex-Jan Lammers car. And Tom Chilton now with the Zytek. And Tom did race the Zytek Imperial in the middle
his
of the,
brother.
yeah, with the middle of that touring car period. Quite early on, run by Mike Earl, famous race team or Arena Motorsport.
Raced with his brother at what was then Master Raceway Laguna Seca.
Yeah, I raced a few times in the UK as well.
So down towards the first corner, and the Zytek then in plain white, coming through with that purple rear wing. Interesting design of the wing supports, both right in the middle rather than being out at the edges. Good rejoin though by the former leader, the 16 car, which has dropped. Christian has dropped some 30 seconds and more.
Yeah, now the Dome's on a bit of a charge, I feel.
That's Alex Muller. He's a very good peddler.
Yeah, a lot of experience in Porsches, GT racing.
And in prototypes. I've seen him driving 917s at Spa last year. I think he drove the Brun.
Yeah, it's one of those guys who made a new career in historic racing, Alex Muller. Yeah, after a long career in GT racing and so on.
Mike Newton's just put the fastest lap of his class in, leading in 11th position in the EX264 from 2005. Another RML car, the number 25, running its race number, as is the 16, actually. The Dyson car ran 16 in what was then the American Le Mans Series, run by IMSA. And what a championship that was. It was the World Championship. There was no World Championship. We didn't need one. We had Dom Peynos. We had some of the greatest circuits in the world, and we had manufacturers wanting to come and test themselves against those circuits. Incredible to think now that we ran Audi R8s at Lime Rock Park, at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, with the turbos turned right up for qualifying. Some of those qualifying records still stand from that era.
Lights flashing.
Here comes the Dome, going up into second position. So mark this on your bingo card, write it down, 6.7 seconds between second and first. Muller has got a scant couple of laps, maybe, if he's going to catch Alfie, but he's going to have to really get the hammer down. I can't see him doing it. Briggs has just put in a 53.9. And with that pass, that was a 56. Fastest lap for Muller is a 54.6. Brilliant stuff. Loving seeing this. The Zytek from 2004 is one of the newer cars. The Dome in second from 2001. The Audi pretty much unchanged, 2000, 2001, 2002 and 2003. And they dominated the front of the field.
Yeah, Muller had a season in Foreman 3000, actually. It was a season and a half, and they raced in GT1. Remember the Mad Crop Corvette? And he was part of the Aston Martin team as well for a while. The young, what they call young driver. Remember that area where I did a complete season in that, and finished fourth in the series, actually. That was back in 2011. And he even did a Craftsman truck race in the States once. So he's got lots of experience, and he's using it all to very good effect here.
As is young Alfie Briggs.
Yeah.
Where is he going to turn up next? Are we going to see him advance his contemporary career then? If he's been doing LMP3, maybe a ELMS LMP2 drive.
And then he was told he was doing something in Japan in Formula 4, and maybe one of the Japanese teams. For a regional side. And you know, a Japanese team could spot this obviously prodigious young talent. Teenager still, just 17. Just incredible.
Across the line for the lead, Zytek, the number 150, 154.9, 55.2 for 55.9 actually. So a full second he's taken out at Alex Muller in that Dome.
Yeah.
Halusa, that's Nicholas Halusa in the Audi 58. 55 for Tom Chilton. That's his fastest lap of the race. Philippe Collinson, also class leader in the B98.10.
Yeah.
The number 26.
Albrecht after that indiscretion.
Wow, he's
slipped
come
down
through.
yeah. Sean Lynn is running in 8th in his Audi. And Collard is the leading GT car, of course, in the Maranello.
And Olivier Gallant in the Paris leads his class as well.
Yeah. But Mike Newton be a bit disappointed to be down in 10th place, I suppose, in his MG.
Lionel Stark allowing the leader through with the approved way. Hand out the cockpit, point the side you want the car overtaking to go. He's running the 2002 version of the MG with the Hot Wheels sponsorship. And the MG Works livery, actually, with that bright green and the big MG on it.
Yeah, I wonder what's with that purple wing. You couldn't really call that a livery, could you? Is there something on there? Says something.
I mean,
don't remember that as a
the only purple I remember is the Audi UK cars running in that heather purple and silver, Sam Lee's colours. To the line, and a victory for one of the youngest drivers here. Alfie Briggs takes it in some style with a somewhat fractious and fractured race for the endurance racing legends. In the end, the margin of victory overall, 7.2 seconds. Alex Muller will take his class from Nicolas Haluza, second in the LMP1B class, the invitational class taken by the overall winner, Alfie Briggs. 2.5 seconds further back, Nick Haluza, and then Tom Chilton is third. Olivier Gallant leading and winning, in fact, his class in 5th position in the Esperante. Philippe Collinson in the Lola B 98.10 from 1999 also wins his class. Albrecht spun away a potential victory there. He was having a good run at the front of the field in the Dyson.
Yeah.
And he was going to make Alfie Briggs work for that one, I think. Certainly, surely had a class win under his belt. Sean Lynn in 5th in the other Audi, the one with the red trim. Emmanuel Collard, Manu, in the Pro Drive Ferrari 550. Maranello, the 152, and Mike Newton winning his class again inside the top 10 in another one of the MGs.
Yeah, good action there.
Finally.
Yep, finally. Under yellow. So coming up next, John, second running of the Gentleman Challenge.
Yeah, that's a big entry, isn't it?
Yeah, and that was the race that the Lotus 15 broke.
Yeah,
with just at the last moment.
Yeah, absolutely romping away as well, wasn't it?
It was
the Gentleman Challenge.
Okay,
so that was won by eventually yesterday after 45 minutes by Luc-Pierre Verquin in the Listel Nobili from Guillermo Fierro, who led for a while in the T461, the birdcage. Dr. Afshin Fatemi in the Toj, the Tajero EE, the number 100, the dark blue car. Yves Vogele was a class winner in his Porsche 9046. And it was the Birch, Paul Birch
Michael
car.
Michael Birch.
Michael Birch car,
and the young driver that was with him.
Yeah, and he dropped down towards the end.
They might still got a result. Stopped on the last lap.
Yeah, Lotus. See where they've dropped down to. Yeah. Maybe they didn't get classified.
Maybe they didn't get classified. No. Well, I don't see it there.
No, neither do I. Lovely Lotus.
No, they were wrong. There was a Lotus 15. They were in the 60s endurance for the long 2-hour race.
The long 2-hour race.
Broke on the last lap. Yeah,
yes,
that's
right.
Yeah.
So that's the result from yesterday.
Yeah, the Sport running that car.
So a stop-start race in every sense of the word there, Andrew.
Yeah, another one.
Yeah.
But some great machinery from Lamar. Steve Brooks dumping the Celine into the gravel early on, brought out a long yellow.
That was the ex-Miguel Ramos, Pedro Chavez and Gavin Pickering car. A lot of RML influence in this grid. Might as well call it the RML Challenge.
We had a couple of Audi R8s. We had the Riley and Scott Xavier Micheron dumped it in the gravel and then spread most of it down the main straight. We had the Manu Collard having fun in the 550, definitely the best of the GT cars of its class. It was a different class to Galant. And
we thought the Pilbeam had just gone in the wall, and we thought that was a really important overtake. Steve Brooks got going again and was classified actually just one lap back in the S7R, the Portuguese car. In 19th, 5th in class. Pilbeam had a wee spin but got going again. And at the checkered flag, Alfie Briggs, who'd fought his way through in what clearly is a very well-fettled and quick car, and in the hands of a very, very talented young man.
Yeah, well, being run, we saw the BBM crew there, which grew out of Synergy Chamberlain, of course, that team. Yeah. Ah, they're spraying the champagne. Anyway, there they are. And
he's not old enough to drink it.
No.
So a bit of clean-up of that gravel required before the next race. What did you say we have next?
Gentleman's Challenge.
Right.
And
I don't have a second grid for them. Are we sure?
Well, maybe not. I'll have to look at my timetable. Yeah. Or have we got another? Yeah, we'll see.
So we've just done Classic Endurance. Yeah, just a Gentleman Challenge. Course 2, Race 2. Okay, let me refresh.
Let's see what happens, yeah.
See what comes out.
So that was one yesterday, was it not, by the Lister?
There we go. It just hadn't popped up.
Yeah. So
yeah, race 1 yesterday, the Gentleman Challenge. I just mentioned that was run by the Lister Nobly.
Of Pierre Vercoing. Who is the reigning champion in that series?
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a mishmash, this Gentleman Challenge. Quite sure how it works. But we've got all sorts. We've got things like TBR Grand Touras racing against a Lister Nobly and a tiny little DB French Le Mans car from 1961. I think got a 750cc engine that was built to win the index of performance. Yeah.
Thermal efficiency.
There was the index of performance and the index of thermal efficiency. And Lotus scuppered the DBs one year by beating them, and the French weren't too happy. What have we got?
So I reckon it's the Porsche 9048, the Vauclair car, on pole position ahead of the Lister Nobby. Now, how was this grid set then? Because we only had one qualifying.
We had one qualifying gentleman racing?
Yeah.
No, they Gentleman Challenge. Yeah, how was it set? Because they, as you say, they just had the qualifying on Friday at 7 o'clock at night.
So I'm going to then ask, was it set by the finishing order? No, it wasn't.
It wasn't. I wonder if they split the practice session into two and took the first half for one and the second half. That is one way they do this.
I've got a starting grid, but not the qualifying times.
But let's keep our fingers crossed, John, that this isn't rain affected. The cars are already coming out.
Incredible how quickly they turn this around. Absolutely incredible.
Of course, we got Fierro going very well in the Birdcage Maserati. The guy who's stunning. The guy who's been a winner at Monaco.
We've got the Brett Van here as well, the 250 GT Brett Van.
Yeah. Which Halusa is driving at this time?
Standby caller.
Yeah.
It only says Halusa standby. I'll scan down another screen. It is the.
It's Martin, the father. The guy that basically owns the car.
Yeah, it is Martin. You're right. And we'll start from 10th position. I'll give you what I've got on the screen. Yves Vogler in the 904. So, okay, so that tallies with what I'm seeing on the starting grid. I don't know where they got the times from. Yves Vogler in the Porsche 9046 Carrera, number 58. That's one of the GTS cars. Lovely piece of kit. Luc Pierre in the Lister Nobili from 1958. Then on the second row, Guillermo Fierro in the Type 61, Tipo 61 Maserati Birdcage from 1960. Carlo Vogler in the TZ1 Alfa Romeo from 1965. George Vercain, yes, in fifth is driving an E-Type 3.8 from 1961. Hubert Baudin is in a Lotus 11 1500 from 1960. He's in sixth. On row 4, Robin Ellis has a Lotus Elite 1961. Andrew likes the shape of this car.
Yeah, that goes quite well, Robin Ellis. In that car,
177. Sergei Krikov in the 15, Lotus 15, is next up in 8th. The top 10, Katerina Gavlova. She's done some Proventic racing as well, if memory serves.
Yeah.
Jaguar E-Type Coupe from 1961. Number 33, and Martin Halusa in the bread van in 10th position. Other Paul Sitters in 17th, Heinz Stamm in the Aston Martin DB2 for Bertone. That's a very unusual car and is absolutely gorgeous. And he's in pole position for his class, which is E1. And we have a stunning field of cars which stretches all the way down to 39th position.
Well, a massive field, haven't we?
Yeah. There's a DB2 Coupe as well. There's an MGB from 1965. There's an Allard J2 looking sort of out of place here. It'd rather sit up and beg with the more low-slung sports cars. But that is around about 10 years at least older than all the other cars. It's amazing to see how far things came on if you look at the Allard J2 and then the 250 short wheelbase, and you think, you know, wow, how design came on.
There's my nice Elite. Look, I have driven one of those.
It's the number 400 Andrew is lusting over. That's Marcus Bischofberger from 1961 in the sort of lilac coloured car. It looks like we are going to race control have declared it a wet track. I think that is just to give everybody the choice on tyres, and this is a formation lap, so we will come to the green light. This is another 45-minute single pit stop race. Hello, welcome along. 4:30.
Off we go.
Get ready for another couple of races, and we've got the hour-long race to finish off.
There's a Victorine. There's a Lister Nobili going through. I think we call this an eclectic mix. There's a little DB, obviously in French green, blue. What I'm talking about, it's been a long day. There's the Aston we think Snowy should be driving, Peter Snowden.
He'd be driving it very well.
Certainly raced a car like that, but we've seen him at Donington doing it.
It's the Peter Auto Espíritu de Montjuïc Sunday afternoon. The sun's come back out again. Let's hope it stays like that. The Gentleman Challenge Race 2 getting underway live in sound and vision, all free, no blocks, no breaks across the world. Andrew Marriott and me, John Hindhaugh, and this is going to be an absolute cracker as we go green and head down towards the first corner. And it is the Lister Nobili with the Chevrolet engine. We worked out that was a Chevrolet, yes, Jacobs. It had two pipes, one either side, but it's not been a great start.
Look at the Maserati coming down the inside.
That's the red car on the left-hand side of the picture, right-hand side of the track, but the Porsche's held him off, I think.
Yeah, I think so, but it got past the big the Lister's fishtailing its way out. And Yves Vogler, with pretty sure he's third generation, the grandson of Charles Vogler, great Porsche racer and Porsche dealer in Switzerland.
And still they're coming through the first corner.
Still they're coming through, look at it, snaking round.
And finally, the last car comes through. And that, I think, was Carlos de Quesada in the 9046 GTS. And I reckon that's 34 cars that have taken the start. The Allard actually didn't, I don't think, came through there. But look how quickly the track has dried, Andrew.
Yeah, I know, it is amazing here, isn't it?
It was absolutely raining cats and dogs and puddles all over the place just, what, over an hour ago. And we've had someone drop it at turn 5. That might be, let me scroll down, that might have been the leader. Was that Guillermo Fierro who dropped it at turn 5?
Maybe.
Because now no, he's all right. It might have been Yves Vogelé, though. Yves Vogelé is dropping positions. Yes, it was. It was the 58. It was Yves Vogelé who has at least been off the track. And the way he's dropping down, I think that Porsche is stuck in the gravel at turn 5. On the exit of turn 5, I'm doing this from the tracker and from the timing until we get visual confirmation. Oh, that is a favourite car. Silver number 58. So the Maserati now leads. So it was indeed the leader at the time. My goodness, we have had some drama here. So the 58 that was on pole position and leading is now rolling again. So it has got out. So it did spin at turn 5.
Yeah,
it was the right car, and now it is dead last. From pole position to 34th for Yves Vogelé, and nearly 50 seconds now behind the leader.
Right, his granddad would not been happy with him, would he? So he had quite a lot of success in that very car, I think, all those years ago. So there is the Maserati birdcage. We discussed that. Yeah, and there is a rumbling Lister Chevy that won this championship last year. I think it's called Gentleman's Challenge because no professional drivers allowed in this series.
Gentlemen and players, as it were.
Gentlemen and players, yes. The old cricket,
yeah, absolutely right.
Around the outside. Land should not overtake a Lister Nobly. It just shouldn't.
You think not?
1220cc Climax engine versus best part of 4 litres of Jaguar in that particular car.
That was the number 177 of Robin Ellis going past Anthony Schrauen in the Lister Nobly from 1958, and that was the 5th place and 4th place in class, actually. 2 leaders in the top 5. Carlo Vogelé has not succumbed, but that Alfa Romeo Giulia leads its class. Of course, Guillermo Fierro at the front in the birdcage Maserati. Overtaking before the start line. Oh dear.
Who was that?
That is one of the cars down the field, Christian Dumoulin, in the Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbase, the standard short wheelbase, not the bread van. I wonder what the first person said when somebody took the Ferrari 250 SWB, Andrew, and turned it into the bread van.
Yes, I mean, I suppose, really? But you know, it was all that was, as we said yesterday.
That's the pole sitter in the pit lane.
Yeah.
What happened? Don't know. Just lost it at 5.
Yeah. He's
really?
got lots of Peter Auto stickers on his helmet.
Are you going? Are you going to go again? Or are we going to park it?
Let's park it. Yeah, it's too valuable.
GT silver. Nice. Lovely colour that. Good metal colour.
So they're the Spanish businessman. Monaco based, I believe. A lot of success at Monaco.
Is that a tribute car? Is that a real car?
Yeah, it's a real car. Yeah. Don't think anybody's built a tribute car, the birdcage. There's the Porsche though, and another car just came in past us. There's Ellis, lots of success.
That was Hubert Bourdin in the Lotus 11, the 1500 car.
Getting some great shots of the Lotus Elite. Used to very successful in Le Mans in period with the likes of Frank Gardner, David Hobbs driving together. I think they won the Index of Thermal Efficiency 1 year. Team Elite. And David Hobbs' father developed a special gearbox for the Lotus Elite, which was basically a semi-automatic.
It's chronicled in his book.
Oh, yes, it is.
And one of the funniest stories about it, they took it to the Nürburgring. They took it to the Nürburgring, and the Germans weren't very happy with it because they didn't understand the technology. And they took them out of the class that they expected to be in, which
put them in a sports racing category,
and put them in a different sports, which actually was slightly less competitive, and they absolutely robbed
What-
the class and won the prize money.
And the prize money was more than for the GT
Correct.
class. Yeah,
Absolutely right.
yeah.
Brilliant story in the book.
Because I ghosted that book, of course.
The pictures,
Yeah.
the pictures in that
Yeah.
book as well.
Yeah,
Look,
that got nominated for an award, didn't win, but yeah, it was a long story with Hobbo's book, but I took it over from somebody else.
I
But
love
look,
that
so there's
book.
the bread. Now that's a great silhouette. Look at the bread van with Bizzarini doing that. Well, just to
Why?
cheat the air. They just thought it would cheat the air.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a Lotus
Well,
going
when you-
very slowly
Yeah,
at the top of the
that's
hill
the
at
Lotus
13.
15 that was in there, wasn't it? Who was driving that? Oh, it might be 11. Is it Gabriel?
Oh, he's
Almarie
pitting.
Gabriel.
He's
It
pitting.
is Almarie.
Was that the 39 car?
Yeah,
yeah.
That's one of the little Lotus 11s. When I first went racing, places like Mallory Park was hundreds of them.
Yeah.
Not hundreds, but you know.
Amory Gariel. Yeah, Hobbo's book is, I can hear his voice in every single sentence, word, comma, etc. I voraciously consumed that book.
Just one little story. So somebody else started it, and it was done by dictation originally, and then they used an early form of AI to dictate it. When I started, you transcribe it, and it was first Sterling Moss I got to. Sterling was spelled incorrectly, and I knew I was in trouble then. I had to start again from the beginning.
Yeah.
But anyway, it came out well. Do you know that book sold best part of 8,000 copies?
Oh,
and that's a lot for a book like that. I just tell you this, it shows what a great guy David is. I did the book.
Car and Fire.
Oh, blimey, yes.
That must have been that.
What's that?
Gariel car. That's the car that's just come in.
Whoa.
This is going to cause.
There's lots of flame there.
Yeah, and they're already scrambling.
Yeah, well, maybe they won't be able to get people in the pits.
Well, the pit lane entry will have to be closed.
Yeah.
And that's fortunately there's a fire truck very close to that, because that's where the refueling area was.
Yeah.
So,
absolutely correct. Yes.
So we know that's not the Vauclair car. I think it's the Omri Gariel car that was on its way in the pit lane.
The Lotus 11.
39.
Yeah.
So the pit lane will have to be closed. The pit window doesn't open for a little while, around about 9 minutes. Yeah. Sorry, finish your whole story.
So I'd agreed a price to write the book for David. We wrote the book with Eric Verdon Evro Publishing, and everything was fine. And the book did really well. And David said to me, it's done really well. I'll give you some more money. And I got
for you.
About $3,000 or $4,000 more. You know.
That's Hobbo though, isn't it?
Yeah. And you know, because he sold the dealership now.
Has he?
Oh,
the Honda dealership.
Yeah. The big Honda, they own the freehold of the land with son Greg, and they've sold that, and well, obviously they collected a bit of the good wedge.
Yeah, good for them.
And at Christmas, David took a large country house in Warwickshire for almost a month with all his family.
Good for him.
And we went there to a marvelous luncheon, and he threw, and David Piper was there, and John Fitzpatrick.
Oh my goodness me!
Well, I had Richard Atwood, of course, and we had a marvellous time. Very nice.
One of the nicest people you could ever wish
Margaret was there, and Greg and Guy. Remember Guy commentating?
Yeah.
Greg did race a bit in Formula Vauxhall, and then he set up this dealership, did a magnificent job there. But anyway, that's all sold. And they
go and look the book up. You can still get it.
Yeah, I think there are a few left. There are a few around. I think I've got a couple.
I was funny enough. I saw something about it the other day.
Hobbo is called. That fire is still going, John.
Yeah, it is, absolutely.
There's still smoke coming up. Here's the Maserati birdcage.
Motor Racer Motor Mouth.
Yes.
Still available on Amazon.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, everyone must have a few left.
Yeah. Get it quick. It's worth it. Honestly, the photographs themselves are worth a book. But Hobbo's writing, thanks to you, Andrew, was very, very authentically his voice. Well done on that. Motor Race and Motor Mouth. Biography of David Ops.
Back to the race itself, and this Maserati going well with a rather different car there. There's number 45, very much a gentleman's car, isn't it?
Yeah, interesting rear treatment on that car as well.
Is that an A-Bath?
No, it's the Julia. It's
the
Alpha
Julia, yeah.
TZ1.
Yeah.
Getting, nice big glass area on the back.
Yeah.
Not exactly a shooting brake, but a little place to put some weekend luggage, I suppose. And with that cam tail set back in, the aerodynamics. The front of the field then, the Maserati has nearly 6 seconds of a lead from the Lister Nobly number 1. Then the white number 45, Carlo Vogler. Let's just see where the Porsche's got back up to.
Just going back to the birdcage, 200 chrome moly steel tubes welded together, 200 different tubes.
Yeah, well, Yves Vogler has not rejoined after that spin. The pole sitting Porsche has stayed in the pit lane. Very sad end to that car's weekend, having looked so good yesterday and in practice and qualifying. Let's check out some of the other cars racing. The 16 is Serge Krikinoff. He's third in the E2 category. That's the Lotus 15 in that sort of a bluey green colour. Heading through turn 10. Just behind that Alpha, the white Alpha. Again, look at the styling on that car with the almost fully faired wheels, really, isn't it? That's again, it's the first vestiges of aeros coming through.
Yeah. Colin Chapman's furtive brain, of course.
Yeah.
That was going well, isn't he?
The little
old Surge.
The little aero device behind the driver as well.
We don't have on the entry list engine capacities. That car would come in at 1200 engine, 1500 or 2 litres. Just going back to when we see the Maserati, the race, remember Kazner, Lucky Kazner raced a lot of them, and they raced at Le Mans. They never won Le Mans, but they did win. It was called the Camaradi team, and they did win the 1,000 kilometres of the Nürburgring in 1960 and 61.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can you even imagine driving that round the North Loop, round the Nordschleife? I cannot even begin to imagine driving a birdcage Mazda. Second place car going through now 9 seconds behind the leader. That's the Lister nominee number 1. Good battles going on down the field.
Back then, the birdcage was timed on the Mulsanne straight 170 miles an hour. There's that very road-going Healy. How do you feel about Healys?
Jeremy Shaw has one.
Yeah.
He tells me he's going to get on the road this year.
Told me that about 10 years ago.
He did. It was briefly running.
Yeah.
Because he brought it to Laguna Seca a few years ago. He did a couple of trips to Laguna Seca in consecutive years. And then he had to have it trailered back one time.
Yes.
And found out that the lad who lived across the road was a bit of a handy mechanic and did quite a bit of work on it. And then, as projects sometimes do, just got slightly stalled. 2 Lotuses having a go.
Yeah, 2 together.
That was Surge going through. And I think that was a position, actually.
And then that lovely Alpha.
Yeah, the Alpha. The TZ1, that is.
Yeah.
Just Alpha.
Here's this rumbling Chevy engine.
Second place car.
They didn't have many with Chevy engines. The great majority of them had Jaguar too.
Which would be a straight 6 rather than a V8, of course.
Yeah.
3.8 in those days.
I think some Americans wanted the Chevrolet engine in, and so the Chevy, as I say, driven by the reigning champion in this category, Luc Pierre Vercoing, but the Maserati leading, and then the Lotus 15, Sergei Kirchhoff in 3rd place.
Next lap around, by the way, for the leader.
Well, that little
should
Alpha
get the pit lane open
yeah.
signal.
That little Alpha's going very well. Carlos de Quesada, you know a lot about him. He's in the Beck built Porsche 9046.
Started right at the back. That was the last car across the line, fighting his way through. Still races contemporary cars in the States.
And he's got a
Carrera,
team, hasn't he? Allegra Motorsport is de Quesada. Yeah, his son races, and they've had class wins at Sebring and stuff
Michael
like that.
de Quesada.
Yeah,
they do all sorts. You know, just enjoying life. Countdown clock is 53 seconds to pit opening. Carlos de Quesada has steamed through the field. He's in 8th position now. And as they were going through at the start of the race, and you can follow along, by the way, with livetiming.alcamelsystems.com/Peter Auto Racing. You'll find the timing screens on the web. And Alcamel doing all of the Peter Auto events this year, which means you can have things like the tracker, all the results are there as well. Again, Peter Auto Racing, you can use this one as well, peterautoracing.alcamelsystems.com, and that'll take you to the main page. There's a notice board, live timing, and all the results from this weekend. So still just easing out Guillermo Fierro. Nearly 11 seconds now between first and second. Let's see if we can find you some wee battles out on the circuit. Carlos de Quesada's just gone by John Emberson, I think. And yeah, he has, so he's just disappearing. John Emberson's just gone Paul Alsolat as well. What's Mark Ashworth doing? Is he catching or being pulled away from? Katerina Kavalova is catching the bread van of Martin Halusa. Not in the same class, those two.
Classic D-type in profile with the long fade.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that was, I mean, there's another car.
Yeah.
Like the Ford GT40 built to go to Le Mans.
That's the Halusa family collection. It's going to be a proper, that's going to be a, you know, like X-Works car or something like that.
Really?
Yeah. They don't, they always get the best. A bit like Zach Brown, actually, his collection you've probably seen. Was like, hasn't got the best McLaren M23, the one that James, you know what? I thought that's
got one of the championship-winning Williams. He was testing that when I went to see Dini and him at Snetterton last year before, as well as testing a whole load of GT4, shaking down some GT4 and some GT3 machinery as well. So the birdcage in that darker red, more blood red than scarlet, which I think suits this era of cars. I've got to say, I'm not really a current Ferrari fan, but some of the older front-engine cars are excellent. Maseratis see above comment. Nick Damon is the fan of the Trident. I do like that darker red colour. Healy going through. That is the number 31 in the red and white colours. That's Paul Alsolan in the Austin Healey 3000 Mark II. And
there's the SLL 57.
Yeah, what's the story on that car, the Morgan SLR from John Emberson? That's a 1963 car. Looks really quite modern as well.
They built that for Le Mans. As I say, the same body, which was designed by John Sprinsel and Chris Lawrence, went on that car and a Triumph DR4.
Oh, hello. We've had problems
the
here.
D-type stopped.
And that is Luc Pierre Vercan. That is Luc Pierre Vercan, the second place Lister Nobili, and there's damage to the left front. And he's turn 10.
He must have hit the D-type, has he?
That is quite bad damage to all down the left-hand side, the exhaust.
Well, yeah, that's all stoved in.
Yeah.
And is he
the
trying
exhaust,
to get it going? So
the left rear wheel arch, the right front wing and headlamp, and the D-type was stopped as well.
Is he trying to move it? No.
No.
He's got to get an expensive bill for that. Oh, now he's put his 2 hands up. No, I can't move.
But he's okay.
Yeah, and the cameraman is
So was that
pulling
Andrea
back.
Salusa
Yeah,
in the D-Type number 170?
Yeah,
Is that the car that's paused
yeah, I think so.
down the road?
And that's the son who hasn't done nearly so much racing.
That car, yes, it is the 120.
Oh yeah, it's so famous OKV1, ex-works car. One of the very early D-types, actually.
Wow.
But I can't see any. Weren't you see any damage, John?
Unless it's on the other side and he was facing rearwards, or perhaps that's nothing to do with it, and he's ground to a halt, and someone else was the pinball.
Yeah.
With the Lister Nobili. Pit window will open in about 5 minutes. We've got a full course
yellow. They got to
course yellow, should I say?
Scoop these up.
Well, the good news is the D-type looks like it'll tow.
Yeah.
But I think you're going to have to get a lift.
Well, we're showing the
for the
50 that we're showing this rail virtually one off Morgan in the lead. Sorry, in second place, in the lead of its class, of course.
Yeah.
Wow, that's extraordinary.
It'll be at the head of the field. It'll be the other Lister Jaguar Nobili, the number 14 car, the Anthony Sharon car. We've got people in the pits, but yes, pit is open. So opportunity to take a cheap pit stop. Really need to do that. And everybody bar the first 2 have come in.
So we've got Anthony Schwaben in the lead in the Jaguar engined Lister from 1958. It's got a number plate on it, which is a famous Lister number, but it went on 4 different cars at different times, apparently.
That is the problem, isn't
yeah,
it?
it is, yeah.
In trying to find heritage of cars. As we mentioned yesterday, that Halusa D-type is XKC 402. That was the Tony Rolt and Duncan Hamilton.
Yeah.
Mentioned that yesterday.
They finished second at Le Mans.
Yeah, not a winner, but second place. But there's plenty of good stories about those 2 in that race.
Yeah.
They weren't expecting to race, were they?
Oh, that wasn't that year. It was when they actually won. But yeah, I mean,
different preparation.
Different preparation, because they thought they'd been disqualified.
Yeah.
Didn't expect to start, so they'd been celebrating the fact they weren't taking part.
What an absolute glorious array of cars in the pit lane.
Yeah. Some fine British heritage in there, isn't there? Heelys going out, Jaguars, but then there's great Italian heritage in there.
Yeah, Alfa Romeo.
Ferraris, Pizzarini even. Alfa. Very few French cars. There's a little DB.
Yeah.
Very interesting. They built road cars and race cars for a number of years.
The DB, was that in any way related to Didier Bonnet?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I thought it was. And in terms of the Bizzarini, Bizzarini was a person. Yes?
Yes. Bizzarini was a person. And it was based on Iso Griffo chassis, of course.
Yeah.
So Iso was another car. I remember Frank Williams had a deal with Iso at one stage.
He had their engines, didn't he?
No. He called their car an Iso because they put money into it. With some dodgy Frank Italian deal he did.
In Formula 1, that was.
Yeah, well, it was a Williams.
It was
the early Williams with a Cosworth engine in it. Yeah.
Number 40 in the pit lane is a very lovely 356, and that's another interesting car because that, I think, from remembering yesterday, I think that's the hardtop.
Correction, Didier Bonnet. Wasn't it? It was Charles Deutsch and René Bonnet.
Deutsch Bonnet, yeah. That's DB. Right. DB.
And they were based in the Champagne-sur-Marne. They raced at Sebring, they raced at Reims, and obviously at Le Mans. It's all about lightweight engineering.
How do they keep these cars so clean when they're racing them in such filthy conditions? Somebody must be working very hard back in the paddock.
I'm asking myself questions now.
Go on then.
I'm just thinking about Didier Bonnet, because I think there was must have been related. Not getting there, but anyway.
So Mark Julie brought in that 356 hard top. Sitting there waiting to go. That's one of the 356.75s. Yes, it is. So that would have been a 356 convertible on which a hard top has been fitted to go racing. Based on the 356, I think B. The C was C's the one. The purists like the A's. People who want to use them every day like the C's because they've got the disc brakes. The responsible adults, I think, probably favourite Porsche.
Oh, there's Ellis's elite coming back. So I've solved the mystery. We said that Didier Bonnet was the Deborah car. So it was a man called.
Thank you.
Yeah, and they were much later.
Yes, Deborah. Thank you so much.
Well, let's see. Oh, and there's on the tow road.
I did not expect that Lister Nobili after that incident to tow.
No. Well,
that should get us back to green fairly quickly then. Question is, what happened to the D-type?
Yeah. Well, we don't. It just didn't look as if it had been hit by the Lister, or vice versa.
Well, all the damage on the
it was all down the side, wasn't it?
And it was all down the left-hand side, and we could see the right-hand side of the D-type. So unless one of them was facing backwards, then something odd has gone on there. Stand by to go back to green, I would say. Pit window has closed, and quick scan down the far right column on the Alcamel timing tells me everybody's been in the pits. You were quite taken by the asymmetric colour scheme on the white and gold number 46 Vittorini.
I liked it. It was different, wasn't it? I liked it because it was different.
I mean, you wouldn't have that on your road car, but on a race car, that's fine. 87 TVR running around quite happily, and that's the father and son Ashworth Grand Tourer. And they're up to 5th in class and in the top 10. They will be delighted with that.
It certainly will. Well, there's the answer. There's our answer. So
one of them was going backwards.
Well, look, quite a bit of damage. Need to get the copper hammers out on that. What do you tell Dad?
Is there an apology, and which way is it going?
Yeah, what's
it going from Jaguar to Nobili or Nobili to Jaguar? But it's both on the left-hand side, so one of them had to be facing in the wrong direction.
One of them had to be facing, exactly.
Because nobody was reversing down to turn 10 at speed, were they?
No. And the Lister was quite a bit quicker than the D-type.
Yeah.
So I kind of think that the Lister might have spun. Okay. Collected by the D-type.
Could be.
Yeah. So anyway, we've still got a Lister in the lead, but this time it's Anthony Schrauen, who has raced a lot in this series, had success in it before. And the Maserati birdcage is 23 seconds behind. And then we got little Julia in 3rd place, amazing.
Safety car has been deployed. Now this is interesting. I wonder if that is so they can clear those vehicles from where they are on the infield and get them back to the paddock. Not sure about that, but Nissan is making an appearance. Well, safety first. Beautiful evening now at 5 o'clock.
Amazing. Yeah, temperature's gone up to 11.
Yeah, but the track temp got up to 17 at one stage. It's just at 15 at the moment and going back up.
There's a car you'd like to. White Ferrari there.
Short wheelbase,
yeah.
250. Worth a fortune. So is the bread van worth more than a standard short wheelbase? Because of its rarity?
I think we only, because it's, I don't know when it was last sold.
Yeah.
But they've had it all, I think they've had it 10 years or something like that. I don't know.
I mean, Ferrari 250 short wheelbase are not exactly commonplace, and they don't come up for sale very often. And when they do, it's going to be tens of millions of dollars.
It's sort of iconic, though, isn't it? The bread van. It's unique, and it's got a nice racing history.
Is it literally unique? It is a one of one.
Oh yeah, it is. I'm using the word correctly.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm being told it's worth $30 million.
Okay. That's worth what somebody's prepared to pay for it, but yes, I see what you mean. And what's a quote-unquote standard 250 worth?
Yeah, I need to check that.
Right, Andrew. Right. Putting on the Haggerty.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, it's the place to go, isn't it? So, safety car is coming out, and the leader that they are looking for is the Lister Nobly. Through goes the bread van we've just been talking about. $30 million worth. I would say that's conservative, to be honest.
You're talking about, well, I was sort of saying 250 non-racing one is $10 million.
For a road-going car.
Yeah.
Pit window has closed, but everybody has completed their mandatory stops. The safety car is out. We've got an investigation for a white line breach, and that is the leader in the E1 class, Heinz Stamm, the Aston Martin DB2 4 Bertone. That's a lovely car, that.
Yeah.
Well,
some of these are real, what I call our gentlemen's cars.
Oh, yeah.
It's a nice little category, this. Lots of mix, eclectic, as I said, eclectic mix of cars, everything from an MGB to the bread van. Have you driven MGB?
No.
I have. I wasn't that madly impressed, to be honest. But people like them, don't they?
I was looking at MGB V8 recently, and that was quite interesting. So behind the safety car now, with only 11 minutes left. It's going to close the field up for a last-minute dash for cash. Still to come this evening, so if you're just getting back in and watching us now,
got a couple of races left, haven't we?
Two things to tell you. One, we've got an Endurance Racing Legends 2 race and a Classic Endurance Racing race as well. That's a 40-minute and then a 1-hour race to finish things off. 6:20 local time. That's 5:20 in the UK. So not going in too late. We'll have you finished by the time the Indy cars are out. Thermal. Lollapalooza.
It's very close to the Indian Wells Tennis Centre, actually.
Had some fun there with Continental Tyres when they were supplying IMSA. Had a bright yellow Audi TT to drive down from LA in. That was fun as well.
There's that Tajiro, and built for Cure Cost. I think they built 3 of them.
Another long lost.
John Tajiro was the man,
Long lost Mark.
I mean, they built a sort of version of the Jaguar D-Type with D-Type running gear, which was pretty effective.
Safety cars coming in this lap, so they've just, I think, used this to pack the field up whilst they could do. Car 12 under investigation for crossing the pit exit white line we mentioned, but they're also being looked at, I'm afraid, for a pit stop infringement as well, which is likely a short stop for Hindhaugh.
I'd forgotten that Tajira had a Buick engine in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aston Martin DB24 Coupe. Proper gentleman's conveyance, that, isn't it? When you see those cars, puts me. I put that in the same sort of bracket as a Bristol, or something like that. Always fancied a Bristol.
Yeah, I like Bristol. So, yeah, I've got a friend in Tunbridge Wells who's got a couple actually, and he asked me out on go on some sort of rally type thing in it, or driving event anyway. In a few weeks' time.
Back to green, and the Lister Nobly down towards the first corner in the traditional colours of green with the yellow nose and stripe.
Yeah.
And that's a decent lead there, 4 seconds across the line. Anthony Shroud over Guillermo Fierro, first and second in their class, first and second overall. Then the Alfa Romeo, the Morgan, all silver Nigel Greensill car. Nigel will smell blood here, I reckon.
Yeah, I think he'll be in the pits, jumping up and down and hanging the pit board out and waving it a lot. Well, no, he's driving it, of course. Yeah, so we said that we didn't think any pro drivers are allowed in this.
Yeah.
Well. So that knocks that one in the head. Because you've got Catesby Jones out there as well now in the Beck Porsche.
Actually, the car, being a correction from race control, the Ferrari, that lovely light-coloured number 20 Ferrari 250 short wheelbase. It is the Christian Dumoulin car that is pit stop infringement. It is still the number 12 Heinz Stamm Aston Martin 2.4 Bertone machine that is for the and they're going to get a 30-second time penalty for the pit exit. Oh, that's going to knock them on the head a little bit. Let's see where they are.
Yeah, we need to talk to the organisers about how you qualify for this, gentlemen. There's the DB, look.
Incredible.
Yeah, look at that little back window. Extraordinary thing.
Well, not unlike the bread van, actually.
No, it's not, is it? It's a sort of similar concept.
And a similar shape. It's just a little bit smaller. Looks like it's been shrunk in the wash.
Yeah.
Now, the incident between the number 1 Lister and the 170 D-type at turn 10 is under investigation. So what was the thing? This was a small capacity car built for Le Mans, and the French used to take great pride if they couldn't win the overall. They had a variety of different efficiency.
Well, there was the index of performance, and then later the index of thermal efficiency, which they took into account how much fuel that had used during a race. But extraordinary looking, and the fared in rear over the back wheels there.
From the front.
But, I mean, they were there for several years with different cars.
Yeah.
And the shapes changed. At Le Mans Classic last year before last, they had them lined up, about 5 of them, and you could see the progression of it.
So, what does that remind me of at the front? That sort of frog-like look, like the Fairline Atom or something like that, maybe. But so they were all built for those specific regulations.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 750cc. It might have been a Renault engine, but here we are, and the Maserati in the lead.
Well, it's gone through then.
Yep.
Caught and passed.
Yeah, just before they went green again, the Lister was in the lead, wasn't it?
Yeah, correct.
But not by much.
Yeah.
But
Guillermo Fierro's absolutely.
He's a terrific driver. I've seen him handling a 250F Maserati on the way to victory at Monaco.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, he's very, very good. One year he won 2 races at the Monaco. They had one sports car race. He won that, not in this Maserati, in a different one.
Well, Heinz Stamm, despite it, or perhaps because of the 30-second penalty to the Aston Martin's got his foot down. He's just put that car's fastest lap of the race in. I'm trying to work out how much further back second place in class is.
We've only got the 4 minutes to go now, John. And So Katerina Kavalova, she's raced a DT type in the past, and she's been very quick in a Cooper Jaguar T44, also at Monaco. She doesn't come from a racing background. She got involved in the racing world and fell in love with it. It started off by racing on Austin Healey.
Morgan SLR.
There it is. No paint on it, of course.
Yeah.
Aluminium body. Hand beaten, that would have been. And look at the reg number. I wonder if that's a genuine one.
What was the plate?
SLR 500.
Ooh, well, could be.
Yeah, Chris Lawrence was the great Morgan hero. Oh, no, Nigel's really wringing the neck of that thing. Catesby Jones moved up.
Nigel Greensill with the fastest lap of that class.
Yeah, and
Class F.
Closing up on the Lister. There's no way it should be doing that.
He's just taken 2 seconds out of the Lister, but the Lister's too far ahead. It'll be last lap next time around for Guillermo Fierro in the Type 61. The bird's cage. The Tipo. 6-second time penalty for the 194. And 114 for the 20.
Oh.
That's Christian Dumoulin in the short wheelbase. And what did I say the other one was? Wow, that's a huge. So they must have really blown the stopwatch. Somebody can't read the stopwatch. It's when the big hands say no, just good. Waiting for the leader to come across the line. The number 61 car. That's red birdcage Maserati.
Just lapping competitors. It's amazing what you can find on the internet. I found out the names of the 2 guys that panel beat that Morgan chassis.
Oh, really?
Yeah. For what it's worth, they were called Chris Spender and Charlie Williams.
Well, I'll tell you what, they did a good job.
They did a nice job.
Whenever it was.
Yeah.
Got to be pretty brave to do that and then leave it unpainted. Got to be pretty sure of your work. Starting, I reckon, the last lap now. Yeah. So 3.4 miles, 5.5 kilometres, thereabouts, give or take a metre or so. This will be a cruise to victory. No need to hustle the Massa.
He's got the Spanish colours on his crash helmet, so nice for him to win here at home. Well, I think he's based in Monaco. And there's the bread van, see, with the number plate on it. Extraordinary looking thing.
And a rear wiper mounted above the window at the back.
Yeah.
And we said this yesterday, but worth saying for people who weren't with us, that's got nothing to do with being able to get your collies or your Labradors in the back. That was all about aerodynamics and keeping the air on the car.
Yeah. Scuderia Serenissima. There's the team.
Catesby Jones putting the fastest lap of his class in. So that's just a tiny bit quicker than the Nigel Greensill. Well, he's had to do that because Nigel's right with him for 3rd overall and for the leading class. So that is a battle, as the leader overall is now halfway around the last lap as he climbs the hill to turn number 7. And all of a sudden, actually Sharon is only 5 seconds back. So hopefully no problem for the birdcage.
Yeah, so the people that built the birdcage, the Scuderia Serenissima, it was Count Giovanni Volpi. And they ran quite a lot of Formula 1, privateer Formula 1 cars over the years.
Volpi, the wolf.
Yeah, and...
coming through now in the evening sunshine, the shadows lengthening around the cars. You would not have thought that we were having torrential biblical rain.
We have.
It's been an hour
extraordinary day, hasn't it?
Just weather cannot make its mind up. So coming down to the checkered flag for the Gentleman Challenge, our biggest field, I think, of the weekend. and certainly our most varied. To the line then. Congratulations to Guillermo Fierro, driving on his own in the Maserati.
And he never put a foot wrong.
No. Anthony Sharon in second place, 5 seconds away at the end, is second in the E2 class. And Nigel Greensall has nicked it right at the end.
Excellent.
In the Morgan, right on the line. Catesby Jones, I said they were getting close. And Greensall, well, hang on a minute.
Greensall showed on the timing and scoring as third. Catesby Jones is fourth.
Yeah, and winning the class.
Oh, yeah.
But bizarrely, Catesby Jones did a slower lap on the last lap, a faster lap on the last lap than Nigel Greensall. He started ahead of him. I saw that on the timing screen, not across the line. Not sure if you saw them come across the line. And you can give me the visual on that. Other class winners, Heinz Stamm, I think, will just hold on to the E1 victory despite his penalties. Because Norbert Schmitz-Kuet was further back down the field. But no doubt about the winner. Again, Guillermo Fierro has done what that Type 61 was meant to do, which is go and win sports car races.
Absolutely. Intriguingly, it's got an English number plate on the back of it.
Yeah, I noticed that yesterday.
Yeah. Maybe it was imported into the UK. But, fine job.
Again, stop-start there, and the safety car having to be deployed.
Yep. So, anyway, we move onwards. Endurance Racing Legends 2. I think it's going to be a very competitive race coming up.
I think so. Our penultimate race and our final 40-minute race. 40 or 45?
This is going to be 40.
Yeah, I thought so. So, yesterday we had a race, and this is actually this is another big field as well.
Yeah.
Of GT2 cars. Used to be involved.
Lots of Porsches in this, aren't there?
Lots of Porsches. We've got that brilliant Toyota Supra, BMW M3 E36, the 2000, the PTG car from the American Le Mans series. Got a nice C6 ZR1 as well, and a whole slew of Ferrari 430 GTCs as well. Yeah, and it was one of those that took it yesterday. It was Max Lynn from Mark Sumpter by about 8 seconds.
Yeah, in the ex-Andrew Cacoldi Ferrari, wasn't it?
Correct. Third place, Pierre Eret fighting his way through in another Ferrari, and then a whole bunch of Porsches. Fastest laps, Jerome Blakemolen charging through the field to 6th position, the 540 Porsche, the white car with the black and green stripes on, as I described it yesterday, the away strip, if you will.
Yes, you did.
The train shift
for
Black Swan, rather than the black and green car.
Here we are with some highlights then, with the 904 taking the initial lead, but Fierro diving down the inside to immediately snatch second place from the Lister. This is the Chevrolet one pad that later had the problem. There's Ellis's lovely little Elan. Porsche in the pits. Fierro driving nicely in the Maserati. A Healy going well and overtaking a 904. The little Lotus 11 at the back expiring. Another Healy there. The DB really intrigued us, but Fierro was peerless in this. The Jaguar ending costume was going well. He got great shots to the back of the bread van. TVRs, Mark Hales was one of those. We didn't mention much with Mark. And then there was this incident. We couldn't work it out at first, but the Jaguar Halusa D-Type collected the Chevrolet pad Lister of the reigning champion in this category. And just a magic mix of cars, the DB2, the unusual colour scheme of the Bizzarini. Where did that finish in the end? That Bizzarini finished in 10th place. And in the end, the checkered flag fell to the man who drove a fine race, Guillermo Fierro of Spain. Gave us a little wave, his Spanish stripes upon his crash helmet as we head on until the very next race with Maxwell Lynn, the youngest son of Sean Lynn. And Sean, certainly an entrepreneur, very successful in the City of London over the years, and now into running race series of his own, having bought the Legends race series, or was it the Masters race series? Great big scoreboard here. This racetrack, of course, used for many Spanish Grand Prix. Well, lots of racetracks in Spain. We think of Jerez has had a Spanish Grand Prix. This particular meeting celebrating the great track, street circuit around the side of Montjuïc, which I visited years ago and reported races from. But there are many other tracks of Valencia. Motorcycle racing, of course, still supremely popular in Spain, although Formula One came up with Alonso doing so well, Fernando, and still racing to this day into his 40s. Great architecture, I think, on the grandstand here. But last but one race coming up, going to be Maxwell Lynn and Mark Sumpter, the Sussex Porsche dealer. Second, Pierre Eret, the hotel owner from California. Then Benoit Romac, Porsche. Then Jerome Beekemolen will be sharing with Timothy Pappas, who's mentioned him, and not David Sarney. Nigel Greenshaw will be back, having just come out of that race with a great drive in the Morgan. And he will be with his regular John Emberson, who he coaches, Steve Osborne, Mark Davis, the Belgian historic classic car dealer, will be 10th. I think his sons have been racing this weekend as well. He'll be in a Porsche 997. But on the pole, it'll be Sebastian Glazer, who retired from this race yesterday after 8 of the 20 laps. And Glazer is one of the leading lights put to auto competitors. And it's going to be Glazer and Romac on row 1. Pappas and Mario Ricci, then Emberson, McLean. Sumpter will start back in 7th. Scooter Gable, who was racing a BMW E36 M3 car that raced in period in America, and that is the top 8. And then Jean-Louis Rion and Mark Davis, who of course I just mentioned a moment ago. So the actual starting order of this second of these GT2 endurance races, Legends races, quite different from the finishing order of the previous one. And Maxwell Lynn, who won the race yesterday, is starting way down in 15th place in the Ferrari.
Can't give us some entertainment though.
So that was it. Let's see what he does. And also listed to start, because it didn't start this race yesterday, is Sahel Ayari in the Aston Martin DBR 9, and Mr. John B. Was also
those
listed
cars
to
didn't
race.
come out
yeah,
yesterday,
and neither of those Astons came out, but let's hope they're there. We'll see in just a moment, because cars have taken to the track.
Sohail Ayari is out of the pit lane. It's listed as Sohail behind the wheel in the 2.6. No, it's not. It's looping now. So that's. But that car has come out.
So we've got Son of B as well, presumably, have we?
Mr. John of B is in the other one, the 169.
No, he's with the Le Commandeur.
Yeah,
I was relating yesterday, won a club race together at the end of last season, run by the VDV organisation. So it'd be interesting. Nice to see these Astons, John, from, well, not that long ago, only 15 years ago.
Yeah.
So they are the newest cars at Racing Car, I suppose.
young timers, perhaps, rather than old timers,
Yeah.
coming round to the grid in the evening sunshine. The shadows, sun's going down. It goes down right in your face as you are heading up through turn 3 to turn 4. But fortunately, the surrounding area, it doesn't stay in your eyes very, very long around here.
No. So, Mr. John, actually Jean Guitard, the carbon fibre magnet, or composites, big composites factories. And he's got Mr. John B written on his crash helmet. He did last time I saw him race, anyway. What is B? What is B?
Well, where did that come from? I know he's an Anglophile, but
Yeah.
what was the story behind that?
Nobody knows. Well,
Right.
maybe someone does, but I don't.
It's a bit like Seth Nyman never telling anybody why he named the team the Flying Lizards.
Yeah.
Even when he sold it, he sold it on.
Yeah.
And part of the conversation was, I'll tell you when the deal's done. And then he didn't. Amazing. So, we're getting a full field of cars coming around.
Terrific
See what's
field.
come out. I reckon 38 cars have come out of the pit lane. Last car just coming around now is the number 76, Jean-Luc Rion and Nick Padmore Porsche. And that car is coming round. They are being gridded up in their qualifying positions, I believe. So, Jerome Blankenmolen qualified the GT2 Evo, the 993 car, the 993 Type 911. We had 2 of those at the front of the field yesterday, and they were exceptionally quick. Mark Sumter is way down the field in the other car that was at the sharp end yesterday. There's a number of 993s, but the GT2 Evos are absolutely glorious. Olivier Piquet has one as well, number 103 car. And it's the Global Jet sponsored number 30.
Oh,
These
yeah,
cars by far the newest cars that we see this weekend.
Yes.
And the 430 GTCs, very competitive in period. 430s and the 460s still being used in things like the Britcar Endurance in the UK, various other championships. Some of the challenge cars as well, actually. They're good driving machines. At the front of the field, the 36 Mark Sumter car then being pushed into position as they get everything. I mean, these cars, the CompuWare. So then underway on this, the opening lap, with just on 39 minutes still to go for the Endurance Racing Legends 2 for the GT2 cars. And Tim Pappas and Jerome Blankenmolen paired together with Blankenmolen doing the qualifying. And that car now back down in third position. Actually, it's a wee bit further back than that. It's fifth position. I think it's Tim that started the car. Out in front by a decent margin is the number 22. This is Sebastian Glazer in another 993 GT2 Evo from 1999. That was the car to have yesterday and the car to beat yesterday.
Yeah,
in fact, the first three cars are all that make, model and era.
Yeah, John, of course, Glazer retired yesterday, so he's hoping to make amends. And of course, coming through the field already is yesterday's winner, Maxwell Lynn, already moved up about 4 places, up into 8th place. Nick Padmore, we've talked quite a lot about Nick. He's in there in a Porsche in 6th place. I don't think Nick's ever raced a Porsche before. He's raced a lot of things, but anyway, it's Glazer from Romac, from Paul McLean, and Mark Sumter, the former Porsche champion, and Padmore has just actually passed Padmore now. Lots of Porsches and Ferraris all mixed in together, and both the Astons did start, so that's good, but they are running down in like 17th place. But there is the 52 car, that's Romac.
52, Benoit Romac, 5.6 seconds off. Glazer has just hit the afterburners and gone.
Yeah, absolutely, he has. So we got all these cars bunched together, but 5 seconds behind. A bit of barging, I think, with the Toyota then.
That's the twin turbo straight 6, and here comes the 430, the ex-Kirkcaldy car. Andrew Kirkcaldy, British GT, European GT as well, coming through the red, white.
Yeah, just passed another car, didn't they? Going and moving up at Maxwell.
That was Max.
I think that was on fire, isn't he, Max Lynn?
Yeah, I think that was Mark Sumter that's just gone by.
Yeah, and he's now attacking Tim Pappas. He's going to go around the outside of him, I think. No, trying on the inside. Can't get past Pappas quite yet, but Max Lynn, younger the Lynn brothers, Alex, of course, races professionally. Max in historics.
It was Dennis Bush actually. That,
was it? Yeah.
He just went past, and now he's gone past Mark Sumpter, and he's now eyeing up Paul McLean in the number 35 car. It's the EMI car. So Steve O'Rourke, the man who, of course, led
Pink Floyd for many years.
Yeah,
and lots of them. You know, obviously Nick, great racing pedigree, raced at Le Mans, but he wasn't the only Floyd to take to the racetrack, for that matter.
So out front, Glazer then in the number 22, now 8 seconds ahead of Nick Padmore and Benoit Romac and Tim Pappas. So where is Max Lynn? Answer in 5th position. He's the first of the Ferraris. The Toyota Supra is doing nicely as well. The Chevy Corvette, John Emberson, in 10th position in the CompuAir car. So that would be from what? 2001, 2002? No, later than that. What am I talking about? 2010, that car.
Only 15 years old. It's
only 15 years old. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Andrew Marriott and John Hindhaugh with you, and the action. Tim Pappas not fighting too much there as Maxwell Lynn goes through. That's a car that is clearly very quick indeed, and is in a different category. That's GT2C, which is Nick Padmore's class. He's in the GT3 RSR. Through goes Seb Glazer, 1 minute 50.113 in that 993 GT2 Evo. There's Padmore, 150.552.
Yeah, John was just talking about Pink Floyd. I was trying to remember the other member that raced a lot, and it was Dave Gilmore.
Dave
of course,
Gilmore, yeah.
Raced a BRM, Formula 1, got all sorts of stuff. But Nick still, how do you even allow Nick to drive the Auto Union? I've seen him do that up the hill at Goodwood. So Glazer, 8 seconds already.
I mean, this is incredible.
Yeah.
This doesn't happen in these races. And there's second place now for Max Lynn.
Yeah. So we've got Brits in second and third.
But he's not even, I mean, at the moment he's passing people, but he's not catching the leader. He is not catching the leader. Incredible start from Sebastian Glazer. Tim Pappas now in, where is Tim Pappas?
There's that white and green car.
The 540.
Yeah.
He's pitted. Pappas has pitted. That's why he's dropped out. Also out of position is Marie-Amélie Delaunier in the number 311 996 GT3 RSR 2003. She's just coming through as well. So Pappas from a top 4 position is in the pit lane. Now this is too early for a scheduled pit stop, so that must be a problem with the number 540.
There's that lovely Corvette with John Emberson in. We'll hand over to Nigel Greensall. Been a very busy boy in this race meeting. And that's the way he likes it. Of course, there is.
They've got the rear deck up.
Yeah,
that's not a good sign. Oil and air-cooled engine. Tremendous piece of engineering. Just look at how compact and pure of line that rear end of that car.
Recording in progress.
So this last lap, Padmore did go quicker than Glazer actually. To start to it got a big cloud of dust. What's that all about?
Somebody's dropped the wheel, haven't they?
Yeah. Corvette still keeping that watching brief.
That's a rumble, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is a rumble. Absolutely magnificent.
Now, most of the days when Corvette did so well at Le Mans, most of those faces have gone now, haven't they, John? That used to be so helpful.
Yeah.
Team.
Ryan Smith still part of the team.
Yes, he's the PR guy.
Down the inside for that Toyota Supra, a literal one-off that car. been improved down through the years, but with the wide body kit on it, straight six twin turbocharged, plenty of horsepower.
You did a bit of research on that yesterday.
Yeah.
Developed in France, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't really know about that. There's a lot of GT 500 bits got grafted onto that at various times. And
yellow flags flying at turn 7.
And that is for the number 80 car of Richard Howell Evans in the 996. That car, I think, is off the circuit there. Certainly dropping down. See if he gets going again. But I reckon that he's had some problems. Tim Pappas has not come out the pits, by the way. Scooter Gable as well in the other ALMS car. The M3E36, the PTG Group, Tom Milner Senior's organisation. Car that ran in period with a variety of drivers from both sides of the Atlantic.
They were the official BMW team at the time, weren't they?
That's right, they were.
Yeah.
In that black, reds and silver colour.
So that Supra's going really well there. But Padmore is starting to reel Glazer in now. Took a second off him the last lap.
The number 80's got going again, so was off the track briefly between 7 and 8. Has dropped some time. That's a shame because he just done 1:59.8 last time around, Richard Hale Evans. And he's now dropped well behind Henri Jamperlier in that little battle for 26th and 27th.
John, it's Porsche's first and second, but they're quite different. There's a 993 and a 996 to different rules. 7 years between the two of them, so you've got a much more modern car being driven by Padmore.
And that wasn't the first iteration. The Padmore car, the white car, wasn't the first iteration of the 996. The 996 came along in, there was some overlap in the road cars. You could get 993s in 1997, and if you're lucky, 1998.
Yeah.
And officially, the 996, the replacement for the Tony Hatter designed 993, that came along in middle to the end of 97. The racing cars were a little bit more clearly defined, and the 993 GT2 Evo continued to. I think 1999 is probably the last year of that car. Without looking it up, I wouldn't want to put money on that. Peter Mackay would know if he was standing next to me. But the 996 water-cooled engine with the GT running under the GT3 regulations, the RSR, very different machine and a different size of car as well when you see them together.
And I have to say, Maxwell Lynn is the fastest man out there. He's glad this top three is going to close right up. I think we're going to have a terrific battle on our hands. But Lynn down into the 48s. 148.993. So Maxwell Lynn, who won yesterday, really gelled with this Ferrari.
Wow, Corvette having a go.
Yeah, he's having a good go in there as well.
And here comes the Aston. Now, is that...
That's Mr. John B, I think.
Oof, gets very, very sideways. I think he's just been put a lap down, hasn't he? As they're coming through, but he's got some pace out of that Aston now, the big V12 rumbling away.
Aston's not quite the same without V12 in, to me.
I only raced the V8, I'm afraid, so
that
didn't get a chance to race the V12.
That was a Mercedes engine, effectively, wasn't it? Was that one you raced at
that's a good
Kota?
point.
I was there.
No, I think that was the previous iteration. That was
still
the
Aston built engine.
Yeah.
Well, that Corvette is just making good progress, and who was that? 185 and 115.
That is
that's
Matthias Davis.
Yeah, that is son of Mark Davis, and
again the great colour of the Aston Martin. We didn't see it yesterday, and it's great in this evening light here at just coming up to 6 o'clock. I think that's it's Aston Racing Green is what it's called, but it's very close to California Sage, the colour. There will be tyre stops here. People have put tyres out. There's wets and slicks. We saw people changing tyres yesterday. These cars pushing hard, there may be tyre stops. I won't say there will be, but we did see people yesterday deciding to put a new set of rubber on at the pit stops. Pit lane will be opening
soon.
In about a minute. Yeah, that's
yeah.
that's what made me look. 15 minutes. Once we get to 15 minutes, the pit lane opens. Nick Padmore's just put his fastest lap of the race in, a 49.4.
Yeah, he's upped his pace again with Maxwell charging towards him. Yeah, Blazer's going to have some work on his hands when the two Brits close in on him, I think. Who just made a sensational start, didn't he?
Yeah. I'll take back what I said about Mr. Jonaby. That is a battle for 8th, 9th and 10th.
Yeah.
And he's got the Ferrari 458 Italia coming as well. Double yellow at turn 3. Now let's see if somebody's gone off there or how quickly it is removed. So that is the Aston Martin DBR S9 from 2008 coming through the field. Matt Neal's just behind that as well. So there's a little gaggle of cars scrapping for the minors at the bottom end of the top 10.
That was the Bush team, the twins that raced together.
Tim Pappas is back out, 3 laps down, unfortunately. But he's in that battle as well, albeit 3 laps down. But he'll want to show that he and that car can get some decent performance. He's right with the Corvette now, and that is John Emberson, who's in 8th position. Mr. Jonaby in 9th in the front-engined Aston as well. So a couple of front-engine cars there.
Yeah, the other Aston is going slowly. That's a man racing under the name of Looping. Maybe he looped it.
That was going through turn 4. And he has...
Pappas has unlapped himself. There's the other Aston. That's Looping.
Yeah, going slow at turn 4. That's a 269 car.
Looping is racing with Mr. Jonaby's son. He races under the name of what's it racing up?
Son of B.
Son of B. I was thinking Junior John.
That's quite good. I like that one as well. Pit lane is open, so we're getting some standard pit stops. Pierre Arrête came straight in the 190. So did Paul McLean in the 35.
Yeah.
Porsche 993.
Pierre Arrête was going really well yesterday, wasn't he? Right up at the front, but not so quick today.
That's a long way back for that Aston. Coming through. I don't think that car's going to get back. I hope Looping gets to somewhere where he can be ushered off the circuit easily. One of those orange overlaps.
Yeah, great.
That's a big spin. That was Tim Pappas. Tim Pappas spinning right across everybody else, and somehow
they got away with it.
They got away with it. Coming out to turn 9 at the top of the hill, dropped the left rear tyre into the dirt off the end of the curb, and speared across right-handed.
And Padmore is in the pit.
Yeah, that's a standard stop.
And
my goodness me, that must have been close. Corvette and Ferrari coming through 13, down towards 14. Let's see who goes to the pit lane. Does anybody, not of that group, side by side with the Porsche as well.
That black Ferrari, I think, might be a ex-level 5 car.
That's Erwin Franz.
Yeah.
Remember, Erwin was well ahead of the game, and that car had a problem as well. That's an invitational class car.
Yeah.
It's the Revo.
Oh no, maybe not. It's got 556 Revo on it. I'm not sure what that was sponsored.
Well, 556 is the number of the car.
Yeah.
But
Revo is something.
Yeah. Here's the pit stop, and there's the problem. You see, dodging across into the pit lane, and that was the Porsche of Pierre-Alain Thibault, right in front of Matthias Deves. No, it wasn't. It was Stéphane Raffin in the 176. That's a 996 car, right in front of that car, Matthias Davis.
So Padmore just about going back on track. He drops him to 17th, because
right, let's have a look. Oh no, he was way further off than I thought. And how did he miss that black Ferrari?
Threading through the eye of the needle, wasn't he there?
That was
but out of control.
Yes. But at least he didn't just panic and jump on the brakes and stop in the middle. That car, I think, has got damage now for Tim Pappas, so we will miss the entertainment that would have been Jaron Blekemolen in that car. Although, in fairness, the extra long pit stop did rather take them out of it. He's back to the scene of the crime.
Yeah.
And he hasn't come in last time around.
But he's not at full speed.
Nowhere near.
He's running back to the pits to retire, sadly.
Well, he's just gone past where he had the accident last time. He must have gone back around. Don't understand that one. He's many laps down. So that is an odd one to me.
So the Bush twins car, in second, they've been very successful in this series in the past. The Bush twins, with the unusual Toyota Supra.
I like the variety. Good.
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely cracking.
Well,
why wouldn't you? Brilliant stuff.
27 comes to a halt. That's Matt Neal. Matt Neal is going to get out of it. That wasn't Matt Neal standing there. And then we've got somebody stopped at the side.
That's the 540. That's Tim Pappas.
Yeah, obviously.
Or Timothy Pappas. Stephen Edwards, by the way, sharing with Matt Neal. So
yeah, that was Stephen we saw about to get in the car.
So they've swapped round for who started yesterday, I think. So I'm pretty certain Stephen started the car yesterday, but he had a problem at turn 5, and I don't think Matt got to drive. So maybe that's why Matt started today.
The 7th place car, Lars Rona, has just been given a warning, track limits. So I wonder how many more laps Max Lynn will go before he stops.
He's on his own, of course, so he's got no one else to please.
He's getting his head down, isn't he?
Yeah.
And
he's in the pits now, in fact.
Oh, is he? Right, okay.
As we go full course yellow. Oh my goodness, that's
boy.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. This is for Tim Pappas at turn 11, of course. And that will need a quick tour. Also in the pit lane, taking advantage, Olivia Piquet in the 103 993 GT2 Evo. I didn't know there was that many of these cars out there, to be honest.
Well, pretty quick there with the snatch vehicle.
Yeah, pickup truck already there.
Yeah.
So I think Dennis Bush has gone by. Mauro Ricci comes in the 430, number 30, that he's running on his own. Through goes, no, Erwin France has pitted, Mr. John of B has pitted, the Corvette with John Emberson has pitted. The Supra's gone through and actually leads the race. So Dennis Bush is scored as the leader of the race.
Well, surely he'll be in at the next lap, just
it's going to be a relatively short yellow because that car's going, the Pappas car tours.
Yeah, they're going to pull that out easily.
Yeah,
quickly.
He's not embedded in any of the gravel traps. Bleeding some air out of the tyres.
Yeah, 4 or 5 cars not pitted yet, including Mark Davis and his son Matthias.
So, across the start-finish line, 2 Porsches absolutely together. The IMSA Porsche. In fact, we've gone green. We've gone back green already.
That was quick.
Yeah, that was great work by the Snatch squad. So, Max Lynn got some of his pit stop under yellow, but not all of it. So, the leader then is the number 61. We've had a 61 winning today already. The Birdcade Maserati. It was number 61 because it's a Type 61. I'm not sure whether 61 is particularly appropriate for some reason to the Supra GT2 from 2004. Look that car up, actually, if you're listening at home and you have the ability to get online, use another screen or whatever. Don't forget you can watch the timing as well. peterautoracing.alcamelsystems.com. But as I say, look that Supra up. It's a really interesting story about that, how that car came to fruition. That project came to fruition. Right, now let's check out these inter-Nissan Porsche battle. 2 different cars. Second of the cars is the 993 with the Mobil 1 livery on it. Very similar to the car that flipped at Petit Le Mans. Sort of wispy red, white and blue, or shades of blue. The Mobil livery there. That is the number 52 car. So that is Benoit Remac. And I think he's just gone past the John Hindhaugh car. Oh dear, that does not look good.
No,
That's a Davis car.
Yeah.
That's the Matthias Davis. Two black racing cars together. The number 21 is David Sani.
Yeah, he's running along pretty well. Sani.
I tell you what, some of these drivers who, as you've mentioned, are not in the first flush of youth.
Yeah.
They're getting through a lot of driving in a day.
They're getting good value, aren't they, here?
I mean, most people are doing more than one race. Some people are doing just about everything, it would seem to me.
Yeah.
Suppose if you've got a nice collection of cars and you're going to spend the money to get them down there, you want to drive them yourself.
Yep. That's the 85 Porsche, isn't it?
Right, we've got some penalties here.
Have we? Yeah.
This is for start procedure. So this is going back quite a way, and Max Lynn is one of them.
What's the penalty? What's that for?
30 seconds.
Oh.
13, which is Max Lynn. 27, that's further down the field. That's Stephen Edwards in the Porsche. 269 is the other one, and that again is down the field. That car in the pits at the moment. That's the Aston Martin.
What's the penalty for Max Lynn then?
30 seconds.
Oh, 30 seconds. Okay.
For all of those cars I've mentioned, 30 seconds. I suspect that they weren't lined up in the right place as they came through.
Yeah.
Or they broke ranks before the start line, perhaps. So Max Lynn has just taken the lead as the Toyota Supra comes into the pits lane.
And Mark Sumter sneaked up there into second place, look.
Well, yeah, that's because the leader's pitted.
Yeah.
So Max Lynn has inherited the lead because the Toyota Supra that was leading has now taken its pit stop.
Yeah.
Did he get in before the pits closed? I don't think he did.
Now again, we saw Greenshaw going so quickly that Morgan race or so ago, and he's now in that Corvette. Now what can he do with that? He's on his outlap.
It's Mark Bush who's now on his outlap in the Supra. Yes, he did, but only just. So Maxwell Lynn with the Ferrari is 32 seconds ahead of Mark Sumter. So he's 2 seconds ahead of him.
Yeah.
So Sumter needs to be given the hurry up here. They've made their pit stops.
And Narrow Ricky, I think that's a black Ferrari, isn't it? Right up there in the
number
third
30 car. Yeah, another 4 seconds further back. David Sani under pressure from Erwin France. David's just put his fastest lap of the race in, really needed to as well, as Erwin's been flying along in the 5.56, 4.58 Italia.
Here's Maxwell Lynn, held up a little bit, I think, through there.
Doesn't need that, does not need that. Got to stay more than 30 seconds ahead to take the overall. 169 and 5.56 speeding in the pit lane. That's Erwin France. And 169, that's a second call of their name, theirs, isn't it? Oh no, that's the other Aston Martin. So both the Aston Martins have been pinged. That's Le Commandeur. Now, behind the wheel of that car was Mr. John B. What I don't know is whether it was on the way in or on the way out, so I can't apportion blame.
So that Ferrari then of Maxwell Lynn, winner yesterday.
Oh, it's getting tight, Andrew. Now just 30.8 seconds between him and Sumter. Sumter needs to make sure he clears the traffic in that number 36 car.
And again, Greenshaw's the fastest man out there now. And a 150 with the C6 Corvette.
And he's got Sani in his sights, and that is a step on the podium in class. 4th overall, but a step on the podium in class. And he is right with the David Sani, number 21, the very menacing black 996 GT3 SR.
But a good run by Mark Sumter, the owner of the Paragon Porsche down in Five Ashes in Sussex, just south of Tunbridge Wells.
I must come and say hello to Sumter down there.
They've got some great cars in there, John. Your mouth would water.
So coming down to the last 11 minutes, And this is not over by any stretch of the imagination. A bit of traffic
No.
in the wrong place for Maxwell Lynn. Sees that 30-second lead disappear. 31.6 now, so he has pulled out.
Yeah, he's still got the lead.
Just. Remember, take 30 seconds off whatever I say Maxwell Lynn is leading by.
Yeah.
32.6. He's cleared the traffic. Sumter's in it now. Coming down to the start-finish line. Where is our leader? There he is, going down to turn 5. Whilst the 36 then is embroiled in some traffic.
Yeah, in the famous Le Mans fat turbo colours.
Yeah, that's great.
Seen on a lot of different cars over the years.
Right, now Sumter is in clear air through turn 3. And he's got a bit of a run before he catches up with the Stefan Raffin, number 176. And that's just a single car. Then there's a bit of a gap between that one and the next one, which will be about another 20-30 metres up the road. That's a 49er net roller.
I think Greensell's about to go into 4th place, past Sani.
He's been very close the last 3 or 4 laps, barely a 10th in it.
Yeah.
Where are they on the track at the moment? Number 21
but
going through.
Maxwell Lynn's really stepped up. He's down in the 148s now.
Change of position. Sani's gone down to 5th as Nigel Greensell goes up. That was at turn 5, I think. And the 63 now pulling away through turn 9 for Nigel.
So 9 minutes remaining. You know, Lynn can hang on to make it a double for this weekend.
It's going to depend where both of them catch traffic, Andrew, I think.
Yeah.
13 has just taken some traffic, just got past the number 122, Lars Rollner, in 15th position overall. And then next up will be the 188, that's Stephen Osborne. Another Porsche.
And Greensell's on to catch Mauro Ricci, currently in 3rd place. He's going to be right on the line though, I think. He's a couple of seconds a lap quicker. And he's what is he?
4 seconds back.
Yeah.
And there'll be 4 laps.
Yeah.
So he'll catch him. It's a question whether he can get past Mauro and how quickly he can get that done. Oh, what a good race again. And someone's gone off at turn 10. Double yellow. Now, that was right in front of the leader as well. Now clear, so they've rejoined. And the leader's got traffic, and that has slowed him down, no doubt.
Yeah.
Absolutely no doubt. Sumter.
He's going to have to work for this.
Oh, yeah. Sumter is now coming down to the scene of that yellow, but it's been taken away now, so he won't have to slow down. So these are the things that make the difference. It was at one stage down to 30.8 seconds. It's gone up to 35.5. But Mark Sumter did his personal best lap last time around. But Max Lynn actually just went quicker.
He's flying now, isn't he? Max, he's improved so much over the last 3 or 4 years. He's got a lot of seat time and a lot of different cars, of course. I've been winning in the Bentley Speed 8 and so on. But this is impressive to drive this Ferrari, which I don't think he's raced before. So well, so quickly. And
Greensell's on a tear as well, Andrew.
I think he's going to catch Ricky this lap, isn't he?
He's nearly there.
Yeah.
So he's only 0.6 of a second behind. That's the next car ahead of him. So Mauro Ricci, as they go across the line, 2 tenths. Here
Corvette,
it is.
Yeah, here it is.
The 2 yellow cars, and the Corvette will power by.
Just
it's an
like
unfair
that.
fight.
Yeah.
Unfair fight there. Now he is 10 seconds behind Mark Sumter, and he's taking time out. He's taking 3 seconds a lap out of Sumter at the moment. Sumter's in traffic, in fairness. Can he get that Corvette to the lead of class? I don't think he's going to catch Max Lynn.
No. And
he's not going to catch Max Lynn. Max Lynn is laying down some impressive times. He's faster than Lynn. I mean, he's 2 seconds faster than Lynn. but I don't think he's got enough time.
So effectively, Lynn's lead is 6 seconds though now.
6 seconds.
A
Yeah,
good job.
which has gone
Good
out.
job for him.
Correct. It was as low as 8/10 at one stage.
But Nigel's not going to make 9 seconds, obviously, in 6 minutes. But,
Well, he needs to make 15 really to get the
yeah,
overall win.
Yeah, to get the overall win. Yes. Well, it looks great. Great to see these Corvettes still racing.
Very unusual for them to go into private hands.
Yeah.
Corvette, up until the GT3 program 2 years ago, had sort of made a policy measure out of not selling customer cars and not selling the cars into private hands when they were done. They go to the Corvette Museum at Bowling Green, Kentucky, which is where every Corvette is made.
But how many iterations is that back from the rear engine cars? Only 2, isn't it? C6.
So C6, so
they're on C8 still, aren't they?
C8 now. Yeah.
So C8 was a rear engine, so it's only 2 iterations back.
Is it C8 or C9 now? So you've got me thinking.
Yeah, I think it's still C8. It might be something C8 Mark II. But so what year is this C6? Are we going?
2000 and what did I say it was? 2000. No, 6.
Round
about that.
Yeah. Great battles they had with ProDrive Ferraris and Astons over the years for the GT win at Le Mans.
Yeah, C8. It is a C8.
Yeah.
Spot on.
Lynn's pace has just dropped off a little bit, but then so is Sumter's.
And the Corvette here is a 2010 car. That's the one that we were saying is only 15 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wonder who raced that in period. Be interesting to know.
It's wearing the 63, which is a Le Mans number, rather than the 3 or the 4 that it would have had in IMSA competition.
Yeah.
And the CompuWare cars were very successful.
Maybe Ollie Gavin, perhaps, will have raced that.
Standby caller.
Yeah, tried a 63 in that year at Le Mans. Ollie Gavin, great success in Corvette. Last year, inducted into the Corvette Hall of Fame. So Lynn increased the lead a little bit more. On the road, 39, almost 40 seconds. In reality, almost 10.
He's pulled away. I mean, that was down at 8/10 of a second.
Yeah. Green took 4.5. Well, Green took the best part, took 2.5 seconds out of Sumter, but it's not enough. Took 1 lap remaining.
Yes, depends where they are. Might get a second go at that. Might get a second lap.
So that's the 63 car from.
Well, it's in those colours.
Yeah,
for sure. For 2010, let's see. They were still GT1 cars at that point, so they would have been battling against the Aston Martin.
There's the Mara Ricci car lying in 4th spot. Ferrari 430, very different colour scheme to the car that's in the lead, but same model.
Famously, of course, Luke Alphon Adventures were one of the only teams that ever got one, and they ran the 72 car.
Yes.
That's the number of the district of Le Mans.
So great drive from Maxwell Lynn. Looks like he's going to make it 2 out of 2 in Endurance Racing Legends 2. Sumter in 2nd place. Sussex Garage owner, Porsche dealer. Greensill just 2.9 seconds now, but it's going to be close. He's going to close up on Sumter. I don't think he's going to make it. Erwin France, the one invitational driver in the INV class, but the only guy in it is in 6th.
The 63 in 2010 was Tonio Garcia, Jan Magnussen and Johnny O'Connell. And neither of the works cars finished. Engine for the 63 and transmission for the 64. Was that the year that they went sick when they were behind the safety car? There was some kind of odd vibration. Or am I misremembering that? I can't remember.
Fastest lap of the race for Nigel Greensall, 1:48.8.
He's giving it everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's right with Sumpter now.
He's going to be with Sumpter now, yeah.
And that's for the class win.
Yeah, can he just leapfrog him? There he is, look.
He's right with him, turn 4.
Yeah.
Now this is the last lap. This is the last lap.
He's got enough space to do it, hasn't he?
I think so. And has he got enough poke out of the final corner to maybe nip him out the final corner?
Wow, good American horsepower.
No substitute for cubic inches, as they say. In thrust we trust. 3 out of the top 4.
Stunning drive again from Greensall.
Yeah.
Just stepped out that Morgan, much older car, completely different. No aero at all. And into this Corvette, owned by John Emberson. Both the cars, actually, the Morgan owned by John as well. And what a weekend he's been having.
So where is our leader? Leader has just started another lap.
Oh,
I thought this would be the last lap. The time has elapsed, but not until he'd gone past the line. So there will be another lap after this one for the Sumpter and Greensall battle. 30, and he's gone through.
Yeah.
Greensall's gone through. As he went across the line, he was just ahead of the number 36, and that is the lead in that is the second place overall
in GT2C.
Yeah, he's second to Maxwell Lane. Mark Sumpter holds on to GT2A, but now what can he do about the leader? Surely he can't find 6 or 7 seconds on the last lap.
No way.
But Maxwell Lane cannot afford to slow down here.
But what a stunning drive from Greensall. Going to have nice. We're going to have a British 1, 2, 3, John.
Very good.
Yeah, it'll be nice.
In the overall.
Yeah.
It looks like Erwin France will take the invitation class. Mark Bush in the Toyota and the Bush family outing. The number 61 Supra will take their class GT2B.
Yeah. Here's our leader.
Soon to be our winner.
Number
3
13.
more corners.
Yeah, 13, lucky for some.
Round turn 13 now in the 13 car. He can almost click the paddles and take it into neutral and roll it to the line. Slightly uphill, actually. Probably doesn't want to try and do that.
Yeah, but remember...
Checkered flag is out. Yellow flag's on the straight. So no overtaking there anyway.
And super drive for Maxwell Lynn. Wins it by 37 seconds on the road, but in reality...
Well, let's see what it is when they come through.
Yeah. See what Greensall might have taken a little bit more time out of him, hadn't he? And Greensall was still waiting for him, of course. Here he is in the thundering Corvette.
That does look good in the
it does. It's great to see it still racing, isn't it? I mean,
a fair play to GM Racing, what's now called Pratt Miller, no longer Pratt and Miller. Pratt Miller for helping that car along. Here he comes to the line, and it's 6 seconds at the line, 36. So it was another just over 2 seconds. Oh, Mark Sumpter's been promoted ahead of him. So did Greensall have a
penalty?
A penalty for the 63. The Toyota is not going to get to the end of the race. That stopped at the end of pit lane.
Dropped Greensall down to 4th now.
Right, so Greensall must have a big penalty.
I think he's got a 30-seconder.
Let's see if we can scroll down. Surely it can only be pit stops. 85.
Greensall something there. Set a new personal best. Okay. Greensall set a new personal best.
He set a lot of
Greensall set a new best. Greensall. Yeah. Well, what was
63. Time penalty. That was the start procedure. So that was start procedure.
Yeah. So him and Lynn both got the same penalty. For Lynn, it made no difference. For Nigel, it made 3 places difference.
Right. Wow.
Well,
so that was added. I did not see his number on that to start with.
We just saw a list of numbers, didn't we, John?
Yeah. And I missed that one, I've got to say it. 30-second time penalty for 13, 27, 63 and 269. Yeah, so it is a 30-second penalty. You were spot on. That was start procedure. They'll have been lining up in the wrong place. Here are the provisional results then. Maxwell Lane takes his Class GT2C and the overall by 9 seconds then from Mark Sumpter. 9.5. Who wins for the 36 Porsche in GT2A. Second in 2C will be David Sarney in the 996. Third, Nigel Greensill in GT2C. Fourth, Mauro Ricci in GT2C. This is all in the overalls. Fifth, Christian Traber. And sixth in GT2C. Seventh overall, the 122, Lars Roland. Erwin France is scored in eighth and winning Invitational. Now, I'm not sure what's going to happen with the Toyota Supra, whether that will be classified as it wasn't running at the end.
Yeah.
That's
Maxwell,
GT2B.
Maxwell gets wearing that Bentley suit. Look, climbs
And
out.
then it's
Congratulations.
Then in 10th position, it is David Cuff, 7th in 2C.
There's Sean, there's his dad. And here's the replay, or highlights.
Just quickly run through the other class finishes as we review the action in the sunshine. Sumpter had a great race in the 36 car, comes through to second overall. If Mark Bush doesn't get the Supra classified, the next in GT2A is Paul McLean in the 35 Porsche. It's GT2B I'm looking for, isn't it? So that'll be Andrew Smith in the 996.
Yeah, it's a good run on Andrew Smith. Often tries to Ollie Bryant, but the charge of the race came once Nigel Greensill got into that car and pushed, but we hadn't realised that he was carrying that 30-second penalty just as Maxwell Lynn was.
Yeah.
Lynn was able to pull away. I mean, it was a magnificent drive for Lynn, because let's got to remember that 30-second penalty gave him no advantage whatsoever.
No.
So, really he won it by 39 seconds. I mean, a terrific drive. And I'm sure we'll see him racing this car again. But
very user-friendly and drivable car, apparently, those.
Yeah.
So that was the final classification then. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Slightly disappointed we didn't get to see Jerome Blakemore in a little bit more in the endurance racing legend. He plonked the 993 GT2 Evo on pole position.
Yeah. So problems for Tim Pappas. But nice to see those Astons back, although they had problems. And,
I think they both finished, in fairness.
Yeah, they did. 25th.
Oh, no, look, Le Commander came slowly into the pit lane.
Yeah.
And we move on to our final race of the weekend for Classic Endurance Racing 2.
And we've got lots of nice sports prototypes here. On the pole, Maxime Gunat. We saw doing well yesterday. Didn't he win this race yesterday? I think he did in the DFV Pad Loader 286. Frank Morel is in the Tosh. That's built by Obermeyer.
We haven't seen these cars before, have we? Or have we?
Well,
no, because there's a Saxby Turbo. This is the one and only.
This is the one and only. Yeah, yes. Exactly. Yeah, we haven't.
So you confused me there. I was looking for something.
Confused myself, John.
I couldn't find the result from yesterday.
Yeah, Maxine Gunnar won a race yesterday.
He did,
but not in this car.
No. Some similar cars to what we've seen before. They've grouped into different categories. So there's prototypes and GT2 cars here.
Yeah.
But what we've got here is some different GT2s. We've got a Lotus Esprit. We've got a BMW 1 Pro car, M1 Pro car. Yeah. We've got a Cheetah, by the way, in the prototype under 2 litre category.
Chuck Graymingo is the guy that built that car.
I want to see the Breitmeyer Capri Turbo.
And this is a car. This is the race that's got Mr. John B in the Ligier, which finished second at Le Mans in '75 and split the 2 Golf Mirages.
That's a GS2. Excellent.
Yeah, that's a effectively a GT car.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And of course, that is what Ligier are evoking with their new GT
yes, absolutely.
car.
I think they call it the same JS2.
Yeah.
And Mr. John B's used this car on the Tour de France or Tour Auto in the past. He goes nicely. I think he might come up the field in that. But we got Maxime Guenard, father and son in this. Dominic being the guy who started the Richard Mille Watch Company. His son also. And Dominic was raced at Tosh, and I think I've seen him win at Le Mans Classic in that. So, in this sort of category. We got Ross Hyatt back again in a Chevron B31. And who else is interest?
I reckon we've got 11 GT2s here, a single invitational class. That's a 911 SC, a Group 4 car from 1981 in the hands, at least at the moment, of Matteo Ladicione. We have got 13 Proto 2s under 2 litres. And over 2 litres, we have, I think just the one car. That's the Loader 286.
The Loader 286, that's got a DFE engine in the back.
Correct.
And so has the other Guenard car, the Tosh. I think that's a plus. Yeah.
You're right. Absolutely.
It's got a DFE in the back as well.
So they're the only 2 cars in the over 2 litre class for prototypes.
Yeah.
There's the Zax Speed Capri. Have you seen the Zax Speed Capri? It is absolutely tremendous. Yeah. Bright orange.
So Tosh was a little German manufacturer, built Formula 2, Formula 3 cars originally. Jörg Obermoser. I think I said Obermoser. But it was based on a British Modus design. But,
1 hour with a pit stop. Formation lap underway. I mean, this is some of the best weather we've had all day.
Yeah, ridiculous, isn't it?
Air temperature 11, track temperature 11. We're almost exactly what we were this morning. We were 10 and 10 at 8:45 this morning, Central European time.
That Ligier JS2, Mr. John's car, has also got a DFE in the back.
Has it?
Yeah. As to the Golfs that it raced that year.
The events that are coming up as we're getting into the rest of the end of our season here.
Yeah, they run some rallies as well, don't they?
Yeah.
They've got the Tour Auto coming up. That's big.
That's 7th to the 12th of April, Paris to Nice.
Yeah.
The next time that we'll have the stream up for you is the 23rd to the 25th of May for the Spa Classic, which you should not miss. If you're in the UK, it's an easy drive over, and there's a cracking variety of cars. Just wandering around the paddock is superb. The Imola Classic, which again we'll have for you live on the stream, is the 25th to 27th of July. And then finishing...
there's a Dijon race, isn't there, as well? The Grand Prix de l'Age.
Oh, sorry, yes.
The Grand Prix of the Golden Age.
Yeah.
It is, of course.
That's Dijon Premois.
Yeah.
That is the 6th to the 8th of June. That's Le Mans Test weekend as well.
Yeah.
So that is a fabulous place to go down to.
Well, lots of good stuff coming up, but all on their website.
peterauto.fr. And it is in English as well, don't worry. In fact,
Patrick Peter and his team very switched on us. We go green.
And I said untidy start. There were people out of line there.
Yeah.
First time we've seen these cars. Look at the 2 BP machines.
Yeah, that's same livery. Must have run in the same team.
2 Tosh cars as they head down and through the original, the first couple of corners, and there's a spinner in the middle of the pack.
Oh, yeah, off he goes.
Looks like one of the chevrons has gone around. And that is the number 1.
Yeah.
That is the, no, it's the Cheetah, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is the Cheetah B30, the Cheetah G601. So that's Beit Eggiman, one of the sub 2 litre cars. Might have had a little tap for that. Maxime Guenard leads in the Lola, stretches away with that DF, it was DFE behind him. Yeah, nice.
More problems here, John. Somebody's slowed.
It's turned out of turn 4, and that's
Yeah,
the Capri is off as well.
One of the 2 litre cars slowed, and the Capri had to go out into the gravel to miss him.
Let's see who's dropping down. Well, the Zaxby Turbo is dropping down. But what is the other? Safety car's out. Safety car is out for the car, I think, in the gravel. It might have even got to the wall.
Oh, it's been in the wall.
Yeah, it's been in the wall. And it's the dark maroon,
that's
number 21.
Well, that's John Emberson, who drove the Corvette in the previous race, of course.
That's the B26 Chevron.
Yeah, well, the later 74 car. Well, a bit of damage to that.
That's a shame.
John switching for the Corvette, finding it difficult. And
well,
there we go, in the wall.
Must be absolutely shattered. He's just jumped out of the Corvette.
I presume Grease would have got into that. Yeah, he would have got into that. Well, he's not going to now. Nigel, pack your crash helmet with the hand stuck stars around it into your helmet bag, and your day is done. But what a fantastic day you had. So
this is good news that it is a full safety car in terms of Emil Breitmeyer, because that Ford Capri Zaxby Turbo, the bright orange car,
yeah, you love that,
the close back. I love it. I absolutely love it. How could you not? Quick word for those of you who've been tuned in yesterday and today. First of all, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for all the kind comments that you've been firing through.
Oh, that's nice.
And a big thank you to our production team here at the circuit, and Nicolas Bremer and his team as well, for Peter Auto for the logistical support. Never easy to do the first one of these, and there have been.
We had a few curveballs.
Absolutely. And the weather always worries when you get heavy rain like that, and you've got cameras and stuff. But everything's gone absolutely perfectly. So well done to everyone involved. A particular thank you to our responsible adult Eve Hewitt, who's been acting as liaison whilst Andrew and I were in the booth.
Interesting. Now here's a guy I've not heard of in 3rd place, Stefan Ungen. It's a Vietnamese name. But do you remember, there was a guy in Formula 3000 called Rob Ungen that people thought was going to go to Formula 1, and then suddenly his career petered out. Well, a long time ago now. And
Carlos de Quesada back in this one as well.
Yeah, in a Chevron B36. So you don't normally see him racing that sort of car, do we?
No.
But he's going well in that.
Already the circuit team are there, and they've played an absolute blinder this last 2 days.
Another person that we should watch for leading the GT class is Chris Ward. Now, Chris is a very top historic racing driver, lots of success over the years, with all kinds of different cars.
Now, is that tall Chris Ward, who used to do Ferrari Challenge?
Chris Ward, who was the boss of Silverstone Race School and so on.
He also ran the Rockingham Race School when I was there.
Yeah, and
did some Ferrari Challenge.
Yeah, no, he's
not the same Chris Ward who used to run Lamborghini in the States, then HSR, and now works for Ford.
Yeah, this Chris Ward's won a lot of races in the last 10 years in a lot of different Jaguars, and he also races occasionally as a co-driver to Vijay Malay, who races a little Fraser Nash in historic events, and Chris rows that along pretty quickly. He rows everything along quickly, but he's in a BM1 Pro car. Absolutely fantastic race series. I mean, the most magnificent.
Can you imagine that nowadays? That was all the Formula One drivers at a Formula One weekend drawing lots for cars.
Yeah. I think Nelson Piquet won the championship. I think Piquet won the championship.
Well, I don't
think they had it 1 year, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, let's.
And do you know what else? That was.
Yeah. You went.
So there's a Porsche involved in that as well. The 935.
Did he spin and Emerson went off missing him?
Perhaps. Might have.
Difficult to see from that angle.
Talking about those Formula One support races.
Yeah.
When BMW stopped doing that, they carried on doing it with various different other cars. And I've seen footage, so I know this happened, at Monaco, of a F1 driver race in Peugeot 505 GTIs. Yep, it happened. Now, wouldn't I love to have a Peugeot 505 effectively pro car, F1 single make car?
I'm proud of myself, John.
What?
I just checked it. It was Nelson Piquet who won that.
So.
Yeah, yeah.
There was money involved, wasn't there?
A lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because when you think about it as well, the Jaguar series was meant to be something similar, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was, and there was shenanigans in that, I think.
Yes. Got them all together. The year that I drove at Silverstone, Mark Constantinos actually did a cracking job getting all the cars back together. A lot of them turned into road cars, although you have to wear a headset to drive them because they're so noisy.
And yeah, some interesting drivers in that. Ian Flux, I think, won one of those, and more money than he was paid. But the car was owned by a Japanese guy who used to pay him in pound notes. Flux, he loved it. There's a book to read. Fluxes.
Yeah, absolutely. The closest you get to that now with people competing is Race of Champions, which was back this year after a couple of years of being away.
Yeah, commentated on that with Murray Walker for.
I did 16 years of that.
Yeah. I did it twice for Sky.
Yeah, I did it for the World Feed. Me and Bruce Jones, me and Martin Haven. I had who else came in the booth? Who did Mexico with me? That was Jenny Gow. Did that.
Right. Jenny made a sensational recovery. So
yes, and our book's great as well.
Terrific. Yeah.
So we're going back green here, and it will be Maxime Guenat from pole position who will bring them back to the green light. Yeah. Just starting to get the first hints of gloaming, if not twilight.
Yeah, gloaming, that's a good word.
And Guenat then, ready to put the hammer down. He's waiting, now he goes. The green lights are on, but he picked his own time. Comes up over the top of the brow. What a shot that is, with the Lola T286 with the double 4-valve 4V8 behind him. And then the two Toge SCs, SC206 from 77 and the 303 from 78, Frank Morel and Dominic Guenat. So with two Guenats in the top three, the two Guenats racing two different cars, but with the same engine as, obviously they're not sharing an engine, but with the same engine, the DFE, and a slide on the wet grass for the number 31. Now, will that car get going again? This is Dean DeSantis in the Lola 297. I think he's got going again.
All the way from Florida.
Not Floridian weather. As he came down, now, did he jump or was he pushed? Coming down. Oh, that was a nasty one. Right front, just locked up when he went on the brakes. He did a really good job of not hitting the wall.
Yeah, despite that huge wing. Dean in the 297 Lola.
1978. And again, a sub 2 litre car. So
935 Porsche there. John, we haven't really talked much about that.
Well, I think that was one of, I think that might have been the car that caused that incident. Now, revert, straighten the wheels up.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it again, just straighten the wheels up. You'll get out of that. We've gone safety car again, I think. Yes, we have.
We have.
And I think there's also a problem for Carlos de Quesada.
Now he stopped.
Carlos de Quesada was moving slowly in the Chevron B36, but this is for turn one, and that very odd spin for Dean DeSantis in the 297, the Lola T297.
There's your Zach Speed car in the Jägermeister colours,
brilliant,
the orange.
Absolutely brilliant. Where's he got that back up to? Emil Breitmeister back up to 16th, 6th in GT2. I don't actually care where it finishes. I just want to see more of it.
There it is, the 50. Pretty sure that won this category in a Le Mans historic last time out in 2023 it would be.
Yes, because we did 22 and
23, yes, because of
it was
COVID.
yes, but also because of the centenary.
And the centenary. Yeah, it was the centenary mainly.
But now it's gone back to every 2 years, which is why it's this year.
Yeah.
Correct. Correct. Also, a Peter Auto event. Looking forward to that.
The biggest one, I suppose, John.
I think it's probably with due respect to some of the big American events, I think it's the biggest classic event in the world.
Yeah, but because as well as the different categories that run over the series of 24 hours, did very good support races with Group C's and so on as well.
But also for what we were talking about yesterday, if you weren't with us yesterday, then you're hearing this for the first time. Apologies if you did hear us talking about this, but it's the biggest car show. It's the biggest classic car show in the world. All the clubs in the world get together, and on the infield, there's something like 10,000 cars from car clubs, possibly more. It's an incredible sight and a feat of logistics and organisation by Peter Auto themselves, along with the ACO, and also the car clubs who do so much work to get the cars parked in date order or get the clump cars together that have got something in common. And I mean, from AC to Zastava, literally, there is something there. And there will be cars that you've not seen before. There will be important cars from pretty much every manufacturer that you haven't seen before. The Marantz Hi-Fi car has been pushed back into the pit lane. This is the Carlos de Quesada car. I thought he was going slowly. And that is the Chevron B36 from 1976.
Yeah, I'm right. Maxime, at the last Le Mans Classic, Maxime did win in that car he's driving now.
Well, he's been closed down on again.
Yeah, he, and that's what they call Plateau 6.
Yeah.
It was the fastest plateau.
Yeah.
And actually beat
if you get the chance, Le Mans Classic should be on your list.
Yeah.
It is absolutely. If you've enjoyed any of what you've seen today, you will absolutely go bonkers about seeing some of these cars at Le Mans. Right, back to green flag racing with still 46.5 minutes to go. And another great restart by Maxime Guénat with that V8 behind him. What's interesting to me is the Touge that's behind him. He's not the Touge with the same engine.
Yeah.
It's the sub 2 litre car that's there. They look great actually in the BP team colours. One from 77 and one from 78.
Yeah, that was the French wing of BP, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That did that. Yeah. And just going back to Guénat at Le Mans, for the 24 hour, they run 3 1-hour races, and he won all 3 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
50 minutes, aren't they?
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah. They are 50 minutes.
Yeah. So you can get turned round. But it works well. You have one in the morning, one in the evening.
And one the following morning. Well, depends which category it is.
But they try and get you. How many plateaus? 6 are there?
6 plateaus.
No, you have 4 races then.
No, I only have 3 done.
Are you sure?
Absolutely positive. Absolutely positive.
All right, so they must spread them out a bit more.
Yeah, it's at Daytona where they have 4.
That's right.
Yeah, they only have 3 because I thought they had 4 when I first went, but they don't. They can't fit it all in. And you've got all the other stuff they have, remember, the pedal car, what is it, a pedal car race, what a kiddie car race they have, and stuff like that. And actually, I think they're a little electric powered car. But anyway, there's so much stuff going on. Absolutely.
It is a festival.
Yeah.
It is a festival of classic motorsport like no other.
And it's, get it absolutely right. It's on the full Le Mans circuit. It's not on the Bugatti. The middle of the Bugatti circuit, there isn't a piece of grass that hasn't got a car on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, most of the infield, actually, to the point where you can't take cars in. You park outside and get the minibus transport in.
Okay, I've reported a lot of races from Le Mans, and I've never been there as a spectator, as you haven't. We've always worked. But if you are a spectator, there's so many you can drive around, and there's so many places still, different places you can watch from. Slow corners, like... and
the only time I've beaten a Le Mans as a spectator was for a Le Mans Classic.
Yeah, oh yeah.
When we weren't working it.
But I just think it's so nice to be able to drive around to different spots of the track, see different sorts of corners.
Totally.
And so on. It's more difficult than it was. I haven't tried to do it at the Classic, but I used to, when we were filming there for the old Screen Sport, we used to go and film at lots of different spots
Yeah.
and then try and stitch a lap together, you know. And there are so many great vantage points. That's what I'm trying to say, not so well.
So we're coming into the last 3/4 of an hour of our action today.
Yeah.
Various cars coming back on the back of flatbeds. Sadly, I think that's the Dean DeSantis machine, the 31 that we saw off. He was supposed to be driving that with Josh Tuggle, actually, the T297. So, oh no, that car's running again. So they've got the 31 running again. So something is coming back on the back of a flatbed. Into the pit lane. This is too early as well. This is the number 45. This is the Gianluigi Candiani. Gianluigi Candiani Chevron B36. Heavens, you could just have you could have a Chevron race and a Lola race.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Well, of course, there are huge battles between Chevron and Lola in the 2-litre category.
Well, I think that's what the new LMP2 is going to be.
Yeah, do you? Yeah, expand a bit.
We were talking about this earlier in the week when we saw the request for a tender from the ACO. Originally, they'd promised the engine and drivetrain to Zytec, to Gibson, sorry, and now they're saying bid, and the bids for the chassis as well.
How many? How many they got? How many are they going to allow?
One engine and one drivetrain.
Yeah.
And I'm not, and I think it's going to be a single chassis as well.
Oh, that's a shame. I'd like to see a bit of.
But I'm absolutely certain that it will be a smaller capacity engine, maybe a 1.6 or a 2-litre turbo.
Yeah.
Which is going to open that up to a lot of manufacturers who have smaller capacity engines. Maybe people who are doing touring cars. I'm looking at you, Hyundai, Kia, Genesis.
Yeah.
Ford, possibly. Again, for the same reason, that have other motorsport engines that could be pressed into use. There's a price cap for the engines and the drivetrains and for the chassis. If you can put in a bid for both, you were talking about Zytec doing both earlier on, Andrew.
Yeah.
So, Andrew Marriott Motorsport could put in a bid for the engine and the drivetrain and the chassis. However, if you get one, you will not get the other.
Right,
they've said that. Ah, Mike Capri's in.
Yeah.
Is that a little bit early? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Don't care, I'm saying it. So that's Emil Reitmeier behind the wheel.
Yeah, they sometimes share that car, I think.
That's from 1981. And again, you're talking there about pretty much a silhouette car, aren't you? With all of that extra bodywork on and the droop snoot front end.
I said that that Nelson was the Pro Car champion. I said, "Oh, was it Lauda?" Mm-hmm. Well, actually, it was the Pro Car championship for 2 separate years. That Nicky was in '79 and Nelson in '80. The whole thing obviously was initiated by Jochen Neerpasch. A lovely car was designed by Gianpaolo Dallara, actually. Chassis. So Maxime Guenard is definitely the class of the field. So when he's not driving this, he's launching very expensive watches for Richard Mille. Oh, look at that shot, John. Look at the back. It's a different shot. Nice camera work there, the Jägermeister.
So what they're looking at there, they're looking at the drivetrain.
Yeah.
Maybe that's where the fuel tank is.
Jägermeister, I've never taken Jägermeister. It's sort of called Hair of the Dog, isn't it? It's a funny spirit. It's like it made from botanicals, as they call it. It's very German,
just going back to something that we talked about with that CompuAir Corvette earlier on. When I was talking about them deliberately not selling cars to privateers, I was talking about in the top class. There was GT3 cars, and there was a couple of other built cars as well. We had the Labra competition cars. The 72 car at Le Mans, as I mentioned. Labra run by Jack. It's just gone.
Oh yeah,
out of my head.
yeah.
And it was interesting. And for quite some time, Corvette just didn't want to sell the cars to privateers. That 2010 car, that's the first one I've seen. I presume that is an ex-works car. That's the first one I've seen.
I think the guy we just saw on screen debriefing there in the pitch was Emil Breitmeyer.
Breitmeyer, yeah. Out of the
Emil, out of the BMW.
Of course, now the whole program is predicated on selling the customer cars because it's a GT3 program, and I know there's quite a long line of people standing waiting.
So anyway, father and son Gunnar, first and third, and the Lola and the Tosh. Oh, there's Emil again. He's having a good look.
Well, that's a shame, isn't it? Because I would have liked to have seen that turbocharged beast.
I'd like to see a shot in the end. The engine's sitting so far back.
Well, again, it's like we're talking about the like the panels. I suppose spiritual successor to that.
I suppose it is in a way, yeah.
With the engine sat way back, mid-front engine car.
Now the Cheetah's still going nicely. Chuck Grayminger car.
Yeah, that
Chuck Grayminger design car.
That
Swiss car.
Yeah, that car was sideways earlier on. That number one.
Yeah.
Coming back through the field up to 10th position in the sub 2 litre category, sitting in 5th. Oh, look at the Ford engine. Look at the drive belt on the front of that engine. Which way do I go, over the top of this one or underneath?
Look at the body brace across, it's cut out for where plugs going into the head.
Just incredible.
Yeah, that Cheetah raced at Le Mans in 76, 77 and 79. He's got a Richardson, of course, with BD, Richardson tune, of course, with BDG. They only built 2 of those, John, the G601.
Yeah. Well, prototype being the absolute correct meaning of the word. There was no minimum number, was there?
No, absolutely not. No. In those days, the little manufacturers like that could build a car because it was Le Mans, could get the sponsorship for it, and there they would be.
And look, every year, even in the late 80s when I first started going to Le Mans, every year there'd be an oddity.
Yeah.
At Le Mans.
Sometimes a Japanese oddity.
Yeah.
A Japanese run a Lamborghini that had no one knew why it was there.
Who was that American guy who put the boat engine into? Actually, it was supposed to be. That was supposed to be a Corvette.
Yeah.
And he put. Was it a V10 or something, or a V12?
Yeah.
Or Don Shed was his name.
Yeah, Don Shed was a powerboat racer.
Correct.
A top powerboat racer.
And that's why it was a boat engine.
Yeah.
It had a ridiculous thing, and they tried to qualify that.
Yeah.
Shed spent SHEAD. Yeah.
I think
Sheds,
it was, yeah, Don Shed.
And you're right, he was a powerboat racer, and they sort of home built this Le Mans special.
Yeah. There's that lovely 935 Porsche. It's got a very effective piece of kit. Used to love those at Le Mans. The 2 turbos hang down at the back.
Yeah,
used to go down at Le Mans, and when it accelerated down the straight, you could see in the night the turbos glowing red onto the bouncing off the track.
Reflecting off the road.
Reflecting off the track, as you say, yes. And of course, they won Le Mans. 935 was the Le Mans winner.
Yeah. Dick Barber.
Yeah, Whitting brothers.
Dick Barber with Paul Newman. Everybody thinks of Steve McQueen, but Paul Newman actually in the race.
He did race. Steve McQueen never raced Le Mans.
They finished, I think,
second,
on the podium. Yeah,
second
on the podium. Yeah. Dick Barber, who went on to run his own team.
Yeah, for many years.
Yeah, all sorts of cars. Ended up running Lamborghinis at the end of it, I think, if I remember rightly. And
yeah, it was a big character.
In every respect.
A bit of a ducker and a diver, actually, Dick. Not Barber, Barbour.
Yeah, Barbour. Yeah.
I got Barber, but spelled Barbour.
It was the way in those days, though, with a lot of these types of cars in the mid to late 70s, early 80s. Le Mans was seldom oversubscribed as it is now.
Yeah.
64 garages now. You could probably have double that if you could get them on the track.
Team Fisons, I'd forgotten that sponsorship.
That's number 131, this sort of salmon pink car. It's fourth at the moment in the sub 2 litre class for Ross Hyatt. Chevron it's B31, was it?
It's the later one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the 75 car.
Yeah. Wasn't that much. They were tweaks really to go from the 26 to the 31 and so on. Well,
that's again, that's a very elegant and simple designer racing car.
Yeah.
And you're talking about small manufacturers. You could go to an engine builder. So you built a chassis. You would go to an engine builder and buy a Ford or whatever it was, BMW, and stick it in the back of one of your cars, and off you went.
While Ross chasing the 935, he has raced. He got a couple of wins in a British GT Championship a few years ago. Did Ross with a 935, and he's raced Tigers and Spices. I said before, he's the guy that salvaged the 32 million pounds worth of silver bars from the ocean. It fell off a cargo ship, sank, and was heading for Japan, I think. Anyway, it sank off the Maldives, and Ross got a team together, and they pulled all the bars up, and then the Dutch government said that, hey, hold on a minute, they're ours. They're in the Crown Racing colours for that car. Oh no!
Looks like there's no further movement for. No, it's just a driver change. Just a driver change. That's fine.
They give them enough time so they don't have to rush.
8 minutes before the pit lane closes, so that's
the sun
stuff.
getting in, because we know that crash helmet now, don't we?
Yeah. So in the pit lane, Ross Hyatt.
Chris Hyatt, isn't it? Yeah.
Chris getting in. Lovely cut. Look at there's just an elegant simplicity to everything there.
Yeah.
Right hand stick shift gear change.
That's Crown Racing, Martin Bahrain, raced by Chris Kraft, the 85 car. And where's that running, John? The 85. But that car won. There was a
seventh and third in its class.
There was a
Tony Sinclair.
There was a big and very popular European 2-litre sports car championship just for these cars, and Crown Racing won it with Chris Kraft. Wonderful character, Chris Kraft.
Chris can tell you some stories.
Yeah.
Chris Kraft raced a bit with Alan Decadney.
A lot, yes.
Yeah, so there's plenty of stories there.
Yeah, and his brother Andrew was a very famous surgeon, actually.
In the pit lane for the 930, one of the 935s. Is that the Almaris Brothers car? Yes, it is.
Yeah, 935.04 it says on the back. That's a chassis.
Could be. In the pit lane for Luca Litardi, brought that car in. That's one of the 1979 cars, 8th in GT2.
Last half hour of racing, how many hours have we had?
Not enough.
Not enough.
Simple as that. I could have watched some of these races for 6 hours, just the individual races.
The thing is, it's so slick of Peter Auto. They don't stop and have lunch, but they don't stop and have a bit of parade or anything. They just crack on, don't they?
I think this is
one race stops, 10 minutes later the next one starts. All through the day.
I think this is a great format. It's fabulous for spectators at the track.
They get a lot of racing.
Yeah, it's fabulous for those of you who've been watching on the stream. You can rewind the stream as well, of course. BMW Pro car going through. That's Chris Ward in the 1979 car, red, white and black. Looks a picture.
Yeah.
The M1. Oh, my goodness.
He's dumped it in the gravel.
And that, I'm afraid, is Matteo Radiccione. He's just put the fastest lap of the class in his car in. That is the Group 4 1981 Porsche 911 SC. So that's before the type numbers. The little ducktail on the back there.
Yeah.
It's basically a 964-ish car. That.
Well buried, isn't it?
He's stuck that in pretty well.
Yeah. I think we're going to have another safety car.
Car number 1.
Yeah.
which is third in its class. That's the Cheetah. A 30-second time penalty for overtaking under the safety car.
Oh,
so that, and of course, now with a safety car out, that makes that penalty even worse because everybody moves up.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid that Cheetah that is leading, which car did I say that was? Yeah, it is leading its class in the Proto 2s at the moment.
And notice the going out to now first and second.
Yeah. Oh, great job by Chris Ward to get the 88 BMW in. What a fabulous piece of kit that is. That engine as well. I mean, that saw service in a number of vehicles down through the years. Is it the 181 or the 188?
So, well, the Bush twins are now third, but pit stops, of course, taking place right now. Tony Sinclair, we haven't given him a shout. He's been having a good run and top 10 in the 85 in his Lola T292 1973 car. Tony Sinclair, been around a while, racing a lot in the UK and from Bletchingley in Surrey. And Tony Sinclair is the guy. Oh, there's Chris.
Yeah, that is the same Chris Ward that worked with at Rockingham.
Yeah.
The BMW M1 Pro car, built by BS Fabrications for the factory team, and Team Project 4 built the cars for the other. That was Ron Dennis.
And BS Fabrications, Bob Sparshot,
correct,
and John Ace Woodington. They're both still around.
Osella built some as well. They were Group 4 cars and very different from the M1 road cars. Extensively modified.
That's Maxime, isn't it, that one? Yeah. And the Otford Group. Yeah, that car used to be run by the... I remember that Otford Group car.
So the standard road cars used the M88 straight 6, which was a cast iron block. It was called the M88-1 when it went into the Pro car. Paul Roche led the team. 470 horsepower at 9,000 revs. That was compared to 277 from the standard car. The ZF gearbox housing was retained, but you could change the ratios, and it had its own oil cooler. And they had some anti-roll bars and brake bias, etc., etc. And it was, absolutely bonkers when you think about it. 193 mile an hour top speed. And how about this? If you could buy them for this now, you'd snap them up. The BMW M1 Pro cars cost $60,000.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, that leading car raced mainly in Thunder Sports. Remember the old Thunder Sports series? Trying to remember who was driving it though.
The Pro cars, of course, went on, or at least the M1 went on as a Group 4 car because BMW built the 400 road cars for the homologation. So, and the Pro car series cars were sold to customers for use in the World Championship, including in Camel GT in the States, which I didn't know actually.
Okay, that Thunder Sport, the car that is leading, was raced in period in the 1986 Thunder Sport series by Tiffany Dell.
I think Tiff did Pro car as well, didn't he?
And I'm not sure. And Richard Piper, actually.
I bet he did. I bet Tiff did Pro car. It's 7 degrees of separation from Tiff in everything.
I'm just looking at a result from a Thunder Sports race when the car finished in second place, when it actually was driven by Will Hoy on that occasion. And the race was won by John Fulston and John Brindley in a Can-Am Lola T530. Suddenly no Can-Am cars here.
No, I didn't.
Now there we saw, I think, Nick Padmore just giving some advice.
Yeah.
So they're going out, son and father, both worked in the Richard Mille organisation, or very much part of it, directors of it. And yeah,
So everyone getting to do their pit stop whilst the safety car is on the circuit at the moment. In the number 30, Peter Fisk with the T290 from 1973, beautiful red coloured car. Another sub 2 litre car again, remember. Not that there's anything riding on this, but what's been your favourite category or race that we've seen over the last...
well, I do like Group C cars.
Of course.
Yeah, but there wasn't so many of them. Well, I like this category actually.
Yeah,
I like seeing them. I like seeing the different Le Mans cars. And
classic.
There's been lots of good
racing.
racing. I'm
Yeah.
not so, the touring cars are not so hot on.
Endurance racing legends, both the LMP and GT1s and the GT2s I really like. Paul Canary was the person who entered the Corvette GTP at Le Mans in 1990. Rebadged as an Eagle 700 powered by a 10.2 litre V8 Bort engine.
That must be the biggest engine that's ever run. Yeah.
Well, in the original... Oh, hello, we've got him having a wave by. No, sorry, no, he's picking up the leader, that's fine. Don Shed, I'm sure, was a part of that.
Maybe he was, yeah. But
again, just really weird stuff that used to turn up. You don't get that at Le Mans now. I mean, you don't have pre-qualifying now either. They felt that was a bit unfair. 30-second time penalty coming in. These time penalties have been punitive and have really hurt people's races. And some of these cars are out for the full championship, so it's tough love. Claudio Rodaro in the 935, the number 14 car, Porsche from 1979, speeding in the pit lane. 30-second time penalty.
Oh, we've had quite a lot of penalties, haven't we, that have changed the look of some of these races, or the results.
Right, leader being picked up by the Nissan safety car, nicely done. Still 22 minutes to go. Again, I'll say this, our camera's making it look a lot lighter out there than it is. Let me give you the rundown behind the safety car then. It is it is both actually of the Gunats at the Gunat behind the wheels. Maxime from Dominique, so that's the Lola T286 from the Toj SC303. Both of those cars with a Ford DFV double 4-valve V8 engine behind it, and they're I think they're only two +2 litre cars.
They are, yeah.
Then in the under 2 litre category, in third place, the Lola T298, David Nguyen and Frank Morel. In the other Team BP Toj, that's the SC206 from 1977, the previous year's car to the big V8 engine machine. It's a 231. Then we've got the battle for the GT2 honours. Dennis Bush in the Porsche 935, number 54. Stephen Osborne has now taken over Chris Ward's BMW M1 Pro car, the car that he started, the number 88. Cracking looking car, that. Emmanuel Brigand as another 935. Then a couple more prototypes, sub 2 litres, the number 1 with the penalty. And that car had been leading, beat Eggyman, the cheater, that's got a 30-second penalty. Nick Padmore in the Lola T292 for 1973, the 85 car next up. And the top 10 is another GT2 car. That's Olivia Breitmeyer in the Porsche 935 K3, the Kramer car from 1981. Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, just look at this, John. 20 minutes still to go. And watch for Padmore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's been on fire today, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's just got in that car. And
9th position.
Yeah, I think he might make up a few spots there.
Who else am I looking for? Charlie Hyatt in the Chevron B831. He's off the lead lap.
We haven't really mentioned Greg Catton in the Lotus Esprit Group 5.
Catton or Caton?
Oh, Caton probably.
We haven't seen the Esprit, have we?
No, I don't think we've seen it, but it's there.
Number 36, it's one of the Group 5 cars.
And there's a guy in another Lola T92 with the most marvellous name of Floris Fick.
Ah.
Floris Fick. We've got a Josh Tuggle there as well, of course.
Yeah, well, he's sharing. He was sharing the 31 car
I'm sure he is.
with our Floridian.
Yes.
Dean DeSantis.
Dean DeSantis, yeah.
Sorry, it's a end of a long weekend. I've enjoyed this, Andrew. I really have.
Yeah,
I think this is a great initiative from Peter Auto.
Yeah, and Spa's going to be true. And these
Can't wait
boys
for
around Spa, you know, it's going to be something else.
Cannot wait for Spa. A big challenge for our colleagues doing the TV production. But
we might get a few more Brits coming over as well, because it's easier to get to Spa than trucking all the way down to Barcelona.
That's a fair point.
But I mean, there's a sizable British entry, of course, and British winners, and particularly Max Lynn winning twice. Getting a penalty and overcoming it. That was a fantastic drive.
Just before we go green here, because we're going down, Spa is the next race weekend, and that is Spa Classic 23rd to the 25th of May.
So they've got plenty of time to regroup, get these cars, haven't they? Yeah, spectators get planning, race teams get working on preparing some of the cars. Seen quite a bit of damage.
So two Grenats leading away in the Lola and the Tosh, respectively, Maxine and Dominique. And then it is Stefan Nguyen in the Lola. So the GTs are right there as well, as we mentioned. It's been a little bit of a shake-up there, but Mark Bush in the Porsche leads. It's Frank Morel coming back through in the Tosh, the 231. Actually, no, that's the other BP car. So that's Mark Bush who's gone by him in the 935, but now Frank goes back past him. So the three GT2s are back together again. Yeah,
and we're racing into the dusk here, John, aren't we? Because
yes, absolutely. 7:15.
The camera lights it up for us.
What time did we finish last night? We finished.
Well, we finished in the dark last night.
Yeah, that was just before 8, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And we still we're not going to be a million miles away from that. We've still got 17 minutes to go here. 131, the team Fissen's car.
Tyson's car. Yeah, fertilizers.
Yes. Yeah. That's Charlie. That is Charlie Hyatt
now. Yeah, we're going to see what he does, haven't we?
He's the first car off the lead lap.
Yeah.
Now, who's that? He's trying to go around. That's the number 12. So that car that's the third place car. That's Stefan Nguyen. So Charlie is 7.5 seconds away from getting his lap back, if you look at it that way. Nguyen in third place is 7.5 seconds away from the lead. So Charlie just dropping off the lead lap there when that safety car came out. That would be very annoying.
I did Google Stefan, and there's a chef of the same name. I wonder if he's a racing chef.
Could be.
Can't be sure.
Here comes Charlie down the inside of the Lambretta sponsored car. Can't get it done.
Yeah. Scooting along.
Oh, very good. I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Is he just two-stroking at home then? That one?
Yes. I think we could have some action because we said to watch out for Nick Padmore, and he's fastest man on the track at the moment. Well, equal with Maxine, actually. But he's in a 2-litre. Maxine's got bloody Formula 1 engine.
Yeah, and he is on the lead lap.
Yeah. Lots of flames.
Yeah, it looks great in this part of the evening. So for the moment, at least, and Charlie Hyatt's attempt to get past the third place car hasn't worked, and he's dropped back just a little bit. Who's he battling? He's got 7 seconds on Greg Caton in the Esprit. He's already got himself past Frank Morel. That's second in the sub 2 litre class. Just a little bit of something caught on the left.
It's about tape, isn't it?
Yeah.
Flames again.
So the first two are the first two in the over 2 litre class. The second two on the timing screen are the second two in the sub 2 litre class. It is quite dark out there now. You can see the headlights reflecting from the surface of the track. So the 231 then is that 1977 Tosh. The BP sponsorship British Petroleum, but coming Yeah, I think you said
It's out of
Andrew.
a French budget, yeah. I seem
Yeah.
to remember Jean-Louis Lafosse racing that car, those colours.
It's a good looking scheme, isn't it?
Oh, it is, isn't it? It's I've got a very modern scheme. It's eye-catching. BP just rebranding themselves again. Having made a big announcement last week, they're going to start pumping a bit more oil. I think they're listening to Donald.
So down towards the last 12 minutes, 13 minutes. Dominique Guinat just put the second place car's fastest lap of the race in, and the lead at the front is 4 seconds.
Yeah.
Into the pits for Mark Bush in the Porsche.
Oh, lots of flames out of the back then, but because the darkness enhances it, doesn't it?
Yeah. So that 54 car has pulled into the pit lane.
Yeah, the twins that have had a lot of success in this series in the past, have been champions in one of the categories.
Still seeing who's going a little bit quicker. Stephen Osborne.
Yeah.
Second in GT2 at the moment. Emmanuel Brigand has managed to get a couple of prototypes between himself and Stephen Osborne and Olivier Breitmeier, who he's fighting in the GT2, and that is Beat Eggyman, who's going to have to fend off Nick Padmore now. The Cheetah versus the Lola. Oh, actually, no, he won't, because he's got the big penalty. So Padmore's already into third place in his class.
Yeah, and 5th overall.
Yeah, that'll take him to 5th overall.
Obviously, he's got to get round the Cheetah.
Well, he'll want to do that to get closer to Frank Morel, who is second, and Stefan Goyen, who is leading. So what's that? 10:90. So basically
12 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. He's got to find 20 seconds. I'm not sure there's enough time for that, even for Nick.
So here's this Lola that raced mainly in Britain in Thunder Sports. It was the last one they built, and it was built up, after basically they stopped making them, and so it ran in Thunder Sports.
It's an imposing car. I mean, quite wide at the back. You can see that it's sitting out a little bit wider at the back than the front. Exhaust just glowing slightly in the gathering darkness into the twilight now.
Yeah, Thunder Sports, one of John Webb, the famous John Webb, who ran Brands Hatch for many years, one of his ideas. And it was a sort of catch-all for all kinds of sports cars.
I think Charlie Hyatt's got a problem. The 131 car is dropping down. I think he may have been off the track at turn 4. Maybe turn 5. Yeah, the 131 is off at the side of the track.
Shame.
That's Charlie Hyatt. And so his charge in the Chevron B31 towards a potential podium position in the sub-2 litre class. He's dropping down now. Now the question for me is it in a safe place? 10 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Andy was under investigation for overtaking under safety car as well. Oh dear. I think he might have got going again. I'll tell you in a second. The yellows have gone there. So he's either gone behind the wall or he's rolling again. I'll only see that at the end of the next sector. There's our leader.
So the 2 DFV cars out the front, father and son, they're going to have those DFVs will be tuned down, but they'll be on 420, 430 horsepower. Compared with the BTG and 2 litre Cosworth powered cars, and I suppose they'll be on 250 or something. So they've got a lot of horsepower advantage with the 3 litres. Of course they have. It's a different category.
Yeah, probably a bit more torque as well, I would have thought.
Padmore, another quick lap down into the 49s, but then
so Stefan and Goyen as well. 30-second time penalty for the Charlie Hyatt car. I don't think it's going to make any difference because that car is showing now has stopped. It's greyed out. So he must have gone behind the wall somewhere between 4 and 5, because that was the last sector that I saw him in. Although it just says resumed.
Like spirited racing here, though, between the 935 and the BMW Pro car.
Two very different philosophies of racing car there. And the Pro cars go through.
They had the Group 5 M1s as well, which raced at Le Mans. The Pro cars, you said?
Yeah.
Reminding me that Ron Dennis Project 4 built some of them.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, I said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
When they were in F3, Acela built some as well. Stephen Osborne then in that car, in second at the moment, but he's a ways away.
Yeah.
He's some, again, 15 seconds away from a win, and Breitmeyer in the Porsche behind him is 16 and a half seconds.
Yeah, Morel's still going quickly in 4th place. And Padmore's going to go past Brigand in the 935 in the next lap.
Yeah, that's
only
a pass for overall. It's not a pass for class, of course. But Nick's on the podium. Pete Eggeman is going to drop a long way down with that 30 seconds penalty.
I don't think they have a podium as such. I don't think they're going to have a big deal tonight.
Yeah,
it's a big gentleman's club, but we can't get into.
It's called the Drivers Club.
Drivers Club, yeah.
And our French colleagues have told us it's very, very nice.
Yes.
They were there last night because there's 3 of them, so they could work that break. So.
Yeah.
And another slow-moving car.
Yeah. What's that?
That's turn 9. It's the number 12, I reckon.
Yeah. It is for sure. Wow, that's disappointment for him. It's running so well. Yeah.
That's the leader. That was the leader in class.
Yeah.
So Nick Padmore is now in second.
And can he get on the overall podium? That's the thing. Don't think so.
So that's Stefan Goyen in the leading car. Frank Morel now takes over the lead in the 231 Taj in the sub 2 litre category. He's 20 seconds ahead of Nick Padmore.
Yeah.
With 6.5 minutes to go. Stranger things have happened. So
they certainly have.
Frank Morel, there he is coming through turn 1 and 2. Every cloud, ... One man's meat, ... So that is a net gain then. Wow, what a shame for Stefan Goyen in the number 14 car. Started in the number...
Yeah, he's driven it all the way through, hasn't he? Started third.
The 88.
Was he?
In the 80... sorry. He's dropped me down so quickly.
Yeah.
In the 12 car, thank you. Yes, he's driven it on his own.
Yeah.
Qualified third, as you rightly said, yeah.
So, well, what a result for the Guinard family.
Yes, very much so. First and second overall, and first and second in class. 8.5 seconds between them at the moment. Goyen has got the car into the pit lane.
Yeah, but that's end of the day for him, I'm afraid.
But it just means we'll probably stay green.
Well, that's good. That's good.
That was very good.
And
one lap penalty for the 76 car.
What?
1 lap penalty. Pit stop out of the... That's Matteo Radizione.
Yeah, he's near the bottom of the field. So it doesn't impact on the didn't get in the pit lane.
We've got another problem at turn 4-5.
There's a lovely 935 of Brigand, Emmanuel
That's
Brigand.
The leader of the GT2 category there, Andrew.
Look at that.
And here's another car in problems. The end of it is Greg Caton in the Esprit, the number 36. I don't think we've seen much of it.
No, we've hardly seen it at all, have we?
And it's stopped at the side of the track.
It is almost dark now, look.
Turn 5. And he's got it going again. Yeah, gets the last bit of darkness comes very quickly.
4 minutes remaining here.
Yeah. Nick Padmore puts his fastest lap of the race in. got it down to 18 seconds, took a couple of seconds out of the leader, Frank Morel. Surely there's no more drama to be had here at the Espíritu de Montjuïc and the Classic Endurance Racing 2 category. We've seen it all this weekend. All we've been missing is a plague of frogs. We've had the unbelievable biblical style rain, which fortunately fell at just the right time between the events. If any of that had come down right in the middle of an event, it could have been very dangerous indeed, right in the middle of a race.
Well, we had a couple of races start under a safety car, didn't we?
Yeah.
Because of that.
For the stand and water mainly.
Yeah.
Well, brilliant initiative this from Peter Otto and Patrick Peter. And again, thanks to everyone who's put all the hard yards in for this. All Andrew and I have had to do is sit and talk about motor cars going round, which has been very enjoyable. Yeah,
we managed to fill in some of the gaps and fill in who some of the people were and where the cars came from, which is always fun.
Here's our leader, Andrew. I think there'll be one more lap after this one.
Yeah.
Can't afford to lift off too much because the family are only 7 seconds behind.
Yeah, Dad's just behind. He goes well, doesn't he?
Yeah, people enjoying themselves on a family day out.
Yeah, wow. Be back selling the luxury timepieces tomorrow.
I think you can have a day off.
Oh, yeah,
Probably. So leader coming round to the far side of the circuit. Just going through turn 7 now. Got a bit of traffic.
Just seeing what Padmore's doing. Well, he's taking time out of Morel, but not enough. So he's going to finish with the second place in the class.
Morel's eased quite significantly on that.
Well, we've seen
last lap, the 2-3-1.
Last race yesterday, we saw the leading car to stop on the last lap, didn't we?
And he's not had traffic.
No.
So he's got through turn 9 now.
Maybe he knows the sort of lead he's got is just pacing himself to the flag now.
True enough.
Yeah.
True enough. So where's Padmore? He's in the 85 car. There are no cars between the first and second in the sub 2 litre class. Our leader goes through turn 12, and here's Nick coming down into turn 10. So this, I think, will be the last lap. Is that our leader going through? Yes, it is.
Yeah, lights ablaze, racing around this Grand Prix track.
So a lap and a half. And where is the leader in the sub 2 litre class? Frank Morel, the Toj, coming through, driving solo, comes across the line now.
Yeah, there's our leader on screen, diving down the hill.
On 53.8, and Padmore did a 50.1 last time, and he's just done a 50.3 this time. It's down to 12 seconds. Oh my goodness me. Please tell me there's not any more. And there's a car right in front, Mark Bush in the Porsche, back out again in the number 54 as the sub 2 litre leader comes to Repsol turn 4. Our overall leader is heading up to turn 9. He's got some traffic as well. Oh, this is not over. This is absolutely not over. Well, the good news is sigh of relief if you're following Frank Morel in the Toj, the BP car, because he's managed to get past Mark Bush, and I think he can stroke it home from here, as can the leader.
Yeah, Maxime Gunnar had a great weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, the Gunnar family.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, great weekend. Dominique will come home in second place, about 13.5 seconds back to the 2 DFV Formula 1 engines. First and second in our final race of the Spirit of Montjuïc weekend.
Car running absolutely beautiful.
Oh, look at this light in the sky. Look at the light in the sky. The final checkered flag for the meeting. And Maxime Gunnar takes it. And it's a family double on the 2 top steps of the overall and the over 2 litre classes. Dominique Gunnar will come round in second. Just waiting to see the gap between them. It was 15. Dominic lifted off. Frank Morel coming through now to the line.
Nice Padmore.
Padmore's there. Padmore is under 10 seconds, I reckon, as he comes through. Again, Padmore's put in another cracking drive. 8 seconds at the line. 8 seconds at the line.
Yeah, that's why people employ him.
Yeah.
Because his main deal is actually racing Formula One cars. Lotus is for a German organisation. And he loves that.
It's going to be Emmanuel Brigand who takes GT2 in 5th overall, ahead of Stephen Osborne, who shared with Chris Ward in the BMW Pro car. And it'll be the Breitmeyer, Olivier Breitmeyer's already finished. He's a lap down, so he will be 3rd in the K3 Porsche 935.
Wow.
Well, that was entertainment par excellence right the way through. Just waiting for Stephen Osborne to come and finish in the number 88 car. And where is he on the circuit? Just coming around to the final corner now, trailing in behind the Eric Zucati Porsche 935.
We didn't really give him a shout, but our American friend Jim Norman finished 10th in his K3 935 Porsche. That's a kind of 935 that won Le Mans, as we said. So congratulations to Jim, coming all the way from the States to do that.
So final thoughts from you, Andrew, about this event. This is the first time I've seen this event. It's obviously it's been revived because it last happened, I think, in 2017.
Yeah.
But it works on this track. The facilities are great. There's plenty of paddock space. We've had a good variety of cars across and a good entry of cars across the classes.
Yeah, I was just going to say, variety, a superb race circuit, as you say, some terrific racing, some strange weather, some huge disappointments where people looked as though they were going to be standing on a podium, some surprise drives, but an all-round brilliant show, and that is historic racing, and that is what is promoted so well by Peter Auto, and the only thing we can do is look forward to Spa.
Spa on the 23rd to the 25th of May at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, the full circuit. It's the event that I did last year on the PA and thoroughly enjoyed it. Long days, yes, but we can race till almost midnight there.
Yeah, now he's climbing. I just wonder if Dad's going to come in behind.
This is Gunat, Maxime Gunat. We're waiting for Dominique to come in as well. So that is the next event, Spa Classic, 23rd to 25th of May in the Ardennes. Start your planning then, and then early in June, it is the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or, the Golden Age at Dijon, and then Le Mans Classic, of course, on the 3rd to the 6th of July. That's the big one. Start your plans now. And the celebrations are starting for the Gunat family in the pit lane.
He went over to Dad, congratulated him. Dad's still getting out, crash helmets coming off. And what a superb race to end this weekend on. And see, these cars also prepared, but I told you several times about Keep Europe, this huge outfit, that they're preparing those cars as well. And there is Maxime.
So that is very much a family affair in the final race of the day. Started in bright sunshine. You wouldn't have you would not have believed what we have gone through today if you were just joining us now. You'd think it'd been a beautiful spring day here in Catalonia.
But dominated by Maxime Gunat. Nobody offered any opposition to the ex-Thunder Sports.
Don't forget as well, by the way, the number one beat Eggyman car was spun at the first corner. That's the cheater.
Yeah, that's right,
and that's come back to beat onto the podium, and that includes a penalty as well.
We had some lurid spins. How he managed to miss everything in the 31 car, I have no idea.
Yeah, that was Josh Tuggle.
Yeah, there's another chevron. We had the interesting BP colour schemes, didn't we? We had the Swiss, the German Tosh cars here. We had Chris Ward doing a great job in the M1.
I think this final race just really sort of summed up the whole weekend with the variety, with the incidents, with some great driving and some fantastic visuals on this first ever full stream of the event here at the Circuit of Catalunya. It's been Andrew Marriott alongside me, John Hindhaugh, for the last couple of days. We'll take home some very impressive memories of cars, individuals, and a great family atmosphere in the literal as well as the metaphorical sense, with plenty of similar names, same names in cars and across the weekend. Once again, congratulations to all our winners. There is a championship that will be fought for all the way to the end of the season, and there's a big presentation in the Drivers' Club tonight here at the Circuit of Catalunya. Mark the date in your diary. I'm going to tell you once more, 23rd to the 25th of May, Spa Classic is the next event. If you can't get there, and why can't you, then we will be bringing it to you again on the stream. Then the Grand Prix of the Golden Age, the 6th to the 8th of June from Dijon-Prémois, and the Le Mans Classic, the 3rd to the 6th of July, with extended coverage from that before we're off to Imola at the end of July with the Imola Classic. Our hard-working production team have provided us with some great images. We've enjoyed it. Hope you have too. From Andrew Marriott and me, John Hindhaugh, thanks for joining us here at the Peter Auto Spirit of Montjuïc here at the Circuit of Catalunya. Have a good rest of your racing weekend, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.